Chen Fan found himself transported to a world where spiritual energy had revived and fierce beasts roamed freely. This realm was one where martial arts reigned supreme, and martial artists basked in countless accolades. Once a student at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, he harbored the ambition to become a formidable martial artist. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had to drop out. Each day became a struggle for survival, laboring tirelessly just to make ends meet. Unable to afford the expensive cultivation resources, his path in martial arts was abruptly halted, forcing him to languish at the bottom of society. He feared he would waste his life away, until one day he awakened the system interface. Ding! Defeated a mosquito, gained 0.01 vitality. Ding! Defeated another mosquito. When I can't even afford a vitality pill worth thousands, surely I can handle a few hundred mosquitoes. After some time, an 18-year-old young martial artist emerged as the most unexpected contender in the elite martial artist competition. Forged in the crucible of the military, he became the sharpest blade among blades. Then, one day, Chen Fan graced the headlines. The class group exploded with messages. "We haven't even graduated yet. And you, the dropout, have become a god of war?" The dropout martial arts prodigy and the mosquito slayer. Class teacher Wang Fong. "Everyone, this year's martial arts examination requires a vitality score of 120, with 150 qualifying for key universities. There are only 10 days left. Let's push through, everyone." As soon as this news was released, the chat group for Class 9 of senior year erupted with excitement. I'm at 117, a vitality elixir should do the trick. I'm at 145, I have a chance to aim for a key institution. Zhongqing's vitality has already reached 160. Truly the class flower, I genuinely envy her. What about Chen Fan? He used to be on par with the class flower. Why mention him? He's been a dropout for half a year. In a dilapidated room, Chen Fan lay on his bed, the glow of his phone illuminating his handsome face. Everyone seems quite confident. Passing the martial arts exam would allow entry into a martial arts university. Most would become martial artists. Chen Fan pressed his lips together. To say he felt no envy would be disingenuous. In a world where spiritual energy has revived and fierce beasts rampage, martial artists have become the core force for defending their homes, especially after conventional weaponry lost its combat value. Not only do they possess a prestigious identity, but they also enjoy various social privileges. Moreover, they can accumulate wealth that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Every day, Chen Fan scoured the job market, taking on menial tasks from dawn till dusk, earning barely over 100 yuan. Meanwhile, a martial artist could slay the most basic fierce beast for several thousand yuan, with advanced beasts fetching tens or even hundreds of thousands. On one side lies a life of privilege and prosperity, on the other, a struggle for survival at the bottom. The impenetrable class barriers between martial artists and non-martial artists have long been established. Even without considering identity and privilege, who wouldn't desire the income of a martial artist? Even a fool would wish for it. However, becoming a martial artist is not a matter of mere desire. One must achieve a vitality score of 200. Today was exceptionally hot. Chen Fan rolled over, vigorously waving a fan. Regarding vitality, before dropping out, his score was 82, and it remained steady at that. It wasn't that he couldn't improve his vitality after leaving school, it was simply a matter of finances. The most common vitality elixir costs over 10,000 yuan, which would take him months of abstaining from food and drink to afford. Crucially, becoming a martial artist isn't something that can be solved with just one elixir. Chen Fan left home early each day, returning exhausted after dark, hastily consuming a few bites for dinner before collapsing onto his bed. The hardships of the past 6 months had dulled his ambition. The thought of becoming a martial artist was now beyond him. Having a roof over his head and food to eat was already a significant blessing. Living such a grueling existence every day, Chen Fan could foresee his life stretching from 18 to 80, resigned to this fate, as for his classmates. Even the weakest among them had left him far behind. The gap between them would only widen. They were destined to inhabit different worlds. Feeling a sense of melancholy, Chen Fan set his phone aside and attempted to drift off to sleep. Buzzing. Before he could fully succumb to slumber, a mosquito landed on his face. Smack! He killed it instantly. Chen Fan resided in an old tenement building with poor lighting and excessive humidity, where mosquitoes were a common nuisance. He paid little mind and tried to sleep again. But the next moment, ding! You have slain a mosquito, vitality 0.01. Chen Fan sat up abruptly. He gazed at the virtual panel before him. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, none. Vitality, 82.01200. Chen Fan pinched his cheek, confirming he wasn't dreaming. and felt a surge of joy. Having traversed this world for 18 years, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. System, please introduce yourself. No response. System? Chen Fan surmised that the system was not particularly intelligent, unable to communicate with him. But who cared about its intelligence? As long as it could increase his vitality, that was sufficient. Recalling the vitality boost from slaying a mosquito, Chen Fan realized that a vitality elixir typically increased vitality by about 6 points. Thus, killing 600 mosquitoes would equate to 1 vitality elixir. Excitement coursed through him. While he couldn't afford an elixir costing over 10,000, surely he could manage to kill 600 mosquitoes. He felt invigorated, as if the fatigue of the day had lifted. Looking around, he noticed 3 more mosquitoes in the netting. Smack! He killed one. Ding! You have slain a mosquito, vitality 0.01. Smack! Ding! You have slain a mosquito, vitality 0.01. Smack! Ding! You have slain a mosquito, vitality 0.01. A warm sensation coursed through him. Though faint, Chen Fan could indeed feel his vitality increasing. After eliminating the mosquitoes in the netting, Chen Fan got out of bed and put on his shoes. He spent over 20 minutes in his room, slaying 6 mosquitoes, raising his vitality to 82.1. However, there were no more mosquitoes to be found. He wondered if they had hidden away or simply escaped. Initially, he thought the task of killing 600 mosquitoes was trivial, but now it seemed more challenging than anticipated. Suddenly, Chen Fan spotted flies on the dining table. If mosquitoes were fair game, could flies be as well? Smack! He used a fly swatter to kill one. Ding! You have slain a fly, vitality 0.01. Chen Fan felt a rush of joy. If flies could also be slain, then his possibilities expanded. Where could he find an abundance of flies? Certainly around the community's garbage bins, where flies swarmed in thick clouds every time he disposed of waste. With this thought, Chen Fan dismissed the trivial few flies in his home. Armed with a can of insecticide, he stepped outside. After all, Chen Fan had grown weary and retired early. It was only 8 in the evening, and many people were still strolling in the community, mostly elderly folk. Chen Fan felt a twinge of envy for them. To enjoy their twilight years indicated they had saved enough for retirement. Most had likely been martial artists in their youth that, if it were Chen Fan's previous self, where'd he find retirement funds? He could only work until exhaustion and ultimately death. The thought was quite disheartening. Fortunately, he now had a system and cherished this opportunity. Arriving at the garbage bins, Chen Fan beheld a dark cloud of flies buzzing about. He began spraying the insecticide, watching as flies fell one by one. Ding! You have slain a fly, vitality. Ding! You have slain a fly, vitality. This was indeed far more efficient than using a swatter at home. Yet, he wished it could be even faster. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? An elderly man with a hunched back approached, hand behind his back. Ah, it's Grandpa Wang, just passing time, exterminating these pests for the benefit of the community. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Grandpa Wang, whose full name was Wang Shanru, lived in the same building as Chen Fan. Chen Fan resided on the 4th floor, while he was on the 1st, complete with a small yard. Chen Fan often saw him tending to his vegetable garden. Rare to see you with such a mindset, but your method isn't very effective. This bottled insecticide works well at home with the windows closed, but outside, its effectiveness diminishes significantly. I have agricultural pesticides and a sprayer at home. Do you want to borrow them? If so, I can fetch them for you. Wang Shanru offered enthusiastically. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. That would be wonderful, Grandpa Wang. Wang Shanru smiled. All in the spirit of community service. Just wait a moment. Chapter 2. This is not merely impressive. It is astonishingly extraordinary. Soon, Wang Shanru returned, having prepared the mixture of medicine and water. Give it a try, he urged. All right. Chen Fan affixed the sprayer, activated the switch, and commenced spraying. To his astonishment, the flies descended like raindrops, tumbling down in a flurry. The system's notification resonated in his ears like a torrential downpour, a melody that echoed as the most exquisite symphony to him. Within a mere 3 minutes, the battle concluded, leaving behind a substantial layer of lifeless flies in the refuse pit. Upon glancing at the panel, he was taken aback. Vitality, 94. He had amassed nearly 12 points in vitality, equivalent to 2 vitality pills, which would ordinarily cost around 20 to 30,000 in monetary terms. Taking a deep breath, he reflected that, had it been before, accumulating such a sum would have been an unattainable dream. Moreover, even if he possessed the means to procure the vitality pills, each would necessitate a month of rigorous training to fully absorb its potency. In contrast, he had expended not a single penny, and the time investment was negligible. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, He had accomplished what would require others to spend tens of thousands and endure 2 months of arduous practice. This was not just impressive, it was utterly astounding. Chen Fan was so exhilarated that he nearly burst into a joyous shout. Wang Shanru, hands clasped behind his back, smiled gently, appreciating the exuberance of youth. It was merely the extermination of a few flies, yet it felt akin to a triumphant victory. As though he had stumbled upon a fortune and his vitality had surged remarkably. The battle had concluded too swiftly. There remained a considerable amount of water in the sprayer. "Grandfather Wang, may I take a stroll and return the equipment later?" Chen Fan inquired. "Certainly, feel free to utilize it as you wish," Wang Shanru responded. "I shall continue my stroll." With a joyful melody, Wang Shanru took her leave, while Chen Fan exited the community, sprayer in hand. Having already witnessed the remarkable efficacy of the refuse pit, he was well aware that his next target would undoubtedly be another. The refuse pit in his community had been completely cleared, thus he directed his attention to the adjacent community, Yutsue Shangfu, which was considerably larger than his own. After a brief exploration, he finally discovered the refuse pit, which was even more expansive than the one in his previous community. Elation radiated from his countenance as he wasted no time and plunged into action once again. Ding 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 ding, several residents observed Chen Fan diligently engaged at the refuse pit. "Is he from our community?" "He doesn't appear to be. I recognize him. He hails from the neighboring Century community. I believe his name is Chen Fan." "Ah, he is that Chen Fan. The one who was compelled to leave school by his uncle and aunt 6 months ago. Those two are truly despicable. Forcing him to abandon his studies while they squander his parents' compensation to raise their own child. Who could possibly disagree? I heard Chen Fan excelled in his vitality studies at school. Had he not dropped out, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable warrior. Alas, what a pity for that young man." 10 minutes later, Chen Fan emerged from the Yutsue Shangfu community, having entirely depleted the sprayer. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Realm: None. Vitality: 112,200. His vitality had risen from 94 to 112, an increase of 18, equivalent to the effect of 3 vitality pills. He now felt a warm radiance enveloping him, a sensation of indescribable comfort. "Boss, how much for these?" Chen Fan placed a bottle of erguo 2 hams, and 2 packs of instant noodles upon the counter. The proprietor swiftly computed the total, scarcely glancing at the items, arriving at 115. In these tumultuous times, numerous industries confronted upheaval, resulting in a dramatic surge in prices. Chen Fan settled the bill and made his way home with his acquisitions. To this day, his entire savings scarcely amounted to a few hundred. Spending 115 in one fell swoop felt indulgently extravagant. With liquor and snacks in his possession, it was not that Chen Fan sought to celebrate, though he had already dined. Perhaps it was the resurgence of vitality and an enhanced physical state that rekindled his hunger. The majority of the erguo 2 was intended for Grandfather Wang, who had rendered considerable assistance that day. Chen Fan was aware that Wang Shanru enjoyed a drink or two, and although he could not afford fine wine, he hoped that a bottle of erguo 2 would convey his heartfelt gratitude. "Oh dear, I understand that earning money is a challenge for you. Why squander it on purchasing wine for an elderly man? It was merely a matter of applying some pesticide." "You're being excessively formal," Wang Shanru insisted, adamantly refusing any monetary compensation. After a brief exchange, Chen Fan finally returned to his abode. He boiled water, immersed the sizable ham, and, following a sumptuous feast, he exhaled with satisfaction. The sensation of a satiated stomach was pure bliss. After a rejuvenating shower, brimming with anticipation, Chen Fan succumbed to slumber. The night passed swiftly. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm resounded at 4:30 a.m. Chen Fan silenced the alarm and swiftly donned his attire. After a brief wash, he stepped outside. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yet the roadside breakfast stalls had already commenced their operations. Breakfast was imperative for him, as he could not foresee the arduous day ahead. Typically, he would consume 4 buns and a bowl of congee for breakfast, but today he devoured 12 buns and 2 bowls of congee, barely achieving a state of 70% fullness. Undoubtedly, the surge in vitality had not only amplified his appetite, but also enhanced his strength, speed, and agility, an undeniable boon. Elated, Chen Fan concluded his meal and made his way to the employment market. Despite now possessing a system, he recognized the significance of maintaining his job, as sustenance remained essential. Before embarking on the path of a warrior, he intended to continue working. Furthermore, the employment market was brimming with opportunities for temporary positions across diverse industries. He had resolved to seek work in a slaughterhouse, a decision that would allow him to earn money while simultaneously leveling up. Typically, the journey from his residence to the employment market took him half an hour. Today, however, he strolled at his usual pace but arrived in a mere 20 minutes. The employment market was expansive, bustling with thousands of individuals seeking work each day, much like Chen Fan. Although he had arrived early, a considerable throng had already assembled. While there were stable positions within the safety zone, they were highly coveted. To secure such roles, one required connections. Even distant relatives could suffice. Without any connections, the employment market greeted you with open arms. Xiao Fan. Just as Chen Fan arrived, someone waved at him from afar. His spirits soared as he approached. Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, you are all here. Chen Fan greeted them with warmth. They were his closest colleagues, frequently collaborating on various tasks. Among them, Chen Fan possessed the least vitality, and they often provided him with support in their daily endeavors. Have you had breakfast? Inquired Lu Uncle, whose full name was Lu Jian. He was a stout man with a round face and a dark complexion, and his vitality had reached 170. I have, Chen Fan replied. Good to hear, Lu Uncle responded. Hey, Xiao Fan, yesterday's work was rather strenuous. I thought you might struggle to rise today, yet here you are, arriving 10 minutes early, commended Uncle Han, known as Hong Kong. His vitality stood at 141, and he had felt fatigued the previous day. Indeed, I was utterly exhausted, but a good night's sleep revived me. Chen Fan shared, causing laughter to ripple through the group. Chapter 3. In the Heights, Zhangqing, below Chen Fan. I have inquired. And there is an opportunity to tidy up the warehouse today. It is not strenuous, with a payment of 150 and lunch provided. Let us act swiftly, remarked Lu Jian. Hong Kong and Wang Zhen nodded in agreement. It was a decent job, the only downside being the need to compete for it. At that moment, Chen Fan interjected, Uncles, you may go ahead. I plan to visit the slaughterhouse today. The trio of Lu Jian paused, taken aback. What is the matter? In urgent need of money? The wages at the slaughterhouse were indeed higher, often exceeding 200 a day. However, such earnings came at a cost. The work was grimy and laborious, but that was secondary to the inherent dangers involved. In a world where spiritual energy had revived, even poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese could mutate into first-level ferocious beasts. First-level ferocious beasts possessed strength akin to that of a one-star warrior. One-star warriors did not linger in slaughterhouse workshops. Each mutation was a calamity, often making headlines when a certain slaughterhouse experienced mutations, leading to numerous casualties. Many jobs required competition, but work at the slaughterhouse was perpetually in demand, often unable to find enough workers. Typically, only those in dire need of money or with no other options would choose this path. It's nothing. I merely wish to earn a bit more. Chen Fan scratched his head and replied. Lu Jian exchanged glances with the others, but did not press further. Well, what shall we decide? Let us venture to the slaughterhouse. Xiao Fan has yet to experience it. We shall guide him through the intricacies of the process. Ha, it is settled then. I, too, yearn to earn a little extra. It has been over 2 weeks since I last savored meat. To be candid, the meals at the slaughterhouse are quite delightful. Their chicken stew with potatoes is truly exceptional. Consequently, Lu Jian and the others often looked after Chen Fan. Though he spoke little, he cherished each moment in his heart. Before long, the employers began to arrive in succession. Chen Fan and the others boarded the truck destined for the slaughterhouse. In Jiangnan Bay City, within the 6th slaughterhouse, a vibrant scene unfolded in the workshop. As a complete novice, Chen Fan inevitably stumbled initially. However, under the tutelage of Lu Jian and the others, his proficiency improved remarkably. Ding. A chicken was slaughtered, vitality increased by 0.1. Ding. A chicken was slaughtered, vitality increased by 0.1. Ding. The act of slaughtering a mosquito or fly yielded a mere 0.01 increase in vitality, while a single chicken provided a tenfold enhancement. Chen Fan remained oblivious to the system's method of calculating these vitality increments. While size undoubtedly played a role, it was likely not the sole determinant. The morning passed swiftly, and Chen Fan had slaughtered a total of 200 chickens, elevating his vitality from 112 to 132. He felt assured that he could attain even more in the afternoon. As for the mutated ferocious beasts, none made an appearance. Chen Fan mused that encountering one on his first day would be exceedingly unfortunate. Lunch at the slaughterhouse was provided, and the cafeteria hummed with activity. The 4 of them gathered at a table, and Chen Fan devoured his meal with great fervor. Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhen gazed at him in astonishment, so captivated that they momentarily forgot their own meals. In a flurry of motion, Chen Fan consumed 8 large steamed buns and 2 bowls of vegetables. Moreover, judging by his current pace, he could continue feasting for some time. Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, please partake as well. Do not merely observe me, Chen Fan said, his mouth full. Xiao Fan, your appetite has surged tremendously. You could scarcely manage 4 buns before, Lu Jian remarked. Well, when hunger strikes, I indulge, Chen Fan replied with a smile. The 3 men chuckled. Wang Zhen interjected. The ability to eat is indeed a positive sign. A sudden surge in appetite often signifies an increase in vitality. Come, Chen Fan, lend your uncle a hand. Wang Zhen extended his hand, eager to gauge Chen Fan's strength. Their hands clasped together. As he felt the robust strength in Chen Fan's grip, Wang Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Fan, judging by your grip, your vitality must exceed 100. It should be around 105. Now, it was Chen Fan's turn to be taken aback. He had deliberately refrained from exerting his full strength earlier, cautious not to startle them with his prowess. Based solely on strength, Wang Zhen's estimation proved remarkably accurate. Upon hearing Wang Zhen's words, Lu Jian and Hong Kong instantly became animated. Allow me to give it a try. They all took turns testing Chen Fan's strength, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Old Wang was right. Chen Fan's vitality is likely around 100 to 105. Well done, young lad. Your vitality has surged impressively. Excellent, excellent. Ensure that you nourish yourself adequately. They were acutely aware of Chen Fan's plight. A once promising warrior now relegated to the status of a laborer, much like themselves, which indeed evoked a sense of lamentation. With the recent enhancement of Chen Fan's vitality, however, they found genuine joy in his progress. Chen Fan, now that your vitality has exceeded 100, with a little more diligence. Reaching 200 is well within your grasp, Lu Jian encouraged. With your benevolent words, Uncle Lu, should I ascend to the rank of a warrior? I shall host a grand feast for you three, Chen Fan replied with a smile. Haha, we shall hold you to that promise. After their midday meal, they resumed their labors, and the afternoon passed swiftly. By day's end, Chen Fan had dispatched another 240 chickens, augmenting his vitality by 24. His current vitality now stood at 156, drawing him ever closer to the esteemed status of a warrior. After receiving his remuneration of 220, Chen Fan bid farewell to Lu Jian and the others and returned to his abode. Upon his arrival home, the first order of business was to survey the refuse area. Perhaps due to the vigorous exertion of the previous day, a few flies lingered, though not in great numbers. Chen Fan chose to disregard them. Confident in his potential to become a warrior, he was unwilling to squander this day on trivialities. Previously, upon returning home from work, Chen Fan had felt utterly fatigued, managing scarcely a few bites for dinner. Now, with his vitality bolstered, his body felt significantly more vigorous. After work, he experienced minimal weariness. He treated himself to a home-cooked repast, sought a dish, and steaming a pot of rice, while perusing his phone. The class group chat buzzed with liveliness as usual. It appeared that Zhong Qing's vitality had surged once more, ascending from 160 to 163 overnight. Such a 3-point increase within a single day left many classmates envious, their accolades flowing freely. Chen Fan touched the tip of his nose in contemplation. Just yesterday, his vitality was 82. Now, it soared to 156, an astonishing increase of 74. Zhong Qing was his deskmate, and their bond was profoundly close, though neither was willing to yield to the other. They had long occupied the top 2 positions in class rankings, alternating between leading the charge. It could be said they were evenly matched. Since dropping out, Chen Fan had been eclipsed by Zhong Qing for the past 6 months. However, with his current vitality of 156, he was poised to surpass her by the morrow. It was time to reclaim the pinnacle. Such is the essence of rivalry. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm clock chimed punctually at 4:30. Chen Fan arose as per his routine, refreshed himself, savored breakfast, and set forth towards the talent market. Chen Fan, can you manage to navigate to the 6th factory alone today? Rest assured, dear uncle. I am fully capable of managing this, Chen Fan responded with a smile. Very well, we shall refrain from accompanying you today. Take care of yourself. Understood. Chen Fan boarded the truck bound for the 6th slaughterhouse without company. The workshop bustled with its usual fervor. With deft precision, Chen Fan wielded his knife and dispatched a chicken. Ding. A chicken has been slain, vitality increased by 0.1. The morning passed swiftly, and soon it was time for lunch. Chen Fan immersed himself in his meal. By noon, he had efficiently processed 300 chickens, elevating his vitality to 30. Now, his vitality surged to 186, filling him with anticipation. If all unfolded as planned, he would achieve a breakthrough in his martial artist status that very afternoon. After completing his meal, he returned to his task, relentlessly continuing his slaughter. Time seemed to fly, and when he finally checked his status panel, he was astonished to discover that his vitality had surpassed the 200 mark. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Realm: 1-star martial artist. Vitality: 204,500. So this is the essence of being a martial artist? Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality of exceeding 200 vitality ignited an overwhelming exhilaration within him. The trials of living at the bottom for the past 6 months were indelibly etched in his memory. He had longed for an escape from this nightmarish existence. Now, With his vitality exceeding 200, once he received official recognition as a martial artist, his destiny would be irrevocably transformed. Ding. Slaying a chicken grants 0.1 vitality. Ding. As Chen Fan envisioned a brighter future, his hands continued to labor without pause. He would certainly not allow himself to become complacent. One-star martial artist was merely a new beginning. His next aspiration was to attain a vitality of 500, thereby becoming a 2-star martial artist. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. With just over half an hour remaining until the end of his shift, Chen Fan skillfully dispatched another chicken and reached for the next. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The chicken, which had been no larger than a basketball, inexplicably swelled to the size of an ostrich. Its robust, sharp claws effortlessly contorted the steel of the conveyor belt beneath it. Chen Fan was taken aback. Could it be? At that instant, a piercing and urgent alarm reverberated throughout the workshop. The establishment was outfitted with beast detection apparatuses, which would sound an alarm upon the awakening of a ferocious creature. As the alarm echoed, the expressions of all present in the workshop transformed dramatically. Was there a mutation? Flee. Assistance. Panic ensued within the workshop. In the blink of an eye, the mutated chicken, brimming with ferocity, lunged towards Chen Fan. Its colossal beak darted directly at him. Chen Fan instinctively recoiled. He had never before encountered such a sight. Yet, in the face of life and death, his instincts surged forth, and he seized the creature by its neck. However, the mutated chicken was formidable. Its claws, capable of rending steel, were aimed squarely at Chen Fan's abdomen. His heart raced. Just before the claws could make contact, he summoned every ounce of his strength and hurled the massive beast away. This only served to further incite the mutated chicken's fury. It sprang back to its feet, flapping its wings with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Chen Fan in an instant, poised to strike once more. Chen Fan's scalp prickled. Drawing upon his significantly enhanced physical prowess, he narrowly evaded the assault. Boom. The monstrous beak collided with a cement pillar, obliterating a considerable portion of it. Chen Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his mind racing. While the mutated chicken's strength paled in comparison to his own, its velocity, augmented by its wings, along with its fearsome claws and beak, posed a dire threat. The mutated chicken charged once more. This is it. Chen Fan steadied himself. At the precise moment the chicken's beak was about to strike, he once again grasped its neck. With a powerful heave, he slammed the beast to the ground. However, this time, he did not relinquish his hold. Before the creature could react, he lifted it once more and pounded it into the ground repeatedly. Boom, boom, boom. Swiftly, the instant the alarm sounded, the security team sprang into action. Armed with shields and helmets, they surged forward. Clear the way, everyone. The captain of the security team at the 6th factory, Zhou Song, was in a state of distress. The throngs of people severely impeded their response time. He was acutely aware of the catastrophic potential of the giant-beaked chicken. Each second of delay could lead to further casualties. 3 minutes had already elapsed, and Zhou Song dared not envision the scene unfolding in the workshop. After yet another minute, they finally reached the scene, where Zhou Song and his entire team were momentarily taken aback. Contrary to their expectations of a horrific tableau filled with carnage, they discovered a young man vigorously slamming a giant-beaked chicken into the ground, leaving the cement floor pockmarked with deep craters. Young man, Zhou Song called out, stop. It's dead. Huh. Chen Fan, caught up in the exhilaration of the battle, snapped back to reality. Just moments ago, he had been teetering on the brink of life and death, his mind taut with tension. Now, upon seeing the arrival of the security team, the crisis had passed, and his frayed nerves began to ease. You must be exhausted. Come, let us enjoy a cup of tea in my office, Zhou Song said, clapping Chen Fan on the shoulder in appreciation. Once Chen Fan regained his composure, he realized he had been invited to the office. Zhou Song had already reviewed the surveillance footage. To his astonishment, the young man who had single-handedly vanquished the ferocious giant-beaked chicken was merely a temporary worker in the workshop. Youth, Zhou Song inquired. Now that you are a martial artist, why do you still toil in the workshop? He handed him a cup of steaming tea, perplexed. Chen Fan chuckled. I am not a martial artist. It was indeed somewhat challenging to elucidate why a martial artist would be slaughtering chickens in a workshop. Thus, he simply asserted that he was not a martial artist, which, in a sense, was true. He had yet to receive official recognition. Zhou Song erupted in laughter. Little brother, you are undoubtedly a martial artist. You should proceed to the martial artist building for your certification. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. Zhou Song then presented him with a bulging envelope containing 220 yuan. You have helped the factory avert a catastrophe, and the higher-ups have graciously approved this bonus for you. This 220 yuan constitutes your wage for today. Moreover, here's my business card. After you obtain your certification as a martial artist, should you wish to return to the 6th factory, Simply give me a call. We are both one-star martial artists, and you would assume the role of captain of the security team. The base salary is 20,000, along with additional bonuses, and the work is rather effortless. This underscored the glaring disparity between martial artists and non-martial artists. Previously, Chen Fan had labored for a meager monthly wage of 3,000. And now he found himself actively courted with a base salary of 20,000, a position of minor leadership, primarily enjoying tea in the office, supplemented with bonuses. The difference was undeniably stark. Very well, Chen Fan acquiesced to the offer. However, having just ascended to the status of a martial artist, he harbored no intention of merely resting on his laurels. Time's up. End of shift. A voice echoed in the expansive warehouse, prompting workers to emerge one by one. Lu Jian and his companions joined the throng to collect their wages. Meanwhile, Wang Zhen casually perused his phone, only to abruptly alter his expression. The sixth factory has encountered a mutation today. What? Lu Jian and Hong Kong were taken aback. Chen Fan is at the sixth factory. Quickly call him. All right. Wang Zhen hastily dialed Chen Fan's number. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Jian and Hong Kong leaned in closer, their hearts racing as they awaited the response to the busy signal. Pick up. Hurry. Answer. Calm down, calm down. Chen Fan is a fortunate soul. He will be fine. At that moment, hello, Uncle Wang. The call connected, and Chen Fan's cheerful voice resonated through. Wang Zhen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Fan, I saw in the workers' group that there was a mutation at the sixth factory today. Are you unharmed? Do not fret, uncles. I am in excellent spirits, came the reassuring reply. It is delightful to hear. What a relief, Lu Jian interjected, seizing the phone. Chen Fan, I implore you to abstain from venturing to Factory 6 tomorrow. The potential earnings there do not justify the peril to your life. I comprehend, Uncle Lu. Chen Fan responded with a smile. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before concluding the call. At that moment, Hong Kong briefly skimmed through the messages in the group chat, unable to suppress his astonishment. In this expansive world, there truly exists an abundance of wonders, he exclaimed. What is it this time? Lu Jian inquired nonchalantly. Hong Kong responded. Today, Factory 6 encountered a peculiar occurrence, yet miraculously, there were no casualties. This can be credited to a temporary worker among the newly recruited staff, a genuine martial artist, who had already vanquished the giant beaked chicken before the security team arrived. A martial artist? It is indeed a rarity for a martial artist to assume the role of a temporary worker in a slaughterhouse, perhaps driven by a desire to experience life from an alternative vantage point. Chen Fan returned home around 8 o'clock that evening, having dined out, an unusual choice for him. He spent over 200 yuan on a solitary meal, a sum that would have once been deemed extravagant. However, circumstances had shifted. Factory 6 had bestowed upon him a bonus of 3,000 yuan. Furthermore, he had officially surpassed the 200 mark in vitality today, thereby attaining the esteemed status of a martial artist, a milestone that certainly warranted a celebration. Reclining on his bed, Chen Fan waved a fan while gazing at the virtual panel before him. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18 realm. 1-star martial artist vitality, 218,500. Recalling the last time he had inspected the panel, he remembered his vitality was at 204. Afterward, he had dedicated 2 hours to the slaughter of chickens, culminating with the dispatch of a mutated chicken. To his astonishment, his vitality had ascended to 218. He remained uncertain regarding the precise contribution of vitality from a first-level ferocious beast. In that moment, he had been too engrossed in the fray to heed the system notifications. Yet, this bore little consequence, for he would uncover the details in due time. Chen Fan retrieved his phone and deactivated the alarm set for 4:30. He resolved not to report to work the following day, choosing instead to concentrate on obtaining his martial artist certification. Moreover, the oppressive heat compelled him to plan for the purchase of a fan on his way back. Chen Fan held steadfast in his belief that his life would continue to flourish. The night swiftly passed. In the early hours of dawn, the job market remained abuzz with activity. Lu Jian and his companions had yet to ascertain Chen Fan's whereabouts. Chen Fan had not appeared that day. Should we attempt to contact him? It would be wise to refrain. He may still be reeling from the events of yesterday. Allow him some respite. After work today, we could extend an invitation to Chen Fan for a meal to facilitate his relaxation. That sounds agreeable. Beneath the scorching sun, in the most vibrant area teeming with traffic, Chen Fan lifted his gaze towards the towering skyscrapers. Quite magnificent, he pondered. This was the martial artist building, the emblematic edifice of Jiangnan Base City. All matters related to martial artist certification, training, competitions, cultivation, and task assignments converged at this location. Furthermore, the martial artist building housed a multitude of enterprises, encompassing martial arts techniques, elixirs, accommodations, recreational pursuits, shopping, and more. It was, in essence, a super complex. Upon entering, Chen Fan was awestruck by its vastness. The grandeur was truly overwhelming. As he stepped into the lobby, a directional map captured his attention. He observed that the martial artist building boasted 9 underground levels and 88 above ground. The windows offering essential services for martial artists were situated on the first floor. Greetings. I am here for martial artist certification, Chen Fan announced as he approached a window, presenting his identity magnetic card. The attendant, a delightful young lady with a few extra pounds, donned a uniform that accentuated her curves. She instinctively accepted the magnetic card, yet upon seeing Chen Fan, a look of astonishment crossed her face. In her daily encounters with applicants, she had seen countless individuals, but none as youthful as Chen Fan. A martial artist at such a tender age? She found it scarcely credible. Upon swiping the card, Chen Fan's particulars materialized on the computer display. The identity magnetic card furnished an exhaustive dossier, encompassing a photograph, name, telephone number, identification number, and address. Had he been a student, the name of his institution would have been duly noted. Beyond the fenestration, an adjacent screen showcased his data, revealing his attendance at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Chen Fan comprehended the import of this designation. Despite his expulsion, his esteemed homeroom teacher, Wang Fong, had lamented the verdict and safeguarded his student status to guarantee his procurement of a graduation diploma. Albeit the certificate from the Junior Martial Arts Academy held negligible intrinsic worth, Chen Fan remained appreciative of teacher Wang Fong. Kindly proceed to window 36 to ascertain your vitality. Should it surpass 200, you shall be furnished with a form to tender for your martial artist badge. Should you not succeed, do not be disheartened. You are yet nascent and may persist in your endeavors. The young lady offered a smile, her words dwelling on the latter half. At a mere 18 years of age, he was still a student of the Junior Martial Arts Academy. In her experience, a vitality assessment of 120 or 150 would be deemed remarkable at this juncture. Surely, this comely young man would not return. Chen Fan adhered to her directives. Before long, he reappeared, a stamped form in his possession. The young lady was flabbergasted. He had prevailed? Upon examining the vitality reading, which registered at an impressive 218, her jaw dropped in astonishment. With the martial artist examination imminent, she recalled that the last candidate to emerge from the assessment had done so over a decade ago, and certainly not one who had merely surpassed the 200 threshold. Possessing a vitality of 218, he was no ordinary individual. The importance of those 18 points should not be underestimated. Achieving such a feat would necessitate 3 months of rigorous training. My goodness, this is destined to be sensational news. Congratulations on your ascension to martial artist. Here is your martial artist badge, an essential emblem of your identity. Moreover, it encompasses functionalities such as outdoor communication, mapping, rescue positioning, and banking. Please ensure its safekeeping. Martial artists receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 yuan, which has already been credited to your badge for this month. Furthermore, new martial artists may choose a yellow-grade lower-tier martial technique from the Martial Arts Hall and receive 2 vitality elixirs from the Elixir Hall. Simply swipe your badge. You may also download the Martial Artist Home app on your phone, which is replete with valuable information that will undoubtedly assist you. The young lady articulated fluently, enumerating the particulars. After Chen Fan departed, the young lady eagerly seized the internal phone. Meanwhile, within the leadership office of the Martial Artist Hall, a spirited elder answered the call. What is it, my dear? Guan Jinshan responded cheerfully. Grandpa, you must come here swiftly. I'm occupied at the moment. Hurry, hurry. You will regret it if you do not come. Really, you leave me with no alternative. Guan Jinshan chuckled, then rose to his feet. Before long, he arrived at the certification window, gazing affectionately at his granddaughter. I have arrived. Can we converse now? Chapter 6. The Path of Growth for a New Martial Artist Grandpa. Look, the young lady promptly directed the screen towards Guan Jinshan. His heart raced upon witnessing the display. A martial artist at merely 18 years old. Quite an extraordinary occurrence indeed. The 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, a student of Old Yao? The elderly gentleman was lamenting yesterday about the forthcoming martial artist examination. Apprehensive that the 1st and 2nd Martial Arts Academies would eclipse him, little did he realize that his own academy had cultivated a martial artist. I must engage him in a serious conversation. This issue cannot be resolved without a sumptuous meal at the Star-Tide Hotel. Guan Jinshan and Old Yao were longtime comrades, having fought valiantly together in the underground. Their bond was forged in the crucible of life and death. As he aged and withdrew from the front lines, Guan Jinshan assumed leadership of the Martial Artist Hall, while Old Yu became the principal of the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. Guan Jinshan picked up the phone. Hey, Lao Guan, are you calling me to drink again? A resonant voice echoed from the other end. Drink your head off. Lao Yao, well done. You've concealed it remarkably well. Now I'm providing you an opportunity to confess. Confess what? What have I concealed? What are you on about? Yao Fu was utterly bewildered. A few days ago, you were lamenting in the veterans group that each year your martial arts examination scores were overshadowed by the first and second academies. We were comforting you then, and now it appears your school has produced a martial artist, deceiving my brother's sentiments? This matter will not be settled without a grand feast at the Star-Tide Hotel. Huh, my school has produced a martial artist? That is hardly amusing. Lao Guan, are you serious or not? If not, I'm hanging up. Yao Fu instinctively assumed Lao Guan was jesting. You genuinely don't know? Guan Jinshan was somewhat astonished. What should I know? With my penchant for gossip. If a student from my school became a martial artist, I would have boasted about it to the heavens. Lao Guan, how about this? You provide me a senior student who is a martial artist, or even one with a blood energy of 170, and I shall treat you to 10 meals at the Star-Tide Hotel. Upon hearing this, Guan Jinshan realized that Lao Yao truly was ignorant of the matter. He adopted a serious tone and said, Lao Yao, I am not jesting with you. Your school has indeed produced a martial artist, an 18-year-old, likely a senior student, who came to me for certification today, and it is clearly indicated as belonging to the 3rd Martial Arts Academy. What the? A gasp emanated from the other side. Lao Guan, are you certain? I am genuinely beginning to embrace this notion. Indeed. Upon hearing Guan Jinshan's assured confirmation, Yao Fu felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. A student from his institution had ascended to the ranks of a martial artist? This was nothing short of groundbreaking news. It had been years since anyone had achieved such a distinction prior to the martial arts examination. Previously, their scores had consistently been overshadowed by those from the foremost martial arts academies. At long last, the spotlight had shifted to them. Quickly, reveal his name to me. Lao Yao, I am unable to disclose that information. Do not forget that the Alliance imposes strict prohibitions against revealing details about martial artists for any reason. It is already quite generous of me to share this much. Please do not place your brother in a precarious position. Besides, you are the principal. It is your own student. You can investigate on your own. Very well. Thank you, Lao Guan. There is no need for gratitude. As you mentioned, 10 meals at the Star-Tide Hotel will suffice. Now be on your way. After concluding the call, Yao Fu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. A student from his school had broken through to become a martial artist. Who could it possibly be? Wang Hu from Class 1? Zhao Yibao from Class 3? Zheng Qing from Class 9? He was acutely aware of the promising talents within his school. Initially, he had intended to conduct a blood energy assessment on these outstanding candidates. But then he pondered, why not test the entire senior class? Why are we suddenly conducting blood energy tests again? Did we not just perform this a few days ago? I am uncertain. Old class, do you have any insight? You all chatter excessively. Simply form an orderly line. Over an hour later, all senior students had completed their assessments. The data lay before Yao Fu. The highest reading was Zheng Qing from Class 9, boasting a blood energy value of 166. Yao Fu's brow furrowed. This did not align. Furthermore, according to the roster of students in the senior class, there were a total of 140 students. The same number had undergone the blood energy test today. No one had been overlooked. Yao Fu was well acquainted with Lao Guan. From the tone of Lao Guan's voice, he discerned that he was not jesting. So why had the martial artist not yet been identified? Meanwhile, upon attaining his martial artist certification, Chen Fan did not hasten to the martial arts hall to select techniques. The crux of the matter was his lack of understanding. Prior to becoming a martial artist, he had devoted himself exclusively to enhancing his blood energy, neglecting the study of martial techniques. He found himself a neophyte in discerning the available techniques, their capabilities, and how to choose those that would best suit him. Thus, Chen Fan resolved to peruse the Martial Artist Home app to gather pertinent information first. The app downloaded swiftly. Though it possessed certain access prerequisites, one required a serial number associated with a martial artist badge to register and gain entry. After some exploration, he arrived at the forum's homepage, replete with posts. He clicked on the initial post entitled Essential Preparations for Martial Artists Before Hunting Beasts, Essence. It is commonly acknowledged that non-martial artists are forbidden from venturing beyond the city limits. Many individuals, upon becoming martial artists, are eager to embark on expeditions to hunt beasts. However, the act of hunting beasts outside the city is no trifling matter. Today, I shall summarize the vital preparations one must undertake prior to departing the city. These are merely my thoughts, and I welcome any contributions. Combat gear that offers substantial protection. Martial techniques, at least to the minor achievement level. Should you choose to confront beasts unarmed, feel free to disregard my counsel. Weapons that should harmonize with your martial techniques. This is self-evident. A backpack. Essential supplies for outdoor living. Second floor. Thank you. May you enjoy a tranquil life. Third floor. Who requires a backpack? Simply utilize a spatial ring. Fourth floor. The affluent individuals above. Fifth floor. Martial techniques are exceedingly challenging to master. I have been laboring on a low-grade yellow technique for 2.5 years and have only attained the minor achievement stage. 6th floor. I share the same sentiment. 7th floor. In the same realm, utilizing the same martial techniques, I am at minor achievement, while those at major achievement can contend with 10 adversaries simultaneously. There were 659 replies beneath. Chen Fan refrained from scrolling further and saved the post. He would undoubtedly need to venture forth to hunt beasts in the future, and this post would prove invaluable to him. A low-grade yellow technique requiring 2.5 years to reach minor achievement? Are martial techniques truly that arduous? Chen Fan felt a heaviness in his heart. He then clicked on the second post entitled, "Alas, I was robbed outside the city today. Should fate allow us to meet again, I shall not hesitate to exact my vengeance." As articulated, 1st floor, pat, pat. 2nd floor, beyond the city's borders, chaos reigns. If one escapes without taking a life, consider oneself fortunate. 3rd floor, who among us has not faced the scourge of theft? The third post bore the title chronicling the journey of a novice martial artist. Moderator, please infuse it with some substance. Day 1. The thrill of departing the city kept me awake last night. Now I find myself in need of rest. Day 2. Rain fell. The elements conspired against me. Yet tomorrow shall surely bring better tidings. Day 3. My spirits are low. Day 4. I indulged excessively at breakfast. Day 5. Why? After so many days, have I yet to leave the city? This is a grave concern. I have resolved to engage in self-reflection today. Day 6. The fourth post was titled 0499 mark point indicates level 6 beasts. All should exercise caution. The fifth post was titled Astonishment. Today, I ventured beyond the city's confines. Chapter 7. The Duel Hall, truly capable of concealment. The forum brimmed with a plethora of posts, some trivial, while many others bore significant weight. Chen Fan perused the content for an extended period before stowing away his phone, now possessing a general comprehension of the subject matter. Martial techniques are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The practice of martial techniques entails a certain degree of difficulty, segmented into stages: entry-level, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Typically, a greater number of practitioners reside at the entry-level and minor achievement stages. Those who attain major achievement stand as consummate experts within their realm, while very few manage to perfect their techniques. Furthermore, weaponry and combat gear are rather exorbitant. Even a relatively mundane set of equipment for excursions commands several $100,000. Chen Fan abruptly realized that his pursuit of martial arts had rendered him financially strained, unable to procure even a single weapon, let alone a complete array of gear. He recognized the urgency to venture forth and hunt beasts. The substantial earnings of martial artists stem entirely from this necessity. With financial resources, one can acquire equipment, superior training materials beyond mere blood energy pills, and expedite their advancement through the realms. As one's strength escalates, they can pursue higher-level beasts, garner increased wealth, and purchase superior training resources. This engenders a virtuous cycle, amplifying the prowess of the strong. Such is the aspiration of every martial artist. However, given Chen Fan's current predicament, he must undertake significant preparations to depart the city. Fortunately, he discovered an excellent venue through the forum, the Duel Hall. This establishment offers weaponry and even provides appearance fees, rendering it an ideal locale for honing martial skills and acquiring combat experience. It is situated on the 6th basement level of the martial artist building. Of course, the Duel Hall is not in the business of incurring losses. They broadcast combat footage to generate profit, thus aligning with mutual interests. Chen Fan felt a surge of enthusiasm. He was acutely aware of his lack of combat experience. Just yesterday, at Factory 6, he had relied solely on instinct during his altercation with the giant beaked chicken. Had he possessed ample combat experience, he would have navigated that encounter with far greater poise. Combined with martial techniques, these two elements were precisely what he required. Chen Fan arrived at the Martial Techniques Hall and directly selected a tome on swordsmanship, the Gale Slash. It was classified as yellow grade, priced at $25,000. This technique came highly recommended for newly promoted martial artists, and its popularity was well-deserved. In contrast, techniques pertaining to fist and palm strikes were seldom favored, as engaging unarmed against those wielding weapons presented an inherent disadvantage. Approaching the counter, Chen Fan presented the Gale Slash alongside his martial artist badge. The staff member scanned them. Price, $25,000. Discount, $25,000. Amount due, 0. Here is your item. Please safeguard it. Have a pleasant journey, the staff member remarked. Chen Fan nodded in gratitude. Upon exiting the Martial Techniques Hall, he was greeted by the system's prompt. Detected yellow-grade basic technique Gale Slash. Would you like to learn it? Chen Fan was taken aback. This marked the second utterance he had encountered from the system, apart from the customary notifications regarding slaying or health points. Tentatively, he selected yes. In an instant, the tome on Gale/ dissipated from his grasp, and a torrent of memories inundated his mind. In a secluded chamber, he diligently honed his swordsmanship day after day, season after season. His comprehension of Gale/ deepened incessantly, and this memory seamlessly integrated into Chen Fan's consciousness, as though he had genuinely lived through that period. Simultaneously, the virtual panel before him transformed. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 1-star martial artist. Vitality, 218,500. Martial technique, Gale/ entry level. Was this truly entry level? He pondered. Others typically advanced in martial techniques at a considerably slower pace. If the system could recognize techniques and automatically grant entry, might it also facilitate ascension to minor mastery, major mastery, or even perfection? Chen Fan mused. If the system possessed the capability to learn techniques, then logically, it should also be adept at aiding him in his further progression. Yet, he contemplated how to bring this about. Should he procure another Gale/ for the system to assimilate? This notion appeared somewhat implausible. However, upon further contemplation, he acknowledged the absence of superior alternatives. Chen Fan resolved to embark on this endeavor. Furthermore, he discerned another crucial point. Within the martial techniques hall, the system had not prompted him to acquire various other techniques, indicating that only those genuinely intended for him could elicit such notifications. Consequently, he would need to procure another Gale/. Priced at 25,000 each, Chen Fan felt the burden of his financial limitations. Even with the 5,000 martial artist subsidy he had received that day, his total assets scarcely surpassed 8,000. I still have 2 vitality pills yet to redeem, he recollected. He promptly proceeded to the pill hall. Given the system at his disposal, it seemed irrational to purchase the exorbitant pills. Having previously learned from his visit to the martial artist building that a pill redemption facility existed, he collected his 2 vitality pills and swiftly converted them into cash. The market price for a vitality pill stood at 13,500, yet the redemption value would inevitably be lower. Ultimately, Chen Fan received 22,000 for the 2 pills, with the merchant profiting a mere 5,000 from the transaction. Upon returning to the martial techniques hall, Chen Fan approached the counter once more, another Gale/ in hand. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. Did you not just acquire one? They inquired. Sir, newly promoted martial artists are permitted to claim only one. Subsequent purchases necessitate payment, the employee reminded him. I am well aware, Chen Fan replied. As the staff observed Chen Fan's departure, they could not help but ponder his eccentricity. What purpose could one have for 2 identical techniques? Is he aspiring to expedite his training, or something? They mused. Ding. Martial technique Gale/ detected. Would you like to learn it? As Chen Fan had foreseen, the system's prompt materialized once more. It is regrettable that martial techniques are deemed essential strategic assets. The authorities have unequivocally forbidden any form of unauthorized reproduction, they reiterated. This is not merely an assertion. Martial techniques are protected by an intricate system of encryption and traceability. Any endeavor to replicate them would trigger an alarm, and donning a silver bracelet would ensure state custody, they remarked. Otherwise, 25,000 for the most rudimentary techniques. It appears that the most lucrative pursuits are inscribed within the penal code. Chen Fan chuckled, shaking his head, and proclaimed, learn. In an instant, he was once again enveloped in memories of honing Gale/ within that secluded chamber. Days melded into nights, and the experience was profoundly engrossing. Although the panel still indicated his training progress as entry level, Chen Fan perceived a significant enhancement in his command of Gale/. By persisting along this trajectory, achieving minor mastery, major mastery, or even perfection seemed all but assured. However, he found himself devoid of any valuable items to trade for further advancement and recognized the necessity of amassing funds. At noon, Chen Fan indulged in a swift meal on the 3rd floor of the building before descending in the elevator to the 6th basement level, where a multitude of duel halls awaited. The entrance fee for a 1-star martial artist is 1,000 per match, the hall manager informed him. We will match your displayed prowess with an appropriate fierce beast, so rest assured, as a newly certified martial artist, you will encounter the weakest beast in the 1st tier. What say you? Care to give it a try? The manager's gaze was steadfastly fixed on Chen Fan. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Fan found himself within the duel hall, gripping a long sword. A screen showcased a live broadcast of the event, illuminating the current scene. Chen Fan, 1-star martial artist, certified on the 1st day versus. Various comments inundated the live chat. Rushing to the duel hall immediately after certification? How eager! What audacity! I can already envision this newcomer crying out for assistance. Hearing you express that sentiment awakens me profoundly. Let us exhibit some compassion. We were all novices at one point. May we hope that he does not depart with enduring scars. Chen Fan maintained his composure, despite it being his inaugural experience wielding a weapon. It felt as though he was grasping an old companion, calming his initial apprehensions. With a mechanical whir, the alloy walls parted, unveiling a formidable beast before him. A giant beaked chicken? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was an old foe, yet this one was notably larger than the one he encountered at Factory 6. The giant beaked chicken, brimming with ferocity, charged toward him upon detecting the human presence. Chen Fan's gaze narrowed as he unsheathed his long sword and propelled himself forward to confront the creature. The spectacle is about to unfold. Oh, this newcomer appears remarkably composed. Is he merely feigning bravery? Chapter 8, Classmate. Astonishing. Chen Fan has ascended to the status of a martial artist. Who among us isn't performing for the audience? Fully aware that they are being observed in a live broadcast, even in the face of terror, one must project an aura of invincibility. What on earth? The lively exchanges in the live chat abruptly ceased, replaced by a cacophony of disbelief. On the screen, the giant beaked chicken lay lifeless in a pool of crimson as Chen Fan turned to depart. I merely stepped away for a brief moment. What transpired? You stepped away? I merely blinked, and the confrontation reached its conclusion. You mean this is a newcomer on his first day of certification? I am nowhere near his caliber. I initially anticipated witnessing some amusing escapades, yet it appears the jest was on me. Ding. Having vanquished a level 1 ferocious creature, the giant beaked chicken, Chen Fan accrued 3 vitality points. The appearance fee was automatically credited to his warrior's badge. After returning his weapon, he took his leave. The duel hall serves as a sanctuary for refining martial skills and enhancing practical experience. Indeed, it is a magnificent venue. Nevertheless, resources remain scarce. The Alliance mandates that warriors may only apply once per day. Chen Fan suddenly felt a tinge of discontent. He had suffered a setback. As for his martial skills, they were scarcely worth mentioning, and his practical experience was nearly insubstantial. He patted his head, resolving not to allow such a situation to recur. At the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy's training ground, Zhongqing was diligently utilizing equipment to fortify her physique. A glimmer of fragrant sweat adorned her delicate cheeks, and her fitted attire exquisitely highlighted her graceful curves. Around her, classmates murmured, Zhongqing is so industrious. No wonder she is so exceptional. I must learn from her. Zhongqing overheard these words, but felt no stirring within her heart. Such praise was far too commonplace. She had never considered these classmates as rivals. Throughout her high school years, her sole opponent had been Chen Fan. Regrettably, he had withdrawn from school, making it challenging to regard him as a rival once more. This insufferable fellow, she thought. I sent him so many messages, yet he hasn't responded. I wonder how he is faring now. Having not seen him for half a year, Zhongqing found herself missing him considerably. At that moment, an astonished voice broke through the murmurs. Wow, wow, wow. The attention of all the students was captured. What has transpired? They queried. Why the commotion? An individual raised their phone and exclaimed, Chen Fan. It's Chen Fan. He has entered the duel hall. What? Are you blind? To gain entry to the duel hall, one must be a warrior. Chen Fan dropped out. Even securing a meal is a challenge for him. How could he possibly be a warrior? The speaker grew anxious. It truly is Chen Fan. Do not take my word for it. See for yourselves. Several classmates gathered around. And soon, a chorus of gasps erupted. It really is Chen Fan. How impressive. Honestly, I find myself envious to the point of tears. Initially, Zhongqing had no intention of joining them. However, upon hearing Chen Fan's name, she hastened over. Observing Chen Fan in the duel hall, brandishing a battle knife and vanquishing the level 1 ferocious beast, the giant beaked chicken, Zhongqing's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. She was captivated by the revelation that Chen Fan had ascended to the status of a warrior and instinctively felt elation for him. Well done, Chen Fan. No wonder you haven't responded to my messages. You have been preoccupied with preparing for a grand exhibition. Nevertheless, I refuse to yield. Let our duel continue. Zhongqing's fighting spirit surged even higher. What brings you all here? Their homeroom teacher, Wang Fong, approached with a smile. Ms. Wang, come quickly. Chen Fan has become a warrior. Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was taken aback and hurried over. Just yesterday, following the vitality test, Principal Yao had convened a meeting with all the senior homeroom teachers. During the meeting, they were informed of a warrior emerging among the senior students. Yet the identity remained shrouded in mystery. They were instructed to pay close attention to their students. The revelation had left the teachers astounded, as they could not help but fantasize about having such a prodigy in their class. Nurturing a student of such exceptional caliber would undoubtedly be a remarkable highlight in their teaching careers, a tale to be cherished for a lifetime. After returning home, Wang Fong reflected on all her students. The vitality test from the previous day lingered in her mind, and clearly, none of them met the criteria. Wang Fong had also contemplated Chen Fan. He was indeed an outstanding student. Yet, she ultimately shook her head, for Chen Fan had withdrawn. Enhancing his vitality would be exceedingly arduous, and it could not possibly be him. But now, in the mobile live stream, Chen Fan was unmistakably present in the duel hall. It was indeed Chen Fan, the warrior. Principal's office. What? Found him? It's Chen Fan. He has dropped out? Very well. Let us convene an executive meeting at once. Ms. Wang, your presence is also required. Yao Fu arose, brimming with enthusiasm. After departing from the warrior tower, Chen Fan did not hasten homeward. Instead, he opted to visit the mall. He acquired a long-coveted fan. Upon his return, he installed the fan, and a gentle breeze enveloped him, filling Chen Fan with sheer delight. With the advent of the electric fan, manual labor became a relic of the past. He reveled in the moment while reclining in bed. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was merely 4 in the afternoon. I shall contact Uncle Lu and the others once they conclude their work at 6, treating them to dinner, Chen Fan mused. He had not forgotten his earlier vow. Upon attaining the status of a warrior, he would host a lavish feast for them. Now that he had realized that ambition, he was determined to fulfill his promise. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was 6 o'clock, time for the workers to clock out. Gradually, they emerged from the building. Let us call Xiao Fan, Lu Jian suggested. Certainly. He retrieved his phone, but before he could dial, it rang. What a serendipitous occurrence. It is Xiao Fan calling, Lu Jian chuckled. Hello, Xiao Fan. What? Lu's restaurant? You are treating us to dinner? What is the occasion? We were just contemplating inviting you out to ease your nerves. Splendid. We shall head over at once. Upon hanging up, what is transpiring? Hong Kong, and Wang Jin inquired. Xiao Fan has extended an invitation for dinner. When I asked what was afoot, he said we would discover it upon our arrival, Lu Jian replied. Lu's restaurant is not inexpensive. Xiao Fan must have some auspicious news. Wang Jin suddenly recalled Chen Fan's words from 2 days prior. If he ever became a warrior, he would surely treat them to a grand repast. Could it be that Xiao Fan has indeed ascended to the ranks of a warrior? Wang Jin found the notion preposterous. Simultaneously, Lu Jian and Hong Kong erupted into laughter at the absurdity of the thought. Just 2 days ago, Xiao Fan's vitality was a mere 100. Could it have truly doubled to 200 in such a short span? Let us proceed and uncover the truth. At Lu's restaurant, Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Jin gazed in astonishment at the warrior badge resting upon the table, momentarily rendered speechless. 3 uncles, cease your staring. Let us dine before the dishes grow cold. Chen Fan chuckled, a blend of amusement and exasperation coloring his tone. Good lad. Lu Jian boisterously clapped Chen Fan on the shoulder. It appears a golden phoenix has emerged from the henhouse. What do you mean by that? Xiao Fan was never destined for the henhouse. He merely encountered a fleeting stroke of misfortune. Now, however, his fate has realigned with its rightful course. Word has begun to circulate among the workers regarding the valiant hero who vanquished the giant beaked chicken in Factory 6. Could it be you, perchance? Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is I. Ha ha ha. Then it is settled. Xiao Fan, continue your commendable efforts. I, old Wang, shall rely upon you for my future tales of glory. Chapter 9. Chen Fan's resolute intent. The Crimsonite Silver Cap. By the time they took their leave, the clock had already struck 9 in the evening. The dinner had been a delightful affair, brimming with a vibrant atmosphere. Upon returning to the Century community, as Chen Fan ascended the stairs, he observed several individuals gathered at his doorstep. Ms. Wang? Chen Fan was taken aback. Among them, he recognized the prominent figures from the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, including Principal Yao Fu and the Vice Principal. Good evening, esteemed leaders. Yao Fu greeted him with a warm smile. Chen Fan, you have returned. We have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. My apologies, Chen Fan replied as he swiftly opened the door, inviting them inside. Chen Fan, you are now a warrior, correct? Yao Fu inquired. Chen Fan nodded, affirmatively responding, yes. Do you harbor any interest in returning to school? You have already ascended to the status of a martial artist, and in but a few days, you will undertake the martial arts examination. At that juncture, you are assured of admission to a renowned martial arts institution, heralding a promising future. Furthermore, Teacher Wang has apprised us of your circumstances. The school has undertaken a special initiative and established a scholarship amounting to 100,000 yuan for you, alleviating any concerns you may have. Yao Fu remarked that had Chen Fan merely achieved the rank of martial artist, he would undoubtedly have accepted the principal's invitation without a moment's hesitation, as it represented the optimal choice. However, he possessed a unique system. Enrolling in the martial arts university and attending classes would only impede his swiftness in drawing his sword. I am grateful for the benevolence of the school leaders and thankful to Teacher Wang for preserving my student status. I shall remain a graduate of the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy for all my days. As for the martial arts university, I harbor no desire to pursue that. Chen Fan responded. Yao Fu cast an approving glance at Wang Fong. relieved that his student status had been maintained. Otherwise, regardless of Chen Fan's exceptional talents, he would have been devoid of any affiliation with the institution. As the group departed, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Fan accompanied them to the entrance of the community. After witnessing the car's departure, he turned and made his way home. Yao Fu refrained from pressing Chen Fan further. In his words, the school honored his decision. Moreover, the scholarship of 100,000 yuan was still bestowed upon Chen Fan. You are the pride of the school. This is what you rightfully deserve. A gentle breeze wafted from the fan as Chen Fan reclined upon his bed, reflecting on the arrangements for the morrow. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a tranquil slumber. While Chen Fan lay in peaceful repose, others were destined to remain awake throughout the night. In Jiangnan-based city, the lights of the Public Security Bureau building gleamed brightly. Chief, the identity of the deceased has been verified. The name is Chen Fan, male, 39 years of age. A team member reported. Another Chen Fan? Captain Zhang Li ran his fingers through his hair, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. This was already the 13th victim named Chen Fan in Jiangnan-based city this year. Among these victims were martial artists as well as ordinary individuals of various ages, who could be considered entirely unrelated. The sole commonality was that they all bore the name Chen Fan. This was evidently a targeted and premeditated serial murder case, and the perpetrator's methods were exceptionally covert. Thus far, the Public Security Bureau had found no leads. Furthermore, I have learned that similar incidents are occurring in other base cities within the alliance, with victims also named Chen Fan, the team member added. Zhang Li inhaled deeply. Something significant was unfolding. Have you compiled the data on all the Chen Fans in the city? Zhang Li inquired. Yes, I have. The team member placed a dossier on the table. In Jiangnan Bay City, there are currently 255 individuals named Chen Fan. The data includes their ages, phone numbers, addresses, and whether they are martial artists or not. Over 3,000 individuals. The task of protection and prevention was exceedingly daunting. Zhang Li rubbed his temples and said, well done. Xiao Lu. Furthermore, keep this information confidential for now to avoid causing public panic. I understand. Soon, the night passed. In the martial artist tower, within the martial arts hall, Chen Fan placed 2 copies of the Swift Wind Slash on the counter. After making the payment, he departed, leaving behind a staff member with a puzzled expression. For copies now, right? Ding. Detected martial skill, Swift Wind Slash X2. Would you like to learn? Chen Fan promptly selected yes. Following another session of blade practice, the memory integrated seamlessly. Swift Wind Slash, minor accomplishment. Chen Fan was taken aback. He had achieved minor accomplishments so swiftly. He recalled perusing forums where martial artists lamented that it took them 2.5 years to attain such a level. Upon reflecting on his progress, he deduced that with an equivalent level of vital energy, his minor accomplishment in Swift Wind Slash would easily allow him to surpass his former self from the previous day. Ordinarily, reaching minor accomplishment in Swift Wind Slash would not have been so rapid. Chen Fan had not amassed sufficient funds to acquire the skill in such a brief span. Fortunately, the principal's visit the day prior and the 100,000 yuan scholarship had significantly facilitated his progress. Yet, he still found himself in a state of poverty. Becoming a martial artist was merely the initial step. He must venture beyond the city to hunt formidable beasts. Remaining within the city would yield minimal profit, and the enhancement of his vital energy would be exceedingly sluggish. If he ventured outside, his martial skills would no longer be a hindrance, with the only deficiency being practical combat experience. Chen Fan once again visited the duel hall. Due to his previous decisive victory, he was now matched against a more formidable first-tier ferocious beast, the crimson-eyed silver cat. Measuring 2 meters in length, it was referred to as a cat, yet bore a closer resemblance to a leopard. Its crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. Merely standing there, the pressure it exerted was unparalleled compared to that of the giant beaked chicken. A flash of silver light darted past. The sharp claws of the crimson-eyed silver cat lunged toward him. Chen Fan deftly evaded, leaving deep scratches on the alloy wall in their wake. Come again, he declared. Entering a combat stance, the crimson-eyed silver cat roared sharply, seemingly dissatisfied with its prior strike. Whoosh! The silver light flashed once more. Bang! This time, before the crimson-eyed silver cat could close the distance, it was swatted away by the blade in Chen Fan's grasp. Indeed, had he employed a slash, the encounter would have concluded. The crimson-eyed silver cat's fur bristled, its ferocity intensifying as it charged at him once more. Bang! 2 hours later, the crimson-eyed silver cat curled up in a corner, trembling. It had lost all its previous ferocity. Even when Chen Fan prodded it with his blade, it dared not retaliate. This had grown rather tedious. With a swift motion, he brought down his blade. Ding! Slain first-tier ferocious beast, crimson-eyed silver cat, vital energy 3. In the live broadcast room, viewers commented, "This sword technique is quite impressive, fluid and graceful, a visual delight. I might have unwittingly learned a counterfeit Swift Wind Slash." The crimson-eyed silver cat lamented. Woe is me. I have finally perished. It was too terrifying. For lunch, Chen Fan once again dined on the third floor. After finishing his meal, he made his way to the weapon hall. His afternoon plan was to procure equipment. Although his finances were limited, he would endeavor to gather what he could. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? As Chen Fan stepped inside, a staff member approached him. I will merely browse for the time being, he replied. Of course, take your time. The staff member responded courteously. The weapon hall was vast, spanning several thousand square meters, adorned with an array of swords, spears, halberds, and axes. Chen Fan cast a glance at the prices. It was commonplace for them to reach tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, with some exceeding $1 million. In the blade display section, he noticed that not a single weapon was priced below 100,000 yuan. Reluctantly, Chen Fan sought the assistance of a staff member to convey his requirements, a long sword that was within an affordable range. Sir, please follow me, the staff member said, showing no disdain for Chen Fan, maintaining a courteous demeanor. As a newly minted martial artist yet to embark on a quest to hunt ferocious beasts, it was reasonable to assume he had limited financial resources. The initial weapons often commanded prices in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, influenced by familial support. The staff member retrieved a wooden box from beneath a shelf, revealing an array of blades. Chen Fan selected a long sword from the collection, measuring approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters in length, entirely black in hue. He hefted it in his hand. It felt satisfactory. At that juncture, the staff member remarked, These weapons are somewhat inferior in quality compared to the alloy ones displayed outside, yet they are adequate for confronting first-tier ferocious beasts. However, they would prove insufficient against second-tier ferocious beasts, as penetrating their defenses is quite challenging, and there exists a risk of the blades snapping under their fierce assaults. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. I am merely a one-star martial artist. Managing first-tier ferocious beasts should be feasible for me. When it comes to second-tier ferocious beasts, not only would the blade be ineffectual, but I would also find myself unable to cope. The staff member chuckled. You possess a delightful sense of humor. What is the price of this sword? Chen Fan inquired. 45,000 yuan. That was the sum. Emerging from the armory, Chen Fan was captivated by the long katana he had selected. This was not merely about its monetary value. It symbolized his maiden weapon. Subsequently, he acquired a rucksack, opting for the most economical variant at 3,000 yuan. He prioritized utility, as it would suffice for the interim. Regarding the combat apparel emporium, he did not deign to visit. His previous reconnaissance of the warrior's enclave had furnished him with ample insight. Battle regalia augment defense and could prove life-saving in pivotal junctures. Yet their cost rivaled that of armaments. With only a few thousand yuan at his disposal, the determination was unequivocal. The subsequent day, as dawn barely tinctured the firmament, Chen Fan departed the city. The alliance prescribes non-warriors from egressing the city, thus marking this as Chen Fan's inaugural sojourn beyond its confines in 18 years. Having meticulously prepared the preceding night, his destination was the 0431 marker, the nearest promontory to the base city, approximately 10 kilometers distant. Once a quaint hamlet, it had now metamorphosed into a haven for low-tier ferocious beasts, predominantly of the first stratum, with the nucleus occasionally harboring second and third stratum entities. Chen Fan intended to operate on the periphery, surmising that with prudence, he would encounter minimal tribulations. As he traversed the uneven thoroughfare, desolation and dilapidation enveloped him. The verges of the path were choked with weeds, sporadically revealing the immense skeletal vestiges of ferocious beasts. With the sun ascending on the eastern horizon, he perceived the nascent heat and accelerated his gait. After over 40 minutes, the architectural ruins of the 0431 marker materialized into view. However, trials awaited him there. Two colossal scorpion beasts, their exoskeletons seemingly forged from steel, glided menacingly along the road. Upon discerning Chen Fan, they elevated their stingers high, exhibiting an aggressive posture. Gripping his battle katana tightly, Chen Fan braced for an inevitable confrontation. The two iron-tailed scorpions lunged in unison at him, their stingers whipping through the air with a chilling susurrus. With adroit maneuvers, Chen Fan parried one assault, only to find the other striking with lightning celerity. Reacting expeditiously, he countered with a decisive blow, impaling the second scorpion's cephalothorax. Its once menacing stinger fell listlessly to the ground. Notification: Level 1 Beast, Iron-tailed Scorpion, eliminated. 3 health points acquired. With one companion vanquished, the surviving scorpion's ire intensified, emitting a strident roar directed at Chen Fan. This time, he did not await its onslaught. Instead, he charged forth, his long katana cleaving through the atmosphere with such velocity that it blurred. The iron-tailed scorpion stood no chance, succumbing to his blade in mere moments. Notification: Level 1 Beast, Iron-tailed Scorpion, eliminated. 3 health points acquired. Now, His health points had ascended to 230. Chen Fan knelt to harvest materials from the fallen scorpions, noting that the stinger and 2 large pincers were valuable commodities, worth over 3,000 yuan. In toto, the 2 scorpions would yield nearly 7,000 yuan. Although the beast meat could fetch a respectable price, its bulk rendered it unwieldy for Chen Fan to transport back, leading him to abandon it. As he gathered his spoils, Chen Fan reflected on the skirmish. He realized he had grown overly accustomed to passive defense. He needed to initiate attacks when the opportunity presented itself. For instance, had he assumed the offensive against the 2 scorpions, he might have navigated the encounter with greater facility. The dual assault from the scorpions had tested his reflexes, and had he been any less swift, the consequences could have been dire. With his bounty secured, Chen Fan pressed onward, reaching the outskirts of the town. In the distance, he spotted several warrior teams engaged in activity, which he deliberately chose to eschew. In the wilderness, peril often emanated not only from ferocious beasts, but also from formidable adversaries willing to venture deep into the wilds. As the sun commenced its descent, Chen Fan sought refuge in an abandoned edifice, devouring jerky he had prepared the previous day for luncheon. After finishing the jerky and imbibing some water, he felt satiation permeate him. Beside him lay a distended rucksack, nearing its capacity. Throughout the morning, aside from the initial 2 iron-tailed scorpions, he had slain an additional 20 level 1 beasts, elevating his health points to 290 and drawing nearer to the status of a 2-star warrior. Moreover, the morning's skirmishes had illuminated the potency of the Gale/technique. Level 1 beasts posed scant threat to him. On one occasion, he had confronted 5 simultaneously, ultimately vanquishing them all. Confidence surged within him, dispelling the vestiges of trepidation that had once gripped him at the sight of a giant beaked chicken in the 6th factory. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still before 2 o'clock, yet he knew he had to return. His rucksack could accommodate no more. After a brief tidying of his belongings, he embarked on the journey back. The weight of the rucksack, roughly several dozen pounds, was manageable for Chen Fan. He sprinted back, reaching the city gates in just over half an hour. The city gate, as the portal to the base city, was perpetually garrisoned by soldiers. One soldier cast a surprised glance at Chen Fan. Though many ventured out in the morning, he distinctly remembered Chen Fan, who wielded the most rudimentary weapon and carried the cheapest rucksack, lacking even battle regalia. It was evident he was a mere 1-star warrior, daring to traverse outside the city alone. Such scenarios were not uncommon, often culminating in one of 2 outcomes: never returning, or, if fortunate enough to survive, returning empty-handed. Yet now, Chen Fan not only returned, but did so with considerable bounty. After presenting his warrior badge, he was granted ingress into the city. "I didn't expect this kid to have some potential," the soldier mused as he watched Chen Fan's departing figure. "Looks like you misjudged him," a comrade jested, to which the soldier merely smiled, noncommittal. On the 4th floor of the warrior's tower, dedicated to the procurement of beast materials, Chen Fan exited a shop named Wanxing Pavilion. Having sold his materials for 77,000 yuan, Chen Fan was no simpleton. He had compared quotes from multiple establishments. Some traders had attempted to undervalue him due to his youth, offering less than 70,000. Wanxing Pavilion, however, had presented the fairest price, and the proprietor was affable. Engaging with such individuals was a pleasure. 70,000 in less than a day surpassed what Chen Fan had earned in an entire year at the talent market. The lucrative nature of being a warrior was evident, even as he remained merely a 1-star warrior. That said, the expenses of being a warrior were substantial, often reaching tens of thousands. Descending from the 4th floor, Chen Fan gritted his teeth and spent 30,000 on a larger rucksack. Had it not been for the constraints of his previous rucksack, he believed he could have slain even more beasts. Once he had completed his errands, Chen Fan emerged from the warrior's tower, the sun still high in the sky. Checking the time, he noted it was only 3 o'clock. What to do next? Venture forth once more? Time was fleeting. Darkness would soon envelop the land. The wilderness at night was fraught with danger. He pondered the prospect of hunting fowl. Although each chicken yielded a meager 0.1 health points, the cumulative effect could be substantial. As he prepared for future excursions into the wild, every increment in health points would bolster his chances of survival. If he could swiftly ascend to the rank of a 2-star warrior, his situation would undoubtedly improve. Attaining 3-star status would bestow upon him an unparalleled confidence to traverse the 0431 marker with ease. Chen Fan retrieved his mobile device, dialing the number of Zhou Song, the leader of the security team at Slaughterhouse 6. Zhou had previously bestowed upon Chen his business card. It was now afternoon, and having missed the job fair at 4 that morning, Chen hoped Zhou could extend a helping hand. At that moment, Zhou was savoring tea in his office when the phone rang. "Hello? Ah, it's you, Brother Chen," Zhou exclaimed. "You finally decided to call. What brings you to Slaughterhouse 6? What? You intend to work in the workshop, slaughtering chickens? As team leader, are you truly still engaged in butchering fowl?" Very well, no problem, Zhou replied. His expression one of confusion. A martial artist slaughtering chickens? Could it be that you have developed a penchant for it? Chen Fan arrived at Slaughterhouse 6, where Zhou awaited him at the entrance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou guided Chen to the slaughtering workshop. Thank you, brother Zhou. I shall treat you to a meal later, Chen remarked. Do not mention it, brother. It was nothing, Zhou replied. Once Zhou departed, Chen skillfully seized a chicken. Ding. Having dispatched a chicken, Chen gained a modest 0.1 vitality. With a swift and decisive movement, he executed the creature, his speed in the act of slaughter having markedly improved. His mastery of the gale-slash technique was indeed impressive. After more than 2 hours, the shift transitioned. Chen seized a quick meal at the cafeteria before resuming his labor. He toiled until the early hours of dawn, achieving the remarkable feat of processing 200 chickens, the equivalent of his previous 2 days' work. Upon accessing the system panel, he discovered, name, Chen Fan, age, 18, realm, 1-star martial artist vitality, 410 500 martial skill, gale-slash, minor completion. His vitality had reached an impressive 410. Remarkably, he was accumulating vitality at a faster rate in the slaughterhouse than he would have while hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness. In the wild, one must first ensure their own safety. A vitality of 500 indicated a 2-star martial artist. Initially, Chen intended to return home for rest to avoid delaying his departure from the city the following day. However, upon realizing he was a mere 90 points short of his goal, he resolved to remain and strive for the 2-star rank that very night. The night passed swiftly, and at 6 in the morning it was time for the shift change. Chen departed alongside the night shift workers. Upon checking his panel once more, he found, realm, 2-star martial artist vitality, 501, 1000 now. Chen's physique was extraordinary. A single sleepless night had minimal impact on him. After exiting Slaughterhouse 6, he procured breakfast from a roadside vendor and hastened towards the city gate. An hour later, he arrived at the 0431 marker. Today, he felt significantly more at ease compared to the previous day, especially now that he had attained the 2-star rank. His objective for the day remained the first-level ferocious beasts. Though now a martial artist, he still harbored concerns regarding the efficacy of his weapon. Ding. He dispatched a first-level ferocious beast, the rattlesnake, gaining 3 vitality. Ding. He dispatched a first-level ferocious beast, the saber-toothed pig, gaining 3 vitality. Ding. Slaughtered a first-level ferocious beast. The system's notifications resonated continuously. By noon, upon the rooftop of an abandoned complex, Chen had satiated his hunger after vanquishing 60 first-level ferocious beasts. With his newfound liberty, his prowess was formidable. He cast his gaze towards the depths of the town. Although the outskirts were secure, the ferocious beasts were too dispersed, consuming considerable time in their pursuit. Chen contemplated delving deeper into the interior. By mid-afternoon, he encountered a pack of wolves within an abandoned school. Ding. Slaughtered a first-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty blue wolf. Gained 3 vitality. Ding. Slaughtered a first-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty blue wolf. Gained 3 vitality. Ding. Slaughtered a first-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty blue wolf. Gained 3 vitality. Ding. The wolves charged relentlessly, and Chen's long knife danced through the air. Each strike sent sprays of crimson flying. The system's alerts reverberated incessantly as the battle raged on for over half an hour. When Chen finally paused, he stood amidst a heap of bloodthirsty blue wolf corpses. Drenched in blood, his hair, his face, and his garments soaked through. He appeared as a specter of blood. However, not a single drop of his own blood was present. All belonged to the wolves. Glancing at his panel, he was taken aback by what he beheld. Name, Chen Fan, age, 18, realm, 3-star martial artist vitality, 1051 5000 martial skill, gale-slash, minor completion, 3 stars already? Had he truly dispatched that many wolves today? Chen found it hard to fathom. Yet, after slaying 60 in the morning and now witnessing a mound of wolf carcasses, it was indeed an extraordinary accomplishment. He also discerned that the ascent from 3 to 4 stars necessitated a substantial augmentation in vitality, reaching 5000. Though elated at attaining the status of a 3-star martial artist, Chen did not dare to linger. The hour had already passed 3:30, and there remained numerous materials to collect. If he did not hasten, dusk would catch him unawares. Chen swiftly set to work. In Jiangnan Bay City, as the lights began to twinkle, the martial artists returning from their ventures gradually made their way back into the city. The city gates would close in half an hour. That young man left the city today, did he not? A soldier inquired of his comrade. Indeed, he departed around 6, the comrade replied. The soldier sighed. He still has not returned. It could be perilous. He reflected, he was quite remarkable yesterday. I held high hopes for his future accomplishments. Who would have imagined? It was merely a fleeting moment. What a pity. At that juncture, the comrade suddenly exclaimed, "Look, someone approaches." The soldier turned to see a figure hastily advancing through the dim twilight, two bulging backpacks trailing behind him. "Apologies for my tardiness," Chen Fan said, brandishing his martial artist badge as he hurried through the gate. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. After a moment, one asked, "Is that him?" "Indeed. Two large backpacks. He must have vanquished at least 100, perhaps two," another remarked. "One individual has slain more than an entire team." Chapter 12. Holding a Fortune. The space ring Chen Fan arrived at the martial artist building, specifically at the Wanqing Pavilion on the 4th floor. The proprietor, Du Chuanru, was taken aback upon seeing Chen. Drenched in blood, his eyes widened further at the sight of the two bulging backpacks. "Little Chen, you have truly exerted yourself. Are you injured?" Du Chuanru inquired with concern. Chen smiled. "No, it is merely the blood of beasts." Hearing this, Du Chuanru felt relieved, but could not help but marvel at Chen's tenacity. "Could you assist me in tallying these materials, Boss Du?" Chen requested. "Of course," Du Chuanru replied, retrieving a pen and paper. He began counting while reporting the prices to Chen, jotting them down one by one. After more than 10 minutes, having only counted half, he suddenly exclaimed, "Little Chen, you have become a 2-star martial artist? How do you know that?" Chen asked, surprised. Du Chuanru chuckled. "How could I not? This here is material from a 2nd-level ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty Blue Wolf King. If you can fell a bloodthirsty Blue Wolf King, there is a strong likelihood you are now a 2-star martial artist." "The bloodthirsty Blue Wolf King?" Chen scratched his head. "I do not recall. I may have merely taken it down amidst the chaos of the wolf pack." Du Chuanru smiled in admiration. "How long have you been at 1-star? Half a year, perhaps? Your vitality has increased remarkably, and achieving 2-star is commendable. Your survival capabilities in the wild will significantly enhance." Chen simply smiled, choosing not to respond. Half a year? In truth, it had merely been 5 days. Furthermore, he was no longer a 2-star martial artist. He had ascended to the rank of 3-star. After some time, the inventory assessment was complete, totaling over 710,000. Du Chuanru rounded the amount for Chen Fan to a sum of 720,000. Upon finishing his tasks, Chen Fan was about to depart when Du Chuanru called out to him, "Xiao Chen, do not be in such haste. If you leave in this state, you will attract unwarranted attention. There is a shower room in the store. Why not take a moment to refresh yourself? I have some of my son's garments in the wardrobe, all meticulously cleaned. They should fit you well, as my son is of a similar stature." Chen Fan glanced at his own sticky skin and replied, "Thank you." Boss Dewey proceeded to cleanse himself thoroughly, seizing the opportunity to wash his clothes as well. When he emerged, he simply donned the damp attire. "Xiao Chen, did I not mention the clothes in the wardrobe?" Du Chuanru inquired. "It's quite all right, Boss Du. It is so warm, they will dry soon enough." After departing from the Wansheng Pavilion, Chen Fan ascended to the 3rd floor. He had been occupied throughout the day and had yet to dine. With 720,000 in hand, he intended to indulge himself. In no time, a lavish dinner adorned the table, yet as Chen Fan feasted, his mind was consumed with thoughts on how to judiciously allocate his newfound wealth. It was not that he possessed an excess of funds. Rather, there were innumerable avenues in need of investment. Where should he direct his resources first? The foremost consideration was martial skills. Chen Fan had refined his abilities through the rigors of battle in the wilderness, and his proficiency had markedly improved. With his current level already commendable, one could only ponder the potential rewards of attaining a higher mastery. Acquiring the Gale/skill would enable the system to learn and upgrade it automatically. Each tome was priced at 25,000. Yet advancing to a higher mastery would likely necessitate several volumes. Moreover, the Gale/ was merely a basic yellow-tier skill. Should he contemplate the acquisition of a more advanced technique? Next, he contemplated a battle knife. Now a 3-star warrior, he possessed the ability to vanquish 3-tiered beasts. However, the knife in his possession had been explicitly designed to be effective against 1st-tier beasts, yet faltered against the defenses of 2nd-tier creatures, posing a risk of shattering under their ferocious assaults. Clearly, the weapon was more of a liability than an asset. Then there was the matter of combat gear. He had abstained from acquiring it due to financial limitations, but with over 700,000 now at his disposal, the lingering question remained, should he invest in it? Finally, he pondered the notion of a spatial ring. Carrying a backpack in the wilderness proved exceedingly cumbersome. During skirmishes, he frequently found himself compelled to set down his pack. If only he possessed a spatial ring, life would be infinitely more manageable. He had explored the possibility. A spatial ring offering 100 cubic meters of capacity was priced at 599,000. 100 cubic meters constituted a considerable volume. Chen Fan deliberated on his options, yearning to procure them all, yet he recognized that he could only afford 1 or 2 at this juncture. Before he realized it, his meal had concluded, yet he remained undecided. Let us employ the process of elimination. First, he dismissed combat gear. He would primarily operate at the 0431 mark. Now that he had attained the rank of a 3-star warrior, he could navigate 0431 without fear for his safety. This left him with martial skills, a battle knife, and the spatial ring. Ultimately, Chen Fan resolved to select the martial skills and the spatial ring. With 720,000 in his possession, the spatial ring would cost just under 600,000, leaving him with 120,000. He earmarked 100,000 to acquire 4 volumes of Gale Slash. As for the battle knife, that could be postponed for a day or two. Moreover, despite being a 3-star warrior, he still intended to concentrate on first-tier beasts for optimal efficiency. The rate at which he had enhanced his strength by vanquishing first-tier beasts had far surpassed his prior experiences. Having made his decision, Chen Fan no longer hesitated. He purchased the spatial ring over a century ago. The Alliance had unearthed a trove of ancient manuscripts within a clandestine realm, encompassing knowledge on elixirs, forging, and formations. Many years had elapsed, and while elixirs and forging techniques had gained widespread application, the subtleties of formations remained largely arcane. The only one that had been deciphered and practically employed was the spatial ring, a rare vestige of that epoch. Nevertheless, despite its complexity, a formation was indeed a remarkable innovation. Chen Fan had a minuscule chip implanted behind his ear, linking it to the spatial ring, enabling him to control it with mere thoughts. With but a thought, his long knife vanished from his grasp, only to reappear within the spatial ring. Another thought summoned it back into his hand. With this newfound convenience, his future endeavors would be greatly streamlined. Ding. Detected 4 yellow-level lower-grade Gale Slash skills. Would you like to learn them? Yes. Familiar recollections of training with the blade surged through his thoughts. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 3-star warrior. Vitality, 1051-5000. Martial skill, Gale Slash Mastery. 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy. In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Qing sat gracefully upon her bed, clad in a delicate camisole and ultra-short shorts, which accentuated her exquisite legs, a testament to the creator's artistry. On her phone, a chat window displayed her conversation with Chen Fan. Initially, she had composed an elaborate message, but feeling it inappropriate, she decided to erase it entirely. How had she arrived at this juncture? They had once been inseparable companions, sharing every aspect of their lives. Even when Chen Fan withdrew from school and descended to the depths of society, she had never distanced herself from him. In her heart, regardless of Chen Fan's future circumstances, he would forever remain her dear friend. Yet now, with Chen Fan having ascended to the status of a warrior, she felt apprehensive about reaching out to him. After several attempts, she ultimately resolved to send a simple message. You big bad egg. Chapter 13. Zhang Qing. Chen Fan, I will undoubtedly catch up to you. As Chen Fan journeyed home from the warrior tower, his phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Zhang Qing and couldn't suppress a smile. What is this? Why am I being scolded? Accompanying the message was an emoticon of a small figure weeping in the corner, captioned, What did I do wrong? After dispatching her message, Zhang Qing nervously clutched her phone, anxious that Chen Fan might not respond or that he would take umbrage. Just then, her phone vibrated, prompting her to open it with haste. Upon reading Chen Fan's reply, she chuckled, feeling a sense of relief. Chen Fan remained unchanged, still the same Chen Fan. Zhang Qing, why didn't you respond to all those messages I sent you? Chen Fan, you always wished to assist me. I did not want to impose upon you. Zhang Qing, but now you are a formidable warrior. Are you not concerned about me being a nuisance? Chen Fan, it is my honor to serve a beautiful lady. Zhang Qing laughed. You are such a tease. Chen Fan, I will assuredly catch up to you. Chen Fan, then give it your utmost effort. Zhang Qing, what is you smiling so brightly? It is nothing. Your behavior is rather peculiar. Do not be absurd. Upon returning home, Chen Fan changed into a fresh outfit, activated the fan, and reclined comfortably on his bed. He retrieved his phone and accessed the Warrior's Haven, a sanctuary for all warriors within the Alliance, a place where one could acquire extensive information. Perusing the posts had become a nightly ritual for Chen Fan before slumber. Mark 0511 has abruptly unveiled a level 7 beast, decimating a 6-star warrior team. A moment of silence. In 3 days, the annual martial examination will commence. The 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy has birthed a warrior. The elite warrior competition is on the horizon. All 6-star warriors, are you prepared? The glow from his phone illuminated Chen Fan's visage as he absorbed the posts, lost in contemplation. Although the Alliance has generally grasped the status of the ferocious beasts at each designated point, these creatures are ever-evolving and unpredictable. One must remain vigilant when venturing outside. The elite warrior competition? Indeed, it is set to occur shortly after the annual martial arts examination. Chen Fan had resided in this world for over a decade and was well aware of the significance of the elite warrior competition. It far surpassed the martial arts examination. which catered to martial arts academy students, while the elite warrior competition was aimed at warriors of 6 to 9 stars. It was a grand occasion with considerable rewards. However, in previous competitions, Chen Fan had yet to attain the status of a warrior, merely observing it as news. After browsing his phone for a time, fatigue began to envelop him, particularly since he had remained awake all night prior. The night swiftly passed, and the following morning, Chen Fan arose early, completed his morning rituals, enjoyed breakfast, and departed the city toward the 0431 marked point. Ding. Slain a level 1 ferocious beast, iron-tailed scorpion, vitality points 3. Ding. Slain a level 1 ferocious beast. Ding. Having vanquished a level 2 ferocious beast, the golden-horned bull, with vitality points totaling 10, the morning hours passed swiftly. Chen Fan felt an increasing sense of gratitude for his decision the previous day to acquire a spatial ring and enhance his gale slash. No longer encumbered by a backpack during combat, his movements became significantly more convenient. Furthermore, the perfected gale slash proved to be formidable, even wielding a simple kitchen knife. He could dispatch adversaries with the same ease as slicing through vegetables. This left him eagerly anticipating the completion of the gale slash. As time flew by, Chen Fan remained engrossed in his tasks until the sun began to set. An idea struck him. The wild boar he had recently slain was safely stored within his spatial ring. Inside the ring, he had amassed a collection of materials along with the wild boar, occupying only a modest fraction of the available space. With the spatial ring at his disposal, it would be effortless to return with the wild boar to share with Uncle Lu and the others. Consuming the meat of ferocious beasts could provide substantial benefits to one's vitality. Upon returning from the designated point marked 0431, Chen Fan arrived at the city gate at an opportune moment, coinciding with the peak hour when various warrior teams were returning to the city. A soldier noticed Chen Fan, who appeared notably different today, particularly without a backpack. However, recalling Chen Fan's remarkable performance a few days prior, the soldier did not believe he was returning empty-handed. He instinctively glanced at Chen Fan's hand, where, indeed, the spatial ring resided. Reflecting on how unimposing Chen Fan had seemed when he first departed the city, it was as if he had transformed from a mere sparrow into a mighty cannon in just a few days. The soldier marveled at this metamorphosis, his anticipation for Chen Fan's future burgeoning. On the 4th floor of the warrior building, at the Wanqing Pavilion, Du Chuanru completed his calculations. A total of 220 level 1 ferocious beasts and 10 level 2 ferocious beasts, with the total price for level 1 beasts amounting to 770,000, and for level 2 beasts to 150,000. Together, this totaled 920,000. Not a problem, Boss Du. I place my trust in your business acumen, Chen Fan replied. Shall I proceed with the transfer? Certainly. Soon, the substantial sum of 920,000 was received. Du Chuanru beamed. Little Chen, no, Chen brother. You keep bringing in more each time. Soon you will become my fortune god. Are you free tonight? How about we share a meal? Boss Du, your kindness is overwhelming. Chen Fan replied, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. I have some matters to attend to this evening. With my newfound funds, I intend to acquire a new weapon. Du Chuanru nodded in understanding. I see. Let us arrange for another occasion. Very well. After departing from the Wanqing Pavilion, Chen Fan quickly grabbed a bite on the 3rd floor before making his way to the weapon hall. Most of the teams that had ventured out that evening had returned, resulting in the warrior building being alive with activity. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A staff member greeted him with politeness. Hello, I have returned. Chen Fan replied with a smile. Ah, it is you, sir. The staff member recognized him. This time, Chen Fan did not meander, but instead articulated his needs directly. The staff member, displaying remarkable competence, swiftly assisted him in selecting an appropriate weapon, a high-quality alloy battle knife priced at 870,000. Though this knife was regarded as quite costly within the weapon hall, it would adequately serve his requirements at the vitality stage. Moreover, Chen Fan's previous black knife had a buyback price of 30,000, bringing his total expenditure to 840,000. Hello, Uncle Lu, have you completed your work? Chen Fan called out as he exited the warrior building. Before long, he encountered Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhen. Suddenly, a massive wild boar, weighing between 500 to 600 pounds, thudded to the ground. Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhen's eyes widened in astonishment. A spatial ring? A level 2 tusked wild boar king? Xiao Fan, have you advanced to 2 stars? A chorus of astonished exclamations left the trio momentarily speechless. Chen Fan chuckled, expressing his good fortune. You are performing exceptionally well, they exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The news of Chen Fan's ascension to a 2-star warrior filled them with joy. He then proceeded to divide the tusked wild boar king into 3 portions, meticulously slicing it into smaller pieces. recognizing that it was a level 2 ferocious beast, a formidable challenge even for a 1-star warrior to penetrate its defenses, let alone for Lu Jian and the others, who were not warriors. Chapter 14. Dark Chess, Sharp-Toothed Tiger Cat. Lu Jian and his companions beamed. Level 2 ferocious beast meat is priced at over 300 a pound. It is usually beyond our means. They continued. This time, we are all beneficiaries of Chen Fan's generosity. Consuming this exquisite meat will undoubtedly bolster our vitality. Chen Fan smiled and encouraged. Then indulge yourselves. I shall procure more on my next visit. Wang Zhen gazed at Chen Fan with heartfelt gratitude, stating, Chen Fan, you are truly thriving. We are genuinely delighted for you. However, the wilderness is rife with peril, and your journey must not be without its challenges. Uncle has little more to say, except to urge you to exercise caution. Rest assured, Uncle Wang, Chen Fan replied. At that juncture, Hong Kong interjected, by the way. Chen Fan, we bring good news for you as well. Do you recall the warehouse where we previously toiled? We have recently visited there. They plan to select a few temporary workers to transition into permanent positions, and Uncle Lu, Uncle Wang, and I have all submitted our applications. We should receive the results within a day or two. If chosen, our income will stabilize, and we shall no longer need to rise early or labor late. The benefits will be substantial. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt a surge of elation. The three uncles had shown him great kindness, and he had been pondering ways to assist them now that he had become a warrior, although he had yet to formulate a plan. This delightful news caught him by surprise. Upon returning home, after indulging in a refreshing shower, Chen Fan reclined on his bed and cast a glance at his status panel. He was taken aback. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18 level, 3-star warrior vitality, 1811 5000 martial skill, Gale / perfected. His vitality had soared to 1811. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that he had vanquished 220 level 1 ferocious beasts today, augmenting his vitality by 660, alongside 10 level 2 ferocious beasts, contributing an additional 100. Originally, his vitality had stood at 1051, and when he tallied the numbers, it indeed culminated at 1811. It was not that Chen Fan questioned the integrity of the panel, rather, the swiftness of his advancement was truly remarkable. Having just ascended to the rank of a 3-star warrior the previous day, his vitality had astonishingly surged to 1811. The threshold for a 4-star warrior was 5000 vitality. While this posed a formidable challenge for Chen Fan, it would likely require only a few days of dedicated effort, with a touch more diligence. Perhaps he could partake in this year's elite warrior competition. Let us proceed. Chen Fan felt a renewed vigor. At that moment, merely 2 intersections away from Century Community, a nearly spherical stray cat ambled languidly along the road. A mere stray cat by the roadside, indeed a commonplace sight. Passers-by paid it little heed. Yet, within the cat's cerulean eyes flickered an unexpectedly human-like demeanor. Was that arrogance? A collection of foolish mortals, it contemplated. Were I to unveil my authentic form, I would undoubtedly terrify you to the brink of death. The rotund feline reveled in its musings. Having traversed 2 intersections, the cat paused before Century Community. This is the venue. With a flick of its tail, it made its entrance. Despite its round and ungainly visage, this was no ordinary creature, it was a second-tier beast. The fearsome tiger cat, fortunate enough to have garnered the attention of the Demon King. Through clandestine arts, it had awakened its intellect and, assuming the guise of a plump cat, successfully infiltrated Jiangnan Bay City, biding its time. It was aware that many others of its kind existed. Recently, numerous pawns had been activated, itself included. Each had received a list, all bearing the name Chen Fan. The list meticulously detailed addresses and ranks. The Chen Fan on the cat's list numbered 20 in total, either non-warriors or first tier, with none surpassing that rank. For a second-tier beast, this posed no challenge whatsoever. It must be noted that the Demon King had always adhered to one principle: stability. Indeed, it was remarkably steadfast. Of its 20 targets, it had already eliminated 19. Today, it ventured to Century Community with the intent of dispatching the last, a newly certified first-tier warrior. The cat located the building and leisurely ascended to the 4th floor, displaying none of the trepidation one might expect before a hunt. A first-tier warrior was merely a triviality. To eliminate such a target would only offer a delightful repast, piquing its interest just a tad. Upon arriving at Chen Fan's door, the cat revealed its true form, larger than a formidable tiger. Licking its sharp teeth, it struck the iron gate with a paw, which crumbled as if it were mere paper. Chen Fan, reclining on his bed, was bewildered. Was someone dismantling his door in the dead of night? Surely, there were still inhabitants present. Thieves had indeed become audacious. As he rose, the fearsome tiger cat entered. A fearsome tiger cat? Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. He felt no fear, only astonishment. While there had been sporadic reports of beasts invading the Bay City over the years, none had intruded into his home, especially one of such enormity. How had it managed to go unnoticed? The pedestrians, the security guards, the elderly sauntering through the community, none had seen it? One might anticipate utter chaos should a beast roam unfettered. Yet, amidst his bewilderment, he felt an unexpected sense of fortune as it graced his abode. A second-tier beast. Delivered straight to his threshold. He would embrace it with open arms. In his grasp materialized a battle knife, forged from composite alloy. The fearsome tiger cat had aimed to showcase its ferocity, baring its fangs at what appeared to be a feeble adversary. However, before it could unleash its wrath, its head was swiftly severed. The creature's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What transpired? It succumbed with its eyes unblinking, unable to fathom the reality of its demise. In one fluid motion, he had been informed that this was a first-tier warrior. Demon King, you have misled me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan stored the fearsome tiger cat within his spatial ring and proceeded to cleanse the blood from the floor with a mop. As for the door, its repairs could await the morrow. The following day, Chen Fan arose early and departed the city once again, embarking on another arduous day of labor at 0431. The sun ascended from the eastern horizon, reaching its zenith before gradually descending toward the west. Unbeknownst to him, he had accomplished remarkable feats that day, vanquishing 12 third-tier beasts, 30 second-tier beasts, and 180 first-tier beasts. A brief comparison with the previous day's earnings revealed he had amassed 920,000. Today, he would undoubtedly surpass the million mark. Beyond the financial gain, the more significant acquisition was vitality. First-tier beasts enhanced his vitality by 180 times 3, totaling 540. Second-tier beasts contributed 30 times 10, equating to 300. Third-tier beasts added 12 times 20, amounting to 240. Chen Fan's vitality, previously at 1811, now surged to 2891. He had taken another substantial stride toward the 4-star threshold of 5,000. At the Warrior's Tower, on the 4th floor of Wanqing Pavilion, upon seeing Chen Fan, Du Chuanru greeted him warmly. The customary flurry of activity ensued. Chen Fan received a bank transfer of 1.35 million. Thank you, Boss Du, he waved in farewell. Once Chen Fan departed, the astonishment on Du Chuanru's face became apparent. 12 sets of third-tier beast materials. Chen, my brother, must have ascended to the 3rd tier. However, this time he tactfully refrained from further inquiries. In his eyes, Chen Fan was no longer a novice but a highly esteemed client deserving of utmost respect. Every individual harbors secrets, and one must navigate conversations with caution. After leaving Wanqing Pavilion, Chen Fan dined on the 3rd floor, as was his custom. Subsequently, he made his way to the martial arts hall with a clear intent. Soon, he placed a stack of 20 copies of the Gale Slash upon the counter. The staff's gaze toward Chen Fan grew increasingly curious. After numerous prior visits, he now appeared ready to stockpile. Paying no heed to their inquisitive looks, Chen Fan settled the bill for his acquisitions and departed. As the system registered his procurement of 20 copies of the Gale Slash, he pondered how many he would require to attain perfection, perhaps 4, 5, or even 10, or more. Thus, he chose to purchase 20. He might possess a surplus, but with his newfound wealth, he felt no compulsion to be frugal. Ding. Detecting a yellow tier, low-grade martial technique, Gale/20. Would you be inclined to acquire this knowledge? Chen Fan, now well-versed in such experiences, closed his eyes, preparing himself for a remarkable journey. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged forth, transporting him not to a serene chamber but to the vibrant streets of antiquity, where he assumed the role of a humble vendor. Yet, the allure of his blade eclipsed the modest business he conducted. With fervor, he practiced each movement, completely engrossed in the moment. The scene shifted abruptly. A fierce wind howled as Chen Fan stood atop a mountain, buffeted by the tempest, yet defiantly wielding his sword against the gusts. Another transition ensued, bringing him to the riverbank, his quaint courtyard, beneath a cascading waterfall, across expansive grasslands. Everywhere, remnants of Chen Fan's swordsmanship practice lingered like echoes of the past. Seasons transformed. Years slipped away, and Chen Fan matured from a spirited youth into a disheveled elder, celebrated in distant lands as the blade enthusiast. The Gale Slash was perfected. One day, Chen Fan raised his sword high, laughing heartily at the heavens. Yet, the memories continued unabated. Time flew by, and over 2 decades vanished in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan found his hair graying, his back slightly hunched, resembling an elderly gentleman clad in rough linen. In his youth, he had never parted with his blade, but now, it had been years since he last wielded one, leading a tranquil life in a small mountain village. Then, one fateful day, a band of mountain bandits disrupted the village's peace, unleashing chaos. The villagers' cries resonated like a nightmare from which there was no escape. At last, Chen Fan grasped a knife once more, a rusty chopping knife, which incited laughter from the bandits. Yet, in the next instant, he struck with astonishing speed. 10 meters away. The bandit leader was cleaved in two, his eyes widening in terror as he uttered the final words of his life. Blade. Force. The memory concluded here. Chen Fan opened his eyes, his heart still tumultuous. He had vanquished a mountain bandit from 10 meters away, wielding nothing but a rusted machete. This transcended the mundane realm. Truly formidable, Chen Fan marveled at the manifestation of blade force, marking the advent of an entirely new domain of swordsmanship. If one were to compare this to his previous mastery of the Gale Slash, the disparity was immeasurable. After all, this was the pinnacle of achievement attained by the blade enthusiast, Chen Fan, throughout his lifetime. Exiting the martial artist building, he did not return home directly, but instead ventured to the construction materials market. His door remained broken. He left his phone number and address, and the shopkeeper assured him that someone would come for measurements that very evening, with installation possible as early as the following day. Chen Fan departed with a sense of satisfaction. In truth, he harbored no concerns about theft. There was little of value in his dwelling. However, the absence of a door left him feeling unsettled. The shopkeeper's efficiency was commendable. Not long after Chen Fan returned home, the workers arrived. The measurements were swiftly taken, and they departed shortly thereafter. Lying on his bed, Chen Fan perused posts about blade force on the martial artist forum. It appeared that in this world, blade force indeed existed. Highly skilled martial artists could unleash blade force through their unparalleled physical prowess. However, their blade force relied on strength rather than a profound understanding of swordsmanship, distinguishing them from Chen Fan. Unless one was an awakened. Awakened individuals were a collective term for those possessing unique talents. If one were an awakened in the realm of swords, they enjoyed an innate advantage regarding blade mastery. One post referenced an awakened swordsman who, at the age of 36, achieved blade force through deep comprehension of swordsmanship, igniting fervor among his contemporaries. He was later revered as the Blade King. Chen Fan was acutely aware of the awakened's esteemed reputation. They were fortunate beings pursued by destiny, a rarity among thousands. They were regarded as the most valuable assets by the Alliance. The blade enthusiast Chen Fan had devoted his entire life to attaining blade force, while the Blade King, an awakened, accomplished the same feat by the age of 36. The terror of the awakened was thus evident. The night passed swiftly. Chen Fan did not sleep soundly. The visit from the cunning tiger cat 2 nights prior served as a reminder to remain vigilant, even within the confines of home. Beneath the blazing sun, Chen Fan once again ventured beyond the city, heading towards the designated 0431. Presently, his vitality stood at 2,891. He was determined to break through to a 4-star martial artist within 2 days. Filled with fighting spirit, he understood that in a perilous environment such as this, strength was paramount, and all else was but an illusion. As he traversed the pockmarked road, he approached the vicinity of 0431, where the territory of the iron-tailed scorpion lay ahead. He was well acquainted with 0431 and its surroundings. As anticipated, the iron-tailed scorpion appeared before him. Upon spotting Chen Fan, it raised its tail high and charged forward. Chen Fan smiled effortlessly, prepared to test his blade force. The alloy battle blade manifested in his hand, and with a single stroke, the iron-tailed scorpion, 10 meters away, was cleaved in two before it could grasp the situation. For the entire morning, Chen Fan engaged in fierce battles deep within the marked 0431. During his mastery of the Gale Slash, he had already established himself as a formidable presence among his peers. Now, with the Gale Slash perfected and blade force cultivated, he was nearly invincible at his level. Many Tier 3 beasts succumbed to him in just 2 strikes. Slaughtering them was a simple task, and thus he felt confident in confronting Tier 3 foes, bolstered by his abundant vitality. The day passed swiftly. On his way back to the city, Chen Fan glanced at the status board. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18 level, 3-star martial artist vitality, 4,205,000 martial skill, Gale Slash, perfected, blade force. From 2891 to 4200, a stunning increase of over 1,300 in vitality within a single day. Chen Fan was ablaze with the fervor of combat. He was merely 800 vitality points away from ascending to a 4-star martial artist. Tomorrow, he would undoubtedly break through. The die was cast. Upon returning to the city, Chen Fan hurried towards the martial artist building. On the 4th floor, outside the Wanqing Pavilion, just as he was about to enter, he noticed a change in staff for the day. The proprietor, Boss Du, was absent. Today, a young chubby fellow was at the helm. Coincidentally, Chen Fan recognized him, his classmate from Sanchu, the affable Du Changza. Fangu? The corpulent Du Changza gasped in astonishment upon spotting Chen Fan at the entrance. Hastily making his way out. Changza, is this your family's establishment? Chen Fan inquired, a smile gracing his lips. What a serendipitous encounter. It appears that Changza is indeed the son of Boss Du, brother Chen. Shouldn't you be at school? What brings you here? Is Boss Du unavailable today? Chen Fan asked as he stepped inside. With the martial examination looming, the school has released us early. The final 2 days are designated for students to utilize as they please. My father has gone to the warehouse. Thus, he summoned me to assist, Du Changza explained. Fan Ge, it has been over 6 months since our last meeting. You have made quite the impression. You have already ascended to the rank of a 1-star martial artist. You cannot fathom the envy our classmates harbor. Du Changza spoke with palpable excitement. What is your current vitality? Surely, the martial examination will pose no challenge for you? Chen Fan inquired with a smile. Just over 150. I am confident I can secure a place in a prestigious school, Du Changza chuckled. That is splendid. You shall soon be a martial artist in your own right. I shall strive to follow in your esteemed footsteps, Fan Ge. The two classmates engaged in a delightful conversation, during which Chen Fan gleaned a wealth of information regarding the happenings at school. Though merely a little over 6 months had elapsed, Chen Fan felt as though his school life had become a distant recollection, separated by the vast expanse of time. Eventually, Chen Fan recalled the matter at hand. Changza, since Boss Du is not present, would you be able to manage the receiving and such? I have been assisting my father in the shop since my youth. It is certainly no trouble, Du Changza replied with confidence. Excellent, then I shall depend on you. Chen Fan extracted the materials from his spatial ring, creating a small mountain of goods. Du Changza gasped, his plump face quivering in astonishment. His shock stemmed from 2 factors, the sheer volume and this is a Tier 2 beast. This one is a Tier 3 beast. And this is yet another Tier 3 beast. My goodness. He stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. Fan Ge, am I dreaming? Have you truly become a 3-star martial artist? Yes, indeed, I am a 3-star, Chen Fan affirmed, having no reservations on this matter. Moreover, selling materials from Tier 3 beasts was not unfamiliar territory for him. Boss Du was already aware of it. After nearly half an hour, Du Changza, still reeling from the shock, finally completed the tally. Fan Ge, the total amounts to 1.95 million. Does that seem agreeable? Indeed, that appears quite reasonable. Yesterday, Chen Fan amassed a remarkable sum of 1.35 million, a substantial portion derived from Tier 1 beasts. The bounty for Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts today had significantly increased in value. Du Changza facilitated the transfer of funds, and knowing that Chen Fan had yet to dine, he insisted on treating him, though he was momentarily preoccupied. Chen Fan ascended to the 3rd floor to procure some meals, and the two savored their dinner within the establishment. Just as they concluded their meal, Chen Fan's phone rang, revealing the shop owner's voice, who informed him that the door had been installed. Chen Fan proceeded to settle the bill. Shortly after Chen Fan departed from Wanqing Pavilion, Du Chuanru made his return. Du Changza approached him with palpable excitement. Father, is my classmate Chen Fan consistently selling goods at our home? Chen Fan, your classmate? Du Chuanru responded, somewhat taken aback. Indeed. Son, how is your rapport with him? Du Chuanru inquired further. Quite good. We just shared a meal together. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing this, Du Chuanru affectionately patted Du Changza's shoulder, saying, Son, you must nurture this relationship. Chen is truly remarkable. His future prospects are limitless. I understand, father. Du Changza was taken aback by his father's high regard for Chen Fan, who typically held lofty standards. He instinctively replied, but then suddenly sensed something amiss. Chen, brother Chen. Du Changza's expression revealed his concern. Very well, my son. I have a social engagement shortly. You stay a while longer. I must take my leave. After Chen Fan settled the bill, he did not return home. Instead, he retrieved his phone and called Uncle Lu. 2 days prior, during their encounter when Chen Fan delivered pork, the 3 uncles had shared encouraging news regarding the warehouse's hiring of formal workers. Chen Fan had retained this information. They had mentioned that results would be available the day after tomorrow, and that day had now arrived. If the 3 uncles could secure stable employment, it would alleviate his concerns. Beep, beep, beep. After a moment, the call was answered. Hello, Xiao Fan. Uncle Lu's voice on the other end sounded somewhat disheartened. Chen Fan's heart sank, as he could roughly surmise the outcome from that tone. Uncle Lu, where are you? Chen Fan inquired nonchalantly, feigning ignorance of the situation. I'm out drinking with your Uncle Han and Uncle Wang, Lu Jian replied, forcing a smile. Drinking sounds delightful. Where are you? I shall come over. Chen Fan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, Xiao Fan, perhaps you ought not to come, Lu Jian expressed, appearing somewhat embarrassed upon hearing Chen Fan's intention to visit. Old Lu, Xiao Fan is not a stranger. Let him join us for a while, came the voice of Wang Zhen. Very well, Lu Jian acquiesced, providing Chen Fan with an address, and he proceeded directly there. Although they had mentioned drinking, it was not at a restaurant. Rather, they were assembled outside a convenience store. As Chen Fan arrived, he found Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Jin squatting by the roadside. With a bottle of white liquor and a pack of peanuts, quite a humble gathering. Despite not being martial artists, they still exhibited considerable vitality, taking turns sipping from the solitary bottle, savoring it. Chen Fan has arrived. I shall procure another bottle. Hong Kong was the first to notice Chen Fan, and promptly stood up. Uncle Han, Chen Fan exclaimed as he rushed over, grasping his arm. No need to purchase more. Have you dined? We are merely having a bite. Hong Kong chuckled. This hardly qualifies as a meal. Coincidentally, I have yet to eat as well. Shall we all go for a proper meal? Although Chen Fan had already dined, Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Jin quickly waved their hands in refusal. They understood that Chen Fan intended to treat them once more. Ever since Chen Fan had embraced the path of a martial artist, he had been generously treating them to meals and providing them with beast meat. They did not wish to impose further on him. However, Chen Fan, being a 3-star martial artist, possessed strength that far exceeded that of the three combined. Consequently, Lu Jian and the others found themselves unwillingly drawn along by Chen Fan. This time, they did not venture to Lu's restaurant, but instead made their way to the Qingqiao Grand Hotel. The Qingqiao Grand Hotel was regarded as quite upscale in Jiangnan Bay City. Good day, sir. How many? Please, follow me inside. Soon, they found themselves seated. Chen Fan had initially desired a private room. However, due to the hotel's bustling business and their tardy arrival, they were relegated to the main dining area. Chen Fan ordered an extravagant array of dishes, and Lu Jian and the others could hardly dissuade him. Ultimately, Chen Fan procured 4 bottles of liquor, each priced at over 3,000 yuan. Even amidst the prevailing high prices, such liquor was still regarded as commendable. Wang Jun's mouth twitched. A single bottle represented a month's toil for him. 4 bottles amounted to over 10,000 yuan, not to mention the entire spread of food. Chen Fan, this is excessively lavish. What will be the cost of this meal? Hong Kong and the others expressed their astonishment and concern. Uncles, you need not fret over the expenses. Just indulge freely. A meal cannot exceed 20 or 30,000 yuan. That is akin to me vanquishing a 3rd-tier beast with but 2 strikes, while pouring wine for everyone. Lu Jian interjected, we toil for an entire year for just over 30,000. Your 2 strikes certainly underscore the disparity in earnings for martial artists. Wang Jin nodded in agreement, finding this notion quite rational. Chen Fan, you are indeed remarkable. Hong Kong sighed repeatedly. Very well, uncles. I owe my accomplishments today to your earlier support. Let us not linger and savor the meal. The food and drink are already served, and they shall not be retracted. Chen Fan quipped with a smile. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them could not help but chuckle. All right, let us raise a toast first to express our gratitude to Chen Fan for treating us. As several drinks were consumed, the atmosphere at the table grew vibrant. Lu Jian broached the topic of the interview. He had indeed faced rejection. Though we are disappointed, it is not insurmountable. We have managed to endure while navigating the job market before. Haha, old Lu is correct. Let us persist in the job market. Stable positions are in high demand. Many have connections. Unlike the 3 of us, enough of that. Old Wang, let us drink. At that moment, Chen Fan interjected, actually, I invited you all today to discuss something else. The 3 shifted their focus to Chen Fan. I wish to share some exciting news with you. Yesterday I earned 1.35 million, and today it has risen to 1.95 million. With a surplus of funds at my disposal, I am contemplating embarking on a business venture. However, as my endeavors will require me to spend considerable time outdoors, I extend an invitation to the 3 of you to join me as partners. I shall provide the capital. You 3 will manage the operations, Chen Fan declared earnestly. He had long aspired to support the 3 uncles. If they had succeeded in their interviews and secured formal employment, it would have been splendid. Now that they had faced failure, he felt compelled to intervene personally. Determining the best way to assist them proved to be a perplexing dilemma. Previously, Chen Fan had no clear strategy. Simply offering money would not suffice. Given the nature of the 3 uncles, they would undoubtedly refuse. Thus, he needed to approach the matter with greater finesse. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Jin exchanged knowing glances. They were not naive. They readily discerned Chen Fan's intention to lend them a helping hand. Suddenly, they all smiled. Chen Fan, you are a loyal and kind-hearted young man. We appreciate your sentiments. But business is not our expertise. Now that you are a martial artist, making money has become somewhat easier. But remember, wealth is not easily acquired. It is forged through toil and sacrifice in the wilderness. You need not concern yourself with us. We shall not starve. Indeed, I recognize that while martial artists can earn well, expenses can be substantial. A single battle blade may exceed 100,000. And martial techniques can also amount to tens of thousands. Not to mention the cost of combat gear and vitality elixirs. Old Han speaks the truth, especially regarding vitality elixirs. The elixirs for non-martial artists are priced over 10,000, while those for martial artists can soar into the hundreds of thousands. You should concentrate on investing in yourself. Strength is paramount in these times. Chen Fan, while we may not be able to assist you now, we also do not wish to become a burden. Should it come to that, we will sever our ties with you, and future meals and gatherings will be off the table. Do you comprehend what your uncle means? Lu Jian said earnestly. Chen Fan initially wished to negotiate further, but upon witnessing the resolute expressions of the three uncles, he felt compelled to hold his tongue. Then, whenever I invite you for a meal, you must come at my beck and call. That should be acceptable, correct? Chen Fan responded with a wry smile, prompting an eruption of laughter from the trio. Very well, that is entirely acceptable. On this day, Du Chuanru found himself dining at the esteemed Xingqiao Grand Hotel. Seated in a private room on the upper floor, he completed his meal and descended the staircase. Trailing behind him was a bespectacled middle-aged gentleman. As they traversed the lobby, Du Chuanru's gaze inadvertently fell upon Chen Fan. A wave of delight surged within him, compelling him to instinctively approach for a greeting. Yet, as he advanced, he paused, noticing that Chen Fan was engrossed in lively conversation and merriment with his companions. After a moment's reflection, he chose not to intrude. Outside the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, Du Chuanru instructed, "Supervisor Sun, kindly settle the bill for that table," gesturing towards Chen Fan's gathering. Sun Haijia followed the direction of his employer's finger. The table was occupied by three middle-aged gentlemen in their 40s and a youthful man. To his astonishment, he recognized the three middle-aged individuals as Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhan, who had recently been employed part-time in the warehouse he managed. He had just interviewed them that very day, but they had been dismissed as all positions had been filled. Sun Haiji found himself puzzled as to why they would choose to dine at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel. Given their earnings, it seemed an extravagant decision. Perhaps it was due to the young man accompanying them. That youth appeared barely of age, likely still a student. How could he possibly afford such indulgence? A wealthy scion, perhaps? Boss, are you familiar with that table? Sun Haiji ventured cautiously. Do you see that young man? He is Chen Fan, the very same Chen Fan I have been speaking of recently. He is currently a valuable asset to our establishment, and at such a tender age. He has already attained the rank of a 3-star warrior. His potential is limitless. Those three beside him are indeed fortunate. The last time I extended an invitation for dinner to Chen Fan, he graciously declined. It appears he is treating them this time. Their relationship must be significant. How enviable. Du Chuanru sighed. Is that truly Chen Fan? Sun Haijia couldn't resist stealing a few more glances, fully aware of his boss's recent accolades for Chen Fan. He had not anticipated that Lu Jian and his associates would be connected to such an influential figure. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Boss, I know those three." Oh. Du Chuanru gazed at Sun Haijia with astonishment. Those three have been working part-time in our warehouse recently. We are currently seeking full-time employees, and they applied as well. But regrettably, they were turned down today, Sun Haijia reported candidly. Upon hearing this, Du Chuanru remained silent, yet his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. Sun Haijia, sensing the atmosphere, quickly understood that his superior was displeased. Rest assured, boss, I comprehend what must be done, he hastily assured. Ensure this matter is handled with grace. Du Chuanru emphasized. Yes, of course. After relishing their meal, Chen Fan approached the counter to settle the bill, only to be informed that a Mr. Du had already taken care of it. Recognizing it was Du Chuanru, Chen Fan felt a wave of gratitude. Upon exiting the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, he summoned a cab to take the three men home, choosing not to return to his own residence. The previous night's incident involving the Lichihu cat had left him restless, prompting him to seek refuge on the 17th floor of the Warrior Building. The Warrior Building was exceedingly secure, albeit somewhat costly, at 2,000 per day. Nevertheless, now that Chen Fan was financially buoyant, he was undeterred by the expense. Chapter 18. The Awakened, the Arrogant. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Lu Jian and his companions received calls from Sun Haijia, extending a heartfelt invitation for them to join the warehouse team. His demeanor was exceptionally warm. Moreover, the previously mentioned monthly salary of 6,000 had now been raised to 8,000, accompanied by improved benefits and a 2-day weekend. Lu Jian and his friends did not allow their excitement to cloud their judgment. This enthusiasm was rather peculiar, given their standing. There was no necessity for Supervisor Sun to exhibit such exuberance, particularly with such a considerable salary increment. There had to be an underlying reason. When they probed further, Sun Haijia merely chuckled and stated, "Mr. Chen Fan is a friend of our boss." Upon hearing this, Lu Jian and his companions were momentarily taken aback. For them, the likes of Supervisor Sun felt beyond reach, and the revelation that Chen Fan was acquainted with his superior was nothing short of astonishing. Subsequently, the trio engaged in a flurry of phone calls. Ultimately, it was Chen Fan who came to our aid. The following day, the news of Lu Jian and his companions obtaining formal employment circulated rapidly among their peers, eliciting envy from numerous individuals. It was indeed Chen Fan who recently vanquished the formidable giant beak chicken at Factory 6. I had once derided Liu and his friends for their struggles to make ends meet while accompanying a novice. It appears I was the one who was misguided. Is there anyone among the workforce aged 18 or 19, ideally a school dropout? The surname Chen would be most fitting. One might as well peruse Chen Fan's identification card. Laughter erupted among the group, yet the envy was sincere. It is imperative to acknowledge Chen Fan's loyalty and righteousness. Were he a thankless scoundrel, even his extraordinary accomplishments would hold no significance. At the designated point 0431, Chen Fan arrived early, unaware that Liu Jian and his companions had become formal employees. He devoted the entire morning to combat, his vitality reaching 4,200, a mere 800 shy of the 5,000 threshold required for 4-star status. After a morning of fierce encounters, he surpassed that barrier. Chen Fan opened his status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 4-star warrior. Vitality, 5,001. 10,000 martial skill, Gale/perfected, blade technique, to ascend to 5-star. A vitality of 10,000 is requisite. Chen Fan observed that as his realm ascended, the vitality gap expanded. I must exert myself to achieve a breakthrough to 5-star within 3 days, he resolved. The day passed swiftly. At the warrior building on the 4th floor of Wancheng Pavilion, Du Chuanru cheerfully bid farewell to Chen Fan at the door. Boss Du, that will suffice. Very well, see you tomorrow. Until tomorrow. Chen Fan exited Wancheng Pavilion and, as was his routine, ascended to the 3rd floor for dinner. Today had proven fruitful. He had attained 4-star warrior status, and, for the first time, his earnings had exceeded 2 million, reaching 33 million. Nearly half a month prior, such a sum had been unimaginable. During his meal, Chen Fan retrieved his phone, intending to browse the warrior's home. To his astonishment, he discovered several missed calls, all from Uncle Liu. He promptly returned the call, having been engrossed in combat all day and neglecting his phone. Moreover, the signal beyond the city was feeble. A twinge of concern gripped him. Surely Uncle Liu would not have called repeatedly for a matter of urgency. As the call connected, Liu Jian's cheerful voice greeted him. Hello, Xiao Fan, came the warm salutation. Chen Fan exhaled in relief. Uncle Liu, I was outside, and the signal was poor. I just noticed your calls, he explained with a smile. No worries, no worries. I called to share some good news, and to convey gratitude on behalf of your Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, and myself. Good news? Thank me? Chen Fan was perplexed. Liu Jian recounted the events of the previous night concerning the supervisor's phone call. Gradually, Chen Fan began to comprehend. The warehouse where Uncle Liu and his colleagues toiled belonged to Boss Du. Understood. I have noted this favor from Boss Du Xiao Fan. Your assistance has been invaluable. Our gratitude cannot be expressed through words alone. The 3 of us have agreed to treat you to dinner tomorrow. Although we cannot indulge in the luxury of the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, how about Liu's restaurant? Please do not dismiss it out of hand. Very well. I shall not be overly formal then. Chen Fan accepted the invitation with genuine sincerity. Today, Chen Fan did not return to the Shurji community. After dinner, he reserved a room in the warrior building. Comfortably reclining on the spacious bed, Chen Fan perused the warrior's home. Today, the warrior's home was particularly lively, and the reason was straightforward. Tomorrow heralded the martial arts examination. Although this examination was intended for students still enrolled in the Junior Martial Arts Academy, it bore little significance for seasoned warriors like themselves. Nevertheless, reflecting upon the past, the glorious years, the memories of striving for the martial arts examination remained vivid. In the blink of an eye, a decade has slipped away. Indeed, time flies swiftly. I achieved a score of 153 in the martial arts examination and graduated from a prestigious martial university 5 years ago, yet I have not ascended to the 9-star level. Is there still hope? No hope remains. It is better to hasten my demise. Not being able to participate in the martial arts examination is a profound regret in my life. Not participating in the martial arts examination? A wild warrior. No, I was granted direct admission. How remarkable. A distinguished individual who received direct admission. Those who are afforded such privilege are not commonplace. May I inquire, are you an awakened? Take a guess. Recently, a warrior emerged from the 3rd Junior Academy, anticipated to surpass those from the 1st and 2nd Junior Academies. Yet even so, the principal of the 1st Junior Academy appears quite confident, suggesting there may be something noteworthy. Could it be that the 1st Junior Academy has also produced a formidable warrior? In a secluded chamber at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, a table overflowed with exquisite delicacies. A student, possessing a broad visage and adorned in the uniform of the 1st Junior Academy, voraciously indulged in the feast before him. Seated alongside him were the principal, vice principal, and an array of esteemed officials from the academy, all of whom had yet to lift their chopsticks. They merely observed the broad-faced student with beaming smiles. Principal, your presence here is unnecessary. I find myself somewhat constrained amidst your company during my training, the broad-faced student, whose narrow eyes were bespeckled with acne, articulated with his mouth full, albeit somewhat indistinctly. Very well, Su-won, take your time, the principal replied. I have instructed Director Song to allocate generous funds at the counter. Do not hesitate. Indulge in whatever delicacies you desire. This year, the 3rd Junior Academy has produced a warrior who upholds the honor of our 1st Junior Academy, and it rests upon your shoulders. Rest assured, Principal, upholding the honor of the 1st Junior Academy is our solemn duty, Su-won proclaimed with pride. The opponent is but a newly certified 1-star warrior. How could he possibly hope to match my prowess? I am a rare awakened. If there was ever a time to shine before becoming a warrior in the martial arts examination, it should have been his. Alas, he has encountered me. And in my brilliance, he is destined to fade into obscurity. Well said, the high-ranking officials applauded, finding Su-won's audacity entirely warranted, particularly given the gravitas associated with the title of awakened. Su-won, brimming with self-assurance, raised his chin. After devouring a sizable portion of meat, his vitality surged. Indeed, his awakened talent was the art of consumption. With each morsel, he grew stronger. Chapter 19. Hey, silly dog ding-dong. As Chen Fan perused the warrior's home, a message abruptly appeared. It was from Zhang Qing. Chen Fan, tomorrow is the martial arts examination. Indeed, how do you fare now? Chen Fan inquired. Vitality at 180. Zhang Qing replied. Quite impressive. This year, you shall bear the banner of the 3rd Junior Academy. It is regrettable that you will not be attending, Zhang Qing expressed, accompanied by a series of annoyed emojis. Chen Fan responded with a playful smile emoji. By the way, Zhang Qing, you have been a certified warrior for a few days now. What occupies your time? Are you honing your martial skills? Surely you will need to venture beyond the city soon, no? It may prove to be quite arduous to assemble a team as a 1-star warrior. Would you care for an introduction to someone? My brother, a 9-star warrior, possesses a team and could offer his guidance. Zhang Qing conveyed this in a voice message, her tone crisp and melodic. There is no need for you to go to such trouble. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. Very well. Should you require anything, simply inform me. Understood. In a lavish residential enclave, within a spacious and luminous living room, Zhang Qing nestled comfortably on the sofa. Her delicate fingers glided over her phone as she perused her recent conversation with Chen Fan, a sweet smile effortlessly illuminating her exquisite features. Pray tell, Miss Zhang, with whom are you conversing that brings forth such a delightful smile? A teasing voice chimed from behind her. Instinctively, Zhang Qing shielded her phone with her arms and retaliated by tossing a cushion at the speaker, poised to hurl another. The familiarity of the voice revealed its owner. The figure behind her donned a crisp sports ensemble and sported a neat haircut. Sister, do not throw it. I was merely jesting, he chuckled, catching the cushion. Brother, you are tormenting me. I shall inform mother and father, Zhang Qing pouted. I concede, I was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. Zhang Bo feigned a pained expression, producing a beautifully wrapped gift, clearly prepared in advance. Aware that his sister Zhang Qing would be partaking in the martial arts examination the following day, he had thoughtfully arranged this gift for her. With a 10-year age difference, the brother had always showered his sister with affection. After a bout of playful banter, Zhang Qing inquired, Brother, based on the precedents of previous years, the elite warrior competition follows the martial arts examination. How prepared are you? You shall discover the truth when the moment arrives. Zhang Bo picked an apple from the table and, with a subtle gesture, summoned a fruit knife from the kitchen, which landed gracefully in his hand. He proceeded to peel the apple and tenderly presented it to Zhang Qing. Unperturbed by this display, Zhang Qing, her exquisite eyes shaped like crescent moons, raised her petite fist and exclaimed, Brother, good luck. Zhang Bo smiled affectionately, tousling his sister's hair. The night slipped away swiftly. Chen Fan awoke early, once more making his way to the 0431 marker point beneath the morning sun. Although this location predominantly attracted level 1, 2, and 3 ferocious beasts, he had ascended to the rank of a 4-star warrior. Nevertheless, Chen Fan opted not to explore other marker points for the time being. Hey, foolish creature, he called out. Deep within the 0431 marker point, on the expansive road, Chen Fan dashed forward, his speed remarkable for a 4-star warrior. Behind him, a throng of ferocious beasts pursued him with relentless determination. Among them were iron-armored giant apes, unicorn rhinos, spotted tigers, and saber-toothed cat beasts, alongside various others. Despite this, Chen Fan seized the moment to taunt a few hyenas by the roadside. The hyenas, each comparable in size to a calf, locked their fierce gazes upon him, baring their sharp teeth as they charged forward. There must be over 100 now. That should suffice, Chen Fan mused. Let the carnage commence. With a sweeping motion of his alloy battle knife, he unleashed a powerful strike, felling several hyenas before they could close in. Soon, a dark tide of ferocious beasts surged forward, crashing toward Chen Fan. With his alloy battle knife, he swung effortlessly, dispatching both level 1 and level 2 or 3 beasts with a single blow. Ding! Slain level 3 ferocious beast iron armored giant ape, vitality 20. Ding! Slain level 1 ferocious beast bloodthirsty blue wolf, vitality 3. Ding! Slain level 2 ferocious beast saber-toothed cat beast, vitality 10. After a fierce battle, a heap of beast corpses accumulated at Chen Fan's feet, and collecting materials took some time. He then repeated the process, drawing in yet another wave of creatures, this time seemingly more numerous. As time flowed gradually, one should not be deceived by the ostensibly low level of the beasts in this area. Chen Fan's vitality surged at a pace surpassing that of higher mark points. Previously, he would not have dared to be so audacious. Yet now, as a 4-star warrior, it was no exaggeration to claim he could traverse the 0431 mark with ease. A day passed swiftly, and Chen Fan, bloodied yet triumphant, returned to the Wansheng Pavilion. Du Chuanru was taken aback upon his arrival and, upon inquiring, felt relieved to learn that Chen Fan had sustained no injuries. Brother Chen, now that you are financially secure, why not invest in a set of combat attire? Defense is but one facet. However, at the very least, it would spare you from being drenched in blood. Du Chuanru suggested. You raise a valid point, Boss Du, Chen Fan replied. It is no trouble at all, Du Chuanru reassured him. Chen Fan scattered his materials upon the floor of the Wansheng Pavilion, forming a considerable heap. Du Chuanru's eyes widened as he swiftly assessed the bounty, realizing it was nearly 2 to 3 times his prior earnings. Take your time counting, Boss Du. Once you are finished, you may transfer the funds directly, Chen Fan stated. Preparing to depart, he was acutely aware of the number of beasts he had vanquished that day. Furthermore, having collaborated with Boss Du on numerous occasions, he felt a profound sense of trust in him. Brother Chen, be certain to check your phone upon your return. There is significant news from our Jiangnan base city today, Du Chuanru reminded him. Oh, Chen Fan raised an eyebrow. Haha, Brother Chen, have you forgotten the significance of today? It is the day of the martial arts examination. Du Chuanru chuckled. Chen Fan smacked his forehead. Right, today is indeed the martial arts examination. By the way, how did Long Zhe perform? Not too poorly. He scored 153, just barely qualifying for a prestigious institution, Du Chuanru replied, striving to sound nonchalant while struggling to conceal his delight. That is wonderful. So, what is this momentous news you referenced? Chen Fan inquired. Du Chuanru elaborated. The first junior martial arts academy has produced an awakener. We are unaware of the talent they have awakened, yet they achieved a score of 4 stars during the examination, shattering the historical record. Upon hearing the term awakener, Chen Fan's heart raced. He had not anticipated the emergence of an awakener from this year's martial arts examination. Awakeners are undoubtedly favored by fate, and Chen Fan could not suppress a twinge of envy. However, considering he too was now a 4-star warrior, after departing the Wansheng Pavilion, Chen Fan ascended to the 17th floor. Following a refreshing shower and a change into clean attire, he received a call from Uncle Wang. Xiao Fan, we have concluded our work for the day, Wang's cheerful voice resonated. Very well, Uncle Wang, I have just finished tidying up. I am on my way to Luji shortly, Chen Fan replied. Excellent. After concluding the call, Chen Fan made his way down from the warrior building, exited, and hailed a taxi to Luji. Initially, he contemplated purchasing 2 bottles of exquisite wine, but he soon reconsidered, placing the sentiments of his 3 uncles above the gesture. While it might have been customary to bring wine to a modest dinner, this gathering was one of heartfelt gratitude. A meal costing between 300 to 500 yuan would be rendered insignificant if accompanied by wine valued at over 10,000. Upon his arrival at Luji, the 3 uncles were already present. Xiao Fan, you've arrived. Please take a seat quickly, they greeted him with warmth. What a splendid feast. Chen Fan exclaimed as he surveyed the table adorned with an array of dishes. Enough with the pretense. You're not deceiving anyone, Hong Kong jested, eliciting laughter from the group. The meal was exquisite, and as they took their leave, Chen Fan retrieved a level 3 beast, the unicorn bull, from his spatial ring, distributing it among the 3 uncles for them to take home. They graciously accepted it without hesitation. Upon returning to the warrior building, Chen Fan did not proceed directly to his room, but instead visited the combat attire shop. After a meticulous selection process, he invested 750,000 yuan in a premium set of combat attire. He had previously withheld his purchase until he could acquire something of superior quality, particularly since financial constraints were no longer an issue. The combat attire, crafted from nanomaterials, was remarkably comfortable. Even in the sweltering heat, it imparted a refreshing sensation. According to the sales representative, it also excelled in insulation during the winter months. The price was indeed justified by its quality. Just as Chen Fan finalized his purchase, he received a notification of a bank transfer of 6.03 million yuan from Du Chuanru, accompanied by a detailed transaction breakdown. "Thank you, Boss Du," Chen Fan replied. "No. I should be thanking you, Brother Chen." Du Chuanru responded in an audio message that conveyed his excitement, indicating that the deal had proven quite lucrative. Once back in his room, Chen Fan discovered 99 messages in the class group chat, including one from Zhong Qing, who promptly shared her martial arts examination results. With a score of 180, she had been accepted into Jiangnan Martial Arts University, with registration scheduled for 3 days hence. In his 2 lifetimes, this martial arts examination paralleled the Gaokao of his previous existence, which unfolded over several days, followed by enrollment and an extended summer break. However, in this life, with the looming threat of beasts besieging the city, everyone felt tightly wound, with schedules rigorously packed. Results were announced immediately after the examination, leading to instant enrollment. With only 3 days remaining until the reporting day, Jiangnan Martial Arts University, an esteemed institution, was the very one Zhong Qing had longed for. And she had finally realized her dream. The remaining messages were consumed with discussions about the awakener emerging from the martial arts examination. An awakener, the favored child of destiny, someone whose potential seemed boundless. The emergence of such an individual undoubtedly caused a considerable stir. Chen Fan reviewed his status panel. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Rank: 4-star warrior. Vitality: 7511. 10,000. Martial skill: Gale/perfected, blade technique. Previously, as a 3-star warrior, he could only enhance his vitality by approximately 1,200 to 1,300 daily. Now, as a 4-star warrior at the 0431 marked point, he encountered no resistance. His efficiency had significantly increased, allowing for a daily vitality boost exceeding 2,500. Initially, Chen Fan had aspired to achieve 5-star status within 3 days. However, it now appeared that 2 days would suffice. As time flew by, the following day found Chen Fan returning to the 0431 marked point. He traversed the desolate streets and alleys, and the beasts trailing behind him had escalated beyond mere numbers, resembling a burgeoning beast tide. In Jiangnan Bay City, the martial artist's home buzzed with excitement. The aftermath of the awakener's emergence during the martial arts examination lingered in the air. Furthermore, as per tradition, announcements regarding the elite martial artist tournament were expected the day after the examination. Many warriors opted to remain indoors, eagerly anticipating the official announcement. After waiting all morning, instead of receiving information about the elite martial artist tournament, they were greeted with another official announcement. A pinned post appeared on the homepage of the martial artist's home. The Beast Tide Detection Center warns of a minor beast tide occurring at the 0431 marked point. The cause remains unknown. All warriors are urged to proceed with caution. First floor: holy crap, a beast tide. Second floor: I don't want to hear about the beast tide. I want news about the elite martial artist tournament. Third floor: did you hear? The awakener from the martial arts examination has declared their intention to partake in this year's elite martial artist tournament. The elite martial artist tournament mandates a minimum of 6 stars for participation. Yet, they possess only 4 stars. What could they be contemplating? The young man appears to be somewhat overconfident, with merely 10 to 15 days remaining before the elite warrior competition. Could he truly ascend 2 ranks in such a brief period? Floor 6, awaken ones. It is difficult to articulate. Floor 7, let us refrain from conversation here. The announcement for the elite warrior competition has been disseminated. Floor 8, withdraw. The elite warrior competition undoubtedly captivates considerable attention, yet at this juncture, Chen Fan remains unaware of it. He is presently embroiled in a tumultuous battle against a relentless horde of beasts that surge like tumultuous waves, obscuring his presence. However, moments later, as blood spills and limbs are cast aside, Chen Fan rises once more, reminiscent of an indomitable deity of war amidst the turmoil. As dusk descends, Chen Fan returns to the city. Such intense combat would leave others utterly fatigued, even if they possessed ample strength. Yet, Chen Fan appears revitalized. His condition even more vigorous than when he embarked upon his journey in the morning. This is hardly surprising, as his vitality has been steadily augmenting throughout the day. Chen Fan casts a glance at the status panel. He has now attained the rank of 5-star warrior. Vitality: 10, 530 50, 000. Today, he has amassed an impressive 3,000 vitality, surpassing the gains of the previous day. Concurrently, Chen Fan realizes a pivotal truth. To ascend to 6 stars, one's vitality must reach 50,000. 1-star warrior vitality: 200, 2-star warrior vitality: 500, 3-star warrior vitality: 1000, 4-star warrior vitality: 5000, 5-star warrior vitality: 10,000, 000. The vitality requisite for 6 stars is several times greater than the cumulative total needed to progress from 1 to 5 stars. It is no wonder that 6 stars are deemed the critical threshold for vitality warriors, Chen Fan reflects. In reality, there are numerous instances illustrating this 6-star boundary. For example, the Elite Warrior competition necessitates a minimum of 6 stars. Furthermore, the newly certified Warrior subsidy is 5,000 per month, remaining static for those possessing 2 to 5 stars. A 6-star adjustment occurs once, amounting to 20,000 per month. Moreover, a salient point pertains to military conscription. Non-warriors and those below 6 stars are exempt, while those at 6 stars and above are compelled to serve. Such distinctions are myriad. 6-star warrior. A glimmer of anticipation dances in Chen Fan's eyes. At the Warrior Tower, on the 4th floor, in the Wanqing Pavilion, as he did yesterday, Chen Fan deposits the materials and takes his leave. After dining on the 3rd floor, he exits the Warrior Tower. It has been several days since he last returned home, and Chen Fan resolves to pay a visit. Master, to Century Community. Very well. Chapter 21. Competition Rewards and the Arrogant Awakened. Before long, the taxi halts at the entrance of the Century Community. Chen Fan settles the fare and strides into the compound. Upon reaching his building, he observes Wang Shanru reclining in a chair, engrossed in a newspaper. Grandpa Wang. As Chen Fan passes by, he greets him with a smile. Oh, little Fan. Wang Shanru exclaims, sitting upright. It has been quite some time since our last encounter. What have you been engaged in lately? Is everything well? Indeed, all is well. Chen Fan replies with a smile. That is reassuring to hear. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Chen Fan ascends the staircase. Upon his return home, everything remains unchanged. Perhaps due to the recent absence of inhabitants, the atmosphere feels somewhat lifeless. After sitting quietly in the living room for a spell, Chen Fan rises, secures the door, and departs. Today, his intention was merely to check in. He harbors no desire to linger. He has been residing in his room on the 17th floor of the Warrior Tower for several days. Back at the Warrior Tower, after indulging in a refreshing shower and donning clean attire, Chen Fan reclines on his bed. Habitually, he retrieves his phone and opens the Warrior's home application. Now, he spends his days engaged in fierce battles, relying almost entirely on this application for information. The announcement for the Elite Warrior competition has been unveiled, capturing Chen Fan's keen interest. Each year, this prestigious event is celebrated with great enthusiasm, and the enticing rewards ignite fervor among eligible warriors. It remains a popular topic of discussion within the base city. I wonder what the rewards will be this year, muses Chen Fan, chuckling as he engages with the announcement. At this moment, he finds himself merely an observer. In regard to the Elite Warrior competition, Chen Fan adopts a relaxed demeanor. As in previous years, this year's competition targets warriors ranging from 6-star to 9-star rank. Registration commences today and will conclude in 10 days. The champion of the Elite Warrior competition will be awarded a magnificent grand prize of 300 million, while the runner-up will receive 200 million, and the third place will garner 100 million. The prize pool extends to the top 500, with the minimum reward set at 10 million. In addition to financial awards, the martial arts library of Jiangnan Base City will be accessible, allowing the top 300 to select a martial arts technique. This library is distinct from the martial arts hall in the Warrior Tower. It stands as a veritable treasure trove within the base city. Beyond the monetary rewards and access to the martial arts library, there lies another significant aspect pertaining to military service. It is crucial to understand that warriors do not harbor any aversion towards military conscription. Rather, they often aspire to it, poised to respond to summons at any moment. The noble cause of safeguarding one's race is one facet, but the lucrative benefits of military service are equally compelling. The military is responsible for national defense, and the alliance ensures that they are duly compensated. Various resources are preferentially allocated to the military, which would otherwise be costly to acquire externally. Within the army, resources are distributed on a monthly basis. Should additional supplies be necessary, that poses no issue. The monthly allowances are notably generous. Furthermore, soldiers enjoy discounts throughout the entire alliance. Returning to the subject of the Elite Warrior competition, only those who are 6-star warriors and above, who are mandated to serve, are permitted to participate. Typically, they enlist as soldiers. However, the top 100 in the Elite Warrior competition ascend to officer status. The distinction between sergeants and officers is not merely a matter of rank. Chen Fan quickly discerns that among the rewards designated for this year's Elite Warrior competition, the most valuable and significant is indeed this third point, which can be inferred from the number of recipients as well. 500 individuals can receive monetary rewards. 300 can access the martial arts library, but only 100 can attain the esteemed status of officer. The announcement is succinct, revealing only the rewards and registration details, with specific arrangements for the competition to be disclosed later. The comments section below has already amassed over 100,000 replies. Comment 1. This year's prize pool surpasses that of previous years. Comment 2. The monetary reward is secondary. My aspiration is to become an officer. Comment 3. Securing a position in the top 100 is exceedingly challenging. Comment 4. Be audacious, add a 0. Even reaching the top 1,000 will be formidable. Comment 5. Indeed. Past competitions have witnessed participation numbers soaring to 70 or 80,000. The competition is fierce. Comment 6. I ponder how many will shine in this year's Elite Warrior competition and who will emerge victorious. Comment 7. Me. Comment 8. You are excessively ambitious. Comment 9. Isn't Comment 7 the one who emerged from yesterday's warrior examination? Chen Fan departs from the thread and surveys several other discussions. Presently, the entire forum of Warriors Home is abuzz with discourse regarding the Elite Warrior competition. After a considerable interval, Chen Fan tosses his phone onto the bed. As a 6-star warrior, military service awaits him. With the system at his disposal, achieving the status of a 6-star warrior is certainly not his ultimate goal. This indicates that one day he will inevitably serve. Given this reality, if presented with a choice, he would naturally prefer to be an officer rather than a soldier. However, he remains merely a 5-star warrior. If he continues to acquire 3,000 vitality daily, it will take at least another 13 days to ascend to 6 stars. While the registration period is confined to 10 days, Chen Fan shakes his head with a smile. He will exert his utmost and leave the remainder to fate. If he succeeds, it would be splendid. If not, there is little he can do. The greatest asset he possesses is his inherent talent, while the elite martial arts competition merely serves as a delightful embellishment. At this moment, his phone vibrated with a transfer notification 680,000. A glance confirmed it was a settlement from boss, due time to rest. At this juncture, within the principal's office of the 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy, a furious Yao Fu paced back and forth. This is utterly outrageous. Truly outrageous. He fumed. The previous day's martial arts examination witnessed the 1st Primary Martial Arts Academy producing a 4-star martial artist, an awakener no less, a truly astonishing achievement. Yet, why must one belittle others in their triumph? After the examination, the smug Su-Wen had inundated social media with several posts, all directed at the 3rd Primary Academy, and specifically at Chen Fan. The first read, I heard that the 3rd Primary has produced a 1-star martial artist this year. Come forth and reveal yourself. The second, my sincerest apologies, dear brother. Logically speaking, this ought to be your year to radiate brilliance. Yet, regrettably, fate has intertwined our paths. The third, to the martial artist from the 3rd Primary, do not feel inferior in attempting to measure yourself against me. I am an awakener. We do not belong to the same echelon. Nevertheless, among your contemporaries, you may indeed hold your own. It is imperative to acknowledge one's own standing. The 3rd Primary remains steadfast, audaciously challenging the supremacy of our 1st Primary. What audacity! Bow down. Yao Fu, consumed by indignation, could no longer restrain his wrath. He seized his phone and contacted the principal of the 1st Primary Academy. Hello, Gong Hai. You must rein in your students. Their arrogance is insufferable. I bear no ill will towards your glory, but do not tread upon the 3rd Primary or its people. Yao Fu, at your age, why engage with the youth? Every young person possesses their bravado, and besides, he has the merit to substantiate it. Your call is in vain. He has already secured admission to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Perhaps you might reach out to them? Or, could you encourage your martial artist from the 3rd Primary to surpass Su-Wen? Gong Hai chuckled dryly before terminating the call, deriding the notion to himself. It is precisely the 3rd Primary that is trampled. In this realm, strength prevails. If you lack power, simply remain still. Meanwhile, Yao Fu was on the verge of hurling the phone across the room in exasperation. Chapter 22. A shocking revelation, intensified. Now, the class groups of the 3rd Primary were ablaze with indignation. How outrageous. That Su is utterly insufferable. Bah, a petty individual reveling in their success. To be impressive is one thing, but to belittle the 3rd Primary and Chen Fan is wholly unwarranted. If only I could match him, I would teach him a lesson. I wonder how enraged Chen Fan is at this moment. Classmates, I can no longer endure this. Changza, that is redundant. We are all exasperated. No, I'm not referring to Su-Wen, but rather to a secret I can no longer keep. Oh, a secret? Az, do share. I delight in a good secret. Du Changza replied, Brother Fan, I must first extend my apologies. Witnessing Su-Wen flaunt his arrogance upon you, I can no longer remain silent. Is this secret connected to Chen Fan? Zhang Qing, typically a silent observer within the group, now exhibited visible agitation. Indeed. It is true that Brother Fan recently achieved the status of a one-star martial artist, astonishing many. However, it is essential to clarify that he has transcended this level. He is now a 3-star martial artist. What? Are you in a dream, Changza? A voice interjected. Changza persisted. It is indeed the truth. Many are aware that my family operates a shop within the martial artist building, and Brother Fan has been vending materials sourced from level 3 ferocious beasts for several days. I even inquired directly with him, and he confirmed his status as a 3-star martial artist. This revelation was nothing short of seismic. Remarkable. Only Chen Fan could accomplish such a feat, while his rank may not rival Su when as 4 stars. Su's status is somewhat superficial. Chen Fan possesses the capability to hunt level 3 ferocious beasts in the wild, showcasing combat experience and martial skills that far surpass those of Su 1. In a fair contest, Chen Fan would undoubtedly triumph over Su in tenfold. A surge of exhilaration swept through the group. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Wang Fong, became embroiled in the commotion. Changza, are you certain? Absolutely, teacher. Good. Meanwhile, Yao Fu remained in his office, seething and pacing. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Hello. Is this Teacher Wang? Is there a problem at this late hour? What? Chen Fan has become a 3-star martial artist? Are you certain? Wang. Please contact Chen Fan immediately to verify this. No, I shall reach out personally. Yao Fu was electrified. Having exchanged numbers with Chen Fan during his previous visit to the Century community, he dialed Chen Fan directly. At that moment, Chen Fan was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. Upon recognizing it was Principal Yao calling, he quickly answered, Principal Yao, good evening. Chen Fan, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, but I urgently need to confirm something. Please, be forthright with me. Yao Fu's tone grew serious. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan straightened himself. What is it, Principal? What is your current realm? Are you indeed a 3-star martial artist? Yao Fu inquired directly, subsequently elaborating, you see. During yesterday's martial arts examination, a 4-star awakener named Su Wen emerged at the first primary. Yao Fu succinctly encapsulated the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. What manner of individual belittles others? If one is remarkable, so be it. Why must they trample upon me? Furthermore, the third primary, though I have departed from the institution, it remains my alma mater. How could I not feel incensed? On the other end, Yao Fu awaited Chen Fan's response with bated breath, as if anticipating a momentous reply. Finally, Chen Fan's voice resonated. Principal, I am not a 3-star martial artist. Upon hearing this, Yao Fu experienced a pang of disappointment wash over him, his expression betraying his dismay. The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. After all, Chen Fan had only recently attained 1 star. It was unrealistic to expect him to have reached 3 stars so swiftly. No worries, Chen Fan. Just continue to exert yourself. And in the future, Yao Fu, despite his disappointment, instinctively encouraged Chen Fan. Yet before he could finish, Chen Fan interjected, Principal, you misunderstand. I meant I am not a 3-star martial artist because I have already attained 5 stars. What? Yao Fu's heart raced, his eyes widening in disbelief as his voice escalated. Chen Fan, what did you just say? I am now a 5-star martial artist. With a chi and blood level of 10, 530, Chen Fan stated earnestly. Wonderful, wonderful. Yao Fu exclaimed repeatedly, suddenly realizing something. Chen Fan, could it be that you are also an awakener? In a mere few days, he had ascended from 1 star to 5 star, a terrifying rate of advancement that could only be attributed to an awakener, surely. Chen Fan shook his head. I do not believe so. I may simply possess exceptional talent. The existence of the golden finger panel, of course, remained unspoken. However, it is indeed not an awakened state. Chen Fan could only affirm this. Yao Fu did not linger on the matter. Whether or not one is an awakened being was of little consequence. What mattered was instilling a sense of pride in San Chu. He then continued, Chen Fan, the announcement for the elite martial artist competition has been released today. You must have seen it as well. Su Wen, now a 4-star martial artist, has already declared his intention to participate in this year's competition. How about you? Do you possess the assurance to ascend to the ranks of a 6-star martial artist prior to the registration cutoff? I sincerely hope you will partake in the elite martial artist competition, not solely for your own benefit, but also to instill a sense of pride in San Chu and to decisively temper Su Wen's arrogance. Chen Fan had previously calculated that time was indeed of the essence. However, with the current developments, he felt an imperative to assert his presence. Rest assured, Principal, I shall manage this matter, Chen Fan declared with earnest conviction. Excellent, splendid. By the way, should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. The school shall extend its full support. I require nothing, simply await my promising news. Previously, Chen Fan had primarily been hindered by a lack of funds. Now, possessing several million, He found himself in a state of relative prosperity. He retrieved a pen and paper from the bedside table, aspiring to ascend to the rank of 6-star martial artist within a mere 10 days. Complacency was no longer an option. It was time to reorganize and intensify his training regimen. As he penned his thoughts, a preliminary outline for the forthcoming 10 days began to materialize. The following day, the alarm clock chimed, signaling the dawn of a new day. This was the alarm he had set for 4:30 a.m. during his regular excursions to the talent market. Since embarking on his martial arts journey, the alarm had remained dormant, but now it was reactivated. After a brief period of tidying up, Chen Fan hastened toward the city gate. Chapter 23. The Wave-Cutting Blade. The diamond body upon exiting the city, while Chen Fan was en route to the 0431 marker, his true destination lay not at 0431, but rather at the more distant 0455 marker. To return to the 0431 marker and endeavor to break through to 6-star martial artist within such a constricted time frame was undeniably daunting. The 0455 marker, situated 70 kilometers from Jiangnan base city, primarily housed beasts ranging from level 3 to level 6, presenting a certain degree of peril to Chen Fan, a 5-star martial artist. Yet, such danger was entirely expected in the wilderness. It was inconceivable to encounter none at all. Chen Fan himself recognized that he had grown overly complacent in 0431 in recent days. As he journeyed towards 0455, Chen Fan sprinted with all his might. As a 5-star martial artist, he could reach speeds of up to 70 kilometers/h. Within an hour, the densely clustered abandoned skyscrapers of the 0455 marker came into view. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, 0455 had been a relatively developed county-level city, vast in area, far surpassing 0431. Armed with a reinforced alloy blade, Chen Fan entered the 0455 marker. For a 5-star martial artist like Chen Fan, who had perfected the Gale Slash and could unleash blade energy, vanquishing the level 3, 4, and 5 beasts here was akin to slicing through mere vegetables. The sole caution lay with the level 6 beasts. Having slain a level 4 beast, the tiger cat lynx, he garnered blood chi 30. Upon dispatching a level 5 beast, the savage bull archer, he acquired blood chi 40. Soon, noon arrived. Inside an abandoned chemical plant, Chen Fan perched atop a towering cooling tower, relishing a rare moment of respite after a morning of carnage. He seized this opportunity to partake in lunch. Indeed, one must push oneself. Following a morning of exertion, Chen Fan's blood chi surged from 10,530 to 13,000, an increase of nearly 2,500. If calculated thus, he could potentially amplify his strength by 5,000 in a single day. At this rate, he could achieve the status of 6-star martial artist in 8 days. Of course, these calculations were meticulously crafted by Chen Fan. Furthermore, during his tenure at 0431, having perfected the Gale Slash and amassed sufficient blade energy, he had refrained from hastily cultivating other martial techniques. However, his perspective had now shifted. Upon his return, he intended to select higher-level martial techniques. After all, with the system, learning was a seamless endeavor. Once acquired, it would become an integral part of his strength, rendering the slaying of level 6 beasts a feasible undertaking. After a brief respite and a light repast, Chen Fan re-entered the fray. Before long, the setting sun bathed half the sky in crimson hues. A glance at the time revealed that it was time to return. After another hour of running, Chen Fan arrived back at Jiangnan Bay City. In the martial artist tower, on the 4th floor of the Wanqing Pavilion, Du Chuanru was astonished, his eyelids twitching. Level 4, level 5, level 5, level 4, level 5. Had his younger brother Chen truly ascended to the rank of 5-star martial artist? This velocity. It was likely that even the most adept awakened beings, skilled in the art of elevation, would be left in a state of wonder. Du Chuanru stifled his astonishment and commenced the enumeration of figures. This time, the quantity was somewhat diminished, however, the quality had markedly enhanced. After a span of more than 10 minutes, a transfer of 7.6 million was successfully executed. Take care. My younger brother Chen, Du Chuanru said as he personally escorted Chen Fan to the door. Chen Fan waved farewell. Hello, Uncle Lu. Chen Fan greeted with exuberance over the phone. Ah, Xiao Fan. A jovial voice resonated from Lu Jian on the other end. Have you finished the beast meat I sent you last time? What? You haven't consumed it all yet? That was all level 2 and level 3 meat. Just save it for now. Later at Xingqiao, I shall be dining, and today I procured a level 5 beast for you. Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhen had just concluded their work. Suddenly, Lu Jian, who was on the phone, became momentarily paralyzed. What transpired, old Lu? Hong Kong and Wang Zhen inquired, their smiles unwavering. Lu Jian trembled with excitement. Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan mentioned he has brought us level 5 beast meat. Hiss. Both Hong Kong and Wang Jun inhaled sharply in astonishment. Has Xiao Fan ascended to the status of a five-star martial artist? Not long after, at the Xingqiao Hotel. It was not too late, and Chen Fan had taken the initiative to reserve a private room in advance. Chen Fan and the three uncles engaged in jovial laughter and amiable conversation. One must acknowledge that this was the essence of life. 2 hours later, the group departed from the Xingqiao Hotel. Chen Fan presented the processed meat from the 5th-level savage bull to the three uncles. The potent blood energy of the 5th-level beast rendered its meat nearly equivalent to that of a blood chi pill. Xiao Fan, the beast meat you previously bestowed upon us has already enhanced our blood chi to some extent. Now, with the 5th-level beast meat, perhaps the three of us may still harbor hopes of becoming martial artists within our lifetimes. Lu Jian and the others were exceptionally exhilarated. The aspiration of becoming martial artists had always appeared as a distant dream to them. Now, the prospect of realizing that dream felt within their grasp. Although they were no longer in the bloom of youth, and becoming martial artists did not necessarily entail embarking on expeditions to slay beasts. Their salaries would multiply severalfold upon achieving martial artist status. Currently, they earned 8,000. When Chen Fan had just ascended to martial artist rank, Zhou Song had extended an invitation for him to serve as a security captain at Factory 6, offering a base salary of 20,000, in addition to bonuses. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could not suppress a smile. Uncles, put forth your efforts and strive to become martial artists. After bidding farewell to the three uncles, Chen Fan returned to the martial artist tower. On the first floor, within the martial technique hall, the staff at the counter were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Fan. He wouldn't be here to replenish his supplies again, would he? Chen Fan perused the selection for quite a while. As anticipated, he placed 3 stacks of books upon the counter. One stack consisted of 20 volumes of the wave-cutting blade, a superior martial technique of the Xian grade. Given the 4 tiers of martial arts, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, it was not that Chen Fan eschewed the Tian or Di levels, but rather that the martial technique hall only provided access to techniques up to the Xian grade. To procure anything of a higher caliber, he would need to journey to the martial technique repository in Jiangnan Base City. Naturally, gaining entry to this repository was no simple task. Certain prerequisites had to be fulfilled, such as military service and the attainment of meritorious deeds, including commendable standings in the elite warrior competition. In a previous instance, Chen Fan had acquired the yellow-grade inferior wind blade for a sum of 25,000. The price of the superior Xian-grade wave blade surged to an astonishing 250,000, signifying a tenfold increase. However, Chen Fan now possessed over 20 million and, without a moment's hesitation, secured 20 volumes, amounting to 5 million. In addition to the wave blade, he also obtained 2 stacks of books, one devoted to defensive martial arts, the diamond body, and the other to an agile movement technique, flickering shadows, both of which were also Xian grade superior. In contrast to the exorbitant price of 25,000 for the wave blade, the cost for the diamond body and flickering shadows were nearly halved, each set at 13,000. This disparity is readily understandable. It is universally recognized that martial arts demand arduous mastery. The yellow-grade inferior wind blade often requires practitioners 1 or 2 years to learn. As for the more intricate and profound Xian-grade superior techniques, the challenge is exponentially greater. Yet, a person's energy is finite. Warriors generally prioritize offensive techniques, which results in fewer options for defensive skills like the diamond body and flickering shadows, hence their relatively lower prices. As Chen Fan placed the numerous tomes upon the counter, the staff member inhaled sharply. Earlier, she had regarded Chen Fan as somewhat peculiar, but now, witnessing his purchases, she thought, goodness, this is my benefactor. Chapter 24, Comprehensive Enhancement. The Azure Scale Python King. The cost of 20 volumes of Wave Blade alone amounted to 5 million, while an additional 20 volumes of Diamond Body priced at 260,000, along with another 20 volumes of Flickering Shadows, also at 260,000. In total, this culminated in an astonishing sum of 1,020,000. She recognized the potential for a considerable commission, and her demeanor transformed into one of fervent enthusiasm. After Chen Fan finalized the transaction, she presented him with a business card, gracefully swaying her captivating figure while alluding to further prospects. Was she subtly suggesting that the acquisition of additional books could yield personal benefits? Chen Fan was acutely aware that he was neither the first nor would he be the last to entertain such notions. Nevertheless, he had no desire to resort to public transportation. He carefully stored the 60 volumes within his spatial ring and took his leave. Upon returning to his room on the 17th floor, Chen Fan placed the wave blade, diamond body, and flickering shadows upon the table. Ding. Xian grade superior martial art wave blade detected. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Ding. Xian grade superior martial art diamond body detected. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Ding. Xiangrade superior martial art flickering shadows detected. Do you wish to learn? 3 extensive segments of memory surged into Chen Fan's consciousness in rapid succession. The memories were vast. Yet their assimilation was remarkably swift. Merging each segment took merely 3 to 5 minutes, despite spanning decades. With the wind blade perfected and even exhibiting blade energy, mastering the wave blade was akin to constructing upon a solid foundation. In his recollections, Chen Fan's proficiency in the wave blade sword. Chen Fan accessed his panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 5-star warrior. Vitality, 15500, 50000. Martial arts, wind blade, perfected. Wave blade, perfected. Blade energy, diamond body, perfected. Flickering shadows, perfected. Both the wave blade, diamond body, and flickering shadows had reached a state of perfection. However, he did not experience the same transcendence he had with the wind blade, possibly due to the greater quantity required for Xiangrade superior techniques. Nevertheless, Chen Fan did not linger on this thought. Presently, possessing 3 perfected martial arts represented a significant enhancement compared to his previous state, elevating his offensive, defensive, and speed capabilities comprehensively. Achieving perfection in 4 martial arts is a feat that most ordinary warriors could scarcely aspire to in a lifetime. Soon, a night had elapsed. Chen Fan departed early from the city, directing his path towards the 0455 marker. As previously noted, the 0455 marker lay considerably farther from the base city than the 0431 marker, necessitating an hour's journey for Chen Fan. Now that he had perfected flickering shadows, his speed escalated from 70 km per hour to 150 km per hour. Thus, traversing from Jiang'an base city to marker 0455 took him merely over 20 minutes. His velocity on the road could be likened to that of the wind. As Chen Fan navigated the desolate urban landscape, he quickly encountered a solitary 3-star fierce beast. The iron-armored centipede, measuring nearly 10 meters in length, bristling with legs, and exuding a murderous aura. The iron-armored centipede charged at him with ferocity. In the past, he would have effortlessly vanquished it, but now he refrained, wishing to test his diamond body. With a resounding crack, the iron-armored centipede's attacks descended upon Chen Fan like a tempest, yet he merely stood his ground. The force was no more than a mere tickle. With a swift motion, he dispatched the iron-armored centipede. A 3-star beast was insufficient. He sought to challenge a 4-star instead. Soon, a 4-star beast proved equally ineffectual. Then came the 5-star. The 5-star creature was similarly incapable of breaching the defenses of the diamond body. Chen Fan chuckled with delight, his confidence for the impending challenges surging. Having tested both flickering shadows and diamond body, Chen Fan felt thoroughly satisfied. However, he recognized that the true gem among his acquisitions was the wave blade. True to its name, the wave blade continuously accumulates power, with each wave surpassing the last, showcasing remarkable intricacy. Upon entry, the wave blade can unleash 3 strikes, each comparable in might to the perfected wind blade. At the minor proficiency level, one can execute 6 strikes. At major proficiency, 9 strikes can be unleashed, with every strike becoming increasingly formidable. Should he attain 12 strikes at perfection, Chen Fan felt assured in his ability to contend with a 6-star fierce beast. The wave blade's capacity to accumulate and amplify combat power rendered it highly coveted among warriors. Yet, while achieving 3 or 6 strikes is common, those capable of delivering 9 strikes are rare, and 12 strikes are exceptionally scarce. Chen Fan found himself among the few. Though he expended over 10 million, he deemed the investment worthwhile. Concurrently, he gained a profound appreciation for the significance of martial arts. If Xiangrade techniques wielded such formidable power, what might be said of the higher-grade earth and heaven techniques? He could not suppress his longing for the martial arts library in Jiang'an Bay City. The morning passed swiftly. With the enhancement from the 3 superior Xiangrade martial arts, Chen Fan's efficiency surged dramatically. Upon his arrival, his vitality, initially at 15,500, had ascended to 19,000. He was now one step closer to the 5-star warrior threshold of 50,000. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, in the heart of this forsaken city, Chen Fan encountered a 6-star ferocious beast, the azure-scale python king, a colossal creature. Exceeding 20 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, it possessed a triangular head and a flicking tongue. Its cold gaze elicited an involuntary shiver. Had he encountered such a formidable entity in the past, Chen Fan would have instinctively turned to flee, recognizing that escape signified survival, whereas failure could culminate in death. Yet now, his fighting spirit soared. Although he was merely a 5-star warrior, the outcome remained uncertain. Hiss. The azure-scale python king, despite its immense size, exhibited remarkable agility, its tongue flicking as it lunged toward Chen Fan with blinding speed. One of its heads loomed above him. Kill. Chen Fan unleashed the wave blade. With 3 strikes, he merely grazed the surface of the Python King's scales, igniting sparks. The resultant blade energy inflicted a measure of pain upon the azure scale Python King, further inciting its fury. Its massive tail struck with the swiftness of a tempest, too rapid for Chen Fan to react. Boom! The overwhelming force descended with great ferocity, propelling Chen Fan through the air like a cannonball, ultimately colliding with a stone pillar in the square, which crumbled under the impact. Such formidable power would have annihilated an ordinary 5-star warrior. Yet, when Chen Fan arose from the ground, he merely sensed a slight surge of vitality, suffering no significant injury. The Python King's eyes glimmered with astonishment, clearly unable to fathom how this seemingly frail human had not perished. Not only had he survived, but he had also managed to rise once more. Your defense is impressive, and mine is equally robust, Chen Fan mused inwardly. You take pride in your speed, but allow me to exhibit my own swiftness. With a swift motion, he propelled himself from the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath him. And in the blink of an eye, he stood before the azure-scaled Python King, his long blade descending with a flourish, igniting a cascade of sparks. The azure-scaled Python King opened its massive jaws, attempting to engulf Chen Fan whole. With a snap, the enormous jaws clamped shut. But Chen Fan had already retreated 5 meters away. In a fit of rage, the Python King swung its colossal tail toward Chen Fan. He chuckled softly, employing his flickering light technique to evade effortlessly while continuing to deliver precise strikes with his blade. Chapter 25, Troubles at Wanqing Pavilion, the Golden Spear Warrior Squad. It is noteworthy that his swordsmanship is rooted in the Gale Slash, executed with remarkable rapidity. The 4th, 5th, and 6th strikes followed in swift succession. With the 6th strike, a section of scales was severed from the azure-scaled Python King, inciting the creature to become increasingly frenzied, launching a brutal assault with its head and tail. A whirlwind of flashing blades and howling winds ensued, leaving the ground in utter disarray. The 9th, 10th, and 11th strikes ensued. The 9th strike inflicted a deep gash upon the Python King's massive form, blood cascading freely. With the 11th strike, the alloyed blade plunged deep into the Python King's flesh. Then, the 12th strike descended. A thunderous crash reverberated as the gargantuan serpent's head was severed, creating a profound crater upon impact with the ground. Breathless, Chen Fan received a notification. Ding! Having vanquished the formidable 6th-level beast, the azure-scaled Python King, and gained a vitality boost of 60, Chen Fan returned to Jiangnan Bay City as night enveloped the surroundings. He made his customary way to the Wanqing Pavilion on the 4th floor of the Warriors Building, only to discover, to his astonishment, that it was closed for the day. He briefly considered contacting Boss Du for clarification but ultimately refrained, reasoning that the closure was likely due to pressing matters. After lingering momentarily, he departed. With the Wanqing Pavilion shuttered, Chen Fan opted against visiting other shops for sales. Having previously encountered their tendency to exploit his youth, he was resolute in avoiding any disadvantageous dealings. Although he did not find himself in urgent need of funds, he resolved to await the Wanqing Pavilion's reopening the following day to conduct his transactions. After savoring a dinner and indulging in a refreshing shower, Chen Fan reclined comfortably on his spacious bed. The majority of discussions within the Warriors community centered around the Elite Warrior Tournament, an undeniably trending topic. He noted a screenshot indicating that, within a mere day, the number of registrants for the tournament had surpassed 30,000. With speculations suggesting that this year's event might set an unprecedented record for participation. Furthermore, considerable discourse surrounded the frontrunners vying for the championship, among whom Chen Fan recognized Zhang Bo. Although he did not know Zhang Bo personally, he was well acquainted with Zhang Qing and understood that Zhang Bo was her brother. Reportedly an awakener. As Chen Fan perused the forum, he was suddenly interrupted by a notification on his mobile device. To his delight, it was a call from Du Chuanru. With a smile, he recalled his earlier intention to reach out to Boss Du, only to have the latter contact him first. Hello, Boss Du, Chen Fan greeted. Chen, my young friend, I trust you encountered no difficulties during your ventures outside the city today? Du Chuanru expressed his concern, prompting a momentary bewilderment in Chen Fan. No troubles at all, he reassured, sensing the relief emanating from Du Chuanru on the other end. That is indeed pleasing to hear, he continued. However, I must elaborate. Certain shops have become envious of my flourishing enterprise and have resorted to unscrupulous competition. I remained oblivious until today when several of my clients were confronted outside the city by the Golden Spear Warrior Squad, who not only injured some, but also threatened them to cease selling materials at my Wanqing Pavilion. It would be prudent for you to refrain from venturing outside the city for the next few days. I sincerely apologize. This predicament should not have affected you. Nevertheless, please be assured that I comprehend the inconvenience caused and shall compensate you with 100,000 daily until this issue is resolved. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan grasped the gravity of the situation. No wonder the Wanqing Pavilion was closed today. They had attracted unwarranted trouble. However, abstaining from leaving the city was not a feasible option for him, especially as he aspired to ascend to the rank of a 6-star warrior. Any delay could jeopardize his opportunity to register for the Elite Warrior Tournament. Yet, stepping outside could expose him to the same fate as the clients of Wanqing Pavilion, who had been robbed and assaulted. The Golden Spear Warrior Squad? Chen Fan queried, unfamiliar with them. Boss Du, what is their level of strength? The Golden Spear Warrior Squad is quite formidable, Du Chuanru responded with a heavy sigh. Their leader is a 6-star warrior, supported by 2 5-star vice-captains, while the remainder consists of 3 and 4-star warriors, totaling around 100 members. What is your course of action, Boss Du? Chen Fan inquired. I have already met with the leader of the Golden Spear Warrior Squad today. They are imposing exorbitant demands, essentially seeking to usurp my Wanqing Pavilion. I refuse to acquiesce. While they may refrain from inciting chaos within the city, beyond its walls lies a realm devoid of order. As negotiations have reached an impasse, we must confront them head-on. I am currently enlisting warriors, Du Chuanru declared, his voice imbued with a blend of resolve and urgency. Even a cornered rabbit will defend itself, he added. Understood. I appreciate your warning, Boss Du, Chen Fan replied. Do not mention it, Chun. It is I who have caused you distress. Expressing gratitude only heightens my embarrassment. I shall transfer 5 days' worth of compensation to you now, Du Chuanru stated. Chen Fan swiftly interjected. There is no need for that, Boss Du. Such gestures are unwarranted. And I would find it quite displeasing. Very well. I sincerely apologize, Chen, Du Chuanru concluded before terminating the call. Chen Fan set his phone aside. His collaboration with Du Chuanru had been quite agreeable. He had no intention of accepting any compensation. Moreover, he enjoyed the additional connection of being classmates with Du Chuanru's relative, Du Changza. Additionally, Chen Fan had no plans to linger in the city the following day. As a 6-star warrior, he felt no trepidation. It would be prudent for the Golden Spear Warrior Squad to refrain from provoking him. Should they target him, he would repay the favor of Du Boss arranging work for Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, and Uncle Wang. Early the next morning, Chen Fan arrived at the city gate. A considerable throng had already assembled there. Upon exiting the city, he discerned murmurs. Is that him? Indeed, it is Chen Fan, the individual who has been vending materials at Wanqing Pavilion. Come, brethren, let us pursue him. A cadre of figures promptly followed in Chen Fan's wake. Attired in bespoke combat uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of 2 crossed golden handguns. Those acquainted with the insignia would discern them as members of the Golden Spear Warrior Squad. As Chen Fan advanced, he remained ever vigilant, heeding Du Chuanru's caution from the preceding day. Before long, he became aware of a group shadowing him, approximately a dozen. Maintaining a casual distance, Chen Fan chuckled softly. Having mastered his flickering light technique, he could effortlessly accelerate to an astonishing velocity of 150 kilometers per hour, readily evading his pursuers. Yet, he opted against this course of action. Should they truly have targeted him, they would need to confront the repercussions of their intentions. As he proceeded, he abruptly came to a standstill. Meow, he has halted, one of the pursuers observed. According to our intelligence, this fellow has only recently been certified as a warrior, approximately half a month ago. He has been active around the 0431 marker, and his strength is negligible, a mere 1-star novice. We are some distance from the base city. Let us subdue him. Understood. Chen Fan ceased his movement, and his companions hastened their pace, swiftly encircling him. In recent days of wilderness skirmishes, Chen Fan had encountered other squads, yet upon their meetings, all had maintained a respectful distance. In the wild, preserving one's distance is a gesture of goodwill. Encroaching upon another is inherently provocative. Chapter 26. The literal shock of Du Chuanru. Before long, over 10 individuals surrounded Chen Fan. In that moment, he beheld the Golden Spear emblem on their combat uniforms. Realizing he was confronted by the Golden Spear warrior team. Kid, be wise and relinquish everything you possess. Your money, spatial ring, battle knife, combat uniform. Make haste. Miao Lu, the vice-captain of the Golden Spear team and a 5-star warrior, declared, his demeanor authoritative as he chewed on a toothpick. Beside him, a lackey grinned with malice, gesturing toward Chen Fan. Kid, do you comprehend why we are robbing you? Keep your eyes open from this moment forth. Remember, you are forbidden from entering Wanqing Pavilion again. Should you dare return, next time it shall not merely be a simple robbery. You will receive a beating as well. Understand? The lackey exhibited audacity, his finger nearly jabbing Chen Fan's visage. In an instant, a blade glimmered. A scream, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, erupted from the lackey's lips. Blood spraying as the finger that had pointed at Chen Fan plummeted to the ground. This spectacle transpired too abruptly for anyone to respond. Miao Lu could scarcely fathom that a mere one-star rookie would dare to defy such overwhelming odds. Enraged, he cast aside his toothpick. Having harmed my brother, you shall pay with your life today. A long axe materialized in Miao Lu's grasp, descending with formidable force toward Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze turned frigid. The alloy battle knife shimmered once more. Before Miao Lu could bridge the distance, the blade's energy surged forth. A fissure manifested at Miao Lu's forehead, extending down to his nose, mouth, and chest. Crimson blood oozed forth. Miao Lu's eyes bulged in disbelief. Blade, energy? He struggled to articulate the final two words of his existence. Then, his body was cleaved asunder. Ding! 5-star warrior Miao Lu has been slain. Vitality gained, 40. The system's notification startled Chen Fan. He had previously only vanquished ferocious beasts, never anticipating that taking a life would also restore his vitality. Miao is dead. Was that blade energy? Can he truly unleash blade energy? Good heavens, what manner of being have we provoked? What are you still doing? Send a distress signal. Signal? Forget that. Let us flee. With Miao Lu vanquished, the remaining 10 or so individuals were plunged into disarray. Some emitted cries for help, while others fled in abject terror. Chen Fan had never before extinguished a life. However, after having dispatched countless ferocious beasts, he had become accustomed to the harshness of existence. The act of slaying Miao Lu stirred little emotion within him. This society functions on such principles. If you do not deceive others, they will deceive you. If you do not kill, others will kill you. To live with honor and clarity, one must wield power. As he observed the scattered individuals, Chen Fan propelled himself forward. A vendetta had been ignited. He harbored no desire for numerous onlookers to monitor his actions. Determined to leave no loose ends, he resolved to obliterate the threat entirely. Within mere moments, only Chen Fan remained upright. The others lay upon the ground, peacefully at rest. Chen Fan gathered the spoils, 14 spatial rings and 14 weapons. He chose not to take the combat uniforms. Nevertheless, the 14 spatial rings alone were worth millions. After collecting his bounty, Chen Fan did not take his leave. Instead, he seated himself upon the ground. He was acutely aware that the individuals had already dispatched a signal, and the Golden Spear team would soon make their appearance. His intentions were unequivocal. Having taken action, he would address it thoroughly. Once again, he wished to eliminate any lingering adversaries. Approximately 10 minutes later, a dark mass of figures surged toward him from the horizon. Their destination was not the base city. It appeared they had traversed a great distance to a distant marker and, upon receiving the signal, had hastened back. Soon, Chen Fan found himself encircled once more. This time, there were even more, dozens of them. At the forefront was Kong Wu, the captain of the Golden Spear warrior team, a towering figure standing 2 meters tall, with a fierce visage and wielding dual blades. His eyes glinted with fury. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that a fight to the death loomed. Without a moment's hesitation, the two factions collided. Kong Wu was a 6-star warrior, indeed formidable. However, he paled in comparison to the 6th-level ferocious beast, the azure-scaled Python King. As for the other dozens, they were merely fodder, only serving to further empower Chen Fan. Half an hour later, the ground was strewn with corpses. As Chen Fan delivered his 12th strike with the overlapping wave's blade, Kong Wu crumpled to the earth, his arms falling limply, devoid of life. Chen Fan once again collected the spoils and continued onward toward the 0455 marker. The fierce battle had merely been a minor interlude for him. The day passed swiftly. Chen Fan glanced at his status board. Vitality, 29, 950, 000. There remained 6 days until the registration deadline for the Elite Warrior Tournament. Upon returning to the Warrior Tower, Chen Fan pondered whether Boss Du was open today. He routinely ascended to the 4th floor. Fortunately, Wanqing Pavilion was indeed open today. Boss Du was present as well. The last time Chen Fan encountered Boss Du, he had been radiant with joy. However, now, Boss Du paced anxiously about the shop. A frown etched across his brow. It seemed the recruitment of warriors was not proceeding smoothly. Indeed, the situation was as such. Recruiting low-level warriors proved manageable. But identifying those capable of bearing the burden was a formidable challenge. Du Chuanru required at least a 6-star warrior to contend against the Golden Spear team. The 6-star threshold represented a significant demarcation. Those who attained this level often had superior options available. Recruiting a 6-star warrior was no trifling task. As for 7-star or 8-star warriors, they were entirely beyond reach. Du Chuanru recognized that his modest establishment could not accommodate such formidable figures. At present, the situation appeared bleak. Without capable warriors, recruiting more low-level ones would yield little fruit. This predicament had greatly troubled Du Chuanru over the past few days. Chen Fan entered. Boss Du, he called. Chen, my young brother? Du Chuanru turned, astonished to see Chen Fan, and swiftly gestured for him to take a seat. Chen Fan smiled. stating that he had merely come to browse and noticed that Wanqing Pavilion was open. So, have your troubles been alleviated? Du Chuanru shook his head, releasing a long sigh. It is quite challenging to recruit skilled individuals, my young brother. I initially believed I could resolve this matter within 3 to 5 days. Yet it appears it may require much longer. I apologize for any inconvenience. It is no trouble at all. By the way, Boss Du, you need not worry any longer. The Golden Spear Warrior team should no longer pose a concern for you, Chen Fan remarked. Upon hearing this, Du Chuanru was taken aback. My young brother. What do you mean by that? Just what I said, Chen Fan replied calmly. Du Chuanru's expression was one of confusion. Then, as if recalling something, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? No, that is impossible. An absurd hypothesis briefly flickered through his mind before being swiftly dismissed. Although Chen Fan's cultivation had progressed rapidly, this circumstance was different. The 6-star threshold represented a significant leap. The vitality required for transitioning from 5 stars to 6 stars was exponentially greater than that needed to advance from 1 star to 5 stars combined. He had only learned just a few days prior that Chen Fan had achieved a breakthrough to 5 stars. Only 2 days have elapsed. Is it truly feasible to attain 6 stars in such a brief interval? It seems utterly fantastical. Chapter 27. Brother Chen, your great favor needs no words of thanks. Even if we were to assume that Chen Fan has indeed ascended to 6 stars, he would still be no match for Kong Wu. Kong Wu is not merely an ordinary 6-star warrior. His vitality is approximately around 80,000. After reaching 6 stars, the disparity in vitality among warriors of the same realm can be staggering, often amounting to several tens of thousands. Boss Du, Chen Fan, noticing that Du Chuanru had succumbed to profound contemplation, gently called out to him. Startled, Du Chuanru snapped back to reality. I apologize, Brother Chen. I was lost in thought. He admitted. Chen Fan smiled reassuringly. It is quite all right. Boss Du, now that you have reopened your establishment, I presume you were inundated with business. Du Chuanru, aware that Chen Fan had likely been holding on to materials due to the shop's closure the previous day, felt a surge of gratitude. With Wanqing Pavilion shuttered, Brother Chen had refrained from selling to competing shops. Please, take a seat. Brother Chen, let us examine the materials you have brought. Very well. With a mere thought, Chen Fan summoned the materials from his spatial ring, and a substantial heap materialized in the hall. Du Chuanru's eyes widened in astonishment. Having managed Wanqing Pavilion for 2 to 3 decades, he was quite the connoisseur in this domain. Upon scrutinizing the materials, he discerned that half were undoubtedly from yesterday's hunt. However, the other half still bore fresh bloodstains, unmistakably from today's endeavors. Brother Chen, did you venture outside the city today? Du Chuanru exclaimed, astonished. I have grown accustomed to the daily skirmishes beyond the city walls. Idleness is not an option for me, Chen Fan chuckled. Did you not encounter the Golden Spear Warriors? Du Chuanru instinctively inquired, but midway through his question, he gasped in disbelief. His gaze fixated on a particular item atop the pile of materials, the serpent gall of the azure-scaled Python King. Brother Chen, did you slay it? Du Chuanru's voice quivered with excitement. Chen Fan nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving this confirmation, a tempest of emotion surged within Du Chuanru. A 6-star warrior. Brother Chen has ascended to the ranks of a 6-star warrior? Moreover, the azure-scaled Python King is no ordinary adversary. Previously, Kong Wu had led an entire battalion of Golden Spear warriors in pursuit of it, only to retreat in utter disgrace at a considerable cost. The realization that Brother Chen possessed the prowess to vanquish the azure-scaled Python King inundated Du Chuanru with a sudden epiphany. It became apparent that Brother Chen had encountered the Golden Spear warriors in the wilderness and had assisted in resolving a significant dilemma for himself. A torrent of emotions, shock, exhilaration, surprise, gratitude, flooded Du Chuanru's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. He clasped Chen Fan's hand fervently. Brother Chen, your tremendous kindness requires no words of gratitude. Boss Du, you are excessively courteous. I have not accomplished much. If anyone should be expressing thanks, it is I, for providing Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, and Uncle Wang with steady employment. Du Chuanru was momentarily taken aback before quickly replying, Yes, indeed, I have not contributed much. Being perceptive, Du Chuanru grasped the underlying significance in Chen Fan's words. Brother Chen preferred to keep this matter discreet. Furthermore, Brother Chen's assistance this time was largely influenced by the prior favor of securing employment for his acquaintances. Du Chuanru couldn't help but reflect on how he initially endeavored to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chen Fan, merely extending a helping hand, and now felt profoundly fortunate for his decision. Subsequently, Du Chuanru began to tally the materials. He discovered that among them was not merely a single level 6 beast, but to be precise, there was 1 from yesterday and 3 from today's hunt. Upon completing the count, the total amounted to 15 million. However, Du Chuanru transferred 20 million to Chen Fan, offering an additional 5 million as a token of appreciation. Chen Fan returned the surplus to Du Chuanru, who felt rather embarrassed by the gesture. Boss Du, I possess quite a number of spatial rings and weapons. Do you have any avenues for their sale? Before departing, Chen Fan inquired. Du Chuanru immediately deduced that Chen Fan was alluding to the rewards obtained from defeating the Golden Spear warriors. Brother Chen, leave it to me. I shall take care of it, he assured. Thank you then. By the way, Brother Chen, now that you have ascended to a 6-star warrior, the elite warrior competition is imminent. You ought to contemplate registering. While I understand that you are not in want of riches, the skills library in Jiangnan Bay City and the status of an officer are pursuits worth considering. Even if the outcome is not favorable, it would still yield invaluable experience for the competition next year. Du Chuanru provided a timely reminder. Chen Fan smiled. Boss Du, I am still merely a 5-star warrior and thus ineligible to register. Du Chuanru was momentarily taken aback. A 5-star warrior vanquishing a level 6 beast? Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Fan discovered the group chat for the 3rd year, Class 9, teeming with fervent exchanges. As he perused the messages, he discerned that the discord between the 1st and 3rd classes had escalated into a full-fledged skirmish, with both factions trading barbs with fervor. Su Wan, the instigator, exhibited no semblance of restraint. Rather, he intensified his provocations. Numerous comments grew increasingly outrageous, launching scathing attacks on the 3rd class and deriding Chen Fan. Chen Fan merely gleaned the overarching situation from the chat and opted not to dwell on Su Wan's specific taunts. When the elite warrior competition approached, he would ensure Su Wan faced the consequences of his words. Furthermore, Chen Fan received another tidbit of information. Su Wan had been indulging in culinary delights for the past few days and had ascended to the status of a 5-star warrior. Awakened individuals are truly remarkable. Chen Fan couldn't help but muse. In addition to the class chat, Zhongqing had also sent him several messages. She had already enrolled at Jiangnan Martial Arts University and even shared a selfie taken at the university's entrance. Aware of Chen Fan's past aspiration to attend Jiangnan Martial Arts University, which had regrettably taken a different turn, she aimed to offer him solace by showcasing the university's visage. However, upon receiving her message, Chen Fan responded with not but 3 words, "Your legs are so fair." This incensed Zhongqing, who clenched her delicate fists in frustration. Had Chen Fan been present, she would have undoubtedly administered a sound thrashing. Why did you have to mention the legs? Why did you have to mention the legs? However, she sighed in resignation. At least he still possessed some discernment. Moreover, according to the statistics from the Martial Artist Forum, the number of registrations for the Elite Warrior competition had already reached 80,000, with 6 days remaining until the registration deadline. The figures were nearly on par with previous years. It appeared that surpassing the record for participation this year was an inevitable conclusion. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days elapsed. Now, the number of registrations for the Elite Warrior competition exceeded 100,000. Throughout these 3 days, Chen Fan adhered to his routine of early departures and late returns, resulting in an average increase of 7,000 in his vitality each day. Currently, his status panel displayed: Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Realm, 6-star warrior. Vitality, 51, 500, 100. 000 Martial skills: Gale Slash, Perfection; Wave Blade, Perfection; Blade Force, Diamond Body, Perfection; Flickering Light, Perfection. Hard work indeed yields rewards. At long last, he attained 6 stars, accomplishing this milestone 3 days earlier than he had initially anticipated. In addition to his swift progression in realm, Chen Fan's fortune had also surged dramatically in these days. From the prior sale of 15 million, along with some remnants from before, he possessed approximately over 20 million. In these last 3 days, he garnered an additional 20 million from the sale of materials. Furthermore, the spatial rings and weapons he had entrusted to Boss Du for processing yielded over 60 million, which was transferred to him today. Chen Fan felt quite content with this sum. Although spatial rings and weapons are indeed costly, they would not fetch the original price upon resale. Adding the 20 million and the 60 million together, Chen Fan's balance finally exceeded 100 million, reaching over 110 million. Chapter 28. The Astonishment of Guantong and Guanjinshan. As night fell, in the office of the principal of the 3rd class, Yao Fu had been filled with anticipation each day since his last phone call with Chen Fan. Anticipation burgeoned as Chen Fan aimed to participate in this year's elite martial arts tournament. He longed to silence Yi Chu and the awakened one named Su Wan, wishing to render them voiceless. Yet, concern brewed within him. Daily, he contemplated calling Chen Fan to inquire about his progress in enhancing his vitality. But each time he found himself struggling to restrain his impulses. It was still too early. If he could manage to catch the last train of registration on the final day, he would be grateful. Moreover, His incessant inquiries might impose undue psychological pressure on Chen Fan. He must maintain his composure. Yao Fu exhaled deeply, once again compelling himself to set his phone aside. Just then, the sound of a notification chimed. It was Chen Fan. Yao Fu hastily answered with remarkable speed. Hello, Chen Fan. Do you require assistance? Simply utter the word. His instincts compelled him to believe that Chen Fan was in need of assistance, and he was ever ready to offer his support. No, Principal, came Chen Fan's voice over the line. I wish to inform you that I have achieved the breakthrough to become a 6-star warrior. What? Yao Fu stammered in disbelief. You have already accomplished that breakthrough? His lips quivered with barely contained excitement. Excellent. Splendid work, Chen Fan. Initially, he had feared that heightened expectations would lead to greater disappointments. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Fan had surpassed all anticipations by attaining 6-star status a full 3 days ahead of schedule. It was nothing short of miraculous. This young man was indeed reliable. Chen Fan, you are now a 6-star warrior. Ensure you register tomorrow. Also, remember to remain humble and composed. With merely 3 days remaining, prepare diligently. Since you have chosen to participate, let us strive for the best possible ranking. While it may seem ambitious to aspire for a position within the top 100, or even the 500, aiming for the top 50,000 is a commendable objective. Emphasizing participation over mere victory, Yao Fu encouraged. It was indeed ambitious to expect a newly minted 6-star warrior to compete amidst a vast sea of over 100,000 participants, many of whom were 7, 8, or even 9-star warriors. Chen Fan had ascended from 1-star to 6-star in an astonishingly brief period, being certified in less than 20 days. Mastering martial skills is no simple endeavor. Aiming for the top 50,000 may appear somewhat unrealistic, yet dreams are worth nurturing. What if they materialize? Moreover, Chen Fan was no ordinary individual. Though he professed not to be awakened, Yao Fu was perceptive enough to discern that such rapid advancement suggested otherwise. 50,000, you say? Chen Fan responded with a note of agreement. Unbeknownst to anyone, that night, Yao Fu was so elated that he could scarcely find repose. The following day, Chen Fan indulged in a rare leisurely morning, awaiting the opening of the registration point before venturing beyond the city limits. Indeed, he still harbored intentions of exploring the realms outside the city. Although he had ascended to the rank of a 6-star warrior, this merely marked the initial threshold for registration. Competing against tens of thousands of 7, 8, and 9-star warriors necessitated a further refinement of his skills to secure a commendable standing. In a broader context, the elite martial arts tournament represented but a fleeting episode in Chen Fan's life, a mere embellishment to his grander aspirations. Within the expansive hall of the martial arts building, numerous registration points for the elite martial arts tournament were arrayed in a line, with lengthy queues forming at each station. Chen Fan opted against joining the throng, choosing instead to verify his rank first, as the title of a 6-star warrior is not a mere assertion one can make. He approached the verification window, the very one he had visited during his initial certification. Behind the counter stood the same well-endowed young lady, Guan Tong. He had not taken note of her before, but now he read her name tag. Ah, it's you. Guan Tong recognized him instantly, her memory of him vivid. As few achieved the status of a warrior prior to the martial arts examination. Hello, Chen Fan greeted with a smile. Has it truly been such a brief time since you ascended to the rank of a 2-star warrior? The verification window primarily catered to those seeking to authenticate their levels. While there are no significant advantages between the 2nd and 5th levels, certain occasions necessitate proof of strength, prompting individuals to seek certification. I am here to certify as a 6-star warrior, Chen Fan clarified. You possess quite a sense of humor, Guan Tong replied with a light-hearted laugh. Due to the impending tournament, many have been boasting of their 6-star status. As they conversed, Guan Tong swiftly scanned Chen Fan's warrior badge and promptly produced a form. You need to proceed to the same location you visited last time for a vitality assessment and return it to me, she instructed. Understood, Chen Fan replied, acquiescing to her request. As he departed, Guan Tong rested her chin upon her hand, her curiosity piqued. Typically, individuals do not approach the verification window without unwavering confidence. Just how many days had it been since his last certification? Could it be that he had genuinely ascended to the esteemed rank of a 2-star warrior? An exhilarating anticipation began to swell within her. If this were indeed the case, she would possess thrilling news to impart to her grandfather. The vitality assessment was rather straightforward, and soon enough, Chen Fan returned. He presented the form to Guan Tong, who scrutinized the printed vitality value of 51,500. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief. 6. A 6-star warrior. He was not jesting. He truly was a 6-star warrior. My goodness, what an extraordinary anomaly. After Chen Fan departed, Guan Tong could scarcely contain her excitement and seized the phone. Hello, dear granddaughter, came the jovial voice of Guan Jinshan from the other end. Grandfather, come quickly. Guan Tong implored fervently. Guan Jinshan's expression shifted. The last time his granddaughter summoned him, it was to witness a remarkable 18-year-old warrior. The urgency in her voice this time suggested an even more promising prodigy. Previously, he had hesitated, but now. All right, I am on my way. In less than a minute, Guan Jinshan hastened to the verification window. Tong Tong, what news do you bring me this time? Is there yet another exceptional martial arts talent? From your reaction, could this be even more impressive than the last student from your school? He inquired, anticipation evident in his tone. Grandfather, you must see for yourself. Guan Tong gestured toward the computer screen. Guan Jinshan donned his spectacles, regarding the screen with gravity. It's still Chen Fan? I thought there was a new talent? Grandfather, look closely, Guan Tong urged, a trace of impatience lacing her voice. All right. Guan Jinshan meticulously examined the details. Beneath the name were the age, address, and rank. Wait a moment. Rank, 6, 6-star warrior. His pupils dilated as disbelief washed over him. He hastily removed his glasses, polished them, and peered again. It was irrefutably true. He was indeed a 6-star warrior. Chapter 29, Condensing Pulse Realm, Extraordinary Spirit Gathering. Guan Jinshan gasped, a torrent of astonishment surging within him. How long had it been since Chen Fan was certified as a 6-star warrior? Had it even been a month? Not even a month. To be precise, it has been 18 days, Guan Tong replied. 18 days. Guan Jinshan quivered with incredulity. The transformation from a 1-star to a 6-star warrior in a mere 18 days was nothing short of extraordinary. He must be awakened. Chen Fan is undeniably the fortunate star of Old Yao. Recently, the discord between Yi Chu and San Chu had gained considerable notoriety. Guan Jinshan was acutely aware of Su Wen's arrogance since his awakening, ostentatiously displaying his superiority over both San Chu and Chen Fan, all the while enjoying the tacit endorsement of Principal Gong Hai. The emergence of a martial artist from the 3rd Academy this year nearly eclipsed the 1st Academy's accomplishments. Gong Hai Tang, the esteemed principal of the 1st Academy, exhibited a rather myopic disposition. His old friend, Yao Fu, was exceedingly agitated, pacing back and forth while cursing in frustration. I must promptly convey this splendid news to Old Yao, Guan Jinshan proclaimed as he dialed the phone. Chen Fan's breakthrough was indeed opportune. Old Yao was on the brink of a resurgence, and the excitement was palpable. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Old Guan. Came Yao Fu's familiar and robust voice from the other end. Old Yao, are you still indulging in that little tune? Guan Jinshan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Your spirits seem to have lifted. When we met yesterday, you were seething over Gong Hai and Su Wen, your face flushed with anger. Ha. Joy invigorates the spirit. One must indulge in a little melody. By the way, Old Guan, I'm orchestrating something for our brethren tonight at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel. Yao Fu stated with a sense of pride. Oh my, Old Yao, is that truly you? Guan Jinshan teased. Indeed, I shall treat you all. Not merely 1 meal at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, but 10 if necessary. Guan Jinshan chuckled. Old Yao, it appears you are quite informed. Old Guan, you are referring to Chen Fan, correct? I discovered last night that the young lad is indeed remarkable. Let us observe how long Gong Hai and Su Wen can continue their lively antics, Yao Fu remarked with a sense of triumph. Guan Jinshan chuckled in agreement. Very well. Let us not dwell on this matter. I shall make the call now. We will convene at the Xingqiao this evening. Agreed. After attaining the status of a 6-star martial artist, Chen Fan proceeded to the registration area for the elite martial artist competition. The queue had swelled significantly. Opting for a relatively shorter line, Chen Fan patiently awaited his turn. As time elapsed, he gradually advanced. After approximately half an hour, it was finally Chen Fan's turn. Please scan your martial artist badge, the attendant prompted. All right, Chen Fan replied as he scanned his badge, affirming his rank. He subsequently signed a liability waiver. Despite the base city deploying a legion of solidified Pulse Realm warriors for security during the elite martial artist competition each year, injuries remained an inevitability. Chen Fan comprehended the implications of the solidified Pulse Realm. Martial artists classified from 1-star to 9-star, collectively known as the Qi and Blood Realm, undergo a transformation once their internal Qi and Blood reach a particular threshold, thus entering the solidified Pulse Realm. This realm encompasses 1 to 9 pulses, analogous to the 1-star to 9-star Qi and Blood Realm. Attaining 9 pulses grants entry into a superior spiritual gathering realm, wherein one can absorb natural spiritual energy, wielding extraordinary powers, with feats such as flight being mere basic operations. Upon completing his registration, Chen Fan departed the city. By the time he reached the 0455 mark, it was already 10:30 a.m. He retrieved his alloy battle knife, and a new day of combat commenced. Time always seems to elapse swiftly amidst busyness. And as night descended, he bid farewell. Goodbye, boss, do goodbye, he echoed. Emerging from the Wancheng Pavilion, Chen Fan realized that despite departing later than usual, he had accrued a substantial profit of 7.3 million, akin to his previous full day's earnings. This was understandable. With his enhanced strength, efficiency had undeniably improved. Chen Fan glanced at his status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Rank, 6-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 58, 000 000 martial skills. Gale / complete. Wave cutting blade, complete. Blade force, diamond body, complete. Fleeting light, complete. With several perfected martial skills, my strength could rival that of a 7-star martial artist. However, I remain uncertain about the presence of 8 or 9-star individuals in the elite martial artist competition. At best, I can consider myself slightly below average. Given this, not only is it unrealistic to aspire to an officer's position, but even entering the top 50,000, as the principal mentioned, seems improbable. Chen Fan shook his head. Only 2 days remain. I must intensify my efforts. At the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, on the 2nd floor, a spacious private room accommodated over 10 individuals seated around a grand round table. Whoa, old Yao, you truly possess a heart of stone. Chen Fan has recently attained the esteemed rank of a 6-star martial artist, and you have set an ambitious goal for him to break into the top 50,000? Such audacity in your aspirations is truly remarkable, Guan Jinshan exclaimed. The other elder companions joined in mirthful laughter. Yao Fu, with a playful smile, countered, the bolder the ambition, the greater the rewards. Chen Fan is no ordinary individual. One should have noted his swift advancement. An awakened one, you inquire? An awakened one embodies boundless possibilities. Old Yao. I have just been informed by Old Guan that this young man, Chen Fan, has only been certified for a mere 18 days. In such a brief duration, he has yet to master the fundamentals of martial skills, much less acquire essential combat experience and other critical attributes. Are you genuinely contemplating his participation in the elite martial artist competition? An elderly gentleman, bearing a stern countenance, interjected with a response to Yao Fu. This year's competition venue and schedule are yet to be disclosed, but as you are well aware, my legion has been tasked with ensuring the competition's security in recent years. I can subtly imply that this year's level of peril is markedly heightened compared to previous years. Such an exceptional talent is indeed rare. Do not be excessively ambitious, lest he falter amidst the competition. Guan Jinshan and several comrades nodded in unison, affirming, the old squad leader speaks wisely. Old Yao. The uncertainties surrounding the elite martial artist competition are manifold. Do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Now that Chen Fan has broken through to 6-star martial artist status, it suffices to silence Gong Hai and Su Wen. Yao Fu adopted a more solemn demeanor, acknowledging, I have certainly contemplated the valid points raised. Chen Fan's rapid progression renders him vulnerable in martial skills, combat experience, and survival tactics. Nonetheless, the elite martial artist competition offers a rare opportunity for growth, and I still desire for him to partake. As for safety with that, Yao Fu chuckled, rising with his glass raised in a toast. Old squad leader. Permit me to offer you a toast. I shall say no more. Cheers. Yao Fu's gesture was unmistakable to all present. Ah, old Yao, you truly are astute. No wonder you are so generous with the libations. It is all with intent. So, you wish for the old squad leader to oversee Chen Fan, do you? Well, if the principal is willing to go to such lengths, that is quite sufficient. At that moment, the stern-faced elder, Xiao Jian, could not help but chuckle. All right, Yao Fu, even back in our class, you were always the cunning one. Despite your age, you remain unchanged. Chapter 30. The Evolving Spirit Master Old Squad Leader. Just tell me whether you will assist or not, Xiao Jian teased. We have feasted and celebrated. How could we refrain from helping? However, I must clarify that my support will be limited to matters of safety. I cannot extend my assistance beyond that. That suffices, old squad leader, Yao Fu replied earnestly. Old Yao, now that your aspirations have been fulfilled, shouldn't we indulge in a drink? Guan Jinshan laughed. A drink? Who do you think you are looking down upon? I shall embark on a preliminary round. Time has swiftly elapsed, leading us to the final day of registration. By noon, the number of participants for the esteemed martial artist competition had ascended to an impressive 123,359. At that juncture, the official announcement was finally disseminated. This year's elite martial artist competition is scheduled to commence at the 0612 mark, located 300 kilometers from the Jiangnan base city. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, this area was recognized as a first-tier city, expansive in nature, with beast levels predominantly ranging from 6 to 9, alongside a limited presence of demon beasts. Beast levels correspond to the human chi and blood realm, while demon beasts relate to the human solidified pulse realm. This year's competition accentuates both survival and strength, employing a point system akin to previous iterations. Surviving in the wilderness for 1 day earns 1 point. Slaying a level 6 beast yields 1 point, while vanquishing a level 7 beast grants 3 points. The 8th level ferocious beasts bestow 9 points, whereas the 9th level ferocious beasts confer 18 points. Tomorrow heralds the official commencement of the competition. All participants must arrive at the designated location outside 0612 within the stipulated time frame. Those who fail to arrive punctually shall be eliminated without exception. Ultimately, rankings will be established based on the total points accumulated, with rewards as previously announced. The top 500 will receive monetary prizes, the top 300 will gain access to the martial arts repository in Jiang'an Bay City, and the top 100 will attain officer status. Moreover, the security for the martial artist competition is entrusted to the 6th Legion, composed entirely of individuals in the Pulse Realm, with the commander at the 9 Pulse Realm. Additionally, there are 4 awakened individuals, referred to as mentalists. This configuration is standard for every elite martial artist competition. Mentalists are formidable even among the awakened, possessing extraordinary mental acuity that enables them to traverse vast distances effortlessly and manipulate objects remotely, thereby detecting dangers faced by participants and providing timely assistance. They serve as the backbone of security during the event. The martial artist community is currently abuzz with fervor. In previous years, the elite martial artist competition did not feature ferocious beasts. However, this year, their presence is notable. Each year, reaching the designated location within the specified time eliminates thousands of participants. Indeed, journeying 300 kilometers through the wilderness poses a significant challenge. Are there any individuals forming a team? Count me in. I am a 7-star martial artist. The Blood Rose Martial Team, under the leadership of a 9-star martial artist, is seeking new members. Those interested may reach out privately. The fee is 100,000 per individual, with an emphasis on quality and efficiency. We, the 6-star martial artists, are merely accompanying. Rankings hold little significance. Rather, it is the act of participation that truly matters. By the way, what has become of that awakened individual from the 1st Junior Academy? He proclaimed his intent to compete in this year's elite martial artist competition when he was a 4-star martial artist. What is his current status? Su-won, who had been observing the martial artist forum, eagerly awaited his moment of recognition. At last, the opportunity presented itself. He began typing with fervor. The esteemed brother above posed a remarkable question. I am the awakened one who distinguished himself during the martial arts examination at this year's 1st Junior Martial Arts Academy. I indeed expressed my intention to partake in this year's elite martial artist competition while I was still a 4-star martial artist. Transitioning from 4-star to 6-star in mere days is an extraordinary challenge. However, I am delighted to declare that today I have achieved 6-star status and have officially registered. Accompanying my words is an image of my 6-star martial artist certification. Remarkable. Astonishing. Witnessing the wave of astonishment below, Su-won beamed with pride in the dormitory of Jiang'an Martial Arts University. How impressive. An awakened one, indeed extraordinary. To ascend from 4-star to 6-star in such a brief span, his potential appears boundless. Does the esteemed individual require any accessories for his leg hair? Little brother, you are remarkable. We are from the Blood Rose Martial Team, departing for the 0612 waypoint tomorrow. Would you like me to accompany you? It is offered to you at no cost. I extend my gratitude for your generous proposition. However, despite my registration, I do not intend to partake in the elite martial artist competition. Although I now hold the rank of a 6-star martial artist, I have only recently embarked on my journey within the martial arts realm, as you are all aware. My skills in martial arts, practical combat, and wilderness survival are still lacking. My true motivation for registering for the elite martial artist competition is to awaken certain individuals and make them cognizant of the chasm that exists between us, so they may no longer dwell in their illusions. Indeed, I'm alluding to specific individuals from the 3rd Junior Academy, particularly one named Chen Fan. You may not be familiar with him, yet there was a martial artist from the 3rd Junior Academy this year, Chen Fan. He was anticipated to shine in this year's martial arts examination. However, by unfortunate circumstance, he encountered someone even more resplendent, myself, and I eclipsed him. Consequently, he nurtures envy, rallying others from the 3rd Junior Academy to assail me, shamelessly drawing comparisons to elevate his own stature. Thus, I wish to convey this message to you. Chen Fan, I am now a 6-star martial artist, while you remain at the 1-star level. What do you possess that could possibly be compared to me? Awaken from your slumber. I am an enlightened individual, someone you shall never surpass in your lifetime. How intriguing it is to uncover such a hidden agenda. The martial artist from the 3rd Junior Academy has consistently maintained a low profile, refraining from drawing attention to himself. He does not appear to possess the temperament for such antics. Perhaps one may recognize a person's visage, yet remain oblivious to their true intentions. Su-won, brimming with a sense of accomplishment, departed from the martial artist community and perused the group for the 1st Junior Academy. Following the martial arts examination, tensions between the First Junior and Third Junior Academies intensified, prompting the students of the First Junior Academy to form a substantial group of 2,000 members. Serving as the vanguard for mockery and assaults against the Third Junior Academy, the instigator, Su-won, assumed the role of group leader. As disputes escalated, further factions emerged: Group 2, Group 3, Group 4, and so forth. Prior to immersing himself in the martial artist community, Su-won had already shared his 6-star martial artist certification and registration for the elite martial artist competition within the group. Upon witnessing Su-won's elevation to a 6-star martial artist, the students of the First Junior Academy were nearly beside themselves with excitement. Fueled by fervor, they inundated the forum of the Third Junior Academy. In the meantime, the Third Junior Academy found itself both enraged and stifled. You are indeed an awakened one. Transitioning from 4-star to 6-star within such a brief span is truly commendable. However, might you exhibit a modicum of dignity? Who desires to compete with you? It is you who incessantly invokes the Third Junior Academy and Chen Fan, insisting on trampling upon us to assert your superiority. Third Junior Academy. Our Su-won has already attained the status of a 6-star martial artist. Quickly present your Chen Fan for a confrontation. Haha. Could it be that he is too terrified to emerge? A mere speck of dust dares to contend with the sun and moon, utterly deluded. First Juniors refuse. You have overstepped your bounds. Depart from the domain of our Third Junior Academy. Chapter 31. I am second. Who dares claim first? Oh, growing anxious. Unable to stand against us, and now resorting to impotent fury. Our Chen Fan from the Third Junior Academy has remained reticent throughout. He does not even deign to engage in competition with you. Is it disdain or trepidation? I perceive Chen Fan is not but a coward, unable to emerge from the shadow cast by the brilliance of our esteemed Su-won. Yet, one might understand the predicament. Su-won stands as a 6-star martial artist, while Chen Fan remains a mere 1-star. Do not underestimate him. Chen Fan has ascended to a 3-star status. The Third Junior Academy certainly knows how to indulge in self-aggrandizement. Why not proclaim that Chen Fan is already a 6-star? Very well, you are also remarkable. Su-won has enrolled in the elite martial artist competition. Let us witness his true prowess. You shall be disappointed. Su-won is registered but will not participate. Is he fearful? Cease the sardonic remarks. At least we have registered. What of Chen Fan? He lacks even the qualifications to enroll. The exchange became increasingly heated. Su-won observed the unfolding drama, sensing it was time for him to take center stage. Awakened Su-won declared, this quarrel bears no significance. Chen Fan, this situation has arisen due to our entanglement. Thus, let it be resolved here. Now that we are both martial artists, I formally extend a challenge to you. Should you possess the courage to accept, meet me tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the duel hall of the martial artist building. Su-won had orchestrated this scenario meticulously. Regardless of Chen Fan's response to the challenge, he has already emerged victorious. Should Chen Fan decline, he will appear cowardly. Should he accept? How could a 6-star martial artist possibly face defeat? The ensuing spectacle is bound to be exhilarating. TSK, when it comes to ostentation, I, Su-won, claim the second position. Who dares to assert the first? How impressive Su-won is. Indeed, further words are futile. Let us witness action. Su-won, have some modesty. You instigated this matter, not I. A 6-star martial artist challenging a lesser opponent. How can you even utter such sentiments? What? Is it a fault to be weak? Ha. A single sentence rendered the Third Junior Academy utterly speechless. In the dormitory, Su-won emitted a chilling laugh. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated throughout the room. Su-won, an awakened individual enjoying a prestigious status at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, resided in a single dormitory that featured a living room and 2 halls. Brother one, I have arrived, came the soft voice of a girl standing outside the door. Clad in a JK skirt, her tall figure was accentuated by graceful curves, and today her hair was styled into playful twin ponytails. Upon hearing her, a surge of primal desire ignited within Su-won, compelling him to fling open the door and pull the girl inside with a firm grip, roughly guiding her head down. Su-won closed his eyes, contemplating. This girl was the campus belle of the first-year class. Having barely secured her place at Jiangnan Martial Arts University following the recent martial arts examination, Su-won hailed from humble beginnings. His broad face bore blemishes, rendering him hardly remarkable. Given his circumstances, it seemed improbable for him to intersect with the radiant campus beauty. However, everything transformed following his awakening. He suddenly became the most luminous presence, commanding attention like no other. He eclipsed Chen Fan of the third-year class, his name echoing through the halls. Jiangnan Martial Arts University regarded him as a treasure. Once relegated to merely admiring the campus beauty from afar, he now relished her company within just 2 days, and today, she had obediently styled her hair into twin ponytails. He could only utter one word. bliss. As night descended, Chen Fan returned to Jiangnan-based city. The martial artist tower was unusually bustling that day, with everyone animatedly engaged in discussion. As Chen Fan passed by, he caught snippets of conversation. It appeared that the details of the elite martial artist competition had been announced. Chen Fan promptly accessed the martial artist's home. This year, the elite martial artist competition would be held at the 0612 marker, featuring beasts ranging from 6-star to 9-star. And there were also demon beasts? Participants must arrive at the designated location by noon tomorrow, or they will face disqualification. The 0612 marker is situated 300 kilometers from Jiangnan-based city. Arriving by noon should not present any difficulties. The Condensation Realm Corps will oversee security, accompanied by formidalists. Chen Fan contemplated the situation. Historically, the elite martial artists competition spans over half a month. This year, however, the number of participants significantly surpasses that of prior years, suggesting that the duration may be extended even further. Preparing for survival in the wilderness for over half a month necessitated a substantial supply of provisions. It is no surprise that the martial artist tower was teeming with individuals today. Chen Fan first made his way to the 4th floor, Wansheng Pavilion, to submit his documents to Du Chuanru. Today, he had garnered considerable rewards. His vitality had surged from 58,000 out of 100,000 yesterday to 65,500 out of 100,000, bringing him closer to the status of a 7-star martial artist. He had returned late and had only recently learned of this development. With tomorrow's departure for the 0612 marker, he had much to prepare. Boss Du, as usual, please transfer it back to me later. Certainly. Chen Fan smiled and turned to leave, but as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something. Boss Du, I will be participating in the elite martial artist competition for a while, so I will not be able to come in. Du Chuanru paused. Brother Chen, is it not the case that 5-star martial artists are ineligible to register? Chen Fan chuckled, recalling his status as a 5-star martial artist. It just so happened that Du Chuanru's lips twitched in response, revealing his advancement to a 6-star martial artist. Exiting the Wansheng Pavilion, Chen Fan indulged in a quick meal on the 3rd floor before embarking on a quest to gather supplies. In preparation for survival in the wilderness, he deemed it essential to procure food, water, and various necessities. Earlier, while perusing the homes of fellow martial artists, he had observed many sharing their lists of preparations, thoughtful and comprehensive. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan drew inspiration from their endeavors. After nearly 2 hours, he expended several hundred thousand, ensuring he was thoroughly equipped. Remarkably, despite such expenditure, the balance in his account, which exceeded 100 million, had actually increased by 800,000, as Boss Du had transferred over today's earnings of over 8 million. Within the martial arts hall, Chen Fan placed 2 stacks of martial arts techniques on the counter, the diamond body and the flickering shadows. Each stack comprised 20 volumes. His intent was to elevate both the diamond body and flickering shadows, akin to progressing from rudimentary techniques to refined skills. As he prepared for the elite martial artist competition, he faced not only 6-star martial artists and 6-level beasts, but also a myriad of 8-star and 9-star martial artists, along with 8-level and 9-level beasts, and even demon beasts. This was no trivial undertaking. Chen Fan dared not gamble with his life. He needed to optimize his defense and speed to attain a sense of security. He refrained from acquiring the stacking wave blade. Whether it was the stacking wave blade or the gale slash, both were sword techniques. Having already achieved a level of mastery, further enhancement would likely prove arduous. The staff member at the counter remained the same as before, yet today she radiated a mature allure, adorned with striking makeup. She regarded Chen Fan with a hint of melancholy, seemingly reproaching him for his silence. The diamond body and flickering shadows were priced at 130,000 each, bringing the total for the 40 volumes to 520,000. After completing the transaction, Chen Fan swiftly collected the martial arts techniques and departed, feeling somewhat dazed by her seductive gaze. Upon returning to his room, he placed the diamond body and flickering shadows upon the table. Ding! Detecting a high-grade Xian-level technique, diamond body. Do you wish to learn? Ding! A high-grade Xian-level technique has been detected, flickering shadows. Do you wish to acquire this knowledge? A torrent of memories surged forth. An hour later, Chen Fan opened his eyes and glanced at his status panel. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Realm: 6-star martial artist. Vitality: 65, 500, 100. 000 martial techniques. Gale slash, perfect. Stacking wave blade, perfect. Blade force, diamond body, perfect. Steel forged, flickering shadows, perfect. Divine movement. The diamond body had evolved into steel forged, while flickering shadows had transformed into divine movement. These advancements were the fruits of Chen Fan's lifelong dedication to both techniques. In his practice of the diamond body, He had previously been an ordinary mortal. However, upon its evolution to steel forged, the transformation was as profound as the name suggests. When a composite war blade struck his body, it emitted a dull thud, reminiscent of being struck by solid steel. As for the flickering shadows, having evolved into divine movement, Chen Fan recalled that during his time as a 5-star martial artist, he had reached a peak speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Upon ascending to 6 stars, his speed had slightly increased to approximately 170 kilometers per hour. Now, with the evolution to divine movement, his velocity soared to an astounding 350 kilometers per hour. In essence, while the condensation realm is widely regarded as formidable in terms of sheer speed, Chen Fan's velocity eclipses that of many within that realm. Chen Fan exhaled deeply. With both his defense and speed significantly enhanced, he felt a profound sense of ease. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated with a message from Zhongqing. The message was succinct, merely a few words. Chen Fan, check the class group. His class group had been set to do not disturb mode. Otherwise, the incessant notifications would have overwhelmed him. The class group? What could possibly have occurred now? Chen Fan pondered before opening the class group. To his astonishment, a multitude of notifications had tagged him. He swiftly scrolled to the top, quickly scanning through the messages. Su Wen has become a 6-star martial artist. He has also registered for the elite martial artist competition, yet he will not participate. First year, and Su Wen have taken over the third-year campus forum today? Truly outrageous. Is Su Wen challenging me? A playful expression danced across Chen Fan's visage. Tomorrow heralds the elite martial artist competition. Yet reaching the appointed venue by midday remains entirely feasible. Furthermore, should he opt to disregard the challenge, Su Wen would undoubtedly perceive it as a manifestation of fear, thereby only emboldening him further. Su Wen has persistently tormented him in the third class for an extended period. It is high time for him and Ichu to cease their incessant prattling. Presently, a fortuitous moment has presented itself. Zhongqing, have you contacted Chen Fan? Indeed. I have. Chen Fan, kindly respond upon seeing this. Brother Fan, we can no longer endure this. Su Wen has ascended to the rank of a 6-star warrior. Are you confident enough to confront him? If so, please take action. However, let us not act recklessly. Should you feel uncertain, we may dismiss Ichu's incessant yapping as mere noise. Indeed, we must operate within our capabilities. At that moment, a new message materialized. My apologies, classmates. I have been preoccupied in the field and have only just settled down. I am cognizant of the circumstances. During this interval, Su Wen and Ichu's faction have been assailing me from all directions. I am genuinely grateful for everyone standing by me. This farce must reach its conclusion. To summarize, what I wish to ascertain is how best to respond to Su Wen. I accept his challenge. Let us convene in the duel hall tomorrow. Wow, Brother Fan. You are remarkable. Incredible. Chen Fan, leave the response to Su Wen in our capable hands, brothers. This morning, Ichu's rabble besieged our third class. Now, let us unite the forces of the third class and retaliate against Ichu. Charge. In the dormitory of Jiangnan Martial University, Su Wen toiled diligently like a steadfast ox. At that moment, a notification resonated. His phone illuminated with a message. Brother One, a student from the third class named Chen Fan has issued a challenge to you. Upon reading the message, Su Wen's lips curled into a smile. He genuinely harbored fears that Chen Fan might withdraw. If he did, the repercussions would be significantly diminished. A challenge was precisely what he yearned for. He relished the notion of vanquishing the feeble. Such thoughts sent a thrill coursing through him, further stoking the flames of his enthusiasm. Outside, birds flitted about, chirping cheerfully. It seemed he could faintly hear the voice of the school's beauty rising in excitement. Meanwhile, Gonghai was also apprised of the news. He clapped his hands in exhilaration. What could more profoundly unite teachers and students than a resounding victory? He promptly issued orders. Tomorrow, all faculty and students are required to be present to witness the live stream of Su Wen's duel with Chen Fan. Not only must they observe, but they are also tasked with composing a reflection on the theme of Su Wen's extraordinary talent and the honor of the first class. Indeed, even before the battle commenced, Gong Hai envisioned a resounding victory for the first class. It was a foregone conclusion. Defeat? Gong Hai never entertained such a notion. Su Wen was a 6-star warrior, while Chen Fan had only recently been certified, likely still a 1-star warrior. The prospect of his loss seemed nearly impossible. At the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, Yao Fu was equally cognizant of the situation. We must engage, he declared, striking the table with conviction. Although the timing coincided with the elite martial artist competition, he was resolute in confronting Su Wen regardless. This was not merely a personal vendetta between Chen Fan and Su Wen. It represented a battle for honor between the first and third classes, impacting every student and teacher. For too long, Su Wen and his cohort had caused a disturbance, while the third class had suffered in silence. Just as Gong Hai placed his trust in Su Wen, Yao Fu firmly believed that Chen Fan would triumph. Yet, this confidence was not unfounded. Yao Fu had his own deductions. While both Su Wen and Chen Fan were currently 6-star warriors, Su Wen's reluctance to participate in the elite martial artist competition, contrasted with Chen Fan's bold entry, spoke volumes. Based on this alone, Chen Fan was undoubtedly stronger than Su Wen. Lu Jian had just reclined when his phone suddenly erupted with notifications. It was the workers' group chat, abuzz with activity, many tagging him, as well as Lao Han and Lao Wang. In recent days, the events between the first and third classes had incited considerable commotion, and many of the workers were aware of it. Setting aside Su Wen's initial provocations, emotionally, Chen Fan was one of their own, and they were undoubtedly inclined to rally behind him. For days, Su Wen had flaunted his superiority at Chen Fan's expense, prompting the workers to feel compelled to advocate for him. Now, upon learning of the impending duel between Su Wen and Chen Fan, they could not suppress their anxiety for Chen Fan. Su Wen was an awakened one, now a 6-star warrior. Could Chen Fan withstand the challenge? Thus, they fervently summoned Lu Jian, who was nearest to Chen Fan. Lao Lu, Lao Han, Lao Wang, hasten and inform us of Chen Fan's condition. Can he contend with a 6-star warrior? That is a 6-star warrior. Do not act recklessly. Old friends, I am en route, Lu Jian promptly replied. Chapter 33, Trouble Breeds Trouble, Su Wen's brutal defeat. Su Wen has issued a challenge to Xiao Fan. First and foremost, allow me to express my gratitude for everyone's concern. Furthermore, Xiao Fan is not an impulsive youth. If he dares to accept the challenge, he undoubtedly possesses his reasons. Old Lu, is that true? Chen Fan has only recently ascended to warrior status and is still likely a 1-star. Does he truly stand a chance against a 6-star warrior? Are you jesting with us? Who proclaimed Xiao Fan to be a 1-star? Lu Jian chuckled. However, it is indeed true that Xiao Fan has recently been certified as a warrior, so technically, he should be classified as a 1-star. Yet, allow me to divulge some insider information. Xiao Fan recently presented us with some meat from a 5th-level ferocious beast he vanquished. I can attest to that. I can also affirm that what old Lu states is accurate, chimed in Hong Kong and Wang Zhan, who had just entered the discourse. He has slain a 5th-level ferocious beast? All the workers were astonished. A 5th-level ferocious beast was an invincible entity in their eyes. Thus, it was settled. Chen Fan was remarkable. I shall refrain from attending work tomorrow. I will eagerly anticipate the live stream. Likewise, I shall cheer for our comrade. The night passed swiftly. In the duel hall on the 6th floor of the martial arts building, Chen Fan encountered Su Wen for the first time. Su Wen's visage was unusually broad, marred by bumps, easily deemed unremarkable. Indeed, it echoed the age-old adage that trouble often stems from the unattractive. Su Wen regarded Chen Fan with a mocking gaze. He twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles, reveling in the attention he was garnering. He relished this sensation. What would ensue was his performance, with Chen Fan merely serving as a prop in his spectacle. Encountering him would soon become a misfortune for Chen Fan. After today, Su Wen would emerge as the nightmare of his existence. The live stream had already captivated tens of thousands of viewers, predominantly students from the 1st and 3rd classes. With a torrent of comments surging, Su Wen fixed his gaze upon Chen Fan for a brief moment before suddenly breaking into a broad grin, a hint of savagery lurking within his smile. It was merely a battle devoid of suspense. No need for superfluous words. He could hardly suppress his eagerness to torment Chen Fan. With a thunderous roar, Su Wen unleashed a powerful punch towards Chen Fan, leveraging his robust physique as a 6-star warrior. To Chen Fan, who had been engaged in battle, this attack was child's play. He simply stood there, awaiting Su Wen's charge, then effortlessly swatted him aside, sending Su Wen spinning in place. It was simple and decisive, akin to a top. Su Wen found himself momentarily dazed. He could not quite comprehend what was transpiring. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't I meant to be humiliating Chen Fan? How had I suddenly received a slap and found myself spinning uncontrollably? After a brief interlude, Su Wen finally came to a halt, his mind spinning to the extent that he could no longer discern his bearings. At that pivotal moment, Chen Fan seized his collar, unleashing a series of blows that rendered Su Wen's visage a grotesque tableau. Reeling from the assault, Su Wen felt his teeth dislodging from his mouth. Ultimately, Chen Fan delivered a devastating kick that sent Su Wen crashing against the alloy wall, where he slumped down, unconscious. This was the inevitable consequence of reckless words. At the 1st Junior Martial Arts Academy, every class was transfixed by the live stream. Prior to the commencement of the battle, exuberant cheers echoed through the halls. Now, however, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. In the principal's office, Gong Hai sat in disbelief, clutching his balding head, utterly slumped in his chair. Meanwhile, at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, A wave of exhilaration surged through the students. Is that all? Senior Chen Fan is truly remarkable. It must be said. Senior Chen Fan comprehends the essence of performance. Haha. In the senior year class group chat, messages flooded in at an astonishing pace. Fan Ge is extraordinary. I am thrilled to the point of goosebumps. One can always place their trust in Chen Fan. Is it true that Chen Fan is a mere 3-star? He is vanquishing 6-star opponents with such grace. Indeed. Wait, could it be that Chen Fan has ascended to the status of a 4-star warrior? Everyone, remain calm. I shall inquire with my father. This was articulated by Du Changza. Moments later, what troubles you, Changza? Has Chen Fan truly become a 4-star warrior? Pray, tell us. 4-star? No way. Fan Ge has already achieved the status of a 6-star warrior. Wow, wow, wow. The awakener has been confirmed. At this juncture, Du Changza added, not only is Fan Ge a 6-star warrior, but he has also enrolled in this year's elite warrior competition. Su Wen lacked the courage to participate, yet Fan Ge is forging ahead. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. At Jiangnan Martial Arts University, in a classroom, Zhongqing's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Chen Fan is already a 6-star warrior? She found it difficult to accept. Nevertheless, given that it was Du Changza who spoke, and considering Chen Fan had always been engaged in his family's business, his words bore significant weight. If true, such an astonishing rate of awakening would undeniably affirm Chen Fan's identity as an awakener. Zhongqing's feelings grew increasingly intricate. Primarily, she experienced genuine joy for Chen Fan. Yet, upon her delicate visage, a trace of disappointment lingered. An awakener, this was an insurmountable peak. What measures could she possibly undertake to ascend alongside Chen Fan? Previously, during their time at the 3rd Junior, she and Chen Fan had continuously contended with one another. A rivalry that endured until his departure from school. They had perpetually monitored each other's progress, with even the slightest action from one eliciting intense scrutiny from the other. 2 years had swiftly elapsed, and unbeknownst to them, this dynamic had evolved into a habitual state. This excessive concern had subtly morphed into a sense of attachment. Reflecting on those moments at the 3rd Junior, they constituted Zhongqing's most treasured recollections. After Chen Fan embraced the path of a warrior, Zhongqing intensified her efforts. Though she professed resilience, her ambition had transformed from its original essence. Zhongqing merely wished to avoid lagging too far behind Chen Fan, resulting in diminished interactions. Is it truly impossible for us to traverse this path together any longer? Chen Fan is an awakener. Undoubtedly, the partner he selects for matrimony will also be an awakener. Zhongqing's heart ached, as if she had lost Chen Fan in that instant. The more she contemplated, the deeper her sorrow became. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to gather in her exquisite eyes. As Chen Fan emerged from the duel hall, several medical personnel hurried inside. Shortly thereafter, Su Wen, who had been thoroughly beaten, was carried out on a stretcher. Chen Fan observed as Su Wen was taken away. He ought to feel gratitude. It was a compassionate society that had rescued him. Had this transpired in the wilderness, Su Wen would have long since met his demise. Checking the time, he noted it was now 8:30 a.m., and he had ample opportunity ahead of him. Upon departing the martial arts building, Chen Fan made his way toward the city gate. Along the journey, he also contacted Uncle Liu. He intended to be away from the base city for a while and wished to inform him, to prevent any undue concern should they be unable to reach him later. Inside a spacious warehouse, the call had concluded, yet Liu Jian remained in a stupor. Old Liu. Was that Xiao Fan? What did he convey? Hong Kong and Wang Zhen leaned in, inquiring Xiao. Xiao Fan mentioned he intends to participate in the elite warrior competition. What? Upon hearing this, both Hong Kong and Wang Zhen gasped in astonishment. Chapter 34. Unable to keep up, completely outmatched. At the city gate, a bustling throng gathered, all making their way towards the designated point 0612 for the competition. Initially, Yao Fu had entrusted Xiao Jian with the task of ensuring Chen Fan's safety. As an old comrade, Xiao Jian took this responsibility with utmost seriousness. Given that Chen Fan was merely a 6-star warrior, the journey from the base city to the 0612 mark point posed a significant challenge. He dispatched someone to discreetly follow Chen Fan. Of course, as he had previously stated, his duty was solely for safety. The task was assigned to Xiao Chun, whose companions had already departed for 0612 the day before. He alone remained behind. Xiao Chun had been waiting at the city gate since dawn. As the clock approached 9 o'clock with still no sign of Chen Fan, he could not help but shake his head. A 6-star warrior typically travels at approximately 90 kilometers per hour. With a distance of 300 kilometers to traverse, the designated time for arrival was noon. With 3 hours remaining, it was evident that he would not make it. Here he was, a 6-star warrior waiting, while Chen Fan appeared to treat the elite warrior competition as a mere jest. At this juncture, it was certain he would be eliminated. Surely, He could not be foolish enough to continue towards 0612. However, to be prudent, I shall wait another half hour. If he has not arrived by then, I shall return to report. Xiao Chen mused to himself. He extracted a large, crimson apple from his spatial ring and took a hearty bite. To be candid, he did not harbor a particularly favorable impression of Chen Fan. Was he not aware that the early bird catches the worm? Though the city gate remained teeming with life, the individuals setting forth at this hour were predominantly 8-star or 9-star warriors. Moreover, Xiao Chen donned advanced glasses equipped with automatic facial recognition technology, ensuring he would not overlook Chen Fan amidst the throng. As moments slipped by, a series of beeps resonated in his ears. In his field of vision, a cursor began to flicker, pinpointing a striking young man within the masses. Accompanying this flickering dot was a substantial data label. Chen Fan, 6-star warrior. Xiao Chen nearly dropped the apple he held, his frustration mounting as he realized Chen Fan had arrived, albeit belatedly. What was the reason for his tardiness? Was he truly oblivious to the circumstances? Amidst the bustling crowd at the city gate, Chen Fan remained unaware of Xiao Chen's presence as he swiped his badge and exited the city. Once outside, the majority surged towards the designated point marked 0612. Xiao Chen seamlessly melded into the crowd, trailing Chen Fan from a distance. Surrounded by 8-star and 9-star warriors, the pace began to quicken, and Xiao Chen mused that Chen Fan was on the verge of being left behind. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips. He was taken aback. The 8-star and 9-star warriors had failed to outpace Chen Fan. Instead, he surged ahead of the crowd. A 6-star warrior surpassing 8-star and 9-star warriors? This was indeed captivating. It appeared he had underestimated Chen Fan. Nonetheless, Xiao Chen, a formidable practitioner of the condensation pulse realm, capable of achieving an astonishing velocity of 300 kilometers per hour, still trailed Chen Fan leisurely, even managing to continue savoring his apple. Gradually, Chen Fan widened the gap from the throng and, at that moment, unleashed his full speed. Xiao Chen's high-tech glasses registered Chen Fan's velocity at an astounding 355 kilometers per hour. Astounded, Xiao Chen hastily discarded the apple and pursued him with fervor. Yet, even at his utmost speed, he found not only had he not gained on Chen Fan, but rather they drifted further apart until Chen Fan faded from his sight. Xiao Chen felt utterly despondent. Could this truly be a 6-star warrior? In a mere 50 minutes, Chen Fan reached the designated assembly point beyond the 0612 marker. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous individuals, some besieged by savage beasts. Nevertheless, his passage was exceedingly untroubled, primarily owing to his remarkable swiftness. Neither the ferocious beasts nor any demonic entities could match his pace. On multiple occasions, he dashed past the creatures before they even sensed his presence, already several miles ahead. Over 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen arrived, approaching a tent. "Enter," commanded a voice from within. Xiao Chen lifted the curtain and stepped inside. There, the sturdy Xiao Jian stood before a colossal sand table, which was not a conventional one but rather an advanced 3D projection capable of zooming in and out. Displayed was an expansive, desolate city, precisely the 0612 marker. Observing the absence of others in the tent, Xiao Chen smiled. "Father." Xiao Jian responded curtly, "You always wear that grin." How did the mission unfold? Did Chen Fan arrive at the assembly point? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen recoiled slightly, stammering, I do not know." "What? You do not know?" Xiao Jian slammed his hand upon the table, glaring as he rebuked. "What were you doing? Could you not manage such a trivial task? Your uncle, Yao, has never voiced a complaint to me." "Father, please refrain from anger. Allow me to explain," Xiao Chen implored hastily. "It is not that I was inept. It is merely that Chen Fan was too swift for me to follow." "Huh?" Xiao Jian inquired, astonished. His son, despite his shortcomings, was at least a one-my realm warrior, with a speed estimated at around 300 kilometers per hour. How could he possibly fail to keep pace with Chen Fan? "Father, I understand that it may seem implausible, yet it is indeed true. Here, take a look." Xiao Chen presented his advanced eyewear to his father. These glasses captured the entirety of the journey and were equipped with a playback feature. Xiao Jian donned the spectacles, and the footage unveiled Chen Fan's arrival just before 9 o'clock, along with his son's grievances. As they departed the city, Chen Fan became a mere blur. The glasses indicated a staggering speed of 355 kilometers per hour. Xiao Jian was astounded. No wonder old you held Chen Fan in such high esteem. He was truly remarkable. However, given Chen Fan's status as an awakened being, it was not difficult to fathom. The specific nature of his awakening remained a mystery. His rapid enhancement of vitality and speed was indeed impressive. "Father, Chen Fan should have reached the assembly point by now. My mission is accomplished, so I shall take my leave." "Very well, proceed," Xiao Jian replied, still contemplating Chen Fan. The realms of awakening were diverse and enigmatic, and he could not immediately ascertain Chen Fan's abilities. Chen Fan had only recently been certified as a warrior, His swift advancement suggested he likely lacked combat skills, practical experience, and wilderness survival knowledge. Initially, he had assumed Chen Fan was merely there to observe. Indeed, Old Yao's intention was solely to provide him with some experience. Now, Xiao Jian found himself somewhat eager to witness his performance. After reporting at the assembly point, Chen Fan received a pair of high-tech glasses that required activation using his warrior badge serial number. These glasses possessed numerous functions capable of calculating various data, recording points earned from vanquishing ferocious beasts, and displaying a dynamic map of participating warriors, each represented as a green dot. Currently, the assembly point was densely populated with these green dots. Situated far from the base city, mobile phones were utterly ineffective. Here, only the warrior badges served their purpose. The badge featured a screen approximately the size of a palm, capable of substituting for a phone. Although Chen Fan had set out later, he arrived relatively early. He briefly accessed the internet through his badge. The Elite Warrior competition was a grand event, capturing the attention of the entire populace. The official statistical data was impressively well maintained. Chapter 35. The competition begins, super speed and self-healing. There existed not only an overall leaderboard but also detailed rankings for 6-star, 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star warriors, alongside a bar graph depicting eliminations categorized by rank. Of course, as the event had not yet commenced, the elimination count remained at 0. This Elite Warrior competition attracted a total of 130,000 participants, 50,000 6-star warriors, 30,000 7-star warriors, 30,000 8-star warriors, and 20,000 9-star warriors. The data was clear and accessible, updated in real time for public viewing. As time swiftly passed, more than 2 hours elapsed. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once the time was up, even a second's delay resulted in elimination. Almost simultaneously, the online bar graph shifted. 6-star warriors, 6,550 43,450, eliminated remaining. 7-star warriors, 2,028,000 8-star warriors, 329,997 9-star warriors, 20,000 total eliminated, 8553. Among these over 8,000. Some had indeed attempted but failed to arrive on time, while others, like Su Wan, had merely registered and opted out. Everyone quiet down. A voice boomed like thunder, silencing the crowd. All eyes turned towards the source. Chen Fan followed suit. Upon a nearby high-rise, a dignified and capable elder stood prominently. Someone recognized him and whispered in awe, "That's Xiao Jian, the commander of the 6th Legion, a super stronghold at the 9-Mai realm." This revelation prompted a ripple of astonished murmurs throughout the crowd. 9-Mai realm. Chen Fan was equally astonished. This was undoubtedly the strongest individual he had encountered thus far. "I trust you are all familiar with the rules of the Elite Warrior competition," he began. "However, allow me to emphasize 3 points. Firstly, ensure the glasses provided are worn properly. Otherwise, even if you kill a ferocious beast, you will not accumulate points. Secondly, there is an emergency distress button on the glasses. Should you encounter a situation beyond your control, do not hesitate to call for help. Assistance will arrive promptly. However, pressing the distress button also signifies elimination. Thirdly, the format of the competition is flexible. You may act alone or form teams. Warriors may engage in combat with one another, but fatalities are strictly prohibited." Xiao Jian spoke without a microphone, yet each word resonated like thunder in the ears of the audience, causing some warriors to cover their ears. "Now, without further ado, I declare the Elite Warrior competition officially commenced." As his words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Charge! Onward!" A sea of humanity surged towards the 0612 marker. Once a thriving metropolis housing millions, the 0612 marker now found itself inundated with over 120,000 souls, merging into its vast expanse. Soon, numerous warriors began to engage in fierce combat, including the valiant Chen Fan. Before him stood a horde of 6-level ferocious beasts, man-eating giant ants. Not merely one, but a swarm, numbering at least 100. For other 6-star warriors, such an encounter would likely incite an immediate retreat or the activation of an emergency signal. However, for Chen Fan, it ignited an exhilarating thrill within him. With his battle blade gracefully dancing in his hands, he executed a sweeping strike, cleaving through a multitude of man-eating giant ants. Beep, a level 6 ferocious beast. The man-eating giant ant has been vanquished. Health points, 60. Beep, another level 6 ferocious beast. The man-eating giant ant has been vanquished. Health points, 60. Beep, slain. Simultaneously, within Chen Fan's ocular interface, the data perpetually refreshed. Points, 6. Points, 7, points, 8. The scene shifted. Elsewhere, a 6-star warrior was being relentlessly pursued by a swarm of stinging sky bees, formidable, venomous creatures. A single sting signified certain death. The 6-star warrior, gripped by terror, frantically pressed the distress button while desperately fleeing. In the very moment he activated the distress signal, whoosh, the landscape before him transformed. He found himself back at the previous assembly point. Mentalist. He comprehended that only a mentalist possessed such formidable power. You have been eliminated. Please vacate the area immediately. Still trembling, the warrior was approached by another combatant who expelled him from the vicinity. This warrior was not alone in his plight. Within the 0612 designated point, myriad cries of despair reverberated. I forfeit, help me. As a 6-star warrior, I encountered a level 7 ferocious beast at the outset. How am I to survive? Some were teleported away by the mentalists, while others were rescued by the formidable practitioners of the 6th Legion dispersed throughout the area, who subsequently escorted them to safety. The official statistics were in a constant state of update. At this moment, deeper within the designated point 0612, the air was punctuated by the whoosh of 3 flying knives slicing through space. Suddenly, a colossal creature, towering several stories high, crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. This was a level 8 ferocious beast, a fearsome entity even among its peers. As the battle drew to a close, the 3 flying knives returned to Zhong Bo as if possessed of their own volition, swirling around him like ethereal sprites. Points, 97, next. Meanwhile, a level 9 ferocious beast, the sky-splitting locust, was leisurely shaking its wings when a stunningly voluptuous female warrior materialized from thin air. She struck at its vital point. Wounded, the sky-splitting locust retaliated in fury, but in the next instant, the female warrior vanished once again. When she reappeared, her sharp dagger ruthlessly claimed its life. The enchanting female warrior, with a leather sheath affixed to her curvaceous thigh, sheathed her dagger and swiftly disappeared into the streets. The scene shifted once more. An 8-star warrior, having just survived a fierce battle, stood amidst the aftermath. Though he had vanquished the beast, he bore grievous injuries. Claw marks from the ferocious beast gouged deeply into his back, exposing bone, with half his shoulder reduced to a gaping wound, blood flowing profusely. The severity of his wounds was alarming. Without proper treatment, excessive blood loss could claim his life. Yet, he appeared unfazed. Before the naked eye, his injuries began to mend at an astonishing rate. The deep gashes soon transformed into flawless skin, devoid of scars. His pierced arm also healed rapidly. In mere moments, he moved his body, finding no issues whatsoever, and smiled. He was an awakener, endowed with the remarkable talent of rapid self-healing. Chen Fan continued his relentless pursuit of foes, oblivious to the onset of night. The entire designated point 0612 was shrouded in darkness, and gradually, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed through the night. Under the cloak of darkness, human warriors faced diminished visibility, while the beasts remained unaffected. Many ferocious creatures preferred the cover of night, and an increasing number ventured from their lairs. The true test of survival had arrived. Chen Fan did not dare to be careless. He swiftly dispatched the last ferocious beast and darted through the desolate streets. During the daylight skirmishes, he had already scouted a suitable hiding spot, and now he made his way there with purpose. Chen Fan moved with remarkable swiftness. A speed of 350 was not to be underestimated. Minutes later, he leaped into an abandoned villa complex. These villas were standalone structures, 5 stories high, 3 above ground and 2 below. Upon his arrival, this area had previously been the territory of a level 7 ferocious beast, which had been dealt with during the day. After entering one of the villas, Chen Fan retrieved some powder from his spatial ring and sprinkled it around. This powder, derived from the venom of the level 9 ferocious beast known as the iron-shelled swallowing toad, was one of the items he had prepared at considerable expense. It proved invaluable for overnight survival in the wilderness, as it emitted the scent of the iron-shelled swallowing toad. For some ferocious beasts, this scent served as a warning. Chapter 36. My third-year students are remarkably capable even after dropping out. Upon entering the villa, Chen Fan scattered additional powder before proceeding to the basement level, where he intended to spend the night. The villa had been abandoned for far too long. Its once lavish decor had fallen victim to the ravages of time, now in a state of disrepair and cloaked in dust. In the wilderness, survival took precedence, and Chen Fan was no longer particular. After a brief cleanup of a small area, he sat on the floor, retrieving the food he had prepared earlier from his spatial rings, consuming it while opening his status panel. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Realm: 6-star warrior. Health points: 74,460. 100,000. Martial skills: Gale / perfect, stacking wave blade, perfect, sword and tint. Diamond body, perfect, steel forged, fleeting light, perfect, divine movement. With the enhancements of steel forged for defense and divine movement for speed, Chen Fan's combat prowess surged, significantly augmenting his killing efficiency. Even amidst the perilous designated .0612, he had achieved commendable results throughout the afternoon, having slain a total of 110 level 6 ferocious beasts and 17 level 7 beasts. This corresponded with his health points rising from 65,500 to 74460. Additionally, within his eyeglass vision, Chen Fan's points stood at 161. Everything aligned perfectly. Slaying a level 6 ferocious beast grants only 1 point, while a level 7 beast rewards a mere 3 points. In contrast, an 8-level beast yields 9 points, and a 9-level beast grants 18 points. I can only slay level 6 and 7 ferocious beasts at present. I am hardly comparable to 8 or 9-star warriors. However, my health points have now reached 74460. At this rate, I should break through to a 7-star warrior in 2 or 3 days, which will accelerate my point accumulation. Chen Fan munched on dried meat. Lost in thought, I wonder how many have been eliminated by now. He retrieved the warrior badge, meticulously crafted for outdoor endeavors, which granted connectivity to a network even amidst the wilderness. Currently, information pertaining to the elite warrior competition was making waves across diverse platforms. Indeed, the elite warrior competition was arguably the most esteemed event held annually in the base city. Previously, a segment of participants had been disqualified for failing to arrive at the assembly point punctually. At that juncture, the statistics were as follows: 6-star warriors, 65, 54, 3, 4, 5, 0, eliminated remaining. 7-star warriors, 2,028,000 8-star warriors, 329,997 9-star warriors, 0, 20,000 total eliminated, 85, 53. As an entire afternoon elapsed, the ratios of eliminated and remaining participants underwent a noteworthy transformation on the bar graph, particularly regarding 6-star warriors. Now, the count of eliminated 6-star warriors had exceeded the 10,000 threshold, reaching 10430. The eliminated tally for 7-star warriors had escalated to 3,100, while 8-star warriors amounted to 15. 9-star warriors remained at 0. The total number of eliminated participants had surged to 13,545. Chen Fan glanced once more at the points ranking. He found himself positioned within the tens of thousands overall. However, in the detailed ranking for 6-star warriors, his name shone prominently at the pinnacle. This was not a mere coincidence of names. An avatar accompanied his name, one captured during his registration for the elite warrior competition. Points: 161, ranked first. The second-place contender, whose profile portrayed a robust young man in his 30s, boasted a score of 136. I never anticipated that I would hold the highest score among the 6-star warriors. Chen Fan chuckled to himself. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Despite being a 6-star warrior, his mastery of 2-blade techniques was profound, complemented by his formidable blade intent, rendering his combat prowess comparable to that of a 7-star warrior. Particularly now, with considerable enhancements to his defense and speed, he found it markedly easier to vanquish level 7 ferocious beasts. Ordinary 6-star warriors would undoubtedly struggle against such formidable adversaries. Aside from the 6-star warriors, the highest score among 7-star warriors stood at 402, while the pinnacle among 8-star warriors reached 998, and for the 9-star warriors, it was an impressive 1876. The disparity in scores was indeed substantial. In Jiangnan Bay City, at the 6th abattoir, the security team leader, Zhou Song, was on the night shift. Today, an incident involving mutated chickens had transpired, resulting in considerable disruption. He led his team in rescue efforts, vanquishing giant-beaked chickens and managing the aftermath, a task that occupied them for over 2 hours before he finally returned to his office. Upon entering, he hurriedly seated himself at his computer. Despite being in his 30s and still a 1-star warrior, Zhou Song had a younger brother, Zhou Lei, whose martial arts prowess far exceeded his own. At 28, Zhou Lei had already achieved the rank of 6-star warrior and was currently engaged in the elite martial arts competition. Zhou Song was keenly interested in his brother's progress. Since noon, he had checked the data countless times. Although Lei is a 6-star warrior, I know his vital energy is just over 1,000 away from reaching the 7-star level, rendering his strength nearly equivalent to that of a 7-star warrior, even if he cannot compare with the 7, 8, or 9-star warriors. However, he should face no rivals among the 6-star warriors. Zhou Song first opened the leaderboard for 6-star warriors. What? Is the first position not held by Lei? The pinnacle is occupied by an individual named Chen Fan. Zhou Song was somewhat taken aback, then chuckled, stating, I know someone by that name, but it cannot possibly be my younger brother. He just achieved certification as a warrior less than a month ago. He does not even meet the criteria to participate in this elite martial arts competition. Zhou Song shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, he noticed Chen Fan's profile picture and was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he questioned his vision, quickly rubbing his eyes and looking again. Astonishingly, Zhou Song stood up in shock. It truly is my younger brother. He has become a 6-star warrior now, even surpassing Ale. In that instant, Zhou Song experienced a flicker of existential doubt. Meanwhile, due to Chen Fan's exceptional performance, Yao Fu had remained at his computer all afternoon. Initially, he had encouraged Chen Fan to register for the elite martial arts competition merely to quell Yi Chu and Su Wan. Later, he considered that participation could provide valuable experience. Yao Fu understood that Chen Fan's rapid ascent implied he likely lacked in skills, practical combat, and survival in the wilderness. Thus, participation was the primary focus. To his astonishment, since noon, Chen Fan had consistently led the 6-star warrior leaderboard. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Chen Fan's growth had far surpassed his expectations. My student from the 3rd class is excelling so remarkably. Even those who dropped out are thriving. Yao Fu felt elated and reached for his phone. Hello, Lao Guan. Let us gather with the brothers tonight at Xingqiao Hotel. I will arrange everything. What? No questions, just a celebration. After concluding the call with Guan Jinshan, he quickly dialed again. Hello, Lao Yi. Let us gather with the brothers tonight. Do not worry about it. I will handle the arrangements at Xingqiao Hotel. The class group chat for the former senior class 9 erupted with excitement. Brother Fan is incredible, first in 6-star warrior points. Goodness, with such formidable combat prowess. Chen Fan's martial arts level must be exceptionally high. In less than a month, Chen Fan has harmonized both his vital energy and martial skills. I am curious how he accomplished that. Do not inquire. Simply accept that you remain oblivious to the realm of the enlightened. This realization stings, my dear friend. Chapter 37. A night of terror and strength. At this very moment, within the confines of Jiangyan Martial Arts University, in the female dormitory, Zhang Qing sat in a daze, gazing at her phone. Her close companion, Duo, who had also embarked on this academic journey with her, suddenly proclaimed, Qing, you harbor feelings for Chen Fan. Duo asserted this with unwavering conviction. What? The unexpected revelation unveiled a secret nestled in Zhang Qing's heart, causing her cheeks to flush. Duo, refrain from such talk. Chen Fan and I are merely classmates and good friends. Duo rolled her eyes in disbelief. I cannot fathom your denial. I am not fabricating this. I possess evidence. Then enlighten me. Zhang Qing chuckled, entertained by her friend's enthusiasm. Duo continued. From noon until now, you have incessantly refreshed the data for the elite martial arts competition. That is entirely normal. My brother is participating in the elite martial arts competition. Is it not natural for me to be concerned? Indeed, caring for your brother is commendable. But your brother is a 9-star warrior. Since noon, I have meticulously recorded that you accessed the 9-star warrior leaderboard 12 times and the 6-star warrior leaderboard 137 times. Among those, you perused Chen Fan's personal information 37 times and gazed at his profile picture 16 times. Oh, Duo, you are so shameless, spying on me. Zhang Qing buried her head beneath her blanket, mortified. Qing, there is no shame in harboring affection for someone. If you hold feelings for him, pursue your happiness with boldness. As your steadfast friend, I wish to make my position clear. I wholeheartedly endorse this match. Duo teased with a playful grin. Duo. Prepare for a duel. Duo squealed. The two elegant figures engaged in playful tussles, revealing an endless springtime splendor. Suwen found himself reclining in a solitary hospital room. As one who had awakened and a pivotal focus of Jiangyan Martial Arts University the moment he was hospitalized. An instructor from the university promptly arrived, equipped with an array of costly healing potions. Gradually, Suwen's once battered and swollen visage began to mend. Nevertheless, the final blow delivered by Chen Fan had been severe, resulting in 3 fractured ribs. Despite the extravagant healing elixirs, he would need to remain confined to his bed for some time. Chen Fan proved to be quite shrewd. He recognized his own negligence. Had he realized Chen Fan's formidable strength, he would have adequately prepared himself. Even in the face of defeat, he would have preferred to avoid such a disgraceful outcome. Submitting to Chen Fan was entirely out of the question. Suwen nurtured a profound animosity towards him. As one who had awakened, his talents would only amplify with consumption. He was resolute in his determination to grow stronger and seek retribution for the humiliation he had endured that day. Thus, even while confined to the hospital bed, he continued to consume nourishment. However, his teeth had been utterly shattered, leaving him with the sole option of indulging in soft foods. Currently hospitalized, Suwen had refrained from informing his family, as it would have been rather ignominious. Instead, it was the ponytailed campus beauty who tended to him. Come on, Wengu. Open wide, she urged gently, her voice soft and soothing as she fed him morsels. Suwen complied, opening his mouth for a bite while scrolling through his phone. Upon waking, He had learned that Chen Fan was competing in the elite martial arts tournament. He scoffed, finding it utterly naive. Surely by now, Chen Fan must have been eliminated. With a sense of disbelief, Suen opened the official statistics. His pupils constricted in astonishment. First and 6-star. How could this be? This was beyond comprehension. He clenched his fists in fury. Chen Fan proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated, rendering his quest for retribution increasingly daunting. Initially, he had resolved to seek vengeance, yet the more he contemplated it, the more agitated he became. Despite his typically hearty appetite, he now felt no hunger. Unable to quell the urge to unleash his pent-up emotions, he cast a glance at the girl who had once been his idol, his hand instinctively reaching out. "Stop it," he murmured. The ponytailed beauty directed a sultry gaze his way, swiftly placing the lunchbox upon the table, her arms straining to support herself against the edge of the bed. As night descended, Chen Fan nestled in the corner, his eyes closed in what appeared to be slumber. Yet, he had not truly fallen asleep. He was merely resting. Outside, the fearsome roars of beasts rose and fell, some sounds echoing disturbingly close at hand. Chen Fan remained vigilant, gripping his alloy combat knife, ready to engage at a moment's notice. This marked his first night spent in the wilderness, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. Time drifted in a haze, and Chen Fan dozed off momentarily, only to be jolted awake by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The ground quaked beneath him, the sound of a colossal creature trampling the earth. Chen Fan's expression grew somber. A fearsome beast had undoubtedly encroached upon this vicinity, its proximity surely less than 100 meters. The audacity to disregard the scent of a level 9 beast, the iron-armored swallowing toad, and venture into this area indicated it was either a level 9 beast or an even more formidable entity. Confronted with such a powerful presence, Chen Fan felt a surge of trepidation. Should he call for assistance? If he delayed until the level 9 beast detected him, would it be too late to cry out? Moreover, he experienced a flicker of remorse for not enduring the inaugural day of the elite warrior competition. Nevertheless, his existence remained paramount. His hand lingered over the button of his glasses. Should the beast encroach within 50 meters, he would promptly summon aid. Seconds elongated, each tick intensifying his anxiety. Suddenly, the thunderous footsteps began to retreat, accompanied by the distant clamor of collapsing edifices. The beast appeared to have moved on to wreak havoc elsewhere. Chen Fan exhaled in relief, having narrowly evaded catastrophe. Yet, this encounter rekindled his yearning for greater strength. Following this harrowing episode, the ensuing hours unfolded with relative tranquility. The night soon faded, and as dawn broke, the cacophony of roars from the beasts began to diminish around 4 in the morning. In approximately an hour, he would be able to venture forth. Chen Fan consumed some sustenance while perusing the official data online. Last night, he noted that the number of eliminated 6-star warriors stood at 10,430. It had now surged to 16,300. The count for 7-star warriors had doubled from 3,100 to 6,200, while the number of 8-star warriors had risen from 15 to 70. Even the 9-star warriors, who had previously faced no eliminations, now had 1 casualty. The total number of eliminations had reached 22,571, with 9,026 eliminated just last night, including 1 9-star warrior. Chen Fan reflected on his near miss. Feeling fortunate in comparison to the thousands who had fallen, he examined the leaderboard. The scores for 6-star and 7-star warriors had seen minimal change. However, he noted that some avatars had dimmed, indicating their elimination. The 8-star leaderboard exhibited minimal variation, but the 9-star leaderboard displayed significant shifts. The highest score had ascended from 1,876 to 2,960. Not only had the top position increased, but several others had also experienced varying degrees of improvement, clearly indicating that fierce battles had transpired the previous night. Truly, skill breeds audacity, Chen Fan mused wistfully, yearning for greater prowess. As the sky lightened, Chen Fan emerged from the subterranean level. Chapter 38, by the shores of Golden Rooster Lake. Upon reaching the rooftop and surveying the surroundings, he observed that many of the nearby villas had succumbed to collapse, with immense craters dotting the ground every few meters, remnants of the beast's rampage. Each footprint measured over 3 meters in length and approximately 2 meters in width. Standing at 183 meters, Chen Fan could only fathom the sheer magnitude of the creature that had left such imprints. The sun ascended, casting fiery hues across half the horizon, and the air began to warm, revealing several beasts prowling in the distance. Chen Fan adjusted the view of his glasses, switching to a minimap mode that displayed a 30-kilometer radius, populated by numerous green dots, each representing a warrior. Throughout the night, most green dots had remained stationary, concealed from view. Now, the majority were in motion, heralding the commencement of a new day of combat. Time sped by, and before long, noon arrived. He found himself at a lakeside. Once the site of the 0612 marker, now a renowned tourist destination, Golden Rooster Lake. The towering buildings nearby, resembling oversized trousers, stood out against the backdrop of desolation. It was remarkable that they had withstood the onslaught of beasts for so long, although one side had suffered severe collapse. Once a picturesque locale, Golden Rooster Lake had fallen into disrepair over the years, overrun with weeds, and former amenities decayed under the ravages of time. Chen Fan consumed some nourishment, feeling invigorated by the fright of the previous night and the significant rise in points for the 9-star warriors. His desire for strength intensified, propelling him to strive harder. Currently, his vitality reached 81, 500 out of 100, 000, marking a notable increase in his capabilities, edging him closer to becoming a 7-star warrior. Simultaneously, his points had risen to 270, up from 161, thanks to slaying beasts and the survival bonus awarded from noon yesterday to noon today. Among the 6-star warriors, Zhou Lei maintained second place with 199 points. Onward and upward, Chen Fan affirmed, feeling rejuvenated and ready as he leaped into the overgrown remnants of the city. Later that evening, Chen Fan returned to the villa cluster he had occupied the previous night. His vitality now stood at 89, 000 out of 100, 000, and he found slaying level 7 beasts increasingly manageable. Initially, he had to unleash 12 strikes of his Blade of Waves to fell a 7-star beast. Now, with the aid of Blade Energy, he could achieve this with just 9 strikes. Throughout the day, a multitude of warriors faced elimination, primarily among the 6-star ranks. The count had risen from 16, 300 at dawn to 25, 060 by day's end. The number of eliminated 7-star warriors surpassed 10, 000, increasing from 6, 200 to 10. For 20, the 8-star count rose from 70 to 137, and 2 more 9-star warriors fell, bringing the total eliminations in that category to 3. This year's Elite Warrior competition had attracted 130, 000 participants, and the total number of eliminations had now reached 35, 620, reducing the remaining contestants below 100, 000. Chen Fan checked the leaderboard again. His score stood at 401, still the highest among the 6-star warriors, placing him over 65, 000 overall. Zhou Lei, in second place among 6-star warriors, had a score of 263. In an abandoned hospital, Zhou Lei and a few companions spent the night. Unlike typical wilderness hunts, only formidable warriors dared venture out alone, as most 6-star warriors preferred teaming up, except for Chen Fan. Lei, you've been pursuing all day. Yet the gap between you and first place keeps widening, remarked a dark-skinned warrior. Another added, of course, their team must be allowing that fellow named Chen Fan to claim the final blows. We all know your strength, Lei. You're on the cusp of becoming a 7-star warrior. Under normal circumstances, you shouldn't be falling so far behind. That's a valid point, Zhou Lei acknowledged. Others nodded in agreement. Zhou Lei, a robust figure, leaned silently against the wall, feeling somewhat stifled. At the 6-star warrior level, he was confident. He had initially thought securing the top score among 6-star warriors would be a foregone conclusion, yet he found himself in second place from the outset. Unwilling to accept this, he pushed himself to catch up, only to witness the gap widen. It was particularly disheartening as he was on the verge of reaching 7 stars, while his competitor remained frustratingly ahead. It was undeniably abnormal. He echoed his teammates' suspicions that a team was likely assisting his rival. Achieving the top score among 6-star warriors is quite prestigious. With this title, many things will be easier in the future. Brothers, it's pointless for us to keep these points. We might as well help Lei, suggested an older warrior after a moment's contemplation. Agreed, we were merely here to support. But if we can assist Lei in securing the first position, we'll have something to boast about later, another chimed in. Absolutely, but Lei, you must arrange a celebration at the Startide Hotel when we return, added another. Together we can achieve great things. Let's ensure Lei claims that first place tomorrow. The group affirmed enthusiastically. Zhou Lei felt touched. Thank you all, I appreciate it. Don't mention it, brother, they replied with laughter. As night deepened, Chen Fan remained awake, observing the green dots on the minimap within his glasses. At this hour, many green dots were still on the move, indicating fierce battles were ongoing. They're truly relentless. Chen Fan mused. Once he broke through to 7 stars, he would return later. Stronger opponents fought even harder. What could he do to win? With an indomitable spirit, he resolved to push himself even further. At his current pace, he was confident of attaining 7 stars by the following day, allowing everyone to ascend together. The night passed swiftly, relatively tranquil, with only 2 instances of ferocious beasts encroaching nearby. However, these disturbances were minor, as the presence of a 9th-level beast, the iron-armored swallowing toad, soon sent them fleeing. As dawn broke, Chen Fan resumed his battles, and the number of eliminations steadily increased, albeit at a slower rate than the previous night. The sun hung high in the azure sky, casting its golden light. A tall figure stood atop a skyscraper. Clad in military camouflage, his eyes deep and luminous. Though he appeared motionless, the sights within 100 kilometers were vividly clear in his mind. His name was LV Wenqing, a practitioner of the Nine Meridian realm and a master of mental energy, pivotal to the security operations of the elite martial artist competition. Suddenly, in his mental realm, he sensed a six-star warrior 70 kilometers away, gravely injured by a beast. The creature lunged with its gaping maw, and the warrior, pale with fear, desperately pressed the distress button. The beast was upon him, and the warrior's visage turned ashen. He could already detect the foul stench of the creature's breath. In that critical moment, the six-star warrior vanished from his position, only to reappear at the assembly point outside the city. Surviving the ordeal, he wept tears of joy. LV Wenqing maintained a calm demeanor. With tens of thousands of warriors within 100 kilometers, monitoring their movements was effortless for him. At that moment, 3 warriors, dispersed across various locations, found themselves in grave danger and swiftly activated their distress signals. With a mere thought, LV Wenqing transported them almost instantaneously to safety. This was a trivial matter for him. Another one is about to be eliminated, he remarked coolly, having foreseen the impending event. Meanwhile, approximately 50 kilometers away, a 6-star warrior wielding a metallic combat blade confronted 2 9-cauldron silver fire crocodiles. These crocodiles, exceeding 5 meters in length, sported 9 prominent humps atop their heads, which earned them the moniker 9-cauldron. Fierce and adorned in silvery scales, they possessed remarkable defenses, placing them among the more formidable 7th-level beasts. For a 6-star warrior to engage 2 7th-level 9-cauldron silver fire crocodiles was a futile endeavor, which explained LV Wenqing's earlier remarks. He was prepared. As soon as the warrior activated the distress signal, he would facilitate their escape without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, a formidable master of mental energy was observing him. Confronted by the 2 9-cauldron silver fire crocodiles, he exhibited no signs of trepidation. The wave-cutting blade unleashed its fury, the blade's radiance dancing in harmony with its momentum. Boom, boom, boom. The strikes came in rapid succession, each one leaving a trail of afterimages. With the 8th strike, the blade penetrated the skull of one crocodile. Ding! You have vanquished a formidable 7th-level beast, the 9-cauldron silver fire crocodile. Vitality 80. He reminisced about his inaugural expedition beyond the city, where he had encountered 2 first-level iron-tailed scorpions, feeling utterly overwhelmed at that time. Now, he was no longer that innocent fledgling. He had evolved into a seasoned adventurer, taking the initiative to eliminate one beast first. The remaining crocodile was swiftly dispatched with a few more strikes. What a formidable 6-star warrior! LV Wenqing exclaimed in astonishment from dozens of kilometers away. His blade technique is remarkably swift. He must be practicing the gale/slash technique. His mastery of the wave-cutting blade is impressive. Executing 8 strikes effortlessly indicates he has attained at least a high level of proficiency. Most astonishingly, he has unleashed blade energy. LV Wenqing found it hard to believe. Under the influence of his mental energy, he could perceive every detail vividly. He was certain of what he had witnessed. The warrior's blade struck before it even reached the head of the 9-cauldron silver fire crocodile. It was undeniably blade energy. Truly, the younger generation is remarkable. LV Wenqing murmured softly. Time flowed on. Before long, noon arrived, and nightfall enveloped the earth once more. Chen Fan had been pushing himself tirelessly. Excitedly, he glanced at his status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18 realm. 7-star warrior vitality. 100, 100, 200, 000 martial skills. Finally, he had attained the status of a 7-star warrior. To ascend to the 8-star warrior level, he needed to achieve 200,000 vitality. 200,000, indeed. Previously, I could only confront 6th-level beasts and a few 7th-level beasts. Now that I have broken through to 7 stars, my limitations have diminished. Even against 8th-level beasts, I might stand a chance. Chen Fan felt a surge of confidence. Let the battles commence. According to his previous routine, he should have returned by now. However, today was different. He continued to engage in fierce combat. With his steel-like resilience and agility, both his defense and speed surpassed those of other warriors. While others dared to venture out at night, he was equally audacious. The ferocious beasts were indeed more prevalent and active under the cover of darkness. Chen Fan relentlessly fought on. After a day of arduous efforts, Zhou Lei and his teammates returned to their hideout once more. Lei, we performed admirably today. How many points do you possess now? A teammate with dark skin inquired, filled with anticipation. They had united their efforts to confront the leading scorer, Chen Fan. Thanks to everyone, I now possess 560 points, an increase of nearly 300 since we embarked on this journey. Zhou Lei responded, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Let us consult the leaderboard. You must have ascended to the top position among the 6 stars now, his teammates urged, exhilarated by the possibility. Zhou Lei's achievement of first place among the 6 stars would signify a triumph for the entire team. Indeed, Zhou Lei swiftly accessed the internet via his warrior badge and navigated to the official data. However, at that moment, his expression of joy abruptly froze. What troubles you? Lazy? His teammates sensed an immediate wave of apprehension. Zhou Lei stuttered. I remain in second place. Chen Fan's score has soared to 790. Not only had he failed to surpass him, but the chasm was also widening. His teammates were equally taken aback. Thank you all. It is futile to attempt to catch up. I shall no longer pursue it. Zhou Lei forced a smile. Lazy. It is not that you have been bested by Chen Fan. It is merely that our team lacks the strength of his. Do not dwell on it too heavily. Perhaps his team is larger and more formidable, his teammates consoled. At that moment, a dark-skinned warrior suddenly exclaimed, Behold Chen Fan's score. What has transpired? The others hastily accessed the webpage. Zhou Lei cast a quick glance. The last time he checked, Chen Fan's score stood at 790, but now it had surged to 793. Just as Zhou Lei and his companions expressed their astonishment, the score ascended once more, escalating from 793 to 796. Each increment was by 3 points. It was clear that he was vanquishing 7th-level ferocious beasts. His team was providing him with 7th-level beasts, each yielding 3 points, while they could only hunt 6th-level beasts, which were valued at a mere 1 point. No wonder they could not keep pace with him. I find myself intrigued by who Chen Fan might be. To have a cadre of 7-star or even 8-star warriors at his disposal, I have not heard of any young master named Chen Fan in the Jiangnan-based city. Chen Fan did not return until the early hours of the morning. The wilderness proved to be far more treacherous at night. He encountered 8th-level ferocious beasts on several occasions, but his swiftness enabled him to escape, leaving the beasts merely watching in exasperation. He did not come across any 9th-level beasts, likely due to not venturing deep enough into the wilds. Upon returning to the second basement of the villa, Chen Fan's vitality had risen to 104. 600 out of a possible 200, 000, a commendable feat moreover. On the official leaderboard, Chen Fan's score reached 940, placing him significantly ahead among 6-star warriors. Zhou Lei remained in second place with a score of 560. Among the 7-star warriors, the highest score was 1350. For the 8-star warriors, it was 2,900. And for the 9-star warriors, the top score stood at 7,100. Furthermore, Chen Fan recognized a familiar name on the 9-star warriors leaderboard, Zhong Bo, brother of Zhong Qing, with a score of 7,050, ranking second. After reviewing the scores, Chen Fan also scrutinized the elimination bar graph. Over half of the 6-star warriors had already been eliminated. The higher the rank, the smaller the proportion of eliminations. Even so, the total number of eliminations had surpassed 50,000. Chapter 40. Perfect Blade Energy. The blade enthusiast Xue Ji gang in less than 3 days, over 50,000 had been eliminated. The pace of elimination was alarming. Chen Fan was uncertain how long he could withstand the ordeal. Cradling his battle blade, he nestled against the wall and, as was customary, drifted into a nebulous slumber. It was already past midnight, and very few individuals remained active outside. After all, whether one was a 6-star warrior or a 9-star warrior, rest was indispensable. Warriors sought refuge in secure locations to recuperate, while Wenqing found himself comparatively at ease. As a mentalist endowed with formidable psychic power, his need for sleep was minimal. He stood atop the building, having spent nearly the entirety of the elite warrior competition there. The only interruption had occurred during the day when he encountered an intriguing 6-star warrior with remarkable prowess in the realm of blades. This warrior did not depend on sheer strength, but rather on his profound understanding of blade techniques to manifest blade energy. This was a stark contrast to the condensed pulse realm warriors who wielded their physical might to generate blade energy. Wenqing, a mentalist, had little interest in blade techniques. However, he possessed a friend who was utterly captivated by them. He had captured some footage of Chen Fan's battles from a distance. Wenqing retrieved his warrior badge and dialed a number labeled Old Shui. In a brightly illuminated meditation room in Jiangnan-based city, a robust, middle-aged man clad in training attire sat cross-legged on the ground. He held a broad blade aloft with both hands. It was evident that this blade was no ordinary weapon. The light danced off its surface, emanating a chilling sharpness that was mesmerizing. The burly man had his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, yet he was far from it. His mind was ablaze with countless blade techniques, each move and stance. Although he had attained remarkable mastery in blade techniques, ranking among the foremost in Jiangnan-based city, he remained unsatisfied. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. He sensed vast potential for growth, and, through continuous contemplation and learning, increasingly recognized his own shortcomings. Ancient texts spoke of blade energy and even higher blade intent. My blade energy is far from perfect, let alone achieving a higher blade intent. It is incredibly challenging. As a blade awakener, I can manifest blade energy. Yet I still rely on brute force for assistance. In this situation, every time I unleash blade energy, it feels clumsy, and its true power is never fully realized. When will I be able to depend solely on my understanding of blade techniques to generate blade energy? The robust man opened his eyes and exhaled softly. At that moment, his warrior badge vibrated. It was El Wenqing. He smiled and answered the call. Hello, old El, calling me at such a late hour. Are you not the slightest bit concerned about disturbing my rest? Old Shue Jigang jested. El Wenqing laughed heartily. You night owl, I know you too well. You are likely still engrossed in your study of blade energy, am I correct? Any progress? It's not an easy task, Shue Jigang replied with a shake of his head. Achieving perfect blade energy in this lifetime would be a remarkable accomplishment. How are matters on your end? The elite warrior competition is thriving this year. You must be quite occupied. Not too bad, El Wenqing chuckled. Old Shue, the reason I am calling you at this late hour is to discuss a serious matter. I have discovered an extraordinary 6-star warrior at the elite warrior competition, possessing remarkable prowess in blade techniques. I even recorded a video during the day. Upon hearing El Wenqing's words, Shue Jigang interjected before he could continue. Another promising talent? Old El, let me clarify in advance. No matter how impressive this blade technique talent may be, I am not taking on any disciples. I simply lack the time. El Wenqing laughed even more heartily. It's just that I previously introduced some promising talents to you. Look how apprehensive you are. Rest assured, this time I am not asking you to take on a disciple. Moreover, even if you wish to, you might not possess the capability. Shue Jigang raised his thick brows in curiosity. Oh, he had never seen his old friend regard anyone with such esteem. I have sent you the video. Take a look for yourself. El Wenqing concluded and promptly ended the call. Soon, a notification chimed. Shue Jigang received the video. He clicked to open it, initially somewhat indifferent. However, upon witnessing Chen Fan unleash blade energy, he was taken aback and rose in astonishment. It was utterly seamless. So perfect. Wasn't this the realm he had long aspired to attain? Reflecting upon El Wenqing's earlier remarks regarding the 6-star warrior, Shue Jigang, at the age of 44, found himself still a mere blade awakener, having yet to fully comprehend the essence of blade energy. He perceived his existence as a squandered endeavor. Nevertheless, he could not afford to linger on such contemplations at this moment. His robust hands delicately cradled the warrior badge as if it were the most treasured relic in existence. As he repeatedly immersed himself in the video, he lost count of the number of times he had watched it, at times imitating Chen Fan's movements. Unbeknownst to him, the entire night had slipped away. Shue Jigang remained ensnared by the experience. Do not underestimate the significance of those fleeting hours in the latter half of the night. They held greater import than his 6 months of solitude. Regrettably, the video was lamentably brief, merely 3 minutes long, and the filming distance obscured many of the intricate details. It was entirely the fault of that old Lu. Why did he not capture more footage or record from a closer perspective? Without hesitation, he reached out to El Wenqing, imploring him to document additional footage today, for this material possessed immense value to him. However, he soon remembered that El Wenqing was also engaged in the rescue operations for the elite warrior competition. Indeed, I shall take it upon myself, after all. How could I forego the opportunity to encounter such a master of swordsmanship? Shue Jigang resolutely smacked his thigh, filled with determination. Without delay, he departed the city, making his way to the designated location, 0612. Although El Wenqing was participating in the elite warrior competition, he did not belong to the esteemed 6th Legion. Both he and Xiao Jian were exceptionally formidable super warriors of the Nine Veins realm, with El Wenqing holding a slightly elevated status. Shue Jigang and El Wenqing were of equal rank. Thus, upon his arrival at 0612, Xiao Jian would personally extend his greetings. And indeed, that was the case. Upon receiving word of Shue Jigang's arrival at the camp, Xiao Jian promptly exited his tent and saluted Shue Jigang with military propriety. Captain Xiao, I apologize for the intrusion. I am here on urgent business. Please disregard my presence. I am merely seeking someone and am fully aware of the rules. I shall not interfere with the competition. Shue Jigang exhibited equal courtesy in return. Very well, proceed as you wish. I have matters to attend to. Xiao Jian nodded in acknowledgement. In the blink of an eye, Shue Jigang vanished from sight. Though undeniably powerful, Shue Jigang had yet to attain such extraordinary prowess. The reality was that it was El Wenqing who had sensed Shue Jigang's arrival and deduced his purpose for coming. I didn't expect you to come in person, El Wenqing remarked, observing Shue Jigang from the rooftop with a smile. The video I sent you proved invaluable, did it not? Next time we share a drink, you must arrange it. Absolutely. It must be arranged, Shui Jigang replied with enthusiasm, then added impatiently, Old Lu, let us hasten to meet the master. Chapter 41. The Fiery Iron Shadow Insect, an Unusual Individual. Master? El Wensheng was momentarily astonished. He was acutely aware of his old friend's considerable pride. Very well, he cautioned. But I must remind you that we are currently in the midst of the elite warrior competition. Thus please refrain from disrupting the established rules. Understood, Shui Jigang replied. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished from view. At that juncture, Chen Fan had just commenced his battle. While El Wensheng had not positioned Shui Jigang too close, he remained approximately 300 meters away from Chen Fan, fully engaged in combat. Chen Fan confronted the fiery iron shadow insect, a level 7 formidable beast that moved in swarms. The fiery iron shadow insect, clad in iron armor, though not as colossal as other ferocious beasts, measured over a meter in length, forming a dark, writhing sea of insects that sent chills down one's spine. For a brief moment, Chen Fan was engulfed by the swarm, yet the power of his 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th blade waves, augmented by his blade intent, was utterly formidable. Each strike wielded the strength to disperse legions, cleaving through the tumultuous mass, creating vast vacuums amidst the dark throng of shadow insects. Shui Jigang arrived just in time to witness this extraordinary spectacle. He quickly donned a pair of glasses akin to those worn by Xiao Chun and Chen Fan, intending not only to observe, but also to document the unfolding events for future contemplation. Ding, slaying level 7 ferocious beast fiery iron shadow insect, vitality 80. Ding, slaying level 7 ferocious beast. The notifications resonated in Chen Fan's ears as he immersed himself entirely in battle, oblivious to the figure several hundred meters away. Even had he noticed, it would have mattered little to him. After all, he was not the sole participant in the competition, and the presence of others was entirely expected. Time swiftly elapsed, and as noon approached, Chen Fan took a brief respite to partake in a modest meal before resuming his fierce combat. Before long, night descended once more. Shui Jigang maintained a careful distance, neither too close nor too far, as he observed the ongoing battle. Initially contemplating approaching Chen Fan during his midday break for a brief exchange, he ultimately reconsidered, aware that time was of the essence. Renowned as a blade enthusiast, he feared that engaging Chen Fan in conversation could squander precious moments and disrupt the competition. He resolved to wait until evening. As night enveloped the arena, he hoped to finally seize the opportunity to inquire, having noted numerous questions in his notebook. To his astonishment, Chen Fan remained entrenched in combat well into the dark hours, relentless in his pursuit. Yet, I suppose I was equally tenacious when I partook in the elite warrior competition over 20 years ago, Shui Jigang mused to himself. Just a little longer. A full day had elapsed. Even if Chen Fan had initially overlooked his presence, he surely must have acknowledged him by now. Instinctively, Shui Jigang believed Chen Fan to be merely another contender in the elite warrior competition, albeit an unusual one. He neither hunted ferocious beasts nor seemed to engage directly. Wherever Chen Fan ventured, Shui Jigang trailed, maintaining a respectful distance while emanating goodwill, prompting Chen Fan to disregard him. Chen Fan continued his battle until the early hours of the morning before finally retreating. At that juncture, his vitality had reached 117,000 out of a possible 200,000. From 6 in the morning until now, he had fought for 18 hours, augmenting his vitality by nearly 13,000, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. On this night, he had also vanquished a level 8 ferocious beast. Upon reaching the 7 stars realm, he was now capable of contending against a level 8 beast, and slaying one had become a feasible endeavor. Eliminating a level 8 beast yielded 9 points. Chen Fan accessed his warrior badge and reviewed the official statistics online. The number of eliminations had surged to 60,000. However, the rate of elimination had notably slowed compared to the competition's initial days. Among the 6 stars warriors, Chen Fan held 340 points, securing the first position. The second-place contestant, Zhou Lei, had increased his score from 560 to 770 points since the previous day. However, Zhou Lei's avatar had darkened, indicating his elimination. His score would forever remain at 770. The highest score for 7 stars warriors stood at 700. While for 8 stars warriors, it reached 100. For 9 stars warriors, the pinnacle score soared to 500. Additionally, Chen Fan observed that the former second-ranked contestant, Zhong Bo, had mounted a comeback to claim the top position, amassing 500 points and becoming the overall leader. Presently, Chen Fan ranked over 49,000 on the total leaderboard. Excuse me, young brother, may I inquire if I could remain here for the night? Chen Fan found himself on the second basement level when a voice echoed from above. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his alloy battle blade. remaining vigilant as he ascended to investigate. To his astonishment, he encountered the burly man who had been shadowing him throughout the day. Do not fear, young brother. My name is Xue Jigang, and I come in peace. I am not a competitor and pose no threat to you. A friend of mine, one of the mental energy masters overseeing security for this event, noticed your exceptional swordsmanship and shared a clip of your performance with me. Coincidentally, I share a profound passion for swordsmanship, which compelled me to journey here from Jiang and Bay City to discuss techniques with you. To alleviate Chen Fan's apprehensions, Xue Jigang willingly recounted the purpose of his visit. A friend of a mental energy master. Chen Fan's heart raced, clearly. This individual was extraordinary if he was acquainted with a mental energy master. Xue Jigang. Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Fan, and he exclaimed, a super warrior of the Nine Veins realm, known as the Little Blade King. You completed a significant mission for the Alliance a few months ago, and even made the news. Haha, that's me, Xue Jigang chuckled. Now, you can feel at ease, right? Indeed, I feel quite at ease, Chen Fan replied, excitement bubbling within him. Anyone featured in a news report was undoubtedly a hero of the Alliance. Please, come in. Not at all. Kindly refrain from referring to me as senior. I am here to learn from you. Xue Jigang hastily waved his hand. I am several years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me Old Xue or Brother Xue. Chen Fan invited Xue Jigang to the second underground floor, where they seated themselves upon the ground. Brother Chen, I have encountered a bottleneck in my swordsmanship that has left me perplexed. There is a question I wish to consult you about, Xue Jigang expressed eagerly. Please, Brother Xue, proceed, Chen Fan replied. Xue Jigang swiftly articulated his dilemma. Chen Fan smiled. Despite his youth, his mastery of sword techniques, particularly the gale slash and the layered wave blade, had been refined over 2 lifetimes. The issue troubling Xue Jigang seemed trivial in comparison. He elucidated the matter with clarity and conciseness. A few simple words left Xue Jigang with a profound sense of enlightenment. Seeking further guidance, Xue Jigang found Chen Fan's responses effortless and illuminating. His admiration for Chen Fan deepened profoundly. Time slipped away, and soon it was 3 in the morning. With just over an hour until dawn, although Xue Jigang felt he could continue, he reluctantly resolved to cease their discourse. Brother Chen, thank you. This evening has spared me at least a decade of detours. Of course, I feel quite guilty for encroaching upon your rest time, especially with the elite martial artist competition tomorrow. You should rest now. I will keep watch, Xue Jigang said. Very well, I shall trouble you, Chen Fan replied, not wishing to appear overly polite. With the formidable Xue Jigang, a master of the Nine Veins realm, on guard, Chen Fan slept soundly. At 6 in the morning, Chen Fan awoke to find Xue Jigang practicing with his sword. You are awake, he smiled. Chapter 42, Awakening Privileges, 100 Calamities Blade. Chen Fan returned the smile. Brother Xue, what are your plans for today? Will you remain at the 0612 marker? No, Xue Jigang chuckled softly, shaking his head. Last night, you resolved many of my uncertainties, and I now feel enlightened. I intend to retreat into seclusion for a while. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Brother Chen, you have been an immense support to me. I have nothing to offer in return, but please accept this local-level sword technique. Xue Jigang produced a bound martial arts manual from his spatial ring and pressed it into Chen Fan's hands. Chen Fan was taken aback. A local-level martial technique was a rarity in the marketplace. One would need to journey to the martial arts library in Jiangnan Bay City to acquire such a treasure. Access to the Jiangnan Bay City's martial arts library was not easily obtained. Only the top 300 participants in the elite martial artist competition were granted the privilege to select a technique from the library. After participating in the elite martial artist competition, Chen Fan realized the formidable challenge of breaking into the top 300. Currently, his ranking was over 40,000. Achieving even a place within the top 3,000 seemed an insurmountable endeavor. Brother Xue, we merely exchanged insights on sword techniques yesterday. I did not perform any act deserving of such a precious gift. Moreover, the Alliance has stringent regulations concerning martial techniques. As they are deemed strategic assets and are prohibited from private circulation, Chen Fan interjected hastily. The Alliance upheld strict regulations regarding martial techniques. For instance, the Gale Slash was priced at 25,000 per copy, while the Layered Wave Blade commanded a staggering 250,000 per copy. Why did Chen Fan often spend millions on such purchases? Was it not possible to acquire a single copy and make duplicates? Such a notion was simply implausible. Such an act would contravene the laws of the Alliance, akin to the act of counterfeiting in a previous existence. Brother Chen, while you may regard it with indifference, for me, this signifies a shortcut that could save me a decade or more of endeavor. You must embrace this technique, Xue Jigang insisted. Furthermore, do not mock me, for the 100 Calamities Blade is exceedingly formidable. I procured it from the martial arts library of Jiangnan Bay City several years ago and have yet to comprehend even its rudiments. My abilities are limited. You may possess a greater likelihood of success. Should you attain any understanding, I would greatly value your insights in the future, Shui Jigang added with a smile. As for the regulations of the Alliance, rest assured, we are awakeners, and you should be aware that awakeners enjoy numerous privileges, including the bestowal of techniques. Chen Fan was taken aback. Awakeners possessed such privileges. At that moment, Shui Jigang had already thrust the 100 Calamities blade technique into Chen Fan's hands. This was, after all, a local-level martial technique. Merely considering the disparity between the Gale Slash and the layered wave blade accentuated its worth. Chen Fan gazed at the 100 Calamities blade technique in his grasp. To claim he was not intrigued would be disingenuous. Very well, then, thank you, Brother Shui. I should be the one expressing gratitude, Shui Jigang replied with a hearty laugh. As Chen Fan held the 100 Calamities blade technique, a notification resonated. Ding. Local level upper grade martial technique 100 Calamities blade detected. Would you like to learn it? Chen Fan selected no. On one hand, Shui Jigang remained present. On the other, he harbored certain contemplations. While a local level upper grade martial technique was undeniably precious, he possessed only a single copy. With his system, the acquisition of martial techniques diverged from that of others. He required a considerable quantity. With merely one copy, he might struggle to even grasp the fundamentals. That would be somewhat disheartening. Ultimately, it might not even rival the potency of the layered wave blade. Acquiring sufficient copies of the 100 Calamities blade was not a pursuit achievable solely through wealth. It would necessitate continuous access to the Jiangnan Bay City Martial Arts Library. That was simply impractical. After a brief pause, Chen Fan cautiously inquired, Brother Shui, considering the numerous privileges of awakeners, is it feasible to create copies of martial techniques? For instance, could I replicate multiple copies of this 100 Calamities blade? Shui Jigang raised an eyebrow, bewildered by Chen Fan's inquiry. He had not anticipated such a question. With one copy of the 100 Calamities blade in existence, what necessity lay in creating duplicates? It was not an object one could consume. Chen Fan had already formulated an explanation. Brother Shui, you are aware that awakeners possess a multitude of unique abilities. Mine is rather exceptional. To master sword techniques, I require an extensive collection. Indeed, awakeners exhibited a diverse array of extraordinary capabilities. From Su Wen's consumption to Zhong Bo's manipulation of magnetic fields, to invisibility and superspeed regeneration, among others. Chen Fan recognized that, given his remarkable rate of development, even asserting he was not an awakener would likely invite skepticism. Consequently, he resolved to be forthright. I am an awakener. The identity of an awakener not only bestowed numerous privileges but also rendered the various inexplicable events surrounding him more comprehensible. Upon hearing Chen Fan's declaration, Shui Jigang appeared somewhat astonished. I see. The nation has consistently prioritized the cultivation of awakeners. As long as one is an awakener, duplicating techniques poses no challenge. The state can facilitate the replication for you, Shui Jigang remarked with a smile. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Chen Fan felt a sense of relief. Brother Shui, would you be willing to assist me in creating copies? Of course, why not? I shall promptly make my way to Captain Xiao. He is proficient in handling the printing. To Shui Jigang, this was a matter of little consequence. Thank you then. Chen Fan entrusted the 100 Calamities blade to Shui Jigang. Brother Chen, the copied manual will be delivered to you. Before departing, he felt compelled to remind, the elite martial artist competition has been in progress for several days now. Initially, the beasts in 0612 may have been caught unawares. However, based on previous elite martial artist competitions, they are likely to retaliate soon, and that will present the true challenge. Be assured, there are still beasts in 0612. You possess exceptional talent, and your future is limitless, so please refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Survival is of utmost importance. Shui Jigang's sturdy hand rested on Chen Fan's shoulder, his admiration for Chen Fan unmistakable, and he harbored fears of Chen Fan's potential demise in the elite martial artist competition. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Shui. Chen Fan was cognizant of the circumstances Shui Jigang had outlined, having previously contemplated strategies for the elite martial artist competition. Advanced beasts were not entirely devoid of intelligence. They possessed a degree of wisdom. Moreover, there existed even higher-level beasts. As humans regarded their territory as a testing ground, retaliation was inevitable. Very well, I shall take my leave. Shui Jigang chuckled, and then called out towards the sky, Old Lu. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight. The coordination was flawless, indicative of their familiarity with such maneuvers. Once again atop the rooftop, Shui Jigang reappeared. Lu Wensheng smiled and remarked, I never anticipated you would bestow the Earth-grade martial technique, 100 Calamities blade, upon Chen Fan. That was your reward for achieving third-class merit. which granted you access to the martial arts library of Jiangnan Bay City. Old Liu, you misunderstand. Chen's guidance yesterday spared me no less than a decade of arduous training. Shui Jigang responded. In comparison, third-class merit and an earth-grade technique seem trivial. It appears you gained quite a lot yesterday, Lu Wensheng observed with a grin. Indeed, Shui Jigang affirmed earnestly, then added, take me to Commander Xiao. Chen has entrusted me with the task of copying the martial techniques. I am aware of your intentions. Let us proceed. Soon, Shui Jigang replicated the 100 Calamities blade 50 times, then called out, Old Liu. A stack of books vanished directly into Xiao Jian's tent. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had just vanquished a 7th-level ferocious beast when a stack of books materialized before him out of thin air. He smiled. Chapter 43, Blade Enters the Extraordinary. Summoning the Power of Heaven and Earth Ding. Detected Earth-grade Superior Martial Technique, 100 Calamities Blade. Would you care to learn? With prior experience, Chen Fan hesitated initially. He swiftly ascended into a nearby edifice, seeking a relatively secure refuge. Only then did he acquiesce. Yes. Instantly, a multitude of images cascaded rapidly through his mind. Chen Fan immersed himself in this experience. When he had studied the yellow-grade inferior technique, Gale Slash, he was ensconced in a secluded chamber, contemplating in solitude. During his exploration of the Xian-grade superior technique, Wave Blade, he envisioned himself as a street vendor in an ancient world of martial arts, utterly captivated by the mastery of the blade throughout his existence. Now, with the Earth-grade superior 100 Calamities blade, he found himself inhabiting an extraordinary ancient realm of martial prowess. He was born in a quaint mountain village known as Shaha Village, raised solely by his father, the village's sole blacksmith, who skillfully crafted agricultural tools to sustain their family. Like other children in the village, Chen Fan enjoyed a carefree youth, either scaling trees or pursuing dogs, until the age of 12. The preeminent force within 1,000 miles. The Blade Spirit sect routinely visited Shaha Village to assess the spiritual roots of the children. All 12-year-olds underwent this examination. One of his contemporaries possessed a superior spiritual root and was immediately accepted as a disciple by a formidable immortal. Others with intermediate or upper intermediate roots were also recruited as external disciples of the Blade Spirit sect, embarking on their cultivation journeys. Regrettably, Chen Fan was deemed to have an inferior spiritual root and was not selected. All his childhood companions departed for the Blade Spirit sect, leaving Chen Fan solitary in Shaha Village, devoid of playmates. From that moment forth, he became increasingly melancholic. His father, the blacksmith, observed this change. Son, do you wish to learn the blade? His father inquired. Disinterested, Chen Fan idly prodded the grass with a stick. What good would that do? His father chuckled. I can teach you. Initially skeptical, Chen Fan had lived with his father long enough to recognize that he was merely a blacksmith. Teaching blade techniques? He dismissed the notion. However, his father unearthed a resplendent, large blade from beneath the bed. The blacksmith executed an impromptu display, wielding the blade with such exquisite skill that countless sparks erupted, conjuring a tempest of wind that swept up the surrounding fallen leaves. Chen Fan was left in a state of awe. Under his father's tutelage, Chen Fan embarked on his studies of the blade techniques. Time elapsed swiftly, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. The once innocent child had matured into a young man, standing tall at 6 feet. One fateful day, the blacksmith left behind a letter and departed, taking with him the lustrous blade from the box beneath the bed. Chen Fan assumed responsibility for the blacksmith shop, embarking on his own journey as a blacksmith. Seasons transformed, and years slipped by unnoticed. Throughout this period, Chen Fan dedicated himself to the art of smithing and the refinement of his blade skills. His techniques evolved to an advanced level, capable of unleashing formidable blade energy. Even childhood friends returning from the Blade Spirit sect found it arduous to match his prowess. Yet, Chen Fan remained discontented. He immersed himself in the artistry of the blade, cultivating his unique understanding. Gradually, he refined his path, aspiring to attain an entirely new level and a revolutionary blade technique. He had brushed against its essence but remained enshrouded in obscurity, unable to perceive it clearly. That year, Chen Fan closed the blacksmith shop and began to traverse the world. He observed butchers at bustling markets and witnessed fierce duels between formidable swordsmen. He spent hours in the grass, watching mantises hunt, engaging in countless sparring sessions with various blade practitioners. Unfortunately, despite his growing mastery, he could never break through to that next echelon. Many years passed, and Chen Fan returned to Shaha Village, feeling disheartened. After wandering for half a lifetime without forging his own path, he departed with a sense of regret. Then, one day, ominous clouds loomed over the city for thousands of miles, and thunder reverberated. The ancestor of the Blade Spirit sect was transcending that day. Gazing at the lightning that cleaved the heavens, a profound realization dawned upon Chen Fan. In the presence of heaven's might, his past tribulations appeared trivial. This was the path he had sought, the blade technique he yearned for. With a swift motion, he raised a 100-pound long blade into the air, the surrounding void trembling in response. The blade entered the extraordinary, summoning the power of heaven and earth. At that moment, the creased visage of Chen Fan broke into a smile. Within the dilapidated structure, Chen Fan opened his eyes, his heart tumultuous and far from tranquil. The blade had entered the extraordinary, invoking the power of heaven and earth. It was overwhelmingly potent. Chen Fan was astonished. In this recollection, he had not adhered to convention but had instead forged his own blade technique. The 100 calamities blade in this world could scarcely rival the terrifying level of his memory. It must embody the essence of 50 copies, transcending its original perfection and ascending once more, akin to the previous blade energy. The blade had entered the extraordinary. Chen Fan effortlessly spun the alloy battle blade, producing a flourish. This seemingly effortless maneuver unleashed a tempestuous aura, as formidable as mountains and profound as the earth, as if summoning the very heavens to descend. Majestic and overwhelming, Chen Fan marveled. His Xiangrade superior wave blade was formidable on the 12th strike. Yet that strength paled in comparison to the 100 calamities blade. Even this casual flourish surpassed the power of 12 accumulated strikes of the wave blade. Moreover, the force of heaven and earth far exceeded mere blade energy. At this moment, Chen Fan glanced at the panel. Name: Chen Fan. Age: 18. Realm: 7-star warrior. Vitality: 120, 000 200, 000. Martial techniques: Gale/Perfection, Wave Blade, Perfection, Blade Energy. 100 calamities blade, Heaven and Earth Power, Phantom Shadow, Perfection, Divine Movement, Diamond Body, Perfection, Steel Forged Iron Cast. Chen Fan grinned widely. The panel had transformed into a far more splendid version than before, instilling him with confidence. He had taken half an hour to absorb the memory. Now it was time to propel himself further. Chen Fan leaped from the building. Roar! As he emerged, he encountered a magnificent beast, the Howling Moon Radiant Golden Wolf, an 8th-level ferocious creature, towering over 5 meters and extending 7 meters in length. Its immense eyes glimmered with a savage thirst for blood. It was gnawing on a severed human leg, presumably belonging to a martial artist who had met a tragic fate before they could utter a cry for help. Upon noticing Chen Fan, the Zioa Yu Xianjin wolf's drool intensified, and in a flurry of swift movements, it consumed the remnants of its previous meal before lunging aggressively at Chen Fan. Kill, commanded Chen Fan, a 7-star warrior, possessing mastery over several perfected martial techniques. He felt no trepidation, even in the absence of the 100 tribulations blade. At that moment, the Zioa Yu Xianjin wolf was merely a target for his swordsmanship experimentation. Boom! Chen Fan unleashed a sweeping slash with his long blade. What appeared to be an ordinary strike, when bolstered by the forces of heaven and earth, possessed tremendous power. Akin to a comet descending from the heavens, the very ground quaked beneath the impact. The Zioa Yu Xianjin wolf let out a final, mournful howl before meeting its end. Ding! You have slain the 8th-level beast Zioa Yu Xianjin wolf, gaining 100 vitality points. Chapter 44, Sensation, a once-in-a-lifetime talent. On a rooftop several dozen kilometers away, Lu Wensheng stared in astonishment, his eyes wide. He had been particularly vigilant regarding Chen Fan. At the moment Chen Fan's blade descended, he distinctly sensed a formidable wave of energy. It was vast as the starry sky, majestic as the world itself, the overwhelming might of heaven. Was that the power of heaven and earth? Lu Wensheng recalled that Xue Jigang had bestowed the 100 tribulations blade upon Chen Fan, and it was said that mastering the blade to its fullest could summon the forces of nature. Could it be? Lu Wensheng inhaled sharply. Yet, legends remain just that, legends. Historically, no one had ever achieved such feats, and if the 100 tribulations blade could wield such power, how could it merely be categorized as an earthly-level martial technique? It is indeed the power of heaven and earth, without a doubt, Lu Wensheng reaffirmed multiple times. He let out an excited low roar, fervently slapping his thigh, marveling at the miracle unfolding before him. With urgency, Lu Wensheng retrieved his warrior badge. Beep beep beep. The call was soon connected. Hello, old Lu, didn't I just leave your place? Why are you calling again? Is there something amiss? The call was directed to Xue Jigang. Half an hour had elapsed, and Xue Jigang, a distinguished expert of the 9 Meridian realm, had arrived at Jiangnan Bay City. Old Xue, how formidable is the 100 tribulations blade? Lu Wensheng inquired, suppressing his excitement and adopting a serious demeanor. Isn't that a rather naive question? It is extraordinarily challenging. I have pondered it for years without making any progress, and I am a blade awakener, replied Xue Jigang, taken aback by Lu Wensheng's inquiry. Nevertheless, he responded nonetheless. Lu Wensheng continued. If the 100 Tribulations blade is cultivated to its utmost potential, can it summon the power of heaven and earth? Perhaps, yes. However, that is merely a legend. I must ask, old Lu, what has prompted your sudden interest in the 100 Tribulations blade? Are you contemplating a shift to blade techniques? Shui Jigang jested. Chen Fan must have mastered the 100 Tribulations blade, and with a single strike, he summoned the power of heaven and earth. Lu Wenqing trembled as he articulated these words. What? Shui Jigang's voice escalated in astonishment over the phone. The revelation that Chen Fan had mastered the 100 Tribulations blade left him utterly astounded. As a blade awakener who had languished for 2 years without advancement, it was unfathomable that Chen Fan, who had merely held the blade for less than an hour, had already achieved such a remarkable feat. This alone was sufficient to astonish Shui Jigang. However, Lu Wenqing's subsequent words stirred an even greater tempest within him. Heaven, the power of heaven and earth. Shui Jigang quaked in disbelief. What kind of unparalleled genius was this, capable of attaining the legendary blade mastery that could summon the forces of nature? At mark point 0612, Chen Fan was immersed in a relentless massacre. With the augmentation of the 100 Tribulations blade, he felt utterly invincible. 8th level beasts presented no challenge to him. Each vanquished 8th level beast bestowed upon him 100 vitality points, in addition to an extra 9 points. Consequently, both his vitality and points were accumulating at an extraordinary rate. Before long, noon arrived, and at that moment, Chen Fan's vitality measured at 130,000 out of 200,000. In merely half a day, he had accomplished what had previously required an entire day. At this pace, it was anticipated that he would soon ascend to the rank of 8-star warrior. When that time arrived, slaying 9th level beasts would pose no difficulty, and the dangers at mark point 0612 would considerably lessen, granting him greater freedom. Time flowed rapidly. Night descended once more, accompanied by the growls of beasts. Chen Fan could distinctly perceive the heightened activity of the beasts this evening. Indeed, they appeared to be in a state of fury. Could one fathom that an 8th level beast, the Zioa Yuxian Gene Wolf, was leading a horde of flame iron shadow insects into battle? Chen Fan recalled Shui Jigang's prior caution that beasts might unite for a counteroffensive. This could very well serve as an omen. However, emboldened by his prowess, Chen Fan persisted in combat until dawn before retreating to his resting point. At that moment, Chen Fan's vitality stood at 150,000 out of 200,000. He had accrued 10,000 in the morning, another 10,000 in the afternoon, and yet another 10,000 at night. One day equated to approximately 3 days of progress. Chen Fan then examined the statistics for the Elite Warrior Tournament online. The previous day, his score was 1340. Now, a day later, his score had risen to 2,501. Indeed, both his vitality and points were escalating at several times the previous rate. Unquestionably, Chen Fan firmly held the position of the foremost 6-star warrior, the original second-place contender. Zhou Lei had been eliminated, his score frozen at 770, now surpassed and relegated to third place. The highest score for 7-star warriors stood at 2,200, while for 8-star warriors, it reached 5,350. Among the 9-star warriors, the highest score remained with Zhong Bo at 11,600. Chen Fan suddenly sensed an unsettling discrepancy. The highest score among the 6-star warriors had eclipsed that of the 7-star warriors. He chuckled, shaking his head in bemusement. It was indeed a rather amusing scenario. Zhou Lei and his team had faced elimination the previous day due to unfortunate circumstances, encountering an 8th level beast. After being teleported away by a mentalist, they had taken a night's rest at the camp before returning to Jiangnan Base City the following day. That evening, Zhou Song graciously hosted a welcome dinner for them at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel. During the feast, Zhou Lei lamented his misfortune, predominantly speaking of Chen Fan, who seemed to possess a formidable ally augmenting his scores, hinting at a background of considerable significance. Otherwise, he believed he could have effortlessly showcased his prowess as the leading 6-star warrior. Upon hearing this, Zhou Song chuckled, shaking his head gently. "Brother, you are mistaken," he replied. Zhou Lei's expression turned to one of surprise. "What do you mean?" he questioned. "The one who has consistently overshadowed you, Chen Fan, is someone I know well." Zhou Song smiled. "Chen is not as you envision. He lacks any substantial backing. When we first met, his circumstances were even less favorable than yours." "Brother, you know Chen Fan?" Zhou Lei asked, astonished. The others turned their gaze towards Zhou Song, equally intrigued. Zhou Song nodded. "About a month ago, Chen was toiling away in the slaughterhouse of Factory 6. He had dropped out of high school and was seeking his fortune in the talent market. An incident occurred there where he valiantly fought off a mutated giant chicken, and afterward Zhou Song recounted Chen Fan's remarkable story. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lei was left utterly speechless. The others were equally struck with profound astonishment. In less than a month, he had ascended from obscurity to the rank of a 6-star warrior. For this alone, he commanded immense respect. Furthermore, to my knowledge, Chen prefers to act independently. He has never enlisted a team in his battles. In this elite warrior tournament, not only did he lack assistance, but he likely didn't even have a team. Zhou Song added. At these words, Zhou Lei was rendered dumbfounded. He had no team. Did that imply that, while his entire team had strived to catch up to Chen Fan, they had collectively failed to surpass him? For an extended duration, Zhou Lei reclined despondently in his chair, murmuring, "This time, I have lost without regret." Suddenly, a voice erupted. "Wow, look at Chen Fan." The mention of his name jolted everyone awake. Chapter 45, Intensification. The beast's counterattack. Chen Fan has secured the top position among 6-star warriors, eclipsing even the highest scores of 7-star warriors. What? The assembly, including Zhou Song and Zhou Lei, was taken aback and hastily rushed to verify the information. Upon witnessing the scores, they were profoundly shaken. 6-star scores surpassing those of 7-star warriors. This marks an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of the Alliance. Is Chen Fan truly that formidable? Hey Lei, you proposed we seek excitement by measuring ourselves against extraordinary talents, but how can we possibly compete with someone of his caliber? Laughter resonated among the crowd. In Jiangnan Bay City, at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, Yao Fu was exceptionally committed, often opting to remain at the school overnight rather than returning home. The night grew deep, and Yao Fu had succumbed to slumber when, suddenly, his phone rang. Awakened, he glanced at the caller ID and noted it was Guan Jinshan. "Hello. Guan, why are you calling me at this late hour?" Yao Fu yawned sleepily. On the other end, Guan Jinshan's voice conveyed urgency. "Old Yao, quickly check the leaderboard. Chen Fan is first among 6-star warriors, with scores that surpass those of the leading 7-star warrior." "What did you say?" Yao Fu was instantly galvanized. All remnants of lethargy dissipating. "Just take a glance yourself. Your academy has birthed an extraordinary talent," Guan Jinshan articulated, quivering with exhilaration before concluding the call. Yao Fu swiftly accessed the official data. Leading among 6-star warriors, Chen Fan boasted an impressive score of 2,501. The foremost among 7-star warriors attained a mere 2,200. Well, what a remarkable individual," Yao Fu exclaimed, enthusiastically striking his thigh. In a hospital, after several days of convalescence, Su Wen felt a semblance of improvement. In the stillness of night, following an electrifying encounter with the school beauty, he gazed at her elegant form resting beside him, filled with a sense of triumph. Since his last sighting of Chen Fan's 6-star ranking, Su Wen had deliberately refrained from examining the data. Chen Fan's extraordinary prowess had been disheartening. However, it had been 2 or 3 days since then. Perhaps Chen Fan had been eliminated by now, he pondered. Unable to resist any longer, he opened the official data. Chen Fan remains first among 6-star warriors, with a score of 2,501. The second place only has 800? Su Wen gasped in astonishment. He then glanced at the leading 7-star warrior. Goodness, the top among 7-star warriors does not even surpass Chen Fan's score. What sort of prodigy is this? Beyond the 0612 marker, at the encampment of the 6th Legion, despite the lateness of the hour, the area was aglow with illumination. "Enter," came the command from within the tent where Xiao Jian awaited. Shortly thereafter, a soldier arrived, delivering a report. "Commander, I await your orders. Tomorrow, assess the qi and blood of a contestant named Chen Fan. I have reason to believe he has ascended to the 7-star warrior level." Xiao Jian had been meticulously observing Chen Fan. Upon discovering that Chen Fan's scores had eclipsed those of the foremost 7-star warrior, he was taken aback. Such breakthroughs during competitions were infrequent. Typically, even when breakthroughs occurred, the ensuing performance would remain unremarkable, garnering little attention. However, Chen Fan's situation was exceptional. As the leading 6-star warrior, his scores had surpassed those of the highest 7-star, an unprecedented occurrence. This was a novel experience for Xiao Jian. Currently, the nation was captivated by the elite warrior competition. The revelation of a 6-star score exceeding that of the top 7-star warrior had already incited considerable excitement within society, prompting even the military high command to take notice. Xiao Jian had recently received directives from his superiors to ensure the accuracy of the data, instructing the 6th Legion to retest Chen Fan's qi and blood. Understood, the soldier responded with a salute before hastily departing. The night passed swiftly, marked by restlessness as beasts seemed to descend into madness, scurrying through the streets and buildings as if in search of something. Within the villa complex where Chen Fan resided, the number of beast incursions that night was exponentially greater than before, frequently rousing him from his slumber. He understood what the beasts were pursuing. They were hunting for human warriors, and their counterattacks were becoming increasingly ferocious. At dawn, Chen Fan reviewed the data. The total number of eliminations had reached 70,000, with 60,000 remaining. Currently, one-third of the 6-star warriors had been eliminated, the highest attrition rate among the tiers. Over half of the 7-star warriors had also fallen, while more than 5,000 8-star warriors persisted. Even the 9-star warriors had suffered over 200 eliminations. Furthermore, the official data now included casualty figures, which stood at 113, highlighted in red for emphasis. After a brief respite, Chen Fan embarked on a new day of combat. His first challenge was a 7-level beast. To him, dispatching a 7-level beast was as effortless as slicing vegetables. However, he sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, when beasts encountered human warriors, they would charge recklessly. Yet the nearby 7-level beast remained stationary, raising its head and roaring incessantly. Before long, another 7-level beast materialized atop the rooftop of an adjacent derelict building. Simultaneously, 5 6-level beasts emerged on the uneven road, while an 8-level flying beast soared ominously above, circling with intent. The surrounding beasts began to converge, and in no time, there were hundreds. Chen Fan was astonished. From the beast's behavior, he discerned an unsettling semblance of organization and discipline. With a furious roar, the 8-level flying beast lunged toward Chen Fan, its colossal form and wingspan casting a daunting shadow over him. Beasts perched upon high buildings leaped down, while those in the streets charged forth with ferocious roars, all fixated on a singular target, Chen Fan. Kill! Chen Fan roared, undaunted, as he wielded his alloy combat knife with fervent intensity. Ding! He vanquished a beast of level 7. Ding! He dispatched an 8-level beast. Ding! He eliminated a 6-level beast. Confronted by an unrelenting horde of over 100 creatures, Chen Fan fought valiantly like a war deity, drenched in crimson, exhibiting an indomitable strength. Despite his rapid rate of slaughter, the throng of beasts encircling him showed no signs of dwindling. In truth, it only swelled. The beasts continued to surge forth, each seemingly eager to engage in mortal combat. The 6 and 7-level beasts posed little danger to Chen Fan. Yet as the number of 8-level beasts escalated, he began to experience overwhelming pressure. He now grappled with at least 10 8-level beasts, accompanied by a multitude of 6 and 7-level adversaries. The scene resembled a tide of beasts, far surpassing the one Chen Fan had previously incited at the 0431 marker point, where the highest level encountered was merely 3. Now, the lowest was 6. The presence of 10 8-level beasts presented significant challenges for Chen Fan, and he inevitably succumbed to a few strikes. However, the resilience of his steel-forged armor was revealed at this juncture. A flame-iron shadow insect sank its fangs into Chen Fan's shoulder. Though his combat suit was torn, not a single mark was left upon him. Rather, the insect nearly shattered its own teeth in the endeavor. Under such duress, any other 7-star warrior, or even any 8-star warrior, would have met a tragic fate. Chapter 46. The Xuanjia Spirit Rock Turtle. Hell mode. At that moment, a resounding roar erupted, akin to a bolt of lightning splitting the sky. The ground quaked in response. Chen Fan turned, his heart racing. It was the 9-level beast, the Xuanjia Spirit Rock Turtle, renowned for its formidable defense. The Xuanjia Spirit Rock Turtle was also a potent attacker, rendering it an exceedingly troublesome foe. Now, even the 9-level beast, the Xuanjia Spirit Rock Turtle, had been roused. Chen Fan, without uttering a word, swiftly dispatched the approaching 8th-level ferocious beast and immediately activated his divine movement to make a hasty retreat. Although he possessed considerable strength, he had not yet allowed his ego to inflate to the point of confronting the Xuanjia Spirit Rock Turtle. As Chen Fan fled, a dark horde of ferocious beasts pursued him relentlessly. Among them was the Xuanjia Spirit Rock Turtle, keeping pace. Being a 9th-level beast, its immense form enabled it to cover vast distances in a single stride. Chen Fan was not the only one in flight. Such scenes unfolded across various locales within the 0612 mark point. However, many individuals lacked the extraordinary speed that permitted Chen Fan to outpace numerous practitioners of the Meridian realm. In one area, an 8-star warrior gazed upon the surging tide of beasts, his complexion paling. This was not his first participation in the elite warrior tournament. He was acutely aware of the potential for beast counterattacks. Yet, the ferocity of this particular onslaught was astonishing. In the next moment, he vanished from his position. At the 0612 mark point, once a celebrated tourist destination, within the Sioux City Amusement Park, a 9-star warrior was engaged in combat. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A winged serpent, nearly 100 meters long, loomed ominously above him. A monstrous beast, the warrior gasped, his heart racing. With a bitter smile, he decisively pressed the emergency button. In the Tianping Mountain region, abandoned vehicles in the parking lot were hurled by Zhang Bo, raining down upon the pursuing horde of beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Bo leapt away, disappearing amidst the buildings. The beast army roared in fury, their colossal forms reducing high rises to rubble. On the rooftop, Lu Wenqing found himself extraordinarily busy that day. Not only he, but 3 other mentalists were also occupied. A significant number of warriors had been eliminated, and several 6-star and 7-star warriors, witnessing the unfolding chaos, chose to withdraw from the competition. Now, Lu Wenqing was relocating warriors while simultaneously communicating with the other mentalists through mental links. The ferocious beast counterattack during this year's Elite Warrior Tournament has been remarkably fierce. At this pace, we shall conclude our duty shortly. And this is merely the 5th day? Indeed. The Elite Warrior Tournament typically spans a duration of approximately 15 to 20 days. However, given the present circumstances, even 10 days appears to be a formidable challenge. Our accumulation of 3,000 merit points is easily attainable. Laughter resonated among the group. By the way, Lao Lu, I believe I spotted old Shui a few days prior. What prompted this sword enthusiast to emerge from his solitude? To acquire knowledge, perhaps? Haha, your sense of humor is truly remarkable, Lao Lu. I must address the myriad distress signals in my vicinity. It is becoming increasingly difficult to keep pace. Chen Fan outpaced Xiao Chun of the Meridian Realm, effortlessly evading the relentless swarm of beasts. Once he caught his breath, a soldier clad in military garb approached him. Greetings, Chen Fan. I have been tasked with reassessing your vitality. I kindly ask for your cooperation. The soldier, his visage as resolute as stone and eyes imbued with determination, emanated an aura forged in the crucible of combat. Very well, Chen Fan replied, nodding in acquiescence. The vitality assessment was straightforward and swiftly concluded. The soldier promptly returned to relay the findings. Chen Fan resumed his relentless cycle of evasion and combat. If the preceding days of the Elite Warrior Tournament were characterized as a challenging mode, the current scenario had escalated to a veritable hellish ordeal. Report. The soldier called from without. Enter, echoed Xiao Jian's voice from within the tent. The soldier stepped inside. Commander, as per your directive, I have reassessed Chen Fan's vitality. His current level stands at 153,050, categorizing him as a 7-star warrior. How much? Xiao Jian exclaimed, momentarily questioning his auditory perception. Having scrutinized Chen Fan's records, he was aware that Chen Fan had registered only in the final days of the enrollment period, with his vitality measured at a mere 51,500. He had anticipated that. Regardless of Chen Fan's exceptional abilities, surpassing the 7-star threshold in such a brief span would be the pinnacle of his potential, with vitality perhaps slightly exceeding 100,000. Yet, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Chen Fan's vitality had surged to over 153,000. This was a considerable leap beyond the 7-star threshold. With just over 40,000 more, he would ascend to the realm of 8-star warriors. Xiao Jian inhaled deeply, instructing the transmission of the data back to the base city. Soon, official data reflected this remarkable change. The foremost position among 6-star warriors was no longer occupied by Chen Fan. The previous second place had risen to the top, while Chen Fan's name now graced the ranks of 7-star warriors, leading in points. This official alteration ignited considerable discourse within the base city. At the warrior building on the 4th floor of Wansheng Pavilion, Du Chuanru maintained his customary presence in his shop. His establishment featured a sizable 70-inch television, which had remained largely untouched. However, since the inception of the Elite Warrior Tournament, Du Chuanru's initial task upon arrival was to activate the television, not to indulge in any specific program, but to observe the live updates of the tournament statistics. Compared to many others, Du Chuanru possessed a deeper understanding of Chen Fan's capabilities. When Chen Fan held his position as the premier 6-star warrior, he felt little astonishment. Now that Chen Fan had transcended and transitioned from the 6-star to the 7-star ranks, he remained largely unfazed. To be candid, Du Chuanru had become somewhat desensitized to the marvel that Chen Fan inspired. Any extraordinary occurrence surrounding him now seemed entirely rational. The foremost among 7 stars is not the conclusion, merely a wait for in a few days. It may very well be that Brother Chen will also seize the title of first among 8 stars, and perhaps even 9 stars. The prospect of being first among 9 stars filled Du Chuanru with an undeniable sense of anticipation. A day swiftly elapsed, and once again, night enveloped the 0612 marked point. The ferocity of the beasts had reached unprecedented levels. That night, Chen Fan dared not engage in combat until the early hours as he had done in previous days. By approximately 9 o'clock, he returned to his lodgings within the villa complex. The day had been rife with tension and excitement, with no fewer than 10 instances of being pursued by 9th-level beasts. Fortunately, he had the advantage of divine movement. Of course, without the protection of his fortified gear, he could only speculate on the extent of his injuries. Upon inspecting his body, he found himself entirely unscathed. However, his combat attire had not fared as well, now tattered and barely clinging to him, leaving Chen Fan clad in ordinary athletic wear. Amid such intense retaliations from ferocious beasts, survival is exceedingly arduous for 6-star and 7-star warriors, while 8-star warriors also find themselves in jeopardy, Chen Fan reflected. He retrieved his warrior badge and accessed the official data. The figures were indeed startling. The remaining count of 6-star warriors had dwindled to fewer than 100, while 7-star warriors numbered around 900. Chapter 47. Chen Fan's uncle and aunt. With such a diminutive number, the complete elimination of participants loomed imminent. Presently, 1/3 of 8-star warriors remained, while over half of the 9-star warriors had been eliminated. The previous day had witnessed a total of 70,000 eliminations, leaving 60,000 still in the competition. Now, the total number of eliminations had surged to 100,000, with only 30,000 remaining. A rough estimate indicated that today alone had seen 30,000 participants eliminated, establishing a new record for the highest number of eliminations in this elite warrior tournament. Moreover, the casualty figures had escalated rapidly. Yesterday's count stood at 113. Now it had soared to 459. The number of casualties had increased more than fourfold in a single day. In previous elite warrior tournaments, the duration typically spanned from half a month to a month. This year, it seems unlikely to last even 10 days, potentially marking it as the shortest elite warrior tournament in history. Chen Fan lamented with a wry smile. Next, he glanced at the scoring situation. On the leaderboard, numerous avatars had already dimmed, signaling their elimination. The top 100 in the 6-star warrior ranking were all cloaked in darkness. Chen Fan remained the foremost in the 7-star category, currently holding a score of 3,860. The leader in the 8-star category possessed a score of 6,700, while the 9-star warrior leader boasted a staggering 14,000 points. However, many avatars had also dimmed, their scores eternally frozen at the numbers preceding their elimination. The difficulty of the elite warrior competition continued to escalate, demanding true strength for survival. Chen Fan's current vitality is 177,000. He requires an additional 23,000 to ascend to the rank of 8-star warrior. Given the current pace, he anticipates achieving this milestone by tomorrow. After breaking through to 8-star, the pressure from level 9 beasts will significantly diminish, alleviating the burden of survival, Chen Fan mused. In Jiangnan Bay City, the lights of countless homes twinkled. In a certain residential area, the door creaked open. Chen Jian and Miao Zulian returned home, their weary bodies dragging after a day of toil. Both were employees of Zhongtai Chemical. Though they were not warriors, their circumstances were far superior to those struggling for survival in the job market. Upon entering, Chen Jian hastily donned an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Miao Zulian slumped onto the sofa, massaging her shoulders and grumbling. Chen, marrying you has truly been a trial. In my youth, with my looks, why did no warrior ever take notice of me? Indeed, my beloved, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. It is truly my fortune to have wed someone of your caliber, Chen Jian responded, promptly presenting the freshly washed fruit. The sole reason I consented to our marriage was due to your valiant brother. Who could have anticipated his untimely demise? Both warriors fell in unison, leaving us to bear the weight of their absence. Alas, we share the same lineage. Why is it that you are not a warrior? Miao Zuilian mused, growing increasingly discontented. Very well, my dear, let us not linger on that matter. Although I am not a warrior, our son possesses the potential. He is in his final year of high school, and his vitality has already reached 78. Provided we can procure the vitality pills, he should have the opportunity to attend a prestigious institution next year, Chen Jian encouraged. After a few years of diligent study, he will most likely ascend to the ranks of a warrior, he added dreamily. Presently, the only member of the Chen family who captures my admiration is our son. Miao Zuilian retorted with a glare. By the way, regarding those vitality pills, we have yet to secure next month's supply. The compensation from that couple is nearly depleted. We must plan ahead to ensure our son's training remains uninterrupted. I understand, my dear. I have already calculated our options. We can take on additional shifts during the holidays to save funds. We should be able to afford a single vitality pill each month. It will be arduous for just 1 year, but once our son becomes a warrior, we will reap the rewards of a better life, Chen Jian assured her. Miao Zuilian suddenly transformed into a tempestuous feline, exclaiming, We are already exhausted, and now you propose we work even more? Absolutely not. Chen, let me make this clear. No extra shifts for me. You may take on that burden. Our son's training cannot be postponed. Chen Jian embodied the quintessential henpecked husband. When Miao Zuilian unleashed her ire, he was too intimidated to retort, his expression marred by concern. One individual working extra hours was insufficient. With his wife unwilling to contribute more, and their son's training being non-negotiable, he felt utterly powerless. Look at you, so spineless. In critical moments, I must still guide you. Miao Zuilian scoffed. Doesn't Chen Fan possess a property in his name? Though it may be a tenement, it could still fetch over 100,000. You should contact him and propose we sell that house. Huh. Chen Jian was taken aback. My dear, is that truly appropriate? We have already utilized his parents' compensation to facilitate our son's training. He was compelled to withdraw from school. Now, are we to seize his only remaining asset? Would that not plunge Chen Fan into despair? He is still but a child. Is this not excessively cruel? Upon hearing this, Miao Zuilian immediately grew irate. Her voice escalating. Chen, what are you suggesting? What do you mean by take? What do you mean by cruel? Becoming a warrior is a profound honor for our family. Is it solely my son's burden to bring glory to the Chen lineage? Can Chen Fan not contribute? Furthermore, allow me to assert. I have been the one raising their son. That compensation is justly mine. Do not accuse me of being inconsiderate as an aunt. I can secure a basement for him at a mere $200. After spending half a year in the workforce, he should be quite accustomed to a modest lifestyle. Though the basement may be lacking in amenities, it will suffice for him, Miao Zuilian argued with unyielding conviction. In truth, she had rarely inquired about the so-called upbringing. As Chen Fan spent the majority of his time residing at school, will you call or not? Miao Zuilian demanded, hands on her hips, embodying the archetype of a domineering wife. Very well. I shall call, Chen Jian acquiesced, apprehensive of her wrath. He envisioned the substantial sum of money and the prospect of their son becoming a warrior, which would lead to a prosperous life for the entire family. Most importantly, he yearned to appease his wife. Chen Jian's guilt gradually dissipated. One person endures hardship, while the family revels in happiness. His wife indeed possessed foresight. He promptly retrieved his phone to contact Chen Fan. Miao Zuilian leaned in, eager to listen. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Not in service? Chen Jian and Miao Zuilian exchanged bewildered glances. This child is unreachable. Could he have departed the city? Miao Zuilian speculated. Impossible. Non-warriors are prohibited from leaving the city, Chen Jian conjectured. Perhaps Chen Fan is employed in a location where his phone has no signal. Very well, continue attempting. We must resolve this matter swiftly. Understood, dear. Just then, Miao Zuilian's phone rang. It's our son, she exclaimed, hastily answering. Hello, son. Do you miss your mother? Do you have sufficient living expenses? If not, I can send you more. Chapter 48, The Shocked Couple. Hello, Mom, did you hear the news? The voice of Miao Zuilian's son resonated from the other end of the line. Chen Wei, a year younger than Chen Fan, was indeed Chen Fan's cousin. What news do you have, my son? Miao Zuilian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chen Fan. He has already become a warrior and is currently competing in the ongoing elite warrior competition. What? Miao Zuilian's voice soared several octaves. Had it not been for her son's revelation, she would have dismissed it as mere folly. Simply check online. There is abundant information regarding the elite warrior competition available everywhere. Chen Fan is presently ranked first in the 7-star warrior leaderboard. I must take my leave now. My teacher has arrived. I need to attend class, Chen Wei said hurriedly before disconnecting the call. What did our son say? Chen Jian inquired, noticing the expression of utter disbelief etched on Miao Zuilian's face. Old Chen, have you been keeping up with the news? With the warrior examination concluded, the timing indeed aligns with the elite warrior competition. We toil so diligently and return home utterly exhausted. Who possesses the energy to stay informed? Chen Jian shook his head, then smiled as he remarked, the elite warrior competition? It appears that the news you mentioned pertains to that event. The elite warrior competition is a grand occasion for warriors. Something so remote from our reality. Our son just conveyed that Chen Fan has become a warrior and is participating in this elite warrior competition, Miao Zuilian stated, still in a state of astonishment. What? Chen Jian exclaimed, mirroring Miao Zuilian's earlier reaction. He swiftly retrieved his phone and accessed the internet. Typically, after a grueling day at work, he felt drained and often found solace in watching beauty videos alongside his wife, Miao Zuilian. His interest in current affairs was scant. Before long, Chen Jian stumbled upon the official statistics pertaining to the elite warrior competition. The highest-ranked 7-star warrior was Chen Fan, boasting a score of 3,860. Accompanied by his profile picture. It had been more than 6 months since Chen Jian last beheld his nephew. Their last encounter had occurred when Chen Fan withdrew from school, necessitating Chen Jian's signature on the withdrawal documents. He had not inquired about his well-being since, leaving Chen Fan to navigate life independently. In the profile picture, Chen Fan appeared more mature, shedding some of his youthful naivety and radiating a newfound gravitas. It's him. He has already ascended to the rank of 7-star warrior. Chen Jian trembled, his expression transforming into one of complexity. His nephew had attained the esteemed rank of 7-star warrior, and he had only just now discovered it. He realized he had devoted far too little attention to him. After a brief period, the couple began to regain their composure from the shock. Miao Zuolian, still in a state of disbelief, instinctively felt a surge of anger. Well, Chen Fan, you have become a warrior, a 7-star one no less. Yet you have concealed this from us. Warriors command substantial wealth. A single ferocious beast can yield tens of thousands. Did you ever consider your own uncle? How could we have supported him for so long? Only for him to emerge as an ingrate. Miao Zuolian simmered with indignation. In her mind, having a 7-star warrior as a nephew ought to have promised a life of luxury, a villa adorned with servants, indulgent beauty treatments, and lavish shopping, an ideal existence she had long envisioned. Chen Fan, as a 7-star warrior, certainly possessed the means to provide such a life. My dear, could it be that our decision to have him abandon his studies was excessively harsh, and he harbors resentment toward us? Xinjian whispered. I once believed that concentrating resources to cultivate a single talent was prudent. To attempt to nurture two would risk the failure of both. Moreover, we have not impeded his progress. He has emerged as a warrior even before our son. Indeed, if Chen Fan has attained the status of a warrior, I may bask in that glory as well. The potential of humanity is limitless. It was my encouragement that propelled him to such heights. Miao Zuolian confidently reasoned, Old Chen. You are Chen Fan's sole uncle. Regardless of our previous kindness, now that he has achieved success, he cannot disregard us. From this moment forth, he shall serve as our financial lifeline. A warrior of his caliber could effortlessly generate millions with but a fraction of his abilities. Furthermore, he must provide the finest training resources for our son. Should he acquiesce, we remain family. If not, I shall unveil this ungrateful wretch. In an age of short videos, I shall expose his true character. Such egotism is all too prevalent. They lament the world when they fail to reap rewards. It is utterly unreasonable. At the designated location 0612, the night had deepened, and the streets swarmed with ferocious beasts. Yet, they remained eerily silent, lying in wait. Several canine beasts sniffed the ground, persistently searching. Soon, they arrived at a building and began to bark furiously. The surrounding creatures, as if responding to a command, surged into the structure like a tidal wave. Chaos erupted within, mingled with the cries and wails of human warriors. Meanwhile, the pack of canine beasts continued their search in the distance. Such scenes unfolded across numerous locations at 0612. The ferocious beasts grew increasingly organized, with clear divisions of labor. Canines employed their acute sense of smell, while bat-like creatures relied on their keen hearing, all tasked with locating human warriors. A multitude of beasts gathered around them, poised to pounce upon any signs of human presence. Chen Fan, clutching an alloy combat knife, huddled in a corner. His slumber was shallow, for he was in the wilderness, ever vigilant against danger. Suddenly, he jolted awake. The footsteps of the beasts intensified. Though the sounds were subdued, they resonated clearly in the underground. At that moment, the dogs outside began to bark. Chen Fan sprang into action, darting forth like a streak of light. Previously, as a 6-star warrior, he could achieve a speed of 370 with his enhanced agility. Now, as a 7-star warrior, his speed had significantly increased. In the span of 2 breaths, he ascended from the second basement level to the first. The beasts were equally swift. As he emerged, a ferocious creature charged in, followed by a greater horde. Chen Fan faced them with unwavering resolve. Wasting no time as he slashed through the beast obstructing his path and swiftly exited the villa. He had to escape the building, otherwise a cry for help might not suffice. While mentalists could manipulate objects remotely, they could not penetrate walls. Ground rescue teams were scattered, requiring time to arrive. Life and death hung precariously in the balance. Upon bursting forth from the structure, Chen Fan beheld a massive horde of beasts, roaring and charging toward him. A 9-star beast. He realized he could not contend with such a creature. He fled, relentlessly pursued by the army of beasts. Chapter 49. The heart that harbors malice must not exist. Chen Fan adeptly navigated the onslaught of beasts, retreating while retaliating. Ding, 8-star beast slain. Ding, 6-star beast slain. Ding, 7-star beast slain. Time pressed on. Until dawn broke, he did not cease his efforts. He was either engaged in combat or fleeing. The sun rose in the east, heralding a night far more tumultuous than usual. Having eluded the beastly horde, Chen Fan sought refuge in an abandoned building for a brief respite, consuming dried meat while keeping a watchful eye on the official data. Last night, another 10,000 had been eliminated, leaving only 20,000 participants. All 6-star warriors had been ousted, with only one 7-star warrior remaining, Chen Fan himself. The casualty count had surged dramatically, with the previous figure of over 400 now rising to 724. This toll had shattered prior records of the elite warrior competition. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Following the intense battles of the previous night, Chen Fan's vitality stood at 186,000,200,000, inching closer to achieving the status of an 8-star warrior. The challenges ahead loomed increasingly daunting. The urgency to break through to the rank of 8-star warrior weighed heavily upon him. Once he attained this status, 9-star beasts might no longer pose a threat, with the true danger lying in the more formidable demon beasts, thereby improving his circumstances somewhat. In Jiangnan Bay City, the morning had just begun, and the warrior forum buzzed with activity. My goodness, what transpired at the 0612 mark last night? I awoke to discover that another 10,000 had been vanquished. It is unnecessary to mention it. The beasts have exhibited extraordinary ferocity this year. I just returned from 0612 last night. The elite warrior competition has been underway for merely a few days, and all 6-star warriors have been eradicated. Only one 7-star warrior remains. I ponder how long he can endure. The solitary surviving 7-star warrior is Chen Fan. He is truly exceptional, having previously been the foremost 6-star and now the preeminent 7-star. Even if he were to be eliminated, his achievements would still be a source of pride. Previously, Suwen alleged that Chen Fan harbored jealousy towards him and sought to undermine his standing. Does he genuinely believe that Chen Fan is envious? I heard that Suwen publicly challenged Chen Fan that day, and since then, he has been confined to the hospital for several days. Haha. Chen Fan has continued his relentless struggle. The 100 tribulations blades summon the forces of heaven and earth. Each strike cleave through the vast carcasses of ferocious beasts, presenting a truly terrifying spectacle. Gradually, Chen Fan began to refine his strategies. His primary insight was to prevent the beasts from congregating. A few dozen were manageable, but any more than that would complicate matters, even if he possessed the ability to slay them. Thus, he fully capitalized on his extraordinary speed. His figure flickered with agility. As the beasts approached swiftly, he responded with equal swiftness, striving to diminish their numbers. When the beasts began to coalesce into a formidable force, he simply relocated to another area. This pattern continued until noon. At this point, Chen Fan's vitality had reached 196,000 out of a maximum of 200,000. With merely 4,000 more vitality, he could ascend to the rank of an 8-star warrior. 4,000 vitality equated to the elimination of 40 level 8 beasts. Excitement surged within Chen Fan. With a slash of his alloy warblade, he dispatched a level 8 beast along with several level 6 and 7 beasts. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, causing the very earth to tremble. It resembled the sound of 1,000 horses galloping. Chen Fan's expression grew somber. Having been relentlessly pursued by ferocious beasts in recent days, he understood all too well what this signified. A beast horde was approaching, and judging by the noise, it was substantial. Currently, he stood on a street flanked by towering skyscrapers, obscuring his view of the distance. However, through his glasses, he spotted a green dot swiftly approaching from the southeast, the very direction from which the rumbling emanated. Evidently, this horde was in pursuit of a warrior. Damn it. Within a 30-kilometer radius, it was just the two of us, yet he chooses to come my way amidst all that open space. Chen Fan's countenance darkened. This was a ploy to divert danger onto him, using him as a human shield. If he couldn't shake them off, would he drag others down with him? At this juncture, Chen Fan could have departed with haste. Given his remarkable speed, the malevolent warrior would find it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. Yet, Chen Fan resolved against retreating, believing that such scoundrels warranted a lesson. The green dot on his radar moved swiftly, likely indicating a 9-star warrior. These formidable warriors could attain speeds nearing 270, traversing 20 kilometers in approximately 4.5 minutes. Ample time indeed. I shall undoubtedly prepare him a grand surprise. Previously, Chen Fan had intended to postpone the formation of the beast horde, but his strategy had shifted dramatically. He maneuvered about, purposefully luring the beasts. In a mere 2 minutes, a vast army of ferocious creatures amassed behind him, including 7 level 9 beasts. Before long, the 9-star warrior charged directly toward Chen Fan. His name was Cao Pengfei. Ranked above 100 in 9-star points and over 700 overall, Cao Pengfei had come in pursuit of the rewards from the elite warrior competition. Yet his current performance would yield no accolades. However, some of the 9-star warriors who had preceded him had already been eliminated. If he could endure, he might gradually surpass them. Alas, fortune was not on Cao Pengfei's side that day. Soon, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the formidable horde. Fleeing desperately for half the day without shaking them off, he was nearing his limits. At this rate, he would have to summon aid, but he was loath to concede. The reward was secondary. He dared not even entertain the notion of becoming an officer. What he truly yearned for was access to the martial arts repository in the Jiangnan Bay City. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, he suddenly spotted a small green dot on his minimap. Chao Pingfei immediately devised a plan. He would use the other as bait to divert attention, enabling his own escape from the horde. A cunning stratagem, indeed. Yet, as he drew near, what in the world? Chao Pingfei was taken aback, cursing as he realized that the horde trailing his counterpart was even more formidable than the one pursuing him. He now found himself ensnared between a wolf and a tiger, caught in a double ambush. There was no escape. Chao Pingfei shot Chen Fan a furious glare, and without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the call button. Still daring to glare at me? I shall remember you. The officially issued glasses possessed facial recognition capabilities, instantly revealing pertinent details. Chao Pingfei, a 9-star warrior, noticed the activation of his distress signal. Chen Fan, however, remained unperturbed. He was not summoning aid, but rather making a swift escape. Chen Fan's velocity was extraordinary, akin to a flash of lightning as he fled before the encroaching beasts could ensnare him. Only Chao Pingfei lingered, awaiting rescue. What in the world? Chao Pingfei's eyes widened, his countenance a tableau of disbelief. In that moment, he recalled the information identified by his glasses. Chen Fan. Was he not the illustrious Chen Fan, the pinnacle of the 7-star ranking? In the next heartbeat, he was teleported to the camp by a mentalist. Chen Fan had relocated. More than 10 minutes later, his vitality soared beyond 200,000, officially elevating him to the echelon of an 8-star warrior. Presently, Chen Fan's vitality registered at 200,010 out of 300,000. The threshold for 9-star warriors is a vitality of 300,000. Forward, Chen Fan proclaimed, leaping from a rooftop. A ferocious beast detected him and immediately roared to alert others, not beasts, but its kin. Chapter 50. The fusion of 3 blades, beneath 1,000 souls. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the level 9 beast, the Xuanjia spirit rock turtle, was propelled several meters. Under its gargantuan form, the concrete and steel structures crumbled as though crafted from paper, leaving ruin in its wake. The Xuanjia spirit rock turtle bellowed, shaking off the debris clinging to its shell, its immense eyes reflecting a blend of fear and incredulity. It recognized this human. It had encountered him merely 2 days prior. At that time, this diminutive human had fled in terror upon their encounter. His speed had left an indelible impression, particularly due to his alarming swiftness. Yet, in just 2 days, how had he attained such formidable power? In that moment, Chen Fan reveled in his newfound prowess. Indeed, upon attaining 8 stars, he had become an imposing force. Although the Xuanjia spirit rock turtle boasted remarkable defenses, it had not sustained any significant damage. Nevertheless, in their confrontation, Chen Fan had decidedly established his dominance, and he had yet to unleash his full potential. With a mere taste of his capabilities, Chen Fan now unleashed his entire might. The Gale Slash had imparted upon him unparalleled speed. The Wave Blade had bestowed the essence of accumulation. The 100 Tribulations Blade granted him mastery over the elemental forces of nature. Melding these techniques with the might of his blade, he executed a relentless flurry of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The blade's technique was astonishingly swift. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 6 strikes, 7 strikes, 8 strikes, 10 strikes, 11 strikes, 12 strikes. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 12 blows. The forces of heaven and earth surged, magnificent and grand. The Xuanjia spirit rock turtle's 4 massive legs resembled wooden posts, firmly entrenched in the earth. With a sharp crack, a sound reverberated through the air. The turtle's shell, its pride and primary means of survival, succumbed to the unyielding barrage, a fissure appearing and swiftly spreading like a web. In the next instant, the radiant light of the blade expanded within the Xuanjia spirit rock turtle's eyes, eliciting a desperate wail. Ding! Level 9 beast Xuanjia spirit rock turtle slain, vitality gained, 150. The system notification resonated. This marked the first level 9 beast Chen Fan had vanquished, and he was somewhat astonished, not foreseeing such a substantial vitality boost from slaying a level 9 beast. Level 7 beast bestowed 80 points, while level 8 beasts contributed merely 100. Yet, level 9 beasts conferred a direct gain of 150. Nonetheless, Chen Fan preferred to hunt level 6, 7, and 8 beasts, as the efficiency was simply greater. In the time it took to slay the Xuanjia spirit rock turtle, he could have dispatched several level 6, 7, or 8 beasts, potentially earning multiples of that 150. Yet, the disparity in points was significant. As time pressed on, the arduous night descended once more. This time, Chen Fan refrained from visiting the villa complex. The beast counterattack was too fierce, rendering it perilous to be underground. Instead, he chose a lofty rooftop. The glow from the screen illuminated Chen Fan's face. Today, the ferocious beasts had organized their hunt against human warriors. From dawn until now, the number of eliminations had surpassed 20,000. Originally, there were 30,000 remaining. But now only 750 remained. The count had fallen below 10,000. At this rate, the conclusion of the elite warrior competition was imminent. Most of the remaining participants were 9-star warriors, with only a few 8-star warriors, and among the 7-star warriors, Chen Fan stood alone. Although he had already broken through to 8 stars, he was still officially recognized as a 7-star warrior. In terms of points, Chen Fan ranked first among the 7-star warriors, boasting a score of 5,900. The highest score among 8-star warriors stood at 8,000, while the top 9-star warrior achieved an astonishing 17,630 points. This time, the leader was no longer Zhong Bo, but rather a woman. Many 8-star and some 9-star warriors had been eliminated early on. Chen Fan's total score placed him just above 20,000. As long as he could endure, his ranking would surely ascend. After all, many avatars above him had dimmed their scores frozen in time. Keep it up, Chen Fan encouraged himself. By noon, he had ascended to the 8-star level, with his vitality reaching 210 out of 300. Now, his vitality had increased to 212,000. With the enhancement of his strength, his efficiency in slaying ferocious beasts had also significantly improved. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the remaining number of participants continued to dwindle dramatically, now below 1,000. With the exact count at 976. Although the pressure for survival had intensified, the competition had evolved into a test of endurance. With just over 900 remaining, if he could endure a little longer, he could break into the top 500 and secure the rewards of the elite warrior competition. The rewards were one aspect. Achieving them was an honor in itself. Now, all 8-star warriors had been eliminated, leaving 976 participants, of whom 975 were 9-star warriors, with only one being a 7-star warrior. The lone 7-star warrior remained resolute, creating a rare gap in the ranks. This phenomenon became a topic of conversation among the citizens of the base city. The 6th Legion was stationed at the camp outside marker point 0612. "Come in," called Xiao Jian, who stood before a large screen displaying official statistics. Soon, a soldier entered. "Reporting, sir." Xiao Jian instructed, "Go measure Chen Fan's vitality again." "Huh?" The soldier was taken aback. "Commander, was he not just assessed a few days prior?" "Follow orders." Xiao Jian replied succinctly. "Yes, sir," the soldier responded promptly. After the soldier's departure, Xiao Jian stared in astonishment at Chen Fan's score. Chen Fan's points had surged remarkably over the past 2 days, elevating him into the top 3 among the 8-star warriors. Chen Fan must be an 8-star warrior now, he mused. But in which aspect has he awakened? Xiao Jian shook his head, still perplexed. Having ascended to 8 stars, Chen Fan found it effortless to vanquish beasts of the 9th level. Only the creatures at the 0612 marker posed any significant threat to him, though they were exceedingly rare. This circumstance led to an intriguing situation. During the latter stages of the elite warrior competition, while others experienced a surge in survival pressure, Chen Fan, in contrast, felt a peculiar sense of ease. In those 3 days, although his rank remained within the 7-star category, his points had soared into the upper echelons of the 8-star warriors. His vitality increased by nearly 30,000 each day. It is noteworthy that previously, his vitality could also rise by 30,000 within a day. But that required relentless effort from dawn until the early hours of the following day. Now, with a third of that time curtailed, his vitality stood at 296. 700 out of a possible 300,000. Chen Fan could not help but smile. "I shall soon transcend to 9 stars. Suddenly, a soldier clad in military combat attire hurried towards him. Chen Fan recognized him as someone who had visited previously and had a good inkling of his purpose this time. "Chen Fan," the soldier greeted with a smile. "Are you here to assess my vitality?" Chen Fan reciprocated the smile. The soldier nodded. "Yes, at the behest of the higher-ups. I am here to reassess your vitality." "Certainly, but could you wait a few moments?" Chen Fan contemplated. "What is the matter?" "If you require a few moments." "That is quite acceptable," the soldier replied readily. "Thank you," Chen Fan said, and then swiftly departed to slay some beasts. A few minutes later, he returned. "You may proceed with the assessment now." The soldier was puzzled. What was that all about? Did he venture out to release his frustrations? Chapter 51. The Ascendancy of Chen Fan at Jiangnan Martial University. In the midst of a perplexing situation, the soldier swiftly retrieved the measuring device. Shortly thereafter, the vitality assessment was concluded. 300,000 out of a possible 500,000, precisely indicative of a 9-star warrior's caliber. Not a fraction more, nor a fraction less. The soldier's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, regarding Chen Fan as if he were an extraordinary being. Initially, upon receiving the assignment that day, he had harbored skepticism. How could Chen Fan have possibly ascended to 9 stars in such a brief span? Yet, to his utter disbelief, he had vaulted directly to 9 stars. What of the 8 stars? He reflected upon his own tenure as an 8-star warrior, and a sudden wave of bitterness washed over him. It was indeed disheartening. The next time the commander summoned him to measure Chen Fan's vitality, he would delegate the task to another. Is there anything else? Chen Fan inquired, noticing the soldier lost in contemplation following the test. Oh, nothing else. You may proceed. I shall take my leave, the soldier stammered. A quarter of an hour later, the soldier returned to the camp, having completely forgotten to report. He hurriedly burst into the tent, approaching Xiao Jian. Commander, Chen Fan is now a 9-star warrior. Indeed, he was likely an 8-star. Xiao Jian's expression morphed into one of realization, only to be followed by an exclamation of astonishment. What? A 9-star warrior? Yes, his vitality stands at 300,000, precisely 9 stars. The soldier understood the gravity of the revelation and promptly presented Chen Fan's vitality test results to Xiao Jian, who gazed in awe at the concrete figure of 300,000. Chen Fan is truly remarkable. 8 stars appear to be a mere figment of the past for him. By the way, swiftly relay this data back to the base city. Xiao Jian, still reeling from the shock, commanded. Yes, the soldier affirmed eagerly, exiting with haste. Xiao Jian then seized the phone. In Jiangnan Base City, at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, Yao Fu had just concluded a meeting. Upon returning to his office, he was met with the relentless ringing of the phone on his desk. He rushed to answer it. Hello, old Yao. Old squad leader. Yao Fu recognized the voice of his former squad leader, Xiao Jian, with a tinge of surprise, knowing he should be engaged in a mission at marker point 0612. Old Yao, it's about Chen Fan he. Xiao Jian's voice quavered with excitement, making it difficult for him to articulate his thoughts. Yao Fu's anxiety surged. Old squad leader, what has happened to Chen Fan? It was rather atypical for him to reach out unless a matter of grave importance had arisen. Recalling that he had previously entrusted Xiao Jian with the care of Chen Fan, and observing the old squad leader's visibly agitated demeanor, Yao Fu was suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. He had initially encouraged Chen Fan to partake in the elite warrior competition. Should misfortune befall Chen Fan, the blame would rest upon his shoulders. Old class leader, please, do speak promptly. As the image flickered in his mind, Yao Fu's emotions began to tumult. Chen Fan has ascended to the 9-star warrior level. Upon hearing this, Yao Fu was momentarily taken aback, remaining in a state of stunned silence. Is that all? Old class leader, has no one informed you to refrain from gasping for breath while speaking? You nearly frightened me to death. I feared something dreadful had happened to Chen Fan. Yao Fu's feelings could be characterized as a whirlwind of joy and sorrow. He laughed heartily. A 9-star warrior. Splendid. Simply splendid. Before long, the official data began to shift. Many were astonished as they scrutinized the statistics. Goodness, have you noticed? The sole representative of the 7 stars, Chen Fan, has vanished. How could he just disappear? He was the pinnacle of the 7 stars. Even if he were eliminated, his name would merely fade, not vanish entirely. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Are you all fools? Wasn't it the same scenario when Chen Fan ascended from 6 stars to 7 stars? Are you implying that Chen Fan has now certified as an 8-star warrior? I must investigate. At that moment, someone interjected, cease your searching. I have already looked. And he is not among the 8 stars. It appears he has simply vanished. We await an official explanation. Since he is not among the 8 stars, let us check the 9 stars. You upstairs, how dare you speculate? Chen Fan has only recently broken through to 7 stars. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What has transpired? What has occurred? Quickly, look at the 9-star leaderboard, position 7666. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Everyone was astounded. At position 7666 on the 9-star leaderboard stood Chen Fan, with a score of 10,300. Surely, I'm not dreaming, am I? Chen Fan has transcended the limit of 8 stars and has ascended directly to the realm of 9 stars. To be honest, I find myself moved to tears. Do not inquire as to why. This is simply too disheartening. Indeed, I beseech Chen Fan to embody the qualities of a human being. To the 2 aforementioned individuals, this is not a critique. What do you presume you are measuring against Chen Fan? Is this not merely a quest for excitement? At Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the class bell chimed melodiously. A female instructor, adorned in high heels, gracefully entered the classroom. Just moments prior, the students had been fervently engaged in animated discussions, yet in an instant, they fell silent and sat attentively. The female instructor had likely caught wind of their chatter while lingering outside. With a smile, she addressed the class. Just now, I overheard the students discussing a warrior named Chen Fan. It appears you are all familiar with him. Teacher, Chen Fan is truly remarkable. In a mere 10 days, he has risen from a 6-star warrior to a 9-star warrior. If only I could possess even half of his swiftness, one student exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. Another student swiftly countered, half? You dare to dream. Even a fraction of that would likely leave you unable to sleep from elation. Chen Fan is now my idol. I initially sought to learn more about him, but all the news online pertains to his participation in the elite warrior competition. Same here. If we uncover any useful information, let us share it, another added. All I know is that Chen Fan hails from Sanchu and was seemingly compelled to withdraw from his studies. As they spoke of Chen Fan, excitement coursed through the room, and the classroom once again erupted into chaos. All right, students, the female instructor interjected, waving her hand. Since everyone is so enthralled by Chen Fan, shall we discuss him in this class? Wonderful. Teacher, I adore you. Your decision is truly sagacious. The students cheered in unison. Yet, one student remarked, however, no one knows much about my idol. The female instructor smiled and inquired, in our class 17, are there any students from Sanchu? At that moment, in the back of the classroom, a voice broke through the commotion. Fatty, cease your slumber, awaken. His desk mate nudged Du Changza, groggily rubbing his eyes. Du Changza quickly asked, what is amiss? Is the teacher singling me out once more? Du Changza found himself in a state of perplexity. Ever since the conclusion of the martial arts examination, he had developed an affinity for slumber, often succumbing to drowsiness with alarming ease. There were moments when he would even drift into a nap while queuing for his meals. Could it be that the intense pressure from the martial arts examination had been overwhelming, and now, at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the burden had lessened, granting him the luxury of relaxation? At that moment, Du Changza became aware that not only his deskmate but also his fellow students were observing him intently. His expression soured as he realized he had undoubtedly been caught by the teacher once more during class. With his head bowed, he stood up and quietly uttered, Teacher, I was in the wrong. I assure you I shan't. Just then, his deskmate tugged at his shirt and whispered, Fatty, what are you doing? Didn't you just come from Sanchu? Everyone is eager to hear you recount the tale of Chen Fan. Oh, so that's the reason. You startled me. He replied. Chapter 52. Savor the moment the teacher beckoned Du Changza to the podium. He was not the bashful, introverted sort, leaning against the podium with both hands. He radiated enthusiasm at the expectant faces before him. Students, when it comes to Brother Fan, I am anything but drowsy. Quickly, let us indulge in the tale. The students urged with fervor. Very well, he then animatedly recounted the myriad episodes of Chen Fan's time at Sanchu, his words cascading with enthusiasm. The students were thoroughly entranced. Even the female teacher stationed at the door found herself captivated. When the subject of Chen Fan arose, one individual was inescapable, Zhang Qing. She was not only Chen Fan's deskmate and a close friend, but also his rival. Their lives were intricately entwined. Du Changza spoke at length, sharing his thoughts for a full half hour until his throat grew parched. All right, students, I believe I have said enough. Du Changza gazed at the students below, eagerly anticipating their response. Brother Fan is simply exceptional. If I merely share a glimpse of Brother Fan's diligent and inspiring tale, surely they will revere him with shouts of admiration. Du Changza instinctively leaned in, poised to listen. Let them scream, let them go wild. Upon hearing Du Changza declare he had finished, the students still appeared unsatisfied. How delightful, I ship this couple. I came to hear an inspirational narrative about my idol, only to be inundated with a deluge of romantic sentiments. Curse that sour aroma of love. I yearn for that too. Du Changza, you mentioned that sometimes Chen Fan is above and Zhong Qing is below, and at other times it is reversed. Does this above and below imply what I suspect it does? I initially wished to inquire if Chen Fan has a girlfriend, but now I have relinquished that thought. It is not that I am inadequate, but I cannot bear the thought of their separation. If they are not together, it is truly a travesty. I support this union. Just as Du Changza had anticipated, the classroom erupted into chaos, filled with exuberant screams. However, the content Du Changza was left with a mind full of question marks. Was my delivery flawed? Or were my classmates' thought processes particularly peculiar? Clearly, this was such an inspirational tale. Why did the feedback resemble that of a youthful idol drama? The female teacher was now swept away in a tide of emotions, unable to regain her composure for an extended period. Fresh, hazy, and sweet youth is indeed marvelous. I wonder how that boy from my past is faring now? Du Changza returned to his seat after descending from the podium and nudged his deskmate with his shoulder. San, what is happening? Was my story not inspirational enough? His deskmate, lost in reverie, sighed softly upon hearing Du Changza's words. It was indeed inspiring. Yet the playful rivalry and the intricate love-hate relationship between Chen Fan and Zhong Qing resonate with me even more. He then theatrically clutched his chest and exclaimed, my youthful essence. Is it truly that exaggerated? Du Changza scoffed with a laugh. Relish the moment. Take your time to appreciate it. San, my deskmate, spoke with sincerity. Du Changza scratched his head, reflecting on their earlier discussion. The narrative just shared was, in essence, a summary of the past few years, moments brimming with laughter, playful pursuits, and friendly banter. A delightful rivalry, a love-hate relationship. It seems to resonate now. He swiftly retrieved his phone and opened the photo album, recalling a picture that Zhong Qing had once requested him to capture. It was a snapshot of her with Chen Fan. Soon, Du Chang'e found it. In the photograph, Chen Fan appeared dashing and sophisticated, while Zhong Qing radiated striking beauty. They were engaged in an arm wrestling contest, both gazing at each other with smiles, yet neither willing to concede. At that moment, it felt like a spirited competition, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Gazing at it now, oh dear. This was undeniably a playful flirtation between Chen Fan and Zhong Qing. Suddenly, Du Chang'e realized something. Leaping to his feet, I have inadvertently unveiled Chen Fan and Zhong Qing's little secret. Chen Fan might be at ease with the situation, yet Zhong Qing, she would undoubtedly seek my demise. 0612 marking point. Nightfall once again draped the land, marking the conclusion of another day. In spite of the relentless counterattacks from the beasts, Chen Fan approached them today with a remarkable composure, far superior to before. As a 9-star warrior, he felt equipped to confront first-level monsters, especially given the vast chasm between beasts and demons. Beasts correspond to human warriors in the Qi and Blood realm, while demons are associated with those in the Pulse Condensation realm. The distinction between these two categories is stark, highlighted by the transition from the Qi and Blood realm to the Pulse Condensation realm. A 9-star warrior's Qi and Blood benchmark stands at 300,000, whereas that of the Pulse Condensation realm is 500,000, nearly double. Furthermore, a fundamental divergence exists between the two realms. The Pulse Condensation realm signifies a new zenith of bodily evolution, indeed a significant gap. Although Chen Fan could no longer engage foes above his level as he had previously, he found himself more than capable of effortlessly vanquishing adversaries of level 9 or lower. Even when besieged by numerous beasts, he remained unperturbed. On the lofty rooftop, a gentle breeze whispered through the air, the night sky adorned with a myriad of stars. Chen Fan cast his gaze upon the panel. His Qi and Blood registered at 345,000. Over the course of a single day, his Qi and Blood had surged by 45,000. And with his burgeoning strength, so too did his efficiency in dispatching foes. It could be said that he had grown quite accustomed to the 0612 marking point, similar to how he had acclimated to the 0431 marking point prior. For a 9-star warrior like himself, this locale was impeccably suited for his advancement. Chen Fan retrieved jerky and water from his spatial ring, relishing a hearty meal. The elite warrior competition had been ongoing for several days, having slain numerous beasts. The sheer volume had filled his spatial ring to capacity, necessitating a complete turnover of its contents. Initially, he had gathered materials from 6th-level beasts, all of which had been discarded. Now, his inventory was entirely replenished with materials from 9th-level beasts. Any further kills would necessitate the forsaking of additional materials. If only I had prepared a larger spatial ring. I had merely copied the supply list for the elite warrior competition from another, who likely anticipated a swift elimination or an inability to slay as many. Thus, I did not give much consideration to the spatial ring aspect. Chen Fan chuckled softly. Shaking his head, feeling satisfied, he reopened the warrior badge. Upon checking in the morning, the remaining participants had numbered 976. A day later, over 100 had been eliminated, leaving only 832. However, the casualty count remained unchanged. Chen Fan surmised that the fierce counterattacks from the beasts had prompted the 6th Legion and the 4 Mentalists to intensify their protective measures. Of course, this could also be attributed to the reduced number of participants, allowing for enhanced care. Now, all 6-star, 7-star, and 8-star warriors had been eliminated, and all data had been secured. The remaining 832 were all 9-star warriors. The highest scorer among them had amassed 27 for 100 points, still that same woman. Zhong Bo ranked 2nd. Chen Fan's score stood at 12,300, the lowest among the remaining 832 9-star warriors. Chapter 53, Special Operations Team, Chen Fan's Blade. After all, Chen Fan had only commenced the slaying of 9th-level beasts in the past 2 days. Prior to that, he had primarily taken down 6th and 7th-level ones, the latter yielding only 1 to 3 points each. A 9th-level beast, however, bestowed a substantial 18 points. It was at this juncture that the disparity became apparent. And even now, despite his rapid kills, he still had ground to cover. Moreover, on the overall leaderboard, Chen Fan was ranked 666 in the morning. Following a day of combat, with 12,300 points, he now stood at 4,300. Among the over 4,000 participants ahead of him, more than 3,000 000 had already been eliminated, and their data had been secured. By the next day, Chen Fan's ranking would likely see significant improvement. Night passed swiftly, the sun painting the horizon in hues of crimson. The beasts had launched even more ferocious attacks the previous night. Chen Fan had shifted locations multiple times, managing to seize around 3 hours of fragmented sleep. Such is the essence of survival in the wilderness. He had to seize every fleeting moment to rest. Fortunately, 3 hours proved adequate. During the remaining hours, unable to slumber, Chen Fan had continuously engaged in combat. At present, his qi and blood stood at 385, 500, 000. With a score of 16, 500, still the lowest among the remaining participants. However, his overall ranking had improved significantly, now positioned at 3,053. Furthermore, after last night's relentless pursuit of human warriors by the beasts, the number of participants in the elite warrior competition had dwindled further to 750, with no new casualties. Chen Fan stretched his body. He had previously believed that breaking into the top 50, 000, would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet now, as a 9-star warrior, he genuinely aspired to aim for the top 500, perhaps even the top 300, or even the top 100, winning a prize, gaining access to the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City, and securing an officer status. Chen Fan clenched his fist, filled with fervor. The sun ascended high in the sky. In Jiangnan Bay City, within a private hospital room, Su Wen, whose broad face remained dotted with acne, was now attired neatly. Despite having sustained severe injuries, Jiangnan Martial University had provided advanced gene healing agents. Within just over 10 days, his fractured bones had mended, and even his teeth had regrown. Today marked Su Wen's discharge from the hospital. He was dressed formally, for not only was he celebrating his discharge, but also a more significant event awaited him. Brother One. The ponytailed school beauty entered, clad in a stylish ensemble, a small tank top paired with short denim shorts, exuding a fiery allure. She naturally wrapped her arms around Su Wen's neck, planting a sweet kiss upon him. Brother Wen, congratulations. Today unveils a double delight. Thank you, my spirited little wild horse. Su Wen raised her chin, fixated on her enticing lips, unable to contain his exhilaration. That mouth possessed an extraordinary finesse, capable of leaving Su Wen utterly entranced. There remains ample time to proceed. Su Wen cast a playful grin at the beauty with the ponytail. You are quite the mischievous one. She immediately comprehended, gradually kneeling down. Around 10 in the morning, Su Wen arrived at an upscale CAF located on the 54th floor of the Warrior Tower. Su Wen, a man, towering at 2 meters and as sturdy as a bear, beckoned him over. Upon seeing him, Su Wen hastened to approach. Have you reached a decision? The robust man inquired. Indeed, Su Wen replied with a resolute nod. The burly man smiled and extended his hand, welcoming Su Wen to the Wind Chaser E-Level Special Forces team. Su Wen returned the smile and shook hands with the sturdy individual. Warriors of 6 stars and above are mandated to serve in the military. There are 2 avenues to fulfill this obligation: the conventional legions and the special forces teams. Both fall under military jurisdiction, yet the legions are stationed in barracks, while special forces teams offer significantly greater flexibility. They undertake missions as assigned and possess the liberty to manage their time freely when off duty. However, special forces engage in specialized operations, which are considerably more perilous than those of the legions. Thus, the selection process is notably rigorous. After all, when confronting such hazardous tasks, no one desires to bear a liability. Conversely, having a capable teammate becomes an invaluable asset, enhancing the chances of mission success and survival. The size of each special forces team varies. Some consist of merely a few members, while others may encompass dozens. Indeed, some individuals prefer solitary operations, as individual special forces teams also exist. These teams are classified from S to F, delineating 7 levels that correspond with the complexity of the assigned tasks. Moreover, joining a special forces team is notoriously challenging, and establishing one is even more formidable. The Alliance enforces 2 stringent stipulations for the creation of a special forces team. The leader must be an officer and must have attained the condensing veins realm. Considering the first criterion alone, being an officer, one can comprehend the immense difficulty of ranking among the top 100 in the elite warrior competition. Ordinary individuals need not even entertain the thought of founding a special forces team. Merely being accepted into one is a significant achievement. Su Wen, however, was an exception. As an awakened, he had garnered considerable attention following his stellar performance in the martial arts examination, although at that time he was merely a 4-star warrior, falling short of the military service requirement. Yet, Su Wen's progress was meteoric. In a matter of days, he ascended to the 6-star level, only to be hospitalized shortly thereafter. However, during his hospital stay, Suwon was not solely administering injections to the campus beauty. He spent his remaining time indulging in food, fueled by resentment. This became his driving force. His rate of advancement accelerated remarkably during his brief hospitalization, as he surged from a 6-star warrior to an 8-star warrior, simultaneously attracting the interest of several Special Forces teams. The life of an awakened is remarkably unembellished. While others strive desperately to join Special Forces, he found himself in a position to choose. Ultimately, Suwon opted for the Wind Chaser E-level Special Forces team, which offered superior benefits. In truth, Suwon was not in a hurry. After the martial arts examination, he had chosen to attend Jiangnan Martial University, intending to gradually acclimatize to the various facets of being a warrior, such as martial skills, combat experience, and wilderness survival. However, his reckless actions brought him into conflict with Chen Fan, leading to a public humiliation. He felt a burning desire for vengeance. To achieve this, he had to step out of his comfort zone and be more ruthless with himself. The Wind Chaser Special Forces team had devised a comprehensive training regimen for him, encompassing food supply, martial skill guidance, and real-world combat training. In terms of advancement speed, Suwon was undoubtedly on par with Chen Fan. Now, with the assistance of the Wind Chaser Special Forces team, Suwon believed that the day of retribution was not far off. In a spacious training room, Xue Jigang stood with his eyes closed, gripping a combat knife, his figure completely still. Days had elapsed since his last encounter with Chen Fan at the 0612 rendezvous point. And upon his return, Xue Jigang had entered a state of seclusion. During this time in the training room, he had not touched the knife once. Instead, he had diligently studied Chen Fan's combat videos, analyzing each cut and every subtle motion. Today, he finally felt confident enough to grasp the knife. However, standing there, he had already been stationary for over an hour. He was in a state of contemplation, his mind filled with images of Chen Fan's blade. Chapter 54, Xue Jigang's Recommendation. Sea-level Tianao. Suddenly, Xue Jigang opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though a blade had cleaved through the chaos in his mind, illuminating a path forward with profound enlightenment. Previous techniques and countless insights began to meld and connect rapidly. At this instant, he cast aside all distractions. With heartfelt precision, he wielded the knife without relying on overwhelming strength. With a mere normal swing, the wooden dummy 3 meters away exploded into splinters. Xue Jigang experienced an unprecedented smoothness. With each cut, there was no burden from exerting all his strength. Instead, it was exhilarating. This is the true essence of blade technique: smooth, exhilarating. And its power has increased severalfold. This is what I have been tirelessly pursuing, Xue Jigang exclaimed with excitement. After years of struggling and pursuit, he now felt a sudden clarity wash over him. If it weren't for Chen's late-night explanations and his blade technique videos, my dull mind might never have reached this level. What a pity that would have been. Xue Jigang couldn't help but reflect. I have been secluded for several days. I wonder how the elite warrior competition is progressing? Has Chen returned? The individual to whom I owe the deepest gratitude for my breakthrough to blade essence is he. I must arrange a dinner at the Star-Tide Hotel. Filled with anticipation, Xue Jigang swiftly departed the training room. During his period of seclusion, he had deliberately eschewed distractions, leaving behind his warrior badge and phone, and thus remained oblivious to the current state of the elite warrior competition. Upon entering the living room, Xue Jigang retrieved his warrior badge and phone. My heavens! Gazing at the official data, he was taken aback. How ruthless is the elimination process in this year's elite warrior competition? In scarcely half a month, all 6, 7, and 8-star warriors have been eliminated. Presently, fewer than 1/10 of the 9-star warriors remain. Only the 9 stars are left, and Chen, being a 7-star warrior, must have been eliminated. Previously, Xue Jigang had exchanged contact information with Chen Fan. He resolved to call Chen Fan. This meal must be arranged. On one hand, it was to express his gratitude. On the other, it was to welcome Chen back from the 0612 mission, albeit somewhat belatedly. Additionally, it was to celebrate his own breakthrough to blade essence. By the way, now that Chen has returned from the elite warrior competition, he should contemplate his future path. I wonder if he leans towards the legions or the special forces. Xue Jigang mused. At that moment, a thought struck him. During dinner, I should extend an invitation to the team leader as well. I will ardently recommend Chen to the leader. It would be splendid if he could join our Tianao Sea-level Special Forces team. Just then, the call connected. However, I am sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Xue Jigang was somewhat taken aback. The pressure of survival and competition in the elite warrior competition is immense, and it is quite taxing. Typically, participants would choose to rest thoroughly in the city base for a while upon their return. Chen is truly dedicated. Just recently returned from the martial competition, and he has already ventured into the wilderness for combat? Xue Jigang instinctively thought. Suddenly, another possibility crossed his mind. Good heavens! Xue Jigang couldn't help but exclaim. Could it be that Chen is still at the elite warrior competition? Yet, even he found that notion far-fetched. The last time he had seen Chen Fan, Chen was merely a 7-star warrior. How could he possibly have ascended to 9 stars in such a brief span? If Chen has mastered blade techniques to such an extraordinary degree, and if his realm has also advanced rapidly, Xue Jigang chuckled softly and shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. In this world, such fortune is beyond imagination. Nevertheless, despite deeming it improbable, Xue Jigang instinctively cast a glance at the remaining few hundred individuals. His robust fingers incessantly scrolled across his phone, his eyes swiftly scanning the names. In mere minutes, he would unveil the truth. He chuckled again, shaking his head, feeling utterly foolish for actually searching for his younger brother Chen among a throng of 9-star martial artists. Until, at last, he caught sight of a familiar name, Chen Fan. Good heavens, good heavens, good heavens. Xue Jigang was so taken aback that he nearly sprang from his seat. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He rubbed them and looked again. It is indeed my brother Chen. My heavens, he has ascended to the ranks of a 9-star martial artist. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, and his progress is nothing short of miraculous. I must recommend my brother Chen to the captain. Without hesitation, Xue Jigang dialed a number. Hello, Gongzi. A deep and resonant voice resonated through the phone. Captain, Xue Jigang replied. The voice on the other end chuckled. So you were able to make a call now. It seems you have emerged from seclusion. How was your retreat? Did you gain any insights? Do not be too anxious. Attaining perfect sword intent is not easily achieved. Currently, within the entire alliance, there are but a handful who can claim such mastery. By the way, do you recall the Sword King I mentioned previously? I have already made contact with him, and I shall take you to meet him. As for how much you can gain, that is contingent upon your own efforts. Captain, let us set that aside for the moment. I have something of utmost importance to discuss, Xue Jigang stated earnestly. Oh? Captain Guolu's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Proceed. Captain, have you been following the elite martial artist competition? Xue Jigang inquired. The elite martial artist competition is a significant event. How could I not be attentive? Although our Tianyao is a C-level special operations team with stringent selection criteria, it is wise to remain vigilant for promising talents, Guolu replied. Even the most formidable special operations teams cannot continuously operate without rejuvenating their ranks. Have you come across an individual named Chen Fan? Xue Jigang asked. Chen Fan. Guolu chuckled. It is difficult not to take notice of him. Chen Fan commenced his journey as a 6-star, ascended to 7-star, and has now vaulted directly to 9 stars. His rate of advancement is remarkable. With a modicum of guidance, he is poised to become an extraordinary talent. So, Gongzi, are you acquainted with this young man named Chen Fan? Do you aspire to recommend him for our Tianyao special operations team? Guolu appeared to have surmised the purpose of Xue Jigang's call. Indeed, Captain, I would like to propose him for our Tianyao special operations team, Xue Jigang candidly acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Guolu's tone turned more solemn. Gongzi, it is not that the captain underestimates your judgment. You are aware that our Tianyao operates as a C-level special operations team, and the complexities of the missions we undertake are formidable. Our criteria for selecting teammates are also stringent. Moreover, our Tianyao has never accepted individuals at the Bloodchi realm. While you have mentioned Chen Fan, and although his rate of growth is commendable, you must recognize that this is merely one facet. Martial skills and practical experience are essential, particularly martial skills. The breakthroughs are exceedingly arduous, and he evidently does not align with our standards in this regard. Chapter 55, Dual Awakening. Who are you looking down upon? Sensing he may have spoken too harshly, Guolu continued, of course, Chen Fan is undoubtedly exceptional. He would undoubtedly be a prized asset for certain E or F-level special operations teams. Today, the Wind Chaser E-level special operations team recruited a similarly awakened individual. Upon hearing this, Xue Jigang was not disheartened in the slightest. Instead, he smiled. Captain, you assert that Chen Fan's martial skills are insufficient? I must respectfully disagree. Allow me to clarify. I have achieved a breakthrough in my sword intent. Xue Jigang's statement appeared disjointed, leaving Guolu momentarily perplexed. However, upon hearing the latter part, he became exuberant. What? Gongzi, you have broken through in your sword intent? This is splendid news. Yes, Captain, I have just made the breakthrough. Good, good, good. Guolu exclaimed repeatedly, elated that Gongzi had finally surmounted this obstacle, thereby augmenting the overall strength of the Tianyao Special Operations Team. Captain, I must convey that this breakthrough in sword intent is entirely owing to Chen Fan, Xue Jigang stated earnestly. Your breakthrough in sword intent is attributed to Chen Fan? Guolu was taken aback, exclaiming, what is the situation? Please elucidate. He presumed that Chen Fan had merely awakened abilities related to blood chi enhancement, and that his other martial skills were likely inferior. However, This assumption was far from the truth. In light of Chen Fan's remarkable growth rate, I am inclined to believe that his martial skills are, in fact, even more formidable. What? A dual awakening? Guolu responded, astonished. I cannot definitively confirm if it is truly a dual awakening, I replied. What I do know is that my younger brother, Chen, can execute perfect sword intent solely with his blood chi realm. When I sought his tutelage at 0612, that night of instruction established the foundation for my breakthrough. And the marvel does not cease there. Captain, you are aware that I possess a Geo-class martial skill, the 100 Calamities sword. Despite being a sword awakener, I have yet to master it fully after 2 or 3 years. It is exceedingly challenging. Yet, my younger brother attained proficiency in a mere half an hour. Such extraordinary talent. How can you assert that his martial skills are lacking? Shui Jigang interjected with a smile. By the way, I understand you may find this difficult to believe. But you can inquire with old Lu. He is well informed about all this. Lu Wenqing is also a member of the Tianyao Sea-Level Special Operations Team. A long silence ensued on the other end of the line. What Shui Jigang had just disclosed was indeed astonishing, and Guolu required a moment to assimilate this information. For a comrade in whom he could place his trust, he instinctively chose to believe him. However, considering the gravity of the matter, he felt compelled to verify. Gongzi, please hold for a moment. Very well, Shui Jigang replied, concluding the call. He understood that the captain was likely reaching out to old Lu. 3 minutes later, Guolu called back. As soon as Shui Jigang answered, he was greeted by Guolu's exuberant voice. Gongzi, why did you not inform me sooner? We almost overlooked a phenomenal talent. Quickly, get in touch with Chen Fan. While others remain oblivious to his martial skills, we must extend an invitation for him to join Tianyao. Moreover, let him dictate the terms. Shui Jigang could not help but chuckle. Captain, am I to be blamed for this? Who was it that previously opposed my recommendation? Blame me, blame me. Gongzi, it is imperative that we manage this matter with utmost diligence. It is a command. Guolu articulated this with a tone both grave and resolute. Acknowledged, Captain. As the day swiftly waned, night once again cloaked the earth in darkness. At the designated point of 0612, atop Lingyan Mountain, Chen Fan settled heavily upon the ground. The day's skirmishes had finally reached their conclusion. The night was as dark as ink, with the distant roars of ferocious beasts reverberating through the air. The ground trembling as if thousands of horses were in full gallop. It was the beast horde relentlessly pursuing the martial artists. In the stillness of night, the beasts appeared to be driven by some unseen stimulant, sowing chaos in their wake. Chen Fan nibbled on provisions, his blood chi currently standing at 432,000 out of a possible 500,000. Throughout the day, he had accrued approximately 50,000 in blood chi. Compared to his previous gains, this rate of increase had expedited his journey, drawing him ever closer to the 500,000 threshold required for the condensing veins realm. At this trajectory, Chen Fan anticipated a breakthrough to the first vein realm within 2 days. At that juncture, elimination would become an impossibility for him, as the forces of 0612 would find themselves unable to eradicate him. As the day unfolded, the number of participants in the elite martial artist competition had once again diminished, plummeting from 750 in the morning to 505, with one additional casualty reported. Concerning the leaderboard, the highest score among the 9 stars was recorded at 30,030, with Zhong Bo now occupying the top position. The female martial artist who had previously held the lead was eliminated today, relegated to second place. Chen Fan's current score rests at 20,010, indicative of a substantial surge in vitality. Nevertheless, he remains the final warrior among those still standing. His overall ranking has risen from 3,053 in the morning to 2,200. Unfazed, Chen Fan, bolstered by his enhanced capabilities and improved odds of survival, continues to advance. It is merely a matter of time before he breaches the top 500, then 300, and ultimately 100. A resonant roar echoed from the base of the mountain. Following this, Chen Fan discerned the sounds of ferocious beasts galloping and converging. Despite the enveloping darkness, he could unmistakably perceive the mountains teeming with these beasts, all surging toward the summit with a singular focus, himself. As he consumed the last morsel of jerky and wiped his hands, he rose, brandishing his long blade. In the wilderness, one must perpetually remain poised for combat, a lesson he had come to embrace during his tenure in Area 0612. As the ferocious beasts approached within a distance of 3 to 5 kilometers, Chen Fan caught sight of their ominous outlines. Kill, he thundered, unleashing a formidable slash that harnessed the very forces of nature. Not only did it cleave through the beasts, but it also carved a vast chasm into the mountainside. Ping. A level 7 beast was vanquished. Ping. A level 9 beast fell. Ping. A level 8 beast was slain. Ping. Chen Fan's vitality surged with relentless vigor. while the wilderness remained cloaked in darkness. The city of Jiangnan shimmered with light, bustling with life during the evening repast. In a humble eatery, the proprietor busied himself as patrons awaited their meals, passing the time by observing the television mounted on the wall, which displayed the official statistics of the elite warrior tournament. Most diners were not warriors themselves. They were aware of the tournament and followed its unfolding, yet the grand events of the warriors felt remote from their existence. Once the owners served the food, they immersed themselves in their repast, oblivious to the black dog perched at the restaurant's entrance, fixated on the television. This dog, well-fed and robust with a lustrous coat, appeared far from astray. Its gaze remained glued to the screen, even dismissing a bone tossed by a diner, regarding it with disdain. To toss a bone at it was an affront. It was akin to the lychee tiger cat, a pawn dispatched by the Demon King to infiltrate the Jiangnan-based city. Chapter 56. The Steady Demon King. The Demon King has always adhered to a philosophy of steadiness. In its pursuits, there exists no concept of absolute stability. Only a greater degree of stability prevails. Such steadiness confers its own advantages. For instance, the plan to eliminate all of Chen Fan's kind within the human alliance has progressed seamlessly due to its cautious nature, of which the Demon King takes immense pride. However, one day, the Demon King received disconcerting news. The lychee tiger cat had faltered in its mission. Its target, Chen Fan, had recently been certified as a one-star human warrior. The lychee tiger cat was a level 2 beast. How could it possibly fail to eradicate a newly certified one-star warrior? The Demon King began to question its own methodologies. Was it not steady enough? Such a lack of stability could herald peril. The plan to eliminate Chen Fan must persist, but with the lychee tiger cat's failure, what would be the subsequent course of action? Should a level 3 beast be deployed? The Demon King swiftly dismissed this notion. It recalled a peculiar dream in which it perused a tome about a protagonist, initially a prodigy, whose progression faltered due to unfortunate circumstances, including a broken engagement, only to later achieve a miraculous breakthrough. The villains, brimming with confidence in their superiority, lined up to meet their demise, much to the Demon King's chagrin. Why could they not simply eradicate the protagonist in one fell swoop? The Demon King pondered, if faced with such a challenge. It would deploy a 6-star warrior to ensure an overwhelming advantage. As for the lychee tiger cat, although it possessed merely a single-level advantage over Chen Fan, the comparison was far from straightforward. Chen Fan had just been certified, with minimal martial skills and combat experience. The decision to deploy a level 2 beast was undoubtedly prudent. However, the unforeseen failure necessitated a re-evaluation. With this lesson in mind, the deployment of a level 3 beast would no longer be required. The target was likely a 2-star warrior. Thus, employing a level 9 beast would be entirely justified. Consequently, the black dog was dispatched to assume the lychee tiger cat's mission. Indeed, this black dog was a level 9 beast, a 3-eyed blazing hound. It arrived at the Century community 3 days following the lychee tiger cat's failure, but had yet to encounter Chen Fan. Upon realizing that Chen Fan had not returned, it discovered he had taken residence in the Warrior Tower, a gathering place for warriors of various levels, a veritable den of peril for it. Thus, it could do naught but await Chen Fan's return, a vigil that extended over several days. The 3-eyed blazing hound grew increasingly vexed, never anticipating that a dignified level 9 beast would squander so much time pursuing a mere 1- or 2-star warrior. Throughout these days, it roamed the vicinity of the Century community, yet Chen Fan remained elusive. It received no tidings of him, and a few foolish stray dogs regarded it as a rival for territory, only serving to exacerbate its ire. It was only when it beheld the television that it learned Chen Fan had entered the elite warrior tournament. To be candid, the 3-eyed blazing hound was quite astonished. Was not the elite warrior tournament reserved for those of 6 stars and above? Suddenly, an epiphany struck the 3-eyed blazing hound. Its intended prey, Chen Fan, had ascended to the exalted rank of 9 stars. The creature could scarcely fathom its own perceptions. Initially hesitant to pursue a mere 1- or 2-star warrior, it now grasped the profound foresight of the Demon King. Had it dispatched a level 5 or 6 beast, it would have been akin to presenting a sumptuous banquet. The Demon King, indeed, possessed remarkable sagacity. The target is advancing with remarkable speed. I must relay this intelligence to the Demon King without delay. Furthermore, the target finds itself in the wilderness. The Demon King shall know how to proceed. A flicker of resolve glimmered in the eyes of the 3-eyed blazing hound. Shortly thereafter, it rose and departed, its tail wagging with purpose. At that moment, Xue Jigang arrived at the 0612 marker. Although the gates of Jiangnan Base City were barred after dusk, the Special Operations Team could embark on missions at any time, and upon revealing their identities, they exited the city with ease. Upon Xue Jigang's arrival, Lu Wensheng immediately took note of him and swiftly beckoned him to his side. Old Shui, what brings you here again? Out after dark? Do you have an urgent mission? Lu Wenqing inquired with a smile from the rooftop. The captain has assigned me a significant task, Shui Jigang replied with a grin. However, old Lu, I must first extend my gratitude. Gratitude? Lu Wenqing exclaimed, puzzled. Why would you wish to thank me for no apparent reason? If it were not for you, I would never have met Brother Chen. Without encountering Brother Chen, I would not have been able to swiftly break through to perfect blade strength. What? You've achieved a breakthrough in your blade strength? Lu Wenqing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Shui Jigang affirmed with a nod. After being ensnared for so many years, I have finally transcended. You cannot fathom the elation this sensation brings. Wonderful, wonderful, old Shui, congratulations. By the way, the captain contacted me today to inquire about Chen Fan's status. Could it be that you are here this time too? Indeed, Shui Jigang interjected with a nod. I am here on behalf of our special operations team to extend an invitation for Brother Chen to join us. I recommended Brother Chen to the captain today, but he initially declined, asserting that Brother Chen did not meet our Tianao standards. However, after consulting with you, he began to lament that I had informed him too late. Ha ha ha, splendid. This young man, Chen Fan, is truly extraordinary. It would be an immense privilege to welcome him into our Tianao team. Upon learning that Shui Jigang was present to extend an invitation to Chen Fan, L. Wenqing felt a surge of joy. He had been diligently observing Chen Fan's development, and the young man's remarkable performance had left an indelible impression upon him. Enough of this idle conversation, old L. Swiftly take me to Brother Chen. I come bearing an urgent mission, Shui Jigang implored. However, L. Wenqing shook his head in response. Old Shui, you cannot meet Chen Fan at this moment. Why not? Did I not meet him last time? Why am I unable to see him now? Are you being foolish? When you previously encountered Chen Fan, he was still relatively unremarkable, and his performance was trivial. But now, the situation has changed. Chen Fan has ascended to the rank of a 9-star warrior, and his status is swiftly advancing. He now possesses the prowess to challenge the top 500 or even beyond. If you were to approach him now, it could result in slander, with accusations of cheating looming. Do you comprehend? L. Wenqing stated gravely. Shui Jigang's demeanor shifted as he absorbed the implications. Indeed, Brother Chen's accomplishments were already astounding. If others were to notice a 9-star warrior in his company, it would be untenable. Should someone seek to exploit this, it would be a minor matter to undermine Brother Chen's achievements. But the repercussions of cheating in the elite warrior competition could ensnare both him and himself in considerable peril. What shall we do, old L? There will undoubtedly be numerous special operations teams vying for Brother Chen. We must not allow others to seize him. Shui Jigang responded with urgency. Do not fret. Remember, while you cannot go, I can, as I am already engaged in this elite warrior competition, L. Wenqing declared. Right. Shui Jigang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then, old L, make haste and go. The captain proclaimed that the circumstances would be dictated by Brother Chen's desires. Regardless, we are resolutely intent on enlisting him. L. Wenqing appeared somewhat astonished. The captain's emphasis on Chen Fan was evidently of great importance. Very well, I shall escort you out, and then proceed directly to meet Chen Fan. The night had deepened. No matter the magnitude of the beast horde, it posed no threat to Chen Fan. He engaged in combat at his leisure and departed at will. After an extended period of conflict, Chen Fan succeeded in evading the beast horde and decided to seize the moment for respite. Suddenly, a soft voice called out his name. Unbeknownst to him, an individual had materialized beside him. Chen Fan sprang to his feet, his alloy battle blade manifesting in his grasp, instantly adopting a combat stance. However, upon recognizing the person's visage, he was taken aback. It was one of the 4 mentalists from this elite warrior competition. Prior to the competition's commencement, Chen Fan had observed him from a distance at the camp. Recognizing my identity? L. Wenqing smiled gently. Indeed, I am one of the mentalists for this elite warrior competition. Each of the 4 mentalists oversees one of the cardinal directions, and I happen to be responsible for your area. My name is L. Wenqing. Old Shui Jigang, and I are comrades. He came to seek you earlier, but considering your potential to break into the top 500, he deemed it unwise for a 9-maze warrior like him to meet you. Thus he dispatched me instead. Old Shui. Chen Fan expressed mild surprise. Previously, when Shui Jigang had first encountered Chen Fan, he mentioned having an old friend who was a mentalist in this elite warrior competition. L. Wenqing's words resonated perfectly with that recollection. Senior L, Chen Fan promptly greeted with courtesy. Do not be so formal. Just call me L Gu or Old L. As you do with Old Shui, L. Wenqing chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt an almost surreal sensation. Not long ago, he was merely a novice martial artist fortunate enough to befriend a 9-maze awakened warrior. Now, it was even more extraordinary. He had encountered a 9-maze mentalist. L. Wenqing regarded Chen Fan with a smile, seemingly awaiting his response. Chen Fan, feeling no compulsion to hesitate, replied, L. Gu. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wenqing laughed heartily. Brother Chen, while you may only be aware that old Shui and I are 9 Mei's warriors, you might not fully grasp our identities. Allow me to formally introduce ourselves. Both old Shui and I are members of the Tianyao Sea-Level Special Operations Team, which currently consists of 12 members, all of whom are 9 Mei's warriors and awakened ones. As you have now attained the status of a 9-star warrior, you are required to fulfill military service. You should know there are 2 pathways for this. One is the Legion, and the other is the Special Operations Team. Old Shui has come here post-haste to extend an invitation for you to join our Tianyao Sea-Level Special Operations Team. What say you? Are you interested? Moreover, should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you. Chen Fan was taken aback. The Tianyao Special Operations Team, comprised entirely of 9 Mei's warriors and awakened ones. What formidable backing. He had contemplated his future path. Military service was undoubtedly inevitable. And indeed there were 2 options, the Legion or the Special Operations Team. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly lean towards the Special Operations Team. However, he was acutely aware that the selection process for Special Operations Teams was quite rigorous. He had envisioned a day when a Special Operations Team might extend an invitation to him, but he never dared to dream it would be a sea-level team. This left Chen Fan feeling both honored and astonished. A sea-level Special Operations Team. Reflecting on Wenqing's introduction, he understood the significance of such a team. All members were 9 Mei's warriors and awakened ones. Elga, you cannot be serious. You are a sea-level Special Operations Team. And I am merely a 9-star warrior. How could I possibly qualify? I assure you, brother, I am not jesting. You may not realize just how formidable you truly are. We fear we cannot attract such a great talent as you to our humble abode. Wenqing responded earnestly. Chen Fan replied, I am truly honored by the Tianyao Special Operations Team's consideration. If I could join, it would be my privilege. Upon hearing this, Wenqing burst into laughter. Haha, splendid. Brother Chen, let us consider this a verbal agreement for now. However, do not rush to accept. Feel free to propose your conditions. Do not hold back. For Tianyao possesses ample resources. Conditions? Chen Fan found himself in a state of perplexity. Observing Chen Fan's bewilderment, Wenqing gently patted him on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Allow me and old Shui to handle the particulars. We shall compile a list for you, which you may amend to suit your preferences when the moment arrives. How does that resonate with you? Thank you very much, Chen Fan smiled. Haha, Brother Chen. From this moment forth, we shall stand as comrades, united in battle. There is no need for such formality. Enough of this. I must fulfill my mission, Wenqing declared. Once the elite warrior competition concludes and we return to Jiangnan Bay City, we shall attend to the necessary formalities. Chen Fan nodded in understanding. Shortly thereafter, Wenqing took his leave. A wave of exhilaration coursed through Chen Fan. He had never envisioned receiving an invitation from a sea-level Special Operations Team. Initially, he believed that even an E-level team would be a remarkable achievement. In the fragmented moments of respite amidst sporadic skirmishes, he spent the night. As dawn broke, sunlight enveloped the earth, and the air bore a whisper of warmth. At that moment, Chen Fan's vitality stood at 465,000 out of a maximum of 500,000. Drawing nearer to the 500,000 threshold required to ascend to the condensation realm. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would break free from the vitality realm today and officially join the ranks of those in the condensation realm. Furthermore, his points had now reached 23,500. Yesterday, he ranked 200 on the Elite Warrior Competition leaderboard, but now he had surged to 100, a remarkable improvement, especially since many warriors above him had been eliminated. The leaderboard was still led by Zhong Bo, with a score of 33,000. The number of competitors had diminished from 505 to 346, and if this pace persisted, only a handful would remain in a few days. Judging by the current trajectory, the Elite Warrior competition was approaching its final phase. A thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, reminiscent of a clap of thunder. Despite the distance, the sound resonated painfully in Chen Fan's ears. Such a display could only be attributed to a formidable beast, not a mere savage creature. Shortly thereafter, another beast roared from a different direction, quickly followed by yet another. All the beasts in the vicinity began to roar in unison, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Chapter 58. An ominous omen. The beast tied now a 9-star warrior. Chen Fan's explosive power was extraordinary. With a few leaps, he ascended to the rooftop of a tall building. Gazing out, he witnessed savage beasts rushing towards him from all directions, their numbers rapidly escalating. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, a dark mass that seemed to engulf the sky. They charged forward as if driven mad, and a chill coursed down Chen Fan's spine. Though he feared no beast, the sheer volume was daunting, and this was merely the beginning. An army of ants could indeed overwhelm an elephant. And when all the beasts converged, a single droplet of saliva from one could spell his doom. A grave seriousness settled upon Chen Fan's features. This was no ordinary beast tide. Even a powerful warrior at the condensation realm would hesitate to confront such a horde, let alone a 9-star warrior still anchored in the vitality realm. He could not afford to remain passive. His sole chance of survival lay in breaking free before the beast encircled him. He had to escape. Without hesitation, he surged forth, his speed reaching its zenith. Previously, as a 6-star warrior, he could sprint at approximately 355 kilometers h, but now, nearing the condensation realm, he propelled his speed to an astonishing 450 kilometers h. He identified the weakest point in the beast army and charged through, wielding his blade to carve a path. Chen Fan understood the gravity of his situation. The number of savage beasts continued to swell. If he were ensnared by the current horde, compounded by the relentless influx of additional beasts, his demise was inevitable. He felt a visceral sense of impending doom, reminiscent of that first encounter with the giant-beaked chicken during his nascent days as a warrior, his life hanging by a thread. His mind sharp and alert. "Kill!" he shouted, his blade slicing through the air with a resounding force. Each strike unleashed an invisible might, annihilating every beast within a 30-meter radius. Limbs were severed, and blood flowed like a torrent. Ping! You have vanquished a level 7 beast. Ping! You have vanquished a level 8 beast. Ping! You have vanquished a level 9 beast. Upon a rooftop, Wenqing wore an expression of profound seriousness. Through his mental acuity, he discerned the unfolding scene vividly. At the 0612 mark, millions of ferocious beasts were converging with alarming swiftness, all advancing towards Chen Fan. "Chen, my brother." Wenqing could not suppress a chill of apprehension for Chen Fan. The mobilization of an entire city against a solitary individual was beyond comprehension. Such a phenomenon was unparalleled. As he observed the thronging beasts, a sense of foreboding enveloped Wenqing. As a 9-pulse realm psychic, he found the predicament overwhelming. For Chen Fan, hope appeared entirely elusive. Wenqing steeled himself, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, at another location within the 0612 mark, Zhang Bo was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with a level 9 beast when a deafening roar reverberated overhead, shaking the very ground beneath him. The surrounding beasts, as if summoned by an invisible force, began to stir and flee, including the level 9 beast he had been engaged with. In an instant, it turned and bolted away, leaving Zhang Bo in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? At the 0612 mark, Xiao Chun was performing security duties when, following the howls of the beasts, all the savage creatures appeared to go mad, charging towards a singular direction, oblivious to his presence. Typically, these beasts, driven by instinct, would engage in a relentless pursuit of humans, but now, something was amiss. What could possibly be so alluring to draw them all? Outside the 0612 mark, in the camp, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Xiao Jian hurried from his tent, gazing at the vast, desolate city of 0612 with a grave demeanor. 032, report on the situation within the city. 032 here. Reporting, Commander. For reasons unknown, savage beasts are rapidly converging towards a singular direction. I am proceeding to investigate. Over. Xiao Jian was taken aback. Converging towards the same direction? This is no ordinary beast tide. Exercise utmost caution and maintain communication. Understood. At the Jiangnan City, the Beast Tide Detection Center was abruptly engulfed in the cacophonous wail of alarms. All personnel sprang into action. Location of the Beast Tide, 0612 mark. Level of the Beast Tide, level 7. Every staff member donned a solemn expression. A level 7 Beast Tide posed a catastrophic threat to any city. The devastation wrought by such a beast tide could surpass that of a level 7 earthquake tenfold or more. Isn't the 0612 mark precisely where the elite warrior competition is unfolding? One staff member exclaimed, jolting everyone into a heightened state of alarm. Quickly, disseminate the information and report it. Yes. The staff at the detection center resumed their frantic endeavors, some drafting reports at computers, others making urgent phone calls. High-ranking officials from Jiangnan City and the military were stirred into action, with the military promptly mobilizing 3 legions and 12 special forces teams towards 0612. The government convened an emergency press conference without delay. Furthermore, numerous high-precision satellites focused on 0612. In the military command room and the Jiangnan City government building, screens across countless households and streets broadcasted live footage from 0612. From above, the scene resembled a tempest, a dark mass of savage beasts engulfing the area. At the eye of the storm stood a solitary warrior, racing forward amidst the chaos, while the entire city's beasts converged upon him from all directions. Within a radius of several hundred miles, He found himself unable to break free. At this moment, the entirety of Jiangnan Bay City was in an uproar. What has this valiant warrior done to provoke the beasts of the city? Goodness, the entire city is out for blood. Even in death, there is honor. Although the satellite imagery is quite precise, the visuals remain unclear. I wish to pay my respects. Indeed, the details are obscured. We shall await official news. At this juncture, LV Wensheng had already conveyed the message to Xiao Jian. Upon learning that it was Chen Fan, Xiao Jian felt a surge of anxiety and promptly reported the news to the higher-ups. The information was soon made public. By heavens, it is Chen Fan, the foremost among 6 stars and the preeminent among 7 stars. This is indeed a source of immense pride. I had presumed this to be his limit, yet it appears otherwise. Words elude me. A single word suffices. Astounding. 2 words. Truly astounding. Upstairs, did we share the same mathematics instructor? Chapter 59. The Commotion, the Pulse Realm. At the 0612 marker, Chen Fan had surged forward for over 10 miles. Yet he was still unable to elude. Surrounding him were ferocious beasts in every direction, a dark tide that seemed interminable. Chen Fan's heart raced. How vast was this horde of beasts? Logically, he ought to have liberated himself by now. Surely, not every creature in the city could have converged upon him. He reassured himself, I find myself in a dire predicament. Others must be as well. With that thought, he summoned every ounce of his strength. Confronted by such a multitude of beasts, he could not afford to falter. Any moment of hesitation would lead to utter overwhelm. The magnitude of this assault was unparalleled. Previously, he had managed to extricate himself from a similar predicament, but this time, being engulfed by the horde would signify certain demise. Ding, an 8-level beast vanquished. Ding, a 9-level beast vanquished. Ding, another 9-level beast vanquished. As long as he could endure, Chen Fan would not easily capitulate. With terrifying blade energy infused with the essence of heaven and earth, swathes of beasts fell before him. With each charge, his vitality surged. For 73200. 479,990. 482,000. At a military base in Jiangnan, the large screen in the conference room displayed live footage of Chen Fan battling through the seemingly endless tide of beasts. Those present were awestruck, unable to comprehend how a 9-star martial artist could withstand such a horrifying onslaught. Commander, the 3 major legions and 12 special operations teams have arrived at the 0612 marker and have allied with the 6th Legion. They request the immediate cessation of the elite martial artist competition and a safe evacuation of the participants. A sharply featured officer turned to the elder seated at the head of the table. The elder, clad in military attire, appeared somewhat frail yet exuded an aura of authority devoid of anger. Wait a moment, Elder Su's voice resonated deeply. After a brief contemplation, he declared, currently, the ferocious beasts are solely fixated on Chen Fan. The safety of the other participants is not at issue. Let 4 masters of mental energy ensure Chen Fan's safety. We must not permit any mishaps. Understood. Upon learning that it was Chen Fan, Suen immediately accessed all available information regarding him. A high school dropout. Struggling at the lowest echelons, he had ascended to become a martial artist in just over a month, a prodigious talent. Moreover, Chen Fan was not merely progressing in realms. His martial prowess and practical experience were equally extraordinary. Suen, while astonished, could not conceal his admiration. Typically, an incident such as a level 7 beast tide would necessitate the immediate termination of the elite martial artist competition. However, Suen opted not to do so. He wished to witness the extent of Chen Fan's limits, provided his safety was assured. In the martial artist building on the 4th floor, at the Wanxing Pavilion, Du Chuanru gazed intently at the screen, his palms slick with sweat. Although Chen Fan was embroiled in a fierce battle, he appeared even more anxious than Chen Fan himself. In a nearby warehouse, Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhen remained in the midst of moving supplies. Their eyes riveted to the television as they observed Chen Fan's tumultuous struggle against the beasts. Each time Chen Fan faced peril, they collectively held their breath. In a spacious, brightly lit room, Suen was also watching. Die, just die. His face flushed with excitement, while his eyes brimmed with a tumult of hatred and mania. Zhou Song, Guantong, Guanzhenshan, Yao Fu, Xiaojian, Xiaochen, Shui Jigang, LV Wenqing, and numerous classmates and colleagues were all captivated by the spectacle. Ding, 9-level beast vanquished. Ding, 9-level beast vanquished. Ding, slain. 485,000. 490, 990. 499,000. Chen Fan's vitality soared to unprecedented heights. Ultimately, it culminated at 500,000, 500,000. The realm displayed on the panel transitioned from 9-star martial artist to the 1st level of the Pulse realm. In that fleeting moment, Chen Fan felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him. as though a formidable shackle had been shattered. His body underwent a rapid metamorphosis. His senses heightened, granting him an exquisite perception of the world. However, this transformation was merely a glimpse of the entirety. The essence of this metamorphosis lay in the swift condensation of a spiritual vein within him, signifying a genuine ascent in the hierarchy of existence. This was a formidable chasm. Typically, 9-star martial artists approach breakthroughs with utmost caution, often retreating into seclusion to evade any disturbances. Yet, Chen Fan was devoid of such luxury. He could neither afford to pause nor retreat. He pressed on relentlessly in battle. Suddenly, the blade energy that had once extended 30 meters surged to over 60, obliterating hundreds of beasts in an instant. Chen Fan could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. The first level of the Pulse realm was indeed formidable. This newfound power instilled him with an enhanced sense of confidence. As the beasts relentlessly pursued Chen Fan, the remaining 300 participants found themselves considerably relieved. Previously, the beast counterattacks had thrown them into disarray. Now, they finally had a moment to catch their breath. However, they dared not linger, for this was the elite martial artist competition. And they stood at a critical juncture where points were of utmost importance. After a brief respite, they commenced their hunt for the beasts. If the beasts could disregard them, they could not afford to overlook the beasts. With the pressure now resting solely on Chen Fan, their own battles felt significantly less arduous than before. At Zheng and Martial University, projectors in various classrooms displayed real-time footage from the 0612 marker, courtesy of satellite feeds. Waves of astonished gasps erupted from the teaching buildings. In one classroom, Zhong Qing's enchanting eyes were fixated on Chen Fan, her heart racing. Her hands were clenched tightly together, so much so that her knuckles turned white. Yet she remained oblivious to her own tension. Fool, just give up already. Zhong Qing's heart was in turmoil, fervently praying for his safety. She cared not for Chen Fan's strength or his standing in the competition. All she desired was for him to remain unscathed. Watching him navigate perilous situations time and again filled her heart with a tumult of emotions, akin to a roller coaster. Perhaps it was the protracted state of high tension, or perhaps her worries and fears had reached a breaking point. But Zhong Qing instinctively rubbed her aching forehead, which pulsed with pain. Qing, are you all right? Duo. Her close confidant perceived an unsettling change in Qing. Oh dear, Qing, why does your complexion appear so pallid? I am perfectly fine, truly, she replied, though at that moment, Zhong Qing's exquisite cheeks were indeed quite wan. Nevertheless, she managed to smile, her gaze fixated on the screen displaying Chen Fan. As moments elapsed, the throbbing pain in her forehead showed no signs of abating. In fact, it intensified. Soon, the throbbing enveloped her entire head. Suddenly, a resounding bang reverberated within her mind. Akin to an explosion, Zhong Qing flinched and grasped her head. The agony surged like relentless waves. Yet, she persevered. Raising her gaze, Chen Fan remained in jeopardy, and her concern deepened. Chapter 60. Zhong Qing awakens. Plant affinity. What ails you, Qing? Do not frighten me, Duo implored anxiously. Zhong Qing's brows knitted tightly in distress. The voices surrounding her becoming ethereal, fading in and out of her consciousness. A wave of dizziness engulfed her, as if the entire world were spinning. Ultimately, the excruciating headache elicited a protective response from her brain, causing her to lose consciousness. As her awareness waned, she faintly heard Duo's urgent entreaties. Time passed unnoticed. In the school infirmary, the immaculate white room cradled Zhong Qing upon the hospital bed. Duo stood vigil at her side, following Zhong Qing's collapse. With the assistance of teachers and classmates, Duo had hastened her to the infirmary. The school physician examined her and detected no severe issues, deducing that her condition was likely a result of excessive mental strain. Just rest for a while, he advised, prompting a sigh of relief from Duo. I know you harbor feelings for Chen Fan, yet I did not anticipate your concern to run this deep. Duo mused to herself. You foolish girl. Why did you not express your feelings sooner? You were so close in high school. You ought to have defined your relationship earlier. Now, Chen Fan has become a 9-star warrior and an awakened one at that. He is truly remarkable, and your competition has multiplied. They are all exceptionally gifted. If you wish to be with him now, it will prove quite challenging. Contemplating this, Duo couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her friend. Frustrated, she thought, it is all Chen Fan's fault for being so extraordinary. How can my dear Qing ever hope to catch up? At that moment, Zhong Qing on the bed fluttered her long lashes slightly. Duo gasped in delight, quickly exclaiming, Qing, can you hear me? Zhong Qing's consciousness gradually reemerged. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze filled with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon realizing she was in the infirmary, she noticed her friend Duo nearby. Duo. Zhong Qing whispered faintly. Thank goodness, Qing, you are finally awake, Duo exclaimed, nearly in tears of relief. You frightened me half to death when you suddenly fainted. How long have I been unconscious? What about Chen Fan? Zhong Qing hurriedly inquired. You were out since the morning. Now it is already dark, Duo explained. Do not worry about Chen Fan. He is fine. Just remain still. I shall fetch the doctor. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. Now, although Zhong Qing had awakened, she appeared quite fragile. Duo remained anxious and called for the doctor to examine her. The infirmary was left in stillness with Zhong Qing alone. She felt a sense of astonishment. Had she truly been unconscious for such an extended period? Yet upon learning of Chen Fan's safety, a flicker of relief washed over her heart. It was at that moment she began to evaluate her own condition. In this episode of unconsciousness, she perceived that her body had undergone a peculiar metamorphosis. As her awareness returned, she discovered that her perception of the surroundings had shifted dramatically, akin to the potted green plant resting on the windowsill. Zhong Qing felt an inexplicable connection with that plant, as though they had fused into a singular entity. She could sense everything about it, its growth, its joys and sorrows. This sensation was extraordinarily enchanting. As if responding to Zhong Qing's gaze, the vibrant green leaves of the plant swayed with exuberance, expressing a buoyant emotion. Moreover, Zhong Qing keenly observed that as she concentrated on the plant, its growth hastened, and tendrils of botanical energy began to emanate from it. This botanical energy was elusive, yet Zhong Qing could genuinely perceive its presence. It seemed to sense her fragility and, with a kind of sentience, drifted toward her, melding with her delicate form. Not only this solitary plant on the windowsill, but also the flowers, grasses, and trees below in the courtyard swayed in harmonious unison. Waves of botanical energy flowed through the window, converging around Zhong Qing and enveloping her. A warm sensation enveloped her, the feeling of weakness receding like a retreating tide. Simultaneously, her vitality surged, and a profound, mysterious sensation washed over her. After a while, Zhong Qing comprehended the truth she had awakened. Her newfound power was plant affinity. Filled with exhilaration, Zhong Qing sprang from the bed. I am an awakened one. I can scarcely believe it. After a moment of elation, she clenched her petite fist. Chen Fan, this time I shall not allow you to forsake me. Doctor, hurry. At that instant, Duo returned with the school doctor, pushing the door open only to find Zhong Qing radiating vitality. Duo was momentarily taken aback. The doctor also paused, glancing at Duo in confusion. Didn't you say the patient was very weak? She appears perfectly fine now. Duo was left speechless. Once the doctor departed, she incredulously scrutinized Zhong Qing from every angle. Qing, what is happening? Was I merely dreaming just now? Zhong Qing smiled. You were not dreaming. I shall elucidate everything later. For now, let us depart. Her eagerness to return and ascertain Chen Fan's circumstances was palpable. With that, she clasped Duo's hand and hurried out. Shortly after their departure, a nurse arrived to tidy the infirmary. To her surprise, she noticed the plant on the windowsill, which she had nurtured just that afternoon, had grown remarkably larger in such a brief span. How could it have expanded so significantly in such a short time? This struck her as quite extraordinary. At marker point 0612, Chen Fan continued to battle valiantly amidst an unending swarm of beasts, persevering from dawn until dusk. Showing no signs of fatigue, his performance astonished numerous onlookers, far surpassing their expectations. The entirety of Jiangnan Base City buzzed with excitement. This was no longer merely a test of strength. Had it been me, such an intense endeavor would have rendered me utterly exhausted. Tenacious, a true warrior. According to the latest official data, Chen Fan's score had reached 28,700. In the morning, he held the 100th position on the leaderboard. But now he had surged into the top 500, specifically claiming rank 496. With 28,700 points, the current top scorer had only 34,900. If this momentum persists, overtaking first place is within reach. I proclaim Chen Fan the most radiant star of this elite warrior competition. Who stands in agreement? Who disagrees? I concur. I concur wholeheartedly. Am I the sole observer of Chen Fan's remarkable speed? Indeed, his swiftness is astonishing. Had he been even slightly slower, he would not have come this far. In Century Community, Grandpa Wang Shanru, who resided on the first floor of Chen Fan's building, was enjoying an evening stroll after dinner. Despite his advanced age, aside from a slight stoop, his legs remained notably agile. Old Wang, still out for a stroll? Your son has returned to see you. You ought to head home. Someone spotted the elderly gentleman and reminded him. Oh, that rascal has returned? Wang Shanru chuckled, expressed his gratitude, and then strolled home with his hands clasped behind him. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of his building. Awaiting him at the small garden gate was a middle-aged man in his 40s, bearing a resemblance to Wang Shanru, who was burdened with an assortment of gifts, prominently featuring 2 bottles of fine liquor. Chapter 61. An unexpected clue. Upon seeing Wang Shanru, the middle-aged man brightened, exclaiming, Father. Wang Shanru responded with a smile. Come on. Let us return home first. All right. Wang Shanru opened the garden gate, and the two entered, one after the other. Wang Shanru's son, Wang Daokui, was a two-star martial artist with a respectable income. After establishing his own family, he had moved out but frequently returned to visit his elderly father. Father is Chen Fan, the son of brother Chen on the 4th floor, still residing here? Wang Daokui plopped down onto the sofa as he entered the house. You mean Xiao Fan? This is his home. Where else would he reside? Wang Shanru instinctively replied, then added, but I wonder what Xiao Fan has been occupied with lately? We used to see him often, but I have not spotted him around these days. Father, why the sudden interest in Xiao Fan? Wang Shanru's heart leapt with joy. Is it possible that the job I asked you to assist Xiao Fan in obtaining is materializing? Wang Shanru was known for his benevolence, and Xiao Fan was indeed a good lad. He had even once brought him wine. That evening, Wang Shanru had reached out to his son, hoping he could aid Chen Fan in securing employment, believing that his son, being a two-star martial artist, should possess the capability to do so. Father, I suspect you have not been keeping up with the news lately, Wang Daokui teased. Wang Shanru, perplexed, replied, whether or not you found a job is irrelevant to what I do or do not watch in the news. Simply tell me if you managed to secure one. With a serious expression, Wang Shanru awaited his answer. Wang Daokui quickly smiled in apology. Father, please do not be upset. I assure you, I have attended to your request. A job has indeed been found. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanru smiled. Good lad, well done. At that moment, Wang Daokui added, however. What? However, even though a job has been found, it is of no use to Chen Fan now. Father, you should drink less and pay more attention to the news in the future. Bah, at my age, what news should concern me? What do you imply by stating that Chen Fan is unqualified for the task? Wang Daokui, exasperated, elucidated, Father. Are you aware of the reason behind your recent lack of sightings of Chen Fan? It is because he has entered the elite martial artist competition. Nonsense. Do you think I am losing my faculties? Wang Shanru retorted with irritation. In my youth, I too was a martial artist. I am well acquainted with the criteria for the elite martial artist competition. The minimum standard is 6 stars. Are you asserting that Chen Fan has attained 6 stars? Not merely 6 stars, he has ascended to 9 stars. Wang Daokui recognized that this revelation was indeed astonishing, and it was understandable for his father to harbor skepticism. He opted for silence, merely activating the television, where every channel was broadcasting news concerning Chen Fan. Witness for yourself. After viewing the news, Wang Shanru was left in utter disbelief. A 9-star martial artist? An awakened one, emerging as a formidable force in just over a month? In the elite martial artist competition, he secured first place among 6-star and 7-star competitors, now ranking within the top 500 overall. A tumultuous wave surged within Wang Shanru's heart. Having been a martial artist in his youth, he comprehended the significance of each accomplishment. After a prolonged moment, he stammered, Son, am I in a dream? Is Chen Fan truly that formidable now? Indeed, he is, Wang Daokui replied with hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Wang Shanru repeated several times, overwhelmed with joy at Chen Fan's achievements. He felt a profound sense of relief. At the military base, within the conference room, numerous high-ranking officials were intently observing the images projected on the screen. In the footage, Chen Fan was engaged in fierce combat against his adversaries. The atmosphere was charged with both terror and awe among those present. The attendees were military leaders, and even they could only aspire to attain what Chen Fan had accomplished. Yet the crux of the matter was that Chen Fan was merely a 9-star martial artist. Report. A booming voice resonated from outside the conference room. Enter. Soon. A soldier with a disciplined posture stepped inside. Report, sir. The 6th Legion has conveyed a message regarding the Beast Riot at marker 0612, and the rationale behind the citywide manhunt for Chen Fan remains ambiguous. However, we have unexpectedly received a clue within Jiangnan Bay City. Oh, please elaborate. All the high-ranking officials shifted their focus towards the soldier. The lead emerged from the city's Public Security Bureau, which has been grappling with a surge of homicide cases of late. The victims encompass both martial artists and those from various other professions, yet they all bear the name Chen Fan. The Public Security Bureau has been diligently pursuing the assailant. However, the perpetrator exhibits a keen awareness of counter-surveillance, resulting in a lack of discernible leads. The citywide manhunt for Chen Fan, initiated at 0612, has unexpectedly unveiled a new avenue of inquiry, hinting at a potential correlation between the search for Chen Fan and the ongoing homicide cases within the city. The soldier reported this development. Is that so? Suen expressed his astonishment. Other officers likewise donned solemn expressions. One officer commented, if these two incidents are indeed interconnected, it suggests that the Chen Fan homicide cases in Jiangnan Bay City may have been orchestrated by sinister forces. Are there malevolent entities lurking within the city? This presents a grave concern. How did these entities manage to infiltrate, and what is their number? This situation could very well be a ticking time bomb. Furthermore, why are they specifically targeting individuals named Chen Fan? It is one matter to eliminate martial artists, but to include non-martial artists as well raises questions. What ulterior motives could be at play? Su furrowed his brow in deep contemplation for a brief moment. He then commanded, "Contact the Public Security Bureau and dispatch a special operations team to intervene. Simultaneously, initiate a city-wide sweep. The beasts lurking pose a significant security threat. This matter is of utmost importance. We must err on the side of caution." "Understood," came the reply. Su, a figure of considerable authority, needed only to formulate the overarching strategy while the intricate details would be entrusted to others. After a brief pause, the soldier continued, "Furthermore, regarding the reason for Chen Fan's withdrawal from school that you mentioned earlier, it has now been elucidated. Both of Chen Fan's parents were martial artists affiliated with the 13th Legion. They tragically perished in the line of duty 2 years ago, and the Alliance issued a compensation payment. However, at that time, Chen Fan was still a minor, and the funds were entrusted to his uncle, Chen Jian, and his aunt, Miao Zuelian. Regrettably, they neglected their responsibilities and embezzled the compensation intended for the fallen heroes, forcing Chen Fan to abandon his education and subsequently struggle to navigate the job market." The soldier conveyed the situation with candor, and Su's expression darkened. The 13th Legion fell under his command, and Chen Fan's parents had been his soldiers. Their sacrifice for the nation weighed heavily upon him. The revelation that their child had been compelled to forsake his education, particularly the mention of the job market, pierced his heart deeply. He understood all too well the implications of the job market. It represented a struggle at the very bottom of society. Su's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt, "I have failed my fallen soldiers. I could not tend to their affairs," he lamented. Rising, his footsteps heavy, he made his way towards the exit. Yet, just before reaching the door, he paused and firmly declared, "Conduct a thorough investigation." "Understood," the officers responded in unison. Standing to salute. Chapter 62. Arresting the couple, unveiling the venomous fire spider with a creak, the door to the room swung open. Chen Jian and Miao Zuelian returned home, weary from their day's toil beneath the stars. Upon their return this time, Chen Jian did not hasten into the kitchen to prepare a meal, as was his custom, for they had already dined out. For the past few days, they had been indulging in meals outside, relishing the delightful fare. Compared to their former frugality, their current lifestyle was undeniably lavish. However, neither of them felt particularly affected by this change. In fact, they believed they had exercised restraint. Once Chen Fan returned and acquired the funds, their present living conditions would seem trivial, for they aspired to dwell in a villa and employ servants to cater to their needs, savoring the comforts of a wealthy couple. Settling onto the sofa, Chen Jian's first action was to retrieve his phone and check the official data, to which Miao Zuelian eagerly leaned in. Previously indifferent to such matters, they were now deeply invested, akin to a keen concern for their financial well-being. At that moment, Chen Jian exclaimed incredulously, "Wife, look! Chen Fan has ascended into the illustrious ranks of the top 500. The top 500. The prize is an astonishing 10 million. Miao Zuelian was equally elated. 10 million is a figure they could barely envision accumulating in a lifetime. "I never anticipated Chen Fan to possess such remarkable capabilities. This revelation necessitates a recalibration of my previous aspirations. What do you think, my dear? Should we consider upgrading our villa from 200 square meters to 400? A larger residence would undoubtedly require the employment of additional assistants," she continued. "Given Chen Fan's newfound affluence, it would not be unreasonable to request 50,000 for our monthly living expenses. No, let us aim for 100,000. Furthermore, we cannot compromise on our son's training resources. They must not only be comprehensive but also of the highest quality. After all, it is essential that we nurture our son effectively," Miao Zuelian strategized. "You are absolutely correct, my dear. Since Chen Fan is prosperous, it is entirely reasonable for us to request a bit more. Once our son achieves prominence, we shall no longer need to depend on Chen Fan's riches." Chen Jian enthusiastically concurred. Miao Zuelian chuckled. "Finally, you comprehend. In light of your commendable performance today, I shall bestow upon you a reward. Do you recall how you have always yearned to be at the pinnacle during our intimate moments? Today, I shall fulfill that desire." "Really?" Chen Jian exclaimed, rubbing his hands in anticipation. With a playful glance, Miao Zuelian replied, "You rascal, now hasten and take a shower." "Very well, very well." Chen Jian hurriedly proceeded to the bathroom, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. Who could it be? Both paused, startled, at such a late hour. Who might be visiting? Peering through the peephole, Chen beheld 4 soldiers clad in military garb, standing resolutely at the threshold. These soldiers, each a formidable 6-star warrior, possessed a caliber far beyond their acquaintance. Chen Fan. The exchange of glances between Chen and Miao Zuelian instinctively drew their thoughts to their son. Chen Fan had consistently demonstrated remarkable prowess, making it little wonder that he had captured the military's attention. The visit from the military likely portended auspicious news. Before Chen could fully grasp the unfolding situation, Miao Zuelian, her warmth radiating through a beaming smile, eagerly flung open the door. "Comrades, please enter." Yet, the soldiers remained impassive, unyielding to her exuberance. The leader produced an arrest warrant. "Chen Miao Zuelian, you are both suspected of embezzling a martyr's compensation. We are hereby placing you under arrest." The words fell like a thunderbolt, plunging Miao Zuelian and Chen from the pinnacle of joy into the depths of despair. "Surely, you must be mistaken. On what grounds do you arrest us? Chen Fan's accomplishments are a testament to my nurturing. We have not misappropriated his parents' compensation. Allowing him to refine his skills at the grassroots level is a form of specialized education. You fail to comprehend our intentions. Our actions stem from genuine concern." Miao Zuelian cried out, nearly in a frenzy. "I see it now. Was it that ungrateful wretch, Chen Fan, who reported us? How utterly ungrateful. A true ingrate. Take them away." At the 0612 mark, Chen Fan found himself embroiled in an unyielding struggle against the ferocious tide of beasts, offering him no respite. He dared not pause, for even a fleeting moment of hesitation could spell his doom amidst the tumultuous horde. Tirelessly, he fought, embodying the essence of an indomitable machine, vanquishing beasts from the break of dawn until the depths of night. His tally of kills ascended relentlessly, and his vitality surged rapidly, now standing at 553,000 out of a million. The threshold for condensing a second spiritual vein, the benchmark for reaching the second level, was set at 1 million vitality. Suddenly, a piercing roar reverberated through the air, causing his eardrums to throb. Beneath the dim moonlight, he beheld a colossal creature barreling toward him, a towering beast exceeding 10 meters in height. The surrounding ferocious beasts recoiled in terror. It was a level 1 demon beast, the explosive poison fire spider. Having encountered this formidable adversary before, Chen Fan was acutely aware of its fearsome reputation. The 0612 mark was teeming with such creatures, numbering over 100 in various forms. Since dawn, he had confronted the majority of them, yet he dared not linger in battle, retreating at the slightest hint of peril. However, level 1 demon beasts posed significant threats, particularly the explosive poison fire spider, which had caused him considerable distress. As he steeled himself, the spider unleashed a massive web from its maw, targeting him directly. Chen Fan's heart raced as he pushed his speed to its utmost limits, narrowly evading the lethal snare. While he managed to escape, the surrounding beasts were not as fortunate. Ensnared by the web, they emitted agonizing cries as their colossal bodies succumbed to corrosion, dark blood pooling beneath them. In mere moments, they lay lifeless. The explosive poison fire spider exhibited no concern for the fate of its fellow beasts, continuously spewing webs. With each passing second, the web count multiplied, ensnaring Chen Fan and constricting his avenues of escape. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he resolved to advance rather than retreat. He moved like a streak of lightning, wielding his long knife with precision. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. The spider, taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly insignificant human, instinctively crossed its legs to defend itself. The ensuing clash unleashed a terrifying force, akin to a tempest, sending surrounding beasts flying. Those at a distance howled in anguish, retreating in fear. The disparity between a first-level demon and a one-vein warrior was unmistakable. The explosive poison fire spider staggered back, stunned by the impact, yet its defense remained formidable. Chen Fan's blade, infused with the elemental forces of nature, failed to sever its sturdy limbs. He could not afford to linger, acutely aware that within a minute, 100 more level 1 demon beasts would converge upon him. However, the explosive poison fire spider had already inflicted enough distress upon him. This time, he was resolute in his decision not to flee. Its elimination was essential to avert future troubles. Thus, he aimed to bring this encounter to a swift conclusion. Slaying this single beast would alleviate some of his burdens. Chen Fan unleashed his full potential, executing rapid strikes with the wind blade and the stacked wave knife technique. Each slash radiated with blinding speed, a dazzling spectacle that was almost overwhelming to behold. With the 12th strike, he infused his blade with both might and the elemental forces of the world. Boom! The blade descended with lethal intent. The void seemed to ripple with unseen waves. The explosive venom fire spider, sensing an immense threat, emitted a sharp wail of despair. But it was too late. Events unfolded with startling rapidity. In the area before Chen Fan, measuring 100 meters in length and 20 in width, everything was obliterated. It resembled the clearing of an entire dual carriageway in one decisive blow, leaving the explosive venom fire spider without a shred of resistance. This left Chen Fan momentarily stunned. Had his recent ascension to the Pulse realm bestowed upon him such terrifying power? He was both astonished and exhilarated. Just as he was about to take his leave, a shimmering light caught his attention near the remains of the explosive venom fire spider, stark against the surrounding darkness. He approached, donned his gloves, and retrieved the object. It was a fist-sized crystal core, glowing with a fiery red hue, a beast core. Chen Fan recalled having encountered this concept in his textbooks. It represented the quintessence of a magical beast, the most crucial element, suffused with pure energy and replete with myriad applications and significant worth. Only magical beasts possess these cores. Feral beasts did not. Despite his familiarity with the notion of beast cores, this was his inaugural encounter with one. Reluctant to linger, he forcefully stowed the beast core into his spatial ring and swiftly vanished from the location, akin to an arrow released from its bow. Before long, the ground quaked as terrifying first-tier magical beasts surged forth. Yet, Chen Fan had already raced 100 miles away. The beast tide roared on. But he continued his relentless pursuit, as if returning to his previous rhythm. Wenqing and the other 3 spiritual cultivators were now in a state of shock, their mental energies fervently communicating. Did Chen Fan just vanquish a first-tier magical beast? Surely, it seems like a dream. Allow me to clarify. Chen Fan is reserved for our Storm Special Forces team. None of you should attempt to claim him from us, one of the spiritual cultivators asserted. Claim him from you? Why should we refrain? I shall contact the captain immediately. Our Eagle Special Forces team will not yield either. Wenqing cleared his throat. You might as well concede. It is too late. Chen Fan is now a member of our Tianyao team. Is that true? Old L, do you believe we would accept that? You are merely attempting to intimidate us so that you can have him all to yourself, whether you choose to believe it or not. You can inquire with Chen Fan when you encounter him. Wenqing chuckled heartily. Observing his confident demeanor, the expressions of the other 3 shifted to disbelief. No way. It cannot be true. Old L, your Tianyao team is moving far too swiftly, and Chen Fan has always been at the blood chi stage. Is it not the case that your Tianyao is a C-class special team that typically does not recruit from the blood chi stage? Goodness, what a cunning individual. Wenqing merely chuckled, relishing in their astonishment. The night had deepened. In the 0612 external camp, Xiaojian stood transfixed before an immense screen, his heart racing. Just moments prior, Chen Fan had executed a singular stroke, vanquishing a vast multitude of feral beasts, including a first-tier explosive venom fire spider. Chen Fan has ascended to the Pulse realm. Within the Jiangnan military base, in the conference room, a cadre of officers stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, a guard hurriedly conveyed the news to the highest commander, Suan. Upon learning that Chen Fan had slain a first-tier magical beast, Suan experienced a jolt of astonishment. The elite martial artist competition was intended to be suspended due to the overwhelming beast tide, yet he yearned to ascertain the limits of Chen Fan's prowess. The outcome surpassed his expectations. To vanquish a first-tier magical beast was a feat he had never dared to envision. After a prolonged pause, Suan sighed deeply. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Time sped forth. This tumultuous night eventually waned, yielding to a new day, and the Jiangnan base city buzzed with renewed vitality. At Jiangnan Martial University, in the girls' dormitory. What? Qing, are you truly going to the martial artist building today to obtain certification? Duo regarded Zhongqing in disbelief. She touched Zhongqing's forehead, and then her own, confirming there was no fever. How could she be uttering such nonsensical claims? Duo and Zhongqing were inseparable best friends, and she was acutely aware of Zhongqing's condition. Just yesterday, her blood chi measured at 189. How had she suddenly breached 200? Since yesterday, Zhongqing had not practiced at all. In fact, she had been unconscious for the majority of the day. Oh no. Could it be that her fainting episode yesterday had induced some after effects, leading her to entertain such fanciful notions? Just tell me whether you're accompanying me or not. Zhongqing, while packing her belongings, smiled and replied, Of course I'm going. In your current state, I would not feel at ease allowing you to venture forth alone. What's amiss with me? Stop overthinking. Zhongqing chuckled in resignation. The pair subsequently sought permission from their instructor through a phone call and hailed a taxi to the martial artists building. The ambience within the martial artists building was as vibrant as ever. Zhongqing and Duo approached the certification window, where Guantong presided. Upon swiping Zhongqing's ID card, a plethora of information swiftly materialized on the screen. Observing the particulars, she remarked, age, 18. Education, Jiangnan Martial University. Young lady, please proceed to the window over there to measure your blood chi. Should you succeed, you will receive a slip to return to me. Understood, Zhongqing replied. As Guantong observed Zhongqing walk away, She pondered the arrival of yet another 18-year-old seeking certification. Were the youth of today genuinely this remarkable? The most recent 18-year-old to seek certification here was Chen Fan, who left an indelible mark on her. Now, reflecting on Chen Fan's current accomplishments, he has claimed the highest honor in the prestigious martial artist competition with a 6-star rating, achieving the coveted 7-star ranking. Just yesterday, he vanquished an explosive venom fire spider, suggesting a strong likelihood that he has ascended to the pulse realm. Furthermore, his cumulative points ranking has surged to 219, affording him not only a prize, but also access to the martial arts library at the Jiangnan-based city. Chen Fan is truly extraordinary, and it seems improbable that anyone could replicate his legendary feats. Prior to Zhang Qing, the last 18-year-old to receive certification was indeed Chen Fan. Although Su Wen also attained martial artist status at 18, his circumstances were distinct. He was certified during the unified testing at the martial arts examination. Soon after, Zhang Qing and Duo returned to the certification counter. Upon witnessing her blood chi value, even Zhang Qing was taken aback. Duo's cherubic visage bore a look of profound disbelief. As she handed the slip to the attendant, Guantong received it, and, upon a cursory glance, her eyes widened in astonishment. Blood chi, 750. A 2-star martial artist. An 18-year-old 2-star martial artist. Had it not been for the trailblazing efforts of Chen Fan and Su Wen, the emergence of an 18-year-old 2-star martial artist would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. Chapter 64. You are my little wild horse at the 0612 marker. A full day and night had elapsed since yesterday, and Chen Fan continued his relentless assault. He appeared to have morphed into a relentless killing machine, utterly impervious to fatigue. Presently, Chen Fan's blood chi had reached 601,000 out of a possible 1,000,000, and his progress was swift. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to exert himself. Fortunately, as his blood chi steadily increased, he found himself managing the tide of beast with slightly greater ease. Following the self-detonation of the explosive venom fire spider, Chen Fan swiftly employed his tactics from the previous night, decisively eliminating 3 additional first-tier magical beasts. He now possessed a total of 4 beast cores. Within the Jiangnan Bay City, all eyes were fixated on the official data, particularly regarding Chen Fan. Currently, he has drawn nearly all the attention of 0612, significantly alleviating the pressure on other competitors. From yesterday until now, more than a dozen participants have been eliminated, marking the least decline in rankings in this elite martial arts competition. Those who have persevered thus far are, without exception, awakened beings. As for the point standings, the leaderboard is still dominated by Zhang Bo, who has amassed a staggering 37,600 points. Chen Fan's score has risen from 28,700 yesterday to 33,000 today, resulting in a remarkable improvement in his ranking. He was positioned at 219th yesterday, but has now surged into the top 100, currently holding the 72nd place. This ranking does not yet include the points he earned from slaying 4 first-tier demon beasts. The disparity between the Chi Blood realm and the Condensation Pulse realm is considerable, making it exceedingly rare for any participant in past elite martial arts competitions to have defeated a first-tier demon beast. Consequently, the competition's rules did not allocate points for such kills. The scoring system awards 1 point for a level 6 beast, 3 points for a level 7 beast, 9 points for a level 8 beast, and 18 points for a level 9 beast. A first-tier demon beast would hold a value at least double that of a level 9 beast, implying that if a first-tier beast is worth 36 points, then 4 of them would yield 144 points. Thus, Chen Fan's ranking could potentially rise by another 20 places. Notably, following Chen Fan's defeat of the venomous fire spider yesterday, officials have commenced discussions to urgently amend the scoring system to include points for slaying first-tier demon beasts. The top 500 participants will receive cash prizes, while the top 300 will gain access to the martial arts library in the Jiangnan Bay City, and the top 100 will be awarded officer status. Chen Fan has already secured all 3 rewards, yet he remains blissfully unaware of this. Immersed in unrelenting combat, he has had no opportunity to review official data, leaving him oblivious to his ranking or the status of other competitors, driven solely by an indomitable will to fight. Within the military base, Commander Su is diligently absorbed in his work at his desk. At that moment, a military officer hastily enters. "Speak," Su replies, setting down his pen. The officer presents several documents, stating, "These reports, obtained through satellite monitoring, detail the situation of several marked points near 0612. The demon beasts in these areas have been migrating since yesterday. Typically, these level 3 to 5 beasts rarely stray from their territories." He continues, however, "After monitoring throughout the night, it is evident that their destination is 0612. Su takes this information with utmost seriousness. He promptly issues orders, apart from the 6th Legion, which will continue its security duties. The other 3 legions and special task forces must establish a defensive line within 100 miles of 0612. We cannot allow these beasts to disrupt the elite martial arts competition. Understood. In a spacious bedroom, Su-Wen lounges upon a large bed, wrapped in a towel. As he observes Chen Fan breaking into the top 100, he feels not admiration, but rather jealousy and resentment. Why don't you just tire yourself out? Su-Wen mutters bitterly as he observes the steadily ascending statistics of Chen Fan on the television. The notion of revenge appears increasingly futile. Feeling vexed and seeking an outlet, he has already reserved an opulent room and taken a shower, now awaiting the arrival of his companion. A knock resounds at the door. When go, a sultry voice calls out. It is undoubtedly his companion. Su-Wen quickly sits up. Come in. The door's unlocked. The door swings open, revealing not only the ponytailed beauty but also 2 similarly attired, enchanting students. These 2 sisters hail from Jiangnan Martial University, my roommates. They have always held you in high regard, so I took the liberty of bringing them along. The ponytailed girl purrs as she nestles into Su-Wen's embrace. You seem so intense each time, and I thought their presence might help lighten the atmosphere. Please don't be upset. Upset? How could I be upset? Su-Wen laughs heartily, opening his arms as the 2 beauties join him on the bed. That afternoon, the officials unveiled a new announcement detailing the revised scoring regulations for the elite martial arts competition, which now includes points for vanquishing first-tier demon beasts. The chasm between fearsome beasts and demon beasts is vast, akin to the disparity between a 9-star warrior and those within the condensation pulse realm. After thorough deliberation, it was determined that defeating a first-tier demon beast would yield 54 points. This decision garnered widespread approval, as the challenge of slaying a first-tier beast is several times greater than that of a level 9 beast. With the new regulations in effect, Chen Fan's score surged by an additional 324 points, not solely from the 4 first-tier demon beasts, but also due to his triumph over 2 more that very morning. Compiling his other victories, Chen Fan's total score now stands at 36,700, positioning him at the 19th overall, while Zhang Bo maintains the top rank with 38,800 points. At this moment, Zhang Bo is engaged in combat at the periphery of the beast tide. Having just reviewed the official statistics, he feels considerable pressure from Chen Fan's rapid ascent in points. I initially believed my only rival in this competition was Luo Qingyin. After her elimination, I felt assured of my first place, he reflects. Who could have anticipated that Chen Fan would emerge as a formidable contender? Zhang Bo finds himself in a state of astonishment. As a 6-star warrior, Chen Fan has made extraordinary advancements in less than half a month, now ascending to the condensation pulse realm. His resilience in the face of a formidable beast tide is admirable. However, Zhang Bo remains steadfast in his pride. I recognize your strength, yet I shall not relinquish my status as the finest, he declares resolutely. With a determined flourish, Zhang Bo raises his hand, causing steel reinforcement materials amid the surrounding debris to levitate. With a mere thought, they are propelled forward like arrows, piercing through a dozen 8th-level beasts, leaving them lifeless in their wake. Under ordinary circumstances, steel would struggle to breach the defenses of an 8th-level beast, yet, with sufficient force, even the softest leaf can inflict injury. A deafening roar erupts, seemingly rousing the beast horde, which suddenly pivots and charges back like an unyielding tide. Hundreds, if not thousands, of ferocious beasts surge toward him, and Zhang Bo's expression shifts dramatically. Wait, there's a first-tier beast among them. His heart races as he instinctively activates the distress signal. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes from view. This scene unfolds similarly across numerous locations. While the savage beasts initially direct their ire toward Chen Fan, they are not entirely devoid of wit. To provoke them is to invite inevitable retribution. It is akin to attempting to concentrate on work while an incessant fly buzzes in your face, tolerable at first, yet after a day or two, patience begins to fray. As the afternoon swiftly transitions into night, the moon ascends high amidst the sparse stars. Chen Fan persists in his relentless pursuit. The city of 0612 has long been forsaken and fallen into disrepair, now overwhelmed by a 7th-level beast tide. Every towering edifice has crumbled into ruin, including the once majestic Hengshan Park, now trampled beyond recognition. In this moment, Chen Fan's vitality has surged to 653,000 out of 1,000,000. He has yet to examine the data regarding the elite warrior competition, though he harbors a suspicion. Given the multitude of adversaries he has vanquished, he conservatively estimates his rank to be within the top 300. With continued effort, the rank of officer will soon be his. A conservative estimate, indeed, he contemplated, recognizing the veracity of his own words. Meanwhile, in the enchanting Jiangnan base city, lights sparkled in every dwelling. Many were engrossed in lively discussions regarding the elite warrior competition, while the forum of the warriors' home buzzed with fervent activity. It was ruthless. Numerous participants were eliminated throughout the day. Even Zhang Bo faced expulsion, leaving merely 69 contenders. Correction. In the brief interval it took for you to post, the remaining count has diminished to 60. Now it stands at 59. Chen Fan attracted all the attention. Those on the periphery had been rather comfortable until this point. Having failed to overcome him, they now seethe with frustration. Who dares to challenge me? Huh. I can envision that. Chen Fan currently boasts 38,000 points, securing the second position overall. Zhang Bo, who was once in the lead, has been eliminated, stagnant at 39,000 points. Merely 1,000 points separate them. Should fortune favor him, Chen Fan shall soon seize the pinnacle. We shall witness this momentous occasion together. The front-runners for the championship included Zhang Bo, Luo Qingyin, and a select few other remarkable awakeners. Who could have anticipated the rise of a dark horse? Truly impressive. Breaking news. Chen Fan has amassed 38,300 points, with 41 participants remaining. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Many were unable to find repose. Their eyes glued to their phones or fixated on their televisions. At Lu's restaurant, Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhen sat around a table adorned with 4 exquisite dishes and several bottles of fine wine. Since securing stable employment, their fortunes had notably improved, transforming their lives. Dining out had evolved from a meager affair to a delightful indulgence. Yet, none of them had touched their chopsticks, their attention riveted to the television mounted on the wall. At the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, Yao Fu sat at his desk, intently monitoring his computer. In the classroom, Wang Fong, now guiding the new students after the graduation class had departed, occasionally cast a glance at her phone. Meanwhile, Du Chuanru, the proprietor of the Warrior Tower, and the sword aficionado Shueji Gang were also keeping a vigilant watch. In the girls' dormitory of Jiangnan Martial University, Zhongqing sat at her desk, nervously fixated on her tablet. Beside her, Duo had pulled over a stool to join her in watching. Qingqing, you must learn from past experiences. If you harbor feelings for him, you should boldly express them, urged Duo. Chen Fan is truly exceptional. He will undoubtedly attract numerous admirers, all of whom will be formidable. Thankfully, you have become an awakener. Otherwise, how could you possibly compete with them? My advice: strike first. You and Chen Fan share such a close bond. Having spent so much time together, if he isn't entirely oblivious, he must harbor feelings for you as well. Duo, in her endearing innocence, was earnestly plotting for her friend's happiness. Do not fret, Duo. This time, I shall be exceedingly brave, Zhongqing declared, her delicate cheeks radiating determination. Since becoming an awakener, her confidence had flourished significantly. That's the spirit. Go for it. Duo radiated joy, her eyes shimmering like crescent moons. Meanwhile, Suwon had remained ensconced in his bed since dawn. Balancing the affections of 3 women proved to be a formidable endeavor. Nevertheless, armed with a distinctive talent, he managed to persevere. Logically, after venting his frustrations, one would expect his spirits to lift. Yet, he found himself increasingly vexed. As Chen Fan was on the cusp of seizing the top position, cursing softly under his breath, Suwon turned off the television, resolute in not allowing it to mar his mood. In the stillness of the night, Chen Fan's score surged to an impressive 39,100. A mere half-hour later, the remaining contenders had dwindled to just 1. Yes, only Chen Fan remained. However, he conservatively estimated that he was nearing the 100 mark. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped him, and he was whisked away from the tumult of beasts to a rooftop, slightly disoriented. Not only was Lu Wenqing present, but 3 other mentalists stood there as well. Brother Lu? Chen Fan exclaimed, taken aback. What is happening? I did not summon assistance. Lu Wenqing chuckled heartily. My young friend, everyone else has been eliminated. You are the sole survivor of the elite warrior competition, and your score stands at 39,100, placing you at the pinnacle. The higher-ups have decreed the conclusion of the competition. The other 3 mentalists regarded Chen Fan with amused expressions, as if they were all privy to his triumph while he remained in the dark. Only I remain. I am in first place, Chen Fan exclaimed, initially taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. Chen Fan, you address Brother Lu as brother? It appears you two share a close bond. Have you truly joined the Tianyao Special Forces? One mentalist inquired, eager for confirmation. The other 2 fixed their intense gazes upon him, poised to act should he falter. Yes, I have joined Tianyao, Chen Fan replied with composure. Upon hearing this, the 3 mentalists expressed their dismay, slapping their thighs in frustration. Chen Fan, now that you are no longer a child, do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is of a similar age and quite remarkable herself, an awakener, a 9th-level warrior, possessing long legs and an admirable figure. Would you care to meet her? Goodness, old Qian, you clever fox. Unable to recruit Chen Fan, you have taken an unexpected route, aspiring to become his father-in-law. To that, I must say, I also have a daughter. Chapter 66. Unspoken Feelings, Lieutenant Chen Fan. When the subject of romantic partners emerged, Chen Fan instinctively reminisced about the treasured moments shared with Zhong Qing at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy over the past 2 years. They were deskmates and each other's closest friends of the opposite sex. In the fervor of youth, emotions blossomed naturally, evolving from innocent affection into a profound connection. This nascent romance, tender yet nebulous, was imbued with sweetness even amidst their playful squabbles. They could sense each other's feelings, despite never formally embarking on a romantic relationship. They were but a breath away from transcending that final barrier. Chen Fan had planned to confess his feelings to Zhong Qing following the martial arts examination. Regrettably, before that moment could materialize, circumstances compelled him to withdraw from school. Subsequently, his relatives abandoned him, leaving him to navigate life alone. Fortunately, Chen Fan possessed an indomitable spirit. He struggled to survive at the fringes of society, yet mere survival was his only achievement. The adversities of his situation dulled his aspirations. He could scarcely dare to dream of becoming a martial artist. Zhong Qing, however, was destined for a radiant future. Their paths seemed irrevocably divergent, no longer intertwined in the same world. Despite Chen Fan's misfortunes, Zhong Qing reached out to him on several occasions, wishing to extend her support. Yet Chen Fan, unable to secure his own happiness, resolutely severed their ties, not wishing to burden her further. This affection lay buried deep within his heart. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, after he unilaterally ceased communication, Zhong Qing mourned their separation for quite some time. When Chen Fan eventually rose again, it had been over 6 months, a span neither excessively long nor fleeting. Though Chen Fan still cherished Zhong Qing in his heart, that passage of time had inevitably introduced a sense of unfamiliarity and distance between them. Regarding this relationship, it is characterized by diminished confidence and heightened apprehension. Although his heart remains unchanged, one must also consider Zhong Qing's feelings. Unbeknownst to Chen Fan, there was a time when they shared an unbreakable bond, communicating openly and without restraint. However, of late, her messages to him had become sporadic and meticulously curated. In truth, neither of their feelings had altered. It was merely the passage of time that had woven complexities into their sentiments. Haha, you two should give it a rest. Just look at Chen's expression. It seems he has a girlfriend, or, at the very least, someone special in his life, Liu Wenxing observed, chuckling as he stepped in to alleviate the tension surrounding Chen Fan. The other 3 mentalists were not oblivious to the implications either, sharing their musings. I wonder which fortunate girl has captured his heart. Indeed, I am envious to the point of tears. I'm just fine. Oh, spare us. You're doing splendidly with your 3 sons. Laughter erupted among them. Chen Fan, from the beast tide until now, you have gone 2 days and a night without food or rest. Now that the elite warrior competition has concluded, let us return to the camp, Liu Wenxing suggested. Brother Liu, your words have made me realize just how hungry I am. I crave a hearty meal and a good night's sleep, Chen Fan replied with a smile. During the beast tide, he had been in a heightened state of alertness, oblivious to hunger and fatigue. Now, with the tension lifted, he felt ravenous and weary. Then let us depart, the other 3 mentalists concurred. In an instant, the 5 of them vanished from their location, only to reappear in the camp moments later. Chen Fan was assigned to a tent, where a sumptuous meal was promptly delivered. He was indeed famished, devouring the food with great fervor. Upon his return, the 6th Legion, responsible for security within the 0612 area, had also withdrawn, along with several other military divisions and special forces that had formed a defensive line around 0612 to deter any encroaching beasts. They had all been relocated back to the camp by the mentalists. The first order of business for the Legion commanders and special forces leaders upon their return was to seek out Chen Fan. They had learned of his inclusion in the Tianyao Si-level special team, and, though their attempts to recruit him had been in vain, they hoped to become familiar faces. At merely 18 years of age, Chen Fan had already attained the realm of mastery, promising a future of boundless potential. Chen Fan, with the elite warrior competition now concluded, your first place finish has automatically awarded you the rank of 2nd lieutenant and a monetary prize of 300 million, alongside eligibility to access the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City. When you go, simply present your warrior badge, Commander Xiao Jian explained. Thank you, Commander Xiao. Chen Fan had already acquainted himself with the leaders present. Through conversation, he unexpectedly discovered that Commander Xiao Jian, in charge of the security operation, was actually the former class leader of his principal, Yao Fu. It was even revealed that Principal Yao had specifically requested Commander Xiao to look after him prior to the competition, thereby strengthening their bond. By the way, Chen Fan, we have an important matter to discuss. Why did the 0612 region suddenly experience a level 7 beast tide, specifically targeting you? The authorities have mandated an investigation. However, we have yet to uncover any leads. As the individual at the center of this matter, do you harbor any insights? Inquired a special forces leader. His gaze fixed intently upon Chen Fan. Xiao Jian, Liu Wenqing, and the others similarly directed their attention to him, equally perplexed. Yet, Chen Fan shook his head, stating, I possess no understanding of the reasons behind this occurrence. I was merely participating in the elite warrior competition when, 2 days prior, these ferocious beasts inexplicably began to pursue me. I speculated whether I had inadvertently provoked them, but after considerable reflection, I could identify no plausible cause. You were unaware of this? The group expressed their astonishment, having presumed that Chen Fan, being involved, would possess some pertinent information. At that moment, a Legion commander interjected. Chen Fan, the Public Security Bureau has provided a lead. Recently, there have been numerous assassinations of individuals named Chen Fan, spanning both warriors and non-warriors across various age groups. This unsettling phenomenon is not confined to Jiangnan-based city. Similar reports have emerged from other locales as well. Have you experienced any attempts on your life within the city? Many individuals named Chen Fan have been assassinated? Chen Fan's heart raced. This was the first time he had encountered such news, leaving him somewhat unsettled. He pondered deeply, recalling only 2 instances of peril within the city. The first transpired at the 6th slaughterhouse while I was butchering chickens, when one unexpectedly mutated into a level 1 ferocious beast, the giant beak chicken. Such mutations at the slaughterhouse are not uncommon. I doubt this constituted an assassination attempt, but rather a mere coincidence. 2 instances? What was the second? The Special Forces leader pressed for further details. Well, I suppose the giant beak chicken incident wouldn't count. Chen Fan replied. Xiao Jian and the others concurred. The second incident occurred within my home. I reside on the 4th floor of my apartment complex. And a level 2 ferocious beast, the sharp-toothed tiger cat, invaded my dwelling. I found it quite peculiar, as it was around dinner time, and the streets and complex were teeming with people. Yet, this enormous level 2 beast caused no disturbance and made a beeline for my residence. Chapter 67. Chen Fan's Return. A reunion after 6 months. Upon hearing this, the group became animated. Yes, this must be it. Do you recall the time? On May 18th. Chen Fan responded with remarkable clarity. This clue is of immeasurable value. Through this insight, we may trace the origins of the beast's methods of concealment. Expedite the report without delay. After a considerable duration, all departed. Chen Fan, having satisfied his hunger, soon succumbed to the weight of drowsiness and reclined upon the military cot, drifting into a profound slumber. With numerous legions, an array of special forces, and 4 mentalists in attendance, his safety was assured. At last, Chen Fan could repose peacefully. He sank into a deep sleep, the first of its kind since the elite warrior competition. The night passed swiftly. The following morning, Chen Fan awoke early, preparing to return to Jiangnan Bay City alongside the various legions and special forces. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan Martial University, hurry up, Qing. Duo urged. All right, just a moment. Zhong Qing replied, hastily gathering her belongings. The elite warrior competition had concluded the previous night, and today, Chen Fan was anticipated to return from the wilderness. A throng of citizens had already congregated at the city gates, eager to behold Chen Fan. To them, he was a legend, participating as a 6-star warrior, experiencing meteoric advancement during the competition, and now having ascended to the realm of mastery. This was unprecedented, a true legend. For the first time, someone had slain a beast during the elite warrior competition, prompting the authorities to promptly revise the competition's scoring rules. This was yet another legendary accomplishment. Amidst a level 7 beast tide, he had fought valiantly for 2 days and nights. Such an extraordinary achievement further solidified his legendary status. In comparison, the title of Elite Warrior Competition Champion appeared somewhat less resplendent, merely complimenting Chen Fan's brilliance. Soon, Zhong Qing emerged, determined to greet Chen Fan at the city gates. She had chosen a floral maxi dress and adorned her visage with rare, exquisite makeup that accentuated her already striking beauty. Duo, also a stunning beauty, possessed discerning tastes. Yet upon seeing Zhong Qing, she could not help but feel a sense of awe. Qing, not only are you captivating the hearts of men, but it seems you are also enchanting women. That is impressive. Today, you shall surely win over Chen Fan. Zhong Qing, still somewhat uncertain and anxious, inquired. Do you see any areas where I might improve? Should I change again? Duo swiftly interjected. Do not change. If you do, I might just have to tackle you down. She then seized Zhong Qing and hurriedly led her outside the school. Within the expansive confines of a warehouse, Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Zhun remained engrossed in their tasks. They had been captivated by the television until the competition's conclusion the day before, with Chen Fan securing first place. Their exhilaration was palpable. Although they were cognizant that today marked Chen Fan's return to the city, The trio remained resolute and industrious, unwilling to take leave for personal matters that might impede their work. They had previously agreed to reach out to Chen Fan after their shift to extend a warm welcome. At that moment, the warehouse supervisor, Sun Haijia, burst in, visibly agitated. Upon noticing the trio still at work, he stamped his foot in exasperation. Lao Lu, Lao Han. Lao Wang, why are you still here? Today is Chen Fan's return day. The boss just called to expressly instruct that you all have the day off. Quickly. Be on your way. Huh. Lu Jian and the others were momentarily taken aback, then elated. Thank you, Supervisor Sun. Thank you, boss. They eagerly made their way outside. As time progressed, an increasing number of people converged upon the city gate, forming a lively throng. The Public Security Bureau had devised a plan. Historically, during elite competitions, whenever the champion returned with the military, crowds would gather at the city gate to witness the occasion. However, they did not anticipate the overwhelming turnout this time, rendering their prior plan woefully inadequate and necessitating repeated reinforcements. At this juncture, Chen Fan was already en route, having concluded his business. He felt no urgency to hasten back to the city. Chen Fan had now ascended to the first realm, achieving a remarkable speed of 560. In terms of velocity, he could easily rival those in the fourth realm. Had he pushed himself to the limit, he would have arrived long ago. Nonetheless, Lu Wensheng had previously reminded Chen Fan of tradition. In every elite martial artist competition, the first-place victor returned with the military, and a crowd would gather at the city gate to witness the event. With this in mind, Chen Fan certainly would not choose to return unnoticed, as that would appear excessively modest. Around 11 in the morning, he passed through the city gate. They are coming. Cheers erupted, and spontaneous applause filled the air for Chen Fan. The media's cameras flashed incessantly. Chen Fan is remarkable, my idol, oh my idol. Chen Fan, please acknowledge me. Though aware of the crowd, Chen Fan was astounded by the sheer multitude of faces. He scanned the throng, yearning to spot a familiar visage. His heart soared upon recognizing Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, and Uncle Wang, all energetically waving at him. He quickly returned the gesture. How exhilarating. My idol is waving at me. Do not be so presumptuous. He is clearly acknowledging me. Cease your bickering. How could Chen Fan wave at two individuals? It is evidently meant for me. A girl proudly lifted her chin and adjusted her top to reveal more of her fair skin. Amidst the playful banter of the youthful crowd, Lu Jian and his companions exchanged amused glances. Chen Fan, look over here. Zhongqing is present. Amidst the din, Chen Fan faintly discerned a voice. He turned towards the sound and was delighted to see Duo. Thanks to Zhongqing, Chen Fan had cultivated a pleasant rapport with Duo. In that moment, Duo waved her delicate arms, bouncing with enthusiasm to capture Chen Fan's attention. Beside her, Zhongqing also waved excitedly. Chen Fan could not suppress his smile and waved back. He had not anticipated that their reunion after such a long separation would transpire in such a public arena. Ching. Chen Fan. He has seen us. He is waving at us. Duo's face flushed with exhilaration. Zhongqing nodded enthusiastically. Go on. I shall clear a path for you. For her friend's joy, Duo was resolute. She maneuvered through the crowd, exclaiming, Excuse me. Coming through? Thank you. Chen Fan observed this scene. Are Zhongqing and Duo approaching? With so many people around, it was indeed a tight squeeze. Lu Gu, my two friends wish to join me. Could you lend a hand? Chen Fan called out to Lu Wensheng. Two friends? One among them must surely be your beloved. Lu Wensheng jested with a playful smile. In an instant, Zhongqing and Duo experienced a momentary haze before finding themselves face to face with Chen Fan. Chapter 68. Lovers finally united. At that precious moment, Zhongqing fixed her gaze upon Chen Fan, who in turn met her eyes with equal intensity. A mutual smile blossomed between them. After an arduous separation of over 6 months, the faint sense of unfamiliarity and distance dissipated instantaneously. They were transported back to their early days, still acutely aware of each other's emotions. Moreover, after enduring months of longing, their connection had intensified, becoming ever more authentic and profound. Zhongqing beamed tenderly at Chen Fan. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, she courageously and gracefully extended her arms towards him. Her intentions unmistakable, a heartfelt embrace awaited. In that moment, Chen Fan was profoundly touched. His recollection of Zhongqing was of a poised individual, making her boldness before a multitude all the more remarkable. He stepped forward, enveloping her within his arms, prompting the crowd to erupt into exuberant cheers. The media's cameras flashed incessantly. Is this a sight for free? Exclaimed one onlooker, a grand exhibition of affection. Single folks, retreat. Another chimed in, talented and beautiful. I endorse this union, while a dissenting voice declared, I disagree. Chen Fan is mine. A lady interjected, in 3 minutes, I demand all the details regarding this girl. To which a teasing retort followed, Perhaps you should first glance in the mirror. As Chen Fan embraced Zhong Qing, her delicate form radiated warmth, infused with an enchanting fragrance. She nestled against him, a visage of unadulterated joy illuminating her features. At that moment, Chen Fan represented her entire world. The cacophony from the outside seemed to fade into insignificance. Suddenly, she playfully nipped at Chen Fan's shoulder. The act was far from painful. After all, Chen Fan was a formidable warrior of the First Realm, possessing remarkable physical strength, particularly in defense, his body akin to solid steel. Though the gesture bore little impact, it undoubtedly brought her a sense of relief. You vanished for half a year, leaving me in worry. Then you ascended to prominence so swiftly as a martial artist. How could I possibly keep pace? Are you aware that I nearly lost you? Zhong Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed. She had come perilously close to losing Chen Fan. Had she not awakened, she would not have possessed the courage to stand here today. Chen Fan, fully attuned to Zhong Qing's emotions, remained silent, only tightening his embrace around her. Observing the heartfelt reunion of the lovers, duo, standing nearby, was already overcome with tears of joy. Ah, the beauty of youth. Lu Wensheng chuckled softly as he took a few steps back, wishing to avoid being a third wheel. At that moment, the commotion within the crowd reached a new crescendo. What was occurring? Uncertainty loomed. Someone must have uncovered the identity of Chen Fan's girlfriend. Guess what? Quickly, share the news. Her name is Zhong Qing, a classmate and deskmate of Chen Fan at the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy. This year, they have just enrolled in Jiangnan Martial University. How delightful, a campus romance. I shall revel in this sweet spectacle of affection. No, the romance is secondary. Pay heed to this. Zhong Qing, Zhong, that's surname. Could she possibly be connected to the esteemed Zhong family? Her brother is Zhong Bo, and her father is Zhong Bansheng. What are your thoughts? Oh my goodness. The cherished daughter of the Zhong family. Initially, I presumed this girl had ascended the social ladder alongside Chen Fan, but now I realize how utterly mistaken I was. Zhong Qing, Chen Fan, I bow to your triumph. As a gesture of gratitude, might you introduce me to your brother? If I cannot compete, I shall aspire to become his sister-in-law. How astute. Only you could play hard to get while lacking in allure. At the 3rd Junior Martial Arts Academy, the students are relishing their break. While they have yet to gather at the city gate, a live stream captures all the excitement unfolding online. Chen Fan and Zhong Qing, as seniors, have their tale widely disseminated due to Chen Fan's meteoric rise. The moment they were seen in an embrace, the entire campus erupted in jubilance. How enchanting. Even youth idol novels would shy away from pinning such a scenario. Congratulations. Let the confetti cascade as they step into the bridal chamber. I too yearn for a companion by my side, someone with whom to share support and inspiration. A portly boy sighed deeply. Yet, casting a glance at his even more rotund female classmate beside him, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Forget it, I shan't dwell on it. In the office, teacher Wang Fong was equally engrossed in the live stream. Overcome with emotion, a considerable stack of used tissues had gathered upon her desk. Wang Fong, their homeroom teacher, had long perceived the connection between Chen Fan and Zhong Qing. Their shared moments often stirred nostalgic memories of her own school days. If fortune favored them, these two students would undoubtedly find solace in one another. However, destiny had other intentions. A calamity befell them when Chen Fan was compelled to withdraw from school. The repercussions on their relationship were profound, casting a shadow over any potential future. Fortunately, after enduring numerous trials, love ultimately prevailed. How could she remain unmoved? Wang Fong dabbed her tears with tissues, only to be startled by a comment that appeared. Zhong Qing, is she the daughter of the Zhong family? Wang Fong was taken aback, astonished. The protective measures of the Zhong family were formidable. Were it not for the all-seeing netizens, she, who had been Zhong Qing's homeroom teacher for 3 years, would have remained blissfully unaware. How could such a distinguished figure attend the 3rd Junior Academy? When did the Zhong family become so humble? Rumors suggested that Zhong Bo, the eldest son of the Zhong family, had access to the finest resources and personalized instruction. After the initial shock, she inhaled sharply. The Zhong family. Wang Fong was acutely aware of their considerable influence. The bond between Zhong Qing and Chen Fan, if set in ancient times, would resemble a princess falling for a commoner. Although Chen Fan was an awakened individual and the champion of the elite martial artist competition, in the eyes of the Zhong family, such accomplishments bore little weight, as countless awakened ones and champions had served their interests. Wang Fong shook her head, beginning to fret for her 2 students. Alas, good fortunes often endure trials. At Jiangnan Martial University, chaos reigned within one classroom. Yet, Du Changza at the back remained undisturbed, blissfully asleep at his desk. Aze, awaken. Quickly, rouse yourself. His desk mate rushed over, delivering several nudges. What is it? Du Changza struggled to pry open his weary eyelids, grappling with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. One might presume he had gone days without slumber. In truth, he indulged in sleep for 23 out of the 24 hours each day. Yet, he found himself perpetually drained, harboring doubts about the possibility of having contracted a serious ailment. He had undergone examinations, and all appeared well. Chen Fan and Zhang Qing are now entwined. How delightful, they are embracing. Since Du Chang'e recounted the tale of Chen Fan and Zhang Qing, his deskmate had transformed into a fervent advocate for their romance, with love now flourishing. He felt a surge of exhilaration surpassing that of discovering love himself. His deskmate spoke in rapid succession, acutely aware that should he pause, Aze would undoubtedly succumb to slumber once more. Upon absorbing his deskmate's proclamation, Du Chang'e leapt from his seat, invigorated. What? What did you say? Brother Fan and Zhong Qing are together? Chapter 69. A gathering of the second generation, audacious Zhong Qing within the martial artist building. The certification window lay tranquil, while Guantong observed the live stream at the city gate. My goodness. Truly, like-minded souls converge. Chen Fan and Zhang Qing are indeed an item. This couple is destined for greatness. She was so taken aback that the mountains before her appeared to shimmer. At the Star-Tide Hotel, in the exclusive VIP suite perched atop the building, an opulent array of exquisite dishes adorned the expansive rotating table. Each dish, a veritable feast for the senses, hinted at its substantial worth. In terms of splendor, this was among the most exquisite offerings at the Star-Tide Hotel. It is noteworthy that the minimum expenditure for such a VIP suite commences at $1 million. For the average individual, spending $1 million on a single meal is unfathomable. The diners present were not dignitaries or celebrated martial artists, but rather a gathering of young individuals in their 20s, all clad in elegant attire. Among them was Zhang Bo. In fact, this assembly was convened in his honor, celebrating his return from the elite martial artist competition. Enough, young Master Zhong, cease your brooding. Wasn't your aim to secure second place or better? You have accomplished that, so come, let us toast. A young man, adorned in fashionable attire, earrings, and braided hair, vociferously declared. Zhang Bo raised his glass and drained it in one swift motion, articulating his vexation. Indeed, my aspiration was to secure second place or higher. Should I fall to Luo Qingyin, I would have no retort. Yet, with Luo Qingyin's elimination, I believed first place was within my grasp. Who could have anticipated the rise of a Chen Fan? Haha, losing to Sister Qingyin is acceptable, but capitulating to Chen Fan is intolerable, remarked another young heir playfully. Another voice interjected, Young Master Zhang, it appears you simply encountered misfortune. A prodigy like Chen Fan graces us only once in many years, and you fortuitously crossed paths with him. Chen Fan possesses talent, yet he is merely a modest martial artist, unworthy of even carrying our shoes. If your spirits are truly dampened, I can arrange an opportunity for you to release your frustrations, suggested another young scion, clad in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He exuded an aura of sophistication and strategic acumen. For him, confronting an awakened individual or the victor of the elite martial artist competition was a trifling affair. As if it were a mere trifle, perhaps he was accustomed to gazing down from a lofty vantage. In his perception, many resembled little more than ants. Lu Xiao, while it is evident that you harbor affections for Zhong Qing, there is no need to excessively flatter your prospective brother-in-law. The young man with earrings chuckled heartily. The others joined in the mirth. Suddenly, a young man engrossed in his phone exclaimed, Look at your devices, Zhong Qing. What has transpired with my sister? Zhong Bo inquired with palpable anxiety. The young man, known as Lu Xiao, donned in gold-rimmed glasses, swiftly rose and approached the one who had called out. Zhong Qing had gone to the city gate to greet Chen Fan, and Duo was present as well. Moreover, under the attentive gaze of the crowd, Zhong Qing and Chen Fan shared an embrace. This sight momentarily stunned many onlookers, their eyes instinctively shifting from Zhang Bo to Lu Tao. Zhang Bo maintained a veneer of composure. Recently, he had observed his sister engaged in lively phone conversations, her delightful laughter leading him to suspect she might be in a romantic relationship. Despite his typically stern demeanor, his devotion to his sister was unwavering. Should she desire a suitor, he would not hesitate to procure one for her, even by force. Yet, he had never anticipated that this individual would be Chen Fan. It must indeed be my sister, the one I could not win over, who had managed to ensnare his heart. Zhang Bo reflected, delicately touching the tip of his nose. Finding it rather peculiar that conceding to Chen Fan now felt somewhat acceptable, considering they might soon be family. Conversely, Lu Tao's countenance remained inscrutable, though he instinctively adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, swiftly masking his emotions. Come, let us continue our revelries. Young Master Zhong, it must have been arduous out in the wild. Today, our arrangements extend beyond this meal. There will be entertainment later. During your absence, a fresh batch of young ladies from Jiangnan University has arrived at my family's club. All thoroughly vetted, still untouched, and today, everyone shall partake. Haraha. With this intentional prelude, the atmosphere in the private chamber soon became vivacious. It was indeed time for lunch. In a restaurant, Chen Fan, Zhongqing, and Duo relished their meal amidst laughter, reminiscent of their halcyon days. Upon finishing, Duo proclaimed her intention to part ways with Chen Fan and Zhongqing, heading off to school. As she expressed, she was overwhelmed by their affection and could no longer endure their intimate world. She departed without a backward glance. By the riverside, Zhongqing and Chen Fan strolled hand in hand, laughter bubbling forth incessantly. A mere exchange of glances was as sweet as honey. Chen Fan, as an awakened. You have already reached the one-pulse realm, truly remarkable. You could easily find a companion among the awakened or a wealthy heiress to alleviate your life's burdens. Would being with me make you feel as though you were settling for less? Zhongqing smiled sweetly at Chen Fan, yet her eyes bore a caution, urging him to proceed with care in his reply. Observing the whimsical Zhongqing, Chen Fan tenderly stroked her hair and responded with a smile. I desire neither an awakened nor a wealthy heiress. All I seek is you. Now, that is more like it, Zhongqing beamed. Rising on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Chen Fan's lips, her cheeks aglow as she declared, this is your reward. Then I shall bestow upon you a reward as well. Chen Fan chuckled, leaning in to kiss Zhongqing once more. What was intended to be a mere peck transformed as Zhongqing encircled her arms around Chen Fan's neck, passionately reciprocating. The fervor of their exchange intensified. Ultimately, it required immense willpower for Chen Fan to detach himself. This is not proper, especially in broad daylight. Having shared a table with Zhongqing for over 2 years, he understood her well. Zhongqing was a girl who loved with fierce abandon and without apology. Once she set her heart upon someone, she loved boldly. Unfazed by societal conventions or the judgments of others, she lived with an unrestrained spirit. Had she existed in ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a wandering heroine. However, Chen Fan believed their relationship was not easily attained. Zhongqing was prepared to risk everything for him, and he felt a profound sense of responsibility. His desire to be with her transcended mere physical attraction. It was a genuine affection for the essence of who she was. Zhongqing gazed at Chen Fan with her enchanting eyes, aware that he was contemplating her feelings. To be candid, she was deeply moved. The weather was sweltering, and while Chen Fan suggested they return, Zhongqing yearned to linger a while longer in their secluded realm. Hot? Not an issue. With a flourish of her hand, the grass by the river began to flourish wildly. What had been mere centimeters soon evolved into towering blades, ascending to heights of 1, 2, 3, even 5 meters. Countless blades intertwined, swiftly coalescing into a grand grass house, where Chen Fan and Zhongqing nestled together. The interior was spacious, and large grass leaves swayed gently, ushering in a refreshing breeze that felt delightful. Chen Fan was rendered speechless at the sight, and awakened. Zhongqing was also an awakened individual. Observing your foolish expression, Zhongqing chuckled. Chapter 70. The Hypocrite, Lu Tao. Within the confines of Jiangnan Bay City, the Public Security Bureau bustled with activity. Captain Zhang Li, weary, rubbed his temples as he sat before an enormous screen, displaying a myriad of surveillance feeds meticulously divided into squares. All footage originated from the Century community. Recorded on the 18th of May. Since the previous day, he had scrutinized these feeds countless times. He was not alone in this endeavor. Other team members engaged in the same pursuit, fervently hoping to uncover a breakthrough within the footage, yet they remained at an impasse. Captain, perhaps you should take a respite and enjoy some nourishment, suggested team member Lu, extending a boxed meal towards him. Zhang Li expressed his gratitude but felt no inclination to eat, setting the meal aside instead. Lu settled down, a sense of helplessness apparent. Captain, it is indeed peculiar. Chen Fan was assaulted by a level 2 beast, the toothed tiger cat. He had no motive to fabricate such a story. Yet why have we not even caught a glimpse of the creature? Zhang Li shook his head in contemplation. If it were that simple to locate, we would not be experiencing such stagnation with previous cases. Previous cases? Lu experienced a sudden epiphany. Captain, none of those cases had any survivors. And we failed to consider beasts at that time. Now, with the Century community incident involving the assault on Chen Fan, we could re-examine the surveillance from those prior cases. Let us embark on a comprehensive analysis. Perhaps we may unearth some clues. Zhang Li hesitated momentarily before expressing enthusiasm. You are correct, Lu. That is indeed a method worth pursuing. Soon, the entire bureau was abuzz with activity. More than an hour later, following meticulous analysis and comparison, they indeed made a noteworthy discovery. In the surveillance footage surrounding all the crime scenes, animals had made an appearance. Some were stray dogs, while others included small cats, hedgehogs, mice, birds, and more. These diminutive creatures were commonplace in daily life and easily disregarded. The sight of a few mice or foraging stray dogs within the community was entirely ordinary. However, the presence of hundreds of these animals around the scenes of over 100 violent crimes was far too coincidental. The beast that attacked Chen Fan in the century community was the toothed tiger cat. In the surveillance captured at the entrance and hallway, there appeared a large, plump cat. The toothed tiger cat. Zhang Li's body quivered. At the Startide Hotel, following a meal, a group of affluent second-generation individuals transitioned to their next entertainment. Yet, one remained behind, Lu Tao. It was not out of a sense of virtue. Rather, it was due to Zhong Qing. As the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, her esteemed status rendered winning her affection vital for his standing within the family and his future prospects. He was unwavering in his pursuit. The astute Lu Tao would certainly not indulge in revelry with his future brother-in-law. This would pose an obstacle in his quest for Zhong Qing. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Lu Tao felt a wave of restlessness at the thought of his companions enjoying themselves in his absence. Regarding Zhong Qing's current boyfriend, he dismissed him as inconsequential, a mere martial artist of ordinary origin. Even if he possessed some skills, Lu Tao was confident he could easily dispatch him with a mere flick of his hand. To the estate, Lu Tao commanded, his tone laced with urgency as he entered a luxury vehicle. Though his companions had sought pleasure elsewhere, he would not deny himself indulgence. Understood, replied the driver, impeccably attired in a suit and white gloves, as the lavish car sped away. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at an expansive estate. In an era where spiritual energy was resurging and humanity had retreated to urban strongholds, the existence of such a vast estate was nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Tao stepped into an opulent castle, shedding his tie as he crossed the threshold. Inside the spacious and brightly lit bedroom, 8 enchanting women awaited him, their forms unclad. As he entered, the women knelt before him, their backs adorned with soft fur. With a wicked grin, Lu Tao seized a whip from the wall. Crack! A crimson line etched itself upon the fair back of a woman, her countenance a blend of anguish and resolve as she bit her lip to suppress any sound. Let me hear you scream, he commanded. The woman's torment seemed only to amplify Lu Tao's exhilaration. The crack of the whip reverberated through the room, accompanied by his derisive taunts. You wretched harlot, I shall possess you one day. No wonder my relentless pursuit faltered. You are already claimed, such a shameless creature. By the riverside, the flora flourished beyond measure, swaying gently in the breeze. Within a grand grass house, Zhong Qing nestled in Chen Fan's embrace, radiating bliss. Perhaps due to the fervor of their earlier encounter, her cheeks were aglow, and her eyes sparkled with myriad emotions. Are you all right? Chen Fan inquired tenderly, brushing her hair aside. You dare to ask? Zhong Qing playfully glared at him. Embarrassed, Chen Fan scratched his nose, acknowledging the intensity of their previous moments. You silly boy, she remarked, her affection palpable. Now that I am your girlfriend, you must treat me well, and I shall reciprocate. Of course, he replied, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead, eliciting a radiant smile from her. At that moment, Chen Fan observed, Zhong Qing, I must say you are quite mischievous. Earlier, you suggested I could seek and awaken one for strength or a wealthy heiress to alleviate my struggles. Wouldn't that be a compromise? Are you not an awakened one yourself? Was that not a deliberate question? She teased. When did you awaken? Your abilities seem to pertain to plant growth, he inquired. With a smile, Zhong Qing elucidated. I awakened merely a few days ago, possessing the power of plant affinity. Controlling growth is but one facet. How fortunate for you, Chen Fan exclaimed, lightly tracing her nose. I have always maintained that your status is of no concern to me. But it matters to me, she replied earnestly. I do not wish to be a burden. I must earn my place beside you. Otherwise, I would rather entomb my feelings deep within. You are as obstinate as ever, he said, amused, with a playful smile. She warned, Chen Fan, if you think I am troublesome now, brace yourself, I have far more mischief in store. How so? He raised an eyebrow. Not only am I truly awakened, but I am also an heiress. Ah? Chen Fan was taken aback. To put it plainly, my father is known as Zhong Banqing. His voice rose in astonishment. Your father is Zhong Banqing? You are the heiress of the Zhong family? My goodness, is this truly the case? How did a scion of the Zhong family come to attend Sanchu for her studies? Chapter 71. The Encounter of Tian Yao and the Lightning Awakened. Chen Fan was utterly astounded. If Zhong Qing's assertion held any truth, she was not merely an ordinary heiress. She was a member of an elite circle within the Jiangnan Bay City. Are you frightened? It is too late for such sentiments. I am already yours. As for my presence at Sanchu, it is a lengthy tale that I shall unfold in due course, she declared, lifting her chin playfully, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Chen Fan chuckled. There exists a modicum of pressure, yet I am undaunted. Although our social standings are markedly disparate, I firmly believe that one day I shall be deserving of you, the Zhong family heiress. His tone was steadfast, not mere bravado. The weight of expectation stoked the flames of his ambition. I have faith in you. Zhong Qing smiled sweetly. At that moment, Chen Fan's martial artist badge vibrated. It was a call from Shueji Gang. Please rest for a moment. I must take this call, he said. Very well. Zhongqing replied as he stood to answer the phone. Hello, Brother Xue, he greeted. Chen, do you have time this evening? The captain wishes to speak with you and introduce you to some of our comrades from Tianyao. Xue Jigang's voice resonated. Certainly, Brother Xue. What time and where? Chen Fan replied promptly, cognizant of the verbal commitment he had made to join the Tianyao Sea-Level Special Forces. 7 o'clock at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel. Does that suit you? Xue Jigang inquired. Sounds splendid. After sharing a tender moment with Zhongqing, they prepared to depart. Chen Fan accompanied her to Jiangnan Martial University. Acutely aware that such sweet moments are ephemeral, reluctantly, Zhongqing waved farewell. After parting, Chen Fan dialed Uncle Lu. Earlier that day, the three uncles had gathered at the city gate to welcome him, yet he had not had the opportunity to address them then. Hello, Xiao Fan, Lu Jian answered. Pleasantly surprised. Uncle Lu, are Uncle Han and Uncle Wang with you? Chen Fan inquired. Indeed, we are all at the warehouse now. We were just discussing your welcome for this evening, Lu Jian chuckled. Although Supervisor Sun had granted them the day off. They returned to work in the afternoon to avoid falling behind. Hey, Xiao Fan, it's your Uncle Wang, and I am your Uncle Han. You have truly accomplished great things. Came the exuberant voices of Wang Zhen and Han Kong. I am on my way to see you now. Shortly thereafter, Chen Fan arrived at the warehouse where his three uncles awaited his presence. Uncle Lu, Uncle Han, Uncle Wang, he greeted warmly. Realizing it had been quite some time since their last encounter, they all smiled and embraced him tightly. Xiao Fan, you have endured much during your time in the wilderness, remarked Lu Jian and the others, regarding Chen Fan with a touch of sympathy. Many often envy the accolades achieved by others. Yet only those who genuinely care can grasp the tribulations hidden behind the scenes. Chen Fan chuckled. Can it be worse than our days in the talent market? His words prompted laughter from Lu Jian and the others, as they had much to discuss after their prolonged separation. Chen Fan inquired about the recent circumstances of the three uncles. Ever since they became regular employees, their lives had markedly improved. Furthermore, there was delightful news. Uncle Lu's vitality had surged to 190, drawing him closer to the coveted 200 mark that signifies a true warrior. Uncles Wang and Han had also experienced varying degrees of enhancement, although none rivaled Uncle Lu's prowess, who had always been the strongest among their small circle. Chen Fan had not overlooked the beast meat intended for the three uncles. On this occasion, during his return from the wilderness, he had meticulously prepared some grade 5 beast meat. Indeed, grade 5, not that Chen Fan was reluctant. But a pound of such meat equated to a vitality pill, already the upper limit for non-warriors. Anything beyond would prove more detrimental than beneficial. The warehouse manager, Sun Haijian, was exceedingly gracious, bustling about with chairs and tea. As the sun began to set and Chen Fan prepared to depart, Sun Haijian mustered his courage. Mr. Chen, he began. My son is an ardent admirer of yours. Would it be possible for the two of you to take a photograph together? After conversing, he cast a furtive glance at Chen Fan. Despite his youth, Chen Fan was an imposing figure within the condensation realm. The newly crowned champion of the elite martial artist competition, having forged several legends. Naturally, Chen Fan responded. Moments later, he departed, leaving Sun Haijie radiantly delighted by the photograph he had taken with Chen Fan. Bringing it home would undoubtedly enhance his stature in his son's eyes. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fan arrived punctually at the Xingqiao Grand Hotel, where Xue Jigang awaited him at the entrance. Brother Chen, he greeted warmly. Shall we proceed inside? Chen Fan replied with a smile. Soon, under Xue Jigang's guidance, they ascended to a private room on the 3rd floor, where 5 individuals were already seated. Among them was a familiar visage, the mentalist Lu Wenqing. As Chen Fan entered, all 5 rose, extending friendly smiles. This is our new team member at Tianyao, Chen Fan, Xue Jigang introduced. Now, why don't you each introduce yourselves and showcase your abilities to provide Brother Chen with an enlightening experience? Captain Guo Lu initiated the conversation. Greetings, Chen Fan. I am Guo Lu, the captain of the Sea-Level Special Operations Team at Tianyao, situated within the 9 Meridians realm, and I am an awakened individual. My awakened talent is lightning. As he spoke, a pair of ancient double hammers materialized in his hands, adorned with intricate mystical engravings. Guo Lu gently clashed the hammers together, and a cascade of electric arcs enveloped them, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy. Chen Fan experienced a tingling sensation coursing through him. The might of a 9 Meridians lightning awakened was undeniably formidable. Salutations, Captain, Chen Fan managed to utter after regaining his composure. Guo Lu responded with a warm smile. Lu Wenqing then interjected, Brother Chen, since we are acquainted, I shall refrain from extensive elaboration. You have previously encountered a mentalist telekinetic prowess. Yet that was merely a glimpse of their capabilities. Now, I shall exhibit the lethal potential of a mentalist. Do not be alarmed. I shall be gentle. As Lu Wenxing's words faded, Chen Fan abruptly felt a wave of dizziness, followed by a piercing headache. This was no ordinary discomfort. It was a searing sensation emanating from the core of his spirit. As he had indicated, Lu Wenxing was indeed restraining his power. Yet the residual discomfort in Chen Fan's mind remained formidable. In comparison to physical injury, spiritual damage is far more treacherous and challenging to mend, Lu Wenxing elucidated. What was initially presented as an introduction and demonstration of abilities evolved into an experiential lesson, allowing Chen Fan to witness a spectrum of awakened powers. In that moment, a brilliant light enveloped Chen Fan. The illumination felt akin to a gentle zephyr caressing his skin, imparting a profound sense of comfort. It resembled the sun dispersing mist. The burdensome, painful sensations receded like the ebbing tide, replaced by an indescribable warmth. His soul felt nurtured within this soothing embrace, prompting involuntary shivers of delight. Hello, Chen Fan. I am Yang Ku, an awakened within the 9 meridians realm. My awakened talent is rapid healing, introduced a somewhat slender man, who smiled kindly at Chen Fan. The radiant light had emanated from him. Greetings, Brother Yang, Chen Fan replied politely, still in a state of astonishment. The array of abilities possessed by the awakened was truly astonishing, and this day had significantly broadened his horizons. Shui Jigang chimed in this year's elite martial artist competition. There was another awakened with rapid self-healing, but Yang's ability far surpasses that. Chen Fan nodded in agreement. The distinction between rapid self-healing and rapid healing was indeed substantial. Lu Wenxing added, Old Yang is our most vital logistical support at Tianyao. Guo Lu and the others nodded in acknowledgement, fully recognizing the truth of this statement. Haha. With Old Yang finished, it is now my turn, boomed a towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, with long hair and a suit devoid of a shirt underneath. The suit was evidently costly but exuded an aura of a suit thug. Brother Chen, now that you have joined Tianyao, you are one of us. You may call me Taizhan. My full name is Lin Taizhan, an awakened in the 9 meridians realm. My ability is gravity. Brother Chen, permit me to demonstrate, Lin Taizhan declared, his demeanor exceedingly generous. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt as though a mountain bore down upon him. His body became unbearably heavy, and even the act of lifting a hand felt like an immense struggle. Brother Chen, since the awakening of spiritual energy, the physical capabilities of individuals have enhanced to varying extents. A non-warrior adult can generally endure up to 15 times their weight, while a 1-star warrior can manage approximately 20 times. As you are at the 1 meridians realm, your threshold is around 35 times. What you are experiencing now is 30 times the force of gravity. How does it feel? Lin Taizhan inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Chen Fan's countenance flushed under the immense strain. His physiological functions were pushed to alarming extremes, impacting both his heart rate and blood pressure. Observing Chen Fan's expression, Lin Taizhan promptly alleviated the gravitational pressure. Yang Ku once again enveloped Chen Fan in his radiant aura, providing immediate respite. With a sigh of astonishment, Chen Fan remarked, Brother Taizhan, your gravitational force is utterly unreasonable. My heart rate and blood pressure were on the verge of explosion. If it escalated any further, I felt I might simply burst. Lin Taizhan laughed heartily, responding, Brother Chen, do not forget that there exists a disparity in our realms. I reside within the 9 meridians realm, capable of controlling gravity up to 100 times. Against adversaries of equal standing, it would merely leave them vulnerable to defeat. The notion of standing there to be beaten made Chen Fan's lips twitch. It was indeed quite daunting. Guolu chuckled, Chen Fan. The gravitational force wielded by Taizhan possesses remarkable applications beyond your current experience. You should have sensed a significant enhancement in your physical capabilities. Permit me to illustrate with a simple analogy. A martial artist aspiring to augment their vitality cannot achieve this without training resources such as vitality pills or elixirs. However, upon consumption, one must refine their body to better assimilate the medicinal effects. When you attended the 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy, it took you an entire month to fully utilize a single vitality pill, did it not? Under Tieshan's gravity, your bodily functions are amplified several times, thereby significantly enhancing the efficiency of vitality pill absorption. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, his understanding aligned with Guo Lu's explanation. Could it truly be so? In that moment, Chen Fan attained a profound comprehension of the phrase blessed by the heavens in relation to those who are awakened. Indeed, they are the cherished progeny of fate. Brother Chen Fan, at that instant, the last individual to rise, the sole woman in the private chamber, stood gracefully. She appeared to be in her late 20s, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that radiated sophistication and allure, while delicately holding a cigarette in her hand. Yet, the goggles resting upon her forehead seemed somewhat incongruous. Call me Feng Ru. I too am at the 9 meridian level, and my awakened talent lies in speed. I have witnessed footage of your valiant charge through the beast tide during the elite martial artist tournament. Your swiftness is commendable. However, in comparison to me, you still fall short. Today, within these confines, we cannot fully exhibit our capabilities, but I shall take you for a thrilling experience another time. Feng Ru regarded the newly joined team member, her visage illuminating with a smile. Yang Ku could not suppress a chuckle, playfully remarking, Chen Fan, remember to prepare a pair of goggles when Feng Jie takes you for a ride. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the attendees. Chen Fan was astonished. Just how extraordinary must Feng Jie's speed be to necessitate goggles? Yang Ku continued, Chen Fan, you may find it difficult to comprehend just how swift Feng Jie truly is. Allow me to illustrate. She can engage in table tennis with herself, striking the ball from one side to the other. Chen Fan was taken aback. He could instantly conjure that image, which also stirred some recollections within him. In his previous existence on Earth, he had viewed a series of films titled X-Men, featuring a mutant named Quicksilver who had executed similar feats. Just how rapid was he? He could leave after-images in his wake. Chen Fan felt a surge of excitement. It was no wonder she required goggles. Indeed, Quicksilver donned them as well. Quicksilver had another iconic moment. At the instant of an explosion, he rescued everyone from a collapsing edifice, even finding time to sip a soda in between. Reflecting upon Feng Jie, this seemingly alluring and charismatic older sister was truly remarkable. Observing his future comrades, Chen Fan could not help but inhale deeply. Lightning, mental acuity, blade awakening, gravity, speed, and rapid regeneration. Today had indeed broadened his horizons. He had garnered a profound understanding of the formidable essence of awakened beings, the tumultuous fury of lightning, the dimensional onslaught of mentalists, the insurmountable force of gravity, the breathtaking velocity of speed, and the miraculous healing abilities. In contrast, the Blade Awakeners like Shui Gu appeared relatively ordinary. No, it was not that Shui Gu was any less formidable. Rather, his prowess in blade techniques was simply more pronounced. The array of abilities was both diverse and astounding. Being amidst such extraordinary individuals was undeniably daunting. This served as a clarion call for Chen Fan, since his awakening. His journey had been remarkably untroubled. His growth had been swift, yet his perspective had not expanded. He had grown somewhat complacent and overconfident. Akin to a frog confined within a well, there were broader skies and greater individuals beyond him. Today, he had received a profound lesson. His horizons had widened, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Chapter 73, Ancestral Return, similar yet different. Today, I have merely encountered a fraction of the capabilities of awakened beings, and I am utterly astounded. Fortunately, they are my allies. Had they been adversaries, many among them would possess the capacity to overwhelm me even within the same realm. It is only now that I genuinely comprehend the strength of awakened beings. In the future, I shall undoubtedly encounter countless awakened individuals, not all of whom will be allies. Some may even turn out to be foes. Chen Fan's expression grew solemn as he contemplated silently. One must remain vigilant against impending perils. A lesson not to be taken lightly. Chen Fan, as you are aware, the Special Operations Team operates with considerable autonomy. Aside from those present, there are additional members in Tianyao, but they are presently occupied and could not attend today. I shall introduce you to them later, Guo Lu remarked. Very well, Chen Fan replied, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Brother Chen, having witnessed these various awakened abilities, what are your feelings? Lu Wensheng inquired with a smile. Expressing a palpable sense of urgency, the awakened indeed possess formidable capabilities, and previously, he felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Chen Fan shook his head, unable to stifle a self-deprecating smile. Shui Jigang interjected, Brother Chen, there is no need to diminish your own worth. It is only natural to feel a sense of urgency. Remember, some of our human martial artists possess awakened talents, and among the beasts, there are those that revert to their ancestral forms, inheriting divine abilities. In essence, their nature parallels that of awakened beings, diverse and unpredictable. The return of beasts to their ancestral forms lingered in Chen Fan's mind. He recalled having read about this phenomenon in his school textbooks. Noting the similarities between the ancestral return of beasts and human awakeners, they too are favored by fate. However, Chen Fan had encountered very few beasts, and none that had reverted to their ancestral forms. Very well, Chen Fan, let us deliberate on your circumstances. You are also an awakener, and we suspect you may possess the rare dual awakening. If you feel comfortable, please elaborate, so we may devise a plan to assist you effectively, Guo Lu suggested. This was merely to broaden Chen Fan's horizons. After all, his progress had been swift, advancing from a certified martial artist to the 1 meridian level in just over a month. His perspective was understandably lagging behind. Now, it was time to address the pressing matters at hand. Prior to arriving here, Chen Fan had pondered how to articulate his situation. The concept of traversing realms and wielding a golden finger was far too extraordinary to declare outright. The abilities of awakened beings are indeed bizarre and varied, and he could navigate this identity. Yet, Chen Fan had exhibited remarkable proficiency in both martial skills and vitality enhancement. How could he reconcile this? Fortuitously, Guolu's mention of dual awakening offered him a pathway. Captain, you are correct. I possess two abilities. One pertains to slaughter, while the other involves martial skills. The slaughter enhances my vitality, while my grasp of martial skills is rather swift. However, as Shui Ge knows, my rapid comprehension hinges on the volume of practice. Chen Fan wore a serious expression. Although he concealed the notion of a golden finger, his abilities were indeed aligned. Slaughter enhancement? Indeed. It is no surprise that you found it difficult to carve out time for training amidst the elite martial artist tournament. Yet your ascent in realm has been remarkably swift. This ability of yours is truly extraordinary. I once encountered an awakener endowed with a penchant for slaughter, upon vanquishing a first-level beast. He could amass a staggering 50 points of vitality. His limitation was to continue his carnage from dawn until dusk, resulting in an astonishing accumulation of 10,000 vitality. Indeed enviable. Brother Chen, you too have dispatched a first-level beast at 612. How does your slaughtering prowess measure against his? Upon learning of Chen Fan's capabilities, the group erupted in astonishment, their curiosity ignited. Abilities of the same talent can exhibit varying degrees of strength. They are not a universal benchmark. Slaying a first-level beast grants a vitality augmentation of 50 points? Chen Fan was taken aback. Was that not akin to his own experience of vanquishing a 6th-level ferocious beast? I might be slightly stronger than him, Chen Fan replied with humility. The others immediately grew animated. Stronger than the 50-point boost from slaying a first-level beast? Huh. Well done, Brother Chen. You truly possess remarkable talent. Chen Fan, how strong are we discussing? 50-something? Old Yang, can we aspire to a bit higher, perhaps 60? Chen Fan, am I correct? I am guessing around 100, but that seems unlikely. You estimate 100? I shall raise you to 200. It must be 200. Old Shui, you are suggesting 200, correct? What are we wagering on? Today, I shall ensure you are left with naught but your undergarments. Away with you. No bets, nothing at all. Do you presume I am foolish? I am simply elated. It is all mere banter. Shui Jigang acquiesced, genuinely delighted. The joy was palpable among those present. The news of Chen Fan's combat prowess enhancing his vitality had already stirred their excitement. And now the revelation that slaying a first-level beast had elevated his vitality even beyond 50 filled them with exhilaration. What a promising talent, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Fan's abilities and potential far surpassed their expectations. At that moment, Chen Fan declared, Brother Shui is indeed correct. It is 200. I have slain a first-level beast and gained 200 vitality. As his words settled, an odd silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered by an uproar of exclamations. 200? Is it truly 200? Oh my goodness, did I hear that correctly? Brother Chen, that is astounding. Is this a jest? Taishan, are we still wagering? Feng Ru's captivating eyes glimmered with curiosity. What a fascinating younger brother he has. After a while, the group delved deeper into Chen Fan's exceptional martial arts comprehension. Ultimately, they could not help but express their admiration. His swift and extensive understanding was indeed unparalleled. At this juncture, Guolu interjected, Chen Fan, we have gathered sufficient information regarding your circumstances. I shall now delineate what the team can offer you. Pay attention. And should there be any aspects you find unsatisfactory or additional conditions you wish to propose, do not hesitate to articulate them. I shall strive to accommodate your needs. To begin with, we possess a complete array of Tier 9 materials, encompassing combat gear, a battle blade, and a spatial ring. The materials you previously encountered were merely commonplace. You may not yet fully comprehend the significance of Tier 9 materials. Allow me to clarify. During the Elite Warrior competition, your combat gear was severely damaged. Tier 9 combat gear possesses the ability to absorb attacks to a certain extent during the pulse condensation stage or when facing beasts. Even if your physical form cannot withstand the force, the gear remains unscathed. A Tier 9 battle blade will also carry you through the pulse condensation stage. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was somewhat taken aback. The combat gear and battle blade he had acquired for nearly $1 million were merely classified as ordinary materials. Tier 9 combat gear can absorb attacks. Even if one's body fails to endure, it remains undamaged. His previous battle blade, costing close to $1 million, was supposedly only suitable for the vitality realm. How exorbitant must a Tier 9 battle blade be if it could endure throughout the entire pulse condensation stage? Furthermore, there is a monthly living allowance of 10 million. Naturally, this is merely pocket money. Initially, I had allocated 100 million worth of training resources for you. But considering your remarkable talent, that may not be necessary. If you are amenable, we will take turns escorting you on hunts, indeed. I refer to leaving the final strike for you. Additionally, you will be granted a villa designated for officers, which boasts exceptional security. I have received reports that 3 individuals named Chen Fan were assassinated in Jiangnan Base City today. To remain vigilant, particularly since you have just triumphed in the elite warrior competition, rendering you an even greater target. By the way, the Public Security Bureau had no leads regarding these assassinations. But thanks to the clues you provided, the truth has finally emerged. Oh, Chapter 74. Each with their strengths. Substitute puppets. Guolu, the captain of the Sea-Level Special Operations Team, held a superior rank accompanied by commensurate authority. He was privy to information that remained obscure to many. He shared his insights with Chen Fan, who, upon receiving this revelation, finally unraveled the enigma that had burdened his mind. It became evident why such a formidable toothy tiger cat had appeared at his doorstep without raising any alarm. In the fabric of daily life, various small creatures were ubiquitous. Who would take notice of a mere stray cat? Who would suspect it of being a perilous second-level beast? Guolu continued. A mere second-level beast certainly lacks the ability to transform or possess such elevated intelligence. Not even a ninth-level beast can achieve such feats. This is unmistakably the capability of a retrogressive beast. Retrogressive beasts are on par with awakened human warriors, endowed with peculiar and unpredictable abilities. In an assassination attempt targeting Chen Fan, a 3-meridian expert met his demise in the North China Bay City. I fear we are merely scratching the surface of the beast's conspiracy. We remain oblivious to the extent of their power that lies hidden within our human-based cities. Chen Fan's expression shifted involuntarily. The notion that a 3-meridian expert could not escape unscathed heightened his sense of impending peril. Guolu nodded, then offered reassurance. However, you need not be overly concerned. The Alliance is already mobilizing. All major base cities are currently conducting thorough investigations, and it is likely that the lurking beast will soon be eradicated. Of course, the beast may possess more than mere shape-shifting abilities. There could be other methods at their disposal. LV Wenqing interjected, Brother Chen. It would be wise for you to refrain from leaving the city at this juncture. Should any incidents arise within the city, please inform us at once. It is truly perplexing. Why would the beast go to such lengths to orchestrate an assassination against someone named Chen Fan throughout the entire alliance? Lin Taizhan found himself utterly perplexed. The alliance had already initiated an investigation. The truth would inevitably be unveiled, Guolu reassured him. Chen Fan fell into contemplative silence. He raised his teacup, taking 2 substantial gulps, his hand trembling slightly as he grasped the cup. It was apparent that he was somewhat disconcerted. Chen Fan's mind was indeed a tempest of thoughts. Until now, his world had been constricted, but today, through the deliberate guidance of his comrades, he had unveiled a broader perspective. He came to the realization of his own insignificance. An urgent sense of awareness began to surge within him, particularly in light of the assassination attempts by the retrogressive beasts. These creatures posed a formidable challenge, rivaling the awakened human warriors. Their abilities were varied and extraordinary. Was it possible that some possessed skills akin to Brother LV, adept in mental assaults? Despite his seemingly indomitable physique, which had attained a steel-like resilience, he would remain utterly vulnerable to such mental strikes. Regardless of whether Brother LV stood at the 9-meridian stage, the disparity in power would render him defenseless. Even within the same realm, beyond the realm of mental attacks, there was also Tieshan's manipulation of gravity. Could it be that among the retrogressive beasts, there existed those endowed with such extraordinary capabilities? This could render opponents utterly defenseless, enduring blows without any means of retaliation. Furthermore, Fang Jie's swiftness and the captain's devastating lightning were formidable. Even within the same realm, Chen Fan felt ill-prepared to confront them. These were merely the known threats. The abilities of retrogressive and awakened beings were diverse, and the unknowns could be even more fearsome. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged within him, as Chen Fan suddenly recognized that in the presence of awakened beings and retrogressive beasts, he possessed almost no reliable means of self-preservation. This realization left him in a state of unease, causing his mental fortitude to gradually unravel. The private room descended into silence. Guolu, LV Wencheng, Shueji Gang, and the others ceased their conversations, acutely aware that today's revelations had profoundly altered Chen Fan's perspective. As seasoned veterans, they had all encountered similar epiphanies. Once brimming with confidence and vigor, they struggled to accept the vastness of this world upon truly comprehending it, leaving them in a state of bewilderment and even a sense of defeat. Chen Fan was likely experiencing this feeling even more acutely, as he continued to face the survival pressures posed by the beasts. After a considerable pause, Chen Fan inquired, Lu Gu, I regard my physical defenses as commendable. However, they prove ineffectual against your mental assaults. Is there a means to enhance my defenses in the realm of spirit and soul? Upon hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, Lu Wenqing chuckled. As your realm ascends, both your physical defenses and the strength of your soul will naturally improve. This was knowledge that Chen Fan already possessed. Yet he found the pace of improvement to be too sluggish. For instance, regarding physical defense, if it were solely reliant on natural ascension through realm advancement, how could one's vitality attain the formidable strength of steel and iron? Oh, I now comprehend your inquiry. You are seeking a more efficient approach, akin to martial arts techniques. For fortifying physical defenses, Lu Wenqing discerned. However, he soon shook his head, acknowledging that while martial techniques or esoteric methods may exist for the soul, he had yet to encounter them. Even as a mental cultivator, the enhancement of my spirit is contingent upon the natural progression through various realms. Undoubtedly, as an awakened being, each advancement in realm yields a significantly greater enhancement of my soul in comparison to yours, he added, emphasizing the intrinsic advantages of awakened beings. At this moment, Shui Jigang interjected, Brother Chen, every awakened being possesses unique strengths, and you are among them. Do not solely fixate on the advantages of others while disregarding your own. Do you truly believe that in the mental domain you are inferior to old Lu? In terms of offensive prowess, you cannot rival Captain Lei's lightning. In terms of gravity, you fall short of Taizan. In speed, you cannot compare to Feng Ru, and in healing and restoration, you lag behind Yang Ku. Chen Fan was momentarily taken aback. Shui Jigang had struck a resonant chord within him. That was indeed the sentiment he harbored. Shui Jigang continued, every awakened being has their strengths. What are yours? You progress through realms at an extraordinary pace, and in martial techniques as well. Take old Lu, for instance, a mental cultivator of tremendous prowess. He once executed a lethal strike against an 8-branch realm expert while still in the 6-branch realm. But consider your own advantages. You advance 3, even 5 realms beyond him. What might that signify? Additionally, Taizan can withstand attacks from equals, yet you surpass him by 3 to 5 realms. Imagine that. This holds true for Feng Ru and the captain as well. You have ensnared yourself in a peculiar cycle, perpetually comparing your strengths to those of others while neglecting your own. Same realm? Why must it be the same realm? Your advantage lies in your superior realm. Shui Jigang's words roused Chen Fan from his reverie. Indeed, each individual possesses their strengths. He too harbored his own advantages. Shui Ge, your words resonate profoundly. Thank you. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. Have you reached an understanding? Shui Jigang smiled, and Chen Fan nodded earnestly in response. At this, Guo Lu and the others joined in with approving smiles. Feng Ru, with her strikingly crimson lips, drew in a puff of smoke from her cigarette, releasing a delicate cloud into the air. The objectives of the demon beasts remain shrouded in mystery, and we are unable to comprehend the extent of their concealed methods. In Chen Fan's current situation, acquiring a precious item, a substitute puppet, would be most advantageous. Alas, such treasures are exceedingly challenging to obtain, and Lu Wenqing concurred. Indeed, possessing a substitute puppet would alleviate many of our concerns. A substitute puppet? Chen Fan exclaimed, taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a concept. Lu Wenqing elaborated. Among awakened beings, there exists a class known as puppet masters. They possess the ability to craft substitute puppets, which serve a singular purpose, to absorb the impact of a lethal blow on behalf of the original. These items are highly coveted treasures, capable of absorbing a fatal blow. Chen Fan felt a surge of curiosity. Lu Ge, how much does a substitute puppet cost? Where can one procure such a remarkable item? Lu Wenqing shook his head. Shui Jigang replied, it is a universally acknowledged truth that life is priceless. To possess a substitute puppet is to hold an additional life in one's grasp. Consequently, one can fathom the immense desirability of such treasures. Substitute puppets are not typically available for public sale. They are auctioned instead. These auctions are infrequent, occurring perhaps every few months, and the quantities available are exceedingly limited. Although the starting bid is set at 300 million, numerous bidders propel the final price into the stratosphere. The last successful bid reached a staggering 10.7 billion. Chen Fan's heart raced. 10.7 billion. He had just secured 300 million from the elite martial artist competition, and with prior earnings, he possessed approximately 400 million in total. This amount barely grazed the surface of the cost of a substitute puppet. Yet, life is invaluable. Over 100 billion, for an additional life, would be worth the investment. If only he could afford it. I shall acquire one once I have saved sufficient funds, Chen Fan resolved internally. Although over 100 billion was an astronomical figure, he retained faith in his capabilities. Back when he was striving to survive in the talent market, earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month, he never envisioned amassing 400 million. At this moment, Lu Wenqing could not suppress a chuckle. Brother Chen, I believe you have a chance to procure a substitute puppet through a shortcut. Me? Chen Fan exclaimed, incredulously pointing at himself. Lu Ge, you jest. How could I possibly have a shortcut? Moreover, this is the first time I have even heard of substitute puppets. Are you not aware? Your girlfriend is the daughter of the Zhang family. You may not realize it, but puppet masters are exceedingly rare, even more so than mental cultivators. The few that exist were taken under the aegis of the Zhang family long ago. In essence, the Zhang family wields control over substitute puppets. Lu Wensheng cast Chen Fan a knowing glance, as if to inquire, do you comprehend now? Chen Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the substitute puppets were a creation of the Zhang family. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head. His feelings for Zhang Qing were genuine, and he wished to shield her from any complications arising from this matter. He preferred to rely on his own efforts to procure a substitute puppet. The conversation then shifted back to the main topic. Chen Fan expressed his earnest desire to join the Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team. Guolu's offer was indeed sincere. He presented Chen Fan with a dark golden space ring, which contained a 9th-grade combat suit, a battle knife, a villa key, and $1 billion in cultivation resources. As for the necessary official procedures, Guolu assured that dedicated personnel would handle them. Once the formalities were completed, Chen Fan would officially embark on his military service in the Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team. In addition to Guolu's provisions, he would receive monthly allowances from the military, along with allocated resources. However, Chen Fan was currently only at the one-branch realm and would not be able to undertake C-Class missions in the immediate future. His foremost task was to enhance his own strength. With all matters settled, Guolu stood and extended his hand with a smile, welcoming Chen Fan to Tianyao. Chen Fan also rose to shake Guolu's hand. Shui Jigang, Lu Wenqing, Yang Ke, and the others applauded. All right, Gongzi, let us have the server bring out the dishes. Certainly. Meanwhile, after school that afternoon, Zhang Qing returned home from Jiangnan Martial University. She typically resided on campus, but today she had made a special trip home. During her time at school, aside from the servants, her brother Zhong Bo was often the only one present at home. As for Zhong Banqing, he was perpetually busy, and even Zhong Qing rarely saw him for months on end. Now, Zhong Qing was diligently working in the kitchen. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 anxious servants. Miss, if the previous meal did not suit your palate, please inform us where we can improve. You, with your noble status, should not be in the kitchen. Zhong Qing, with her apron tied and spatula in hand, smiled as she replied, Aunt Lien, please do not overthink it. The meals you prepare are quite good, and there is nothing that needs changing. We are all ordinary people. Why should I not assist in the kitchen? Please refrain from lingering idly here. Those with responsibilities should attend to them, while those without may take a moment to rest. Allow me to share a secret. I am personally preparing a meal to express my gratitude for my brother's kindness. Upon hearing this revelation, the servants exhaled in relief. Then let them depart, and I shall assist you, suggested Aunt Lien. Very well. After approximately half an hour, 6 exquisite dishes and a soup were artfully arranged upon the dining table. Just then, Zhong Bo returned home. Upon seeing his sister, Zhong Qing, adorned in an apron, Zhong Bo was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, it is not the weekend, yet my beloved sister has returned and even prepared a meal for us? I thought perhaps you had forgotten your brother amidst your romance, he teased. How could that be, brother? Please, take a seat. You must be weary. Zhong Qing replied with a radiant smile, eagerly attending to him as soon as he settled down, gently massaging his shoulders. Zhong Bo could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Oh, my sister, you always employ this tactic of showering affection. Come now, what is the matter this time? You are cooking and offering shoulder rubs. Let me be clear, if this is of great significance, I cannot accommodate it. I shall merely reciprocate by cooking for you tomorrow. Brother, you are well aware of your own strengths. You can undoubtedly manage it. Zhong Qing's words were as sweet as honey. Zhong Bo chuckled. All right, just reveal it. Filled with excitement, Zhang Qing leaned in close to whisper in her brother's ear. Upon hearing her, Zhong Bo's expression shifted. Well, Zhong Qing, you little spendthrift. Brother, simply state whether you agree or not, she pouted, then playfully added, my dear brother. Despite the slight ache in his heart, Zhong Bo found it impossible to refuse his enchanting sister. Next time, should anything arise, go to father instead of me, understood? Thank you, brother. You are the finest. I shall seek your counsel again in the future. Depart now, depart. Zhong Bo chuckled while admonishing. After leaving the Star-Tide Grand Hotel, Chen Fan bid farewell to Guolu, Shui Jigang, and the others. He returned to the martial artist building. With a newfound understanding and heightened awareness of peril, he could no longer dare to return to his residence in the Century community. Shui Ge was indeed correct today. His advantage lay in his swiftly escalating strength and his lead in realms. As long as the pace of his power augmentation substantially exceeded others' expectations, he would enjoy greater safety. This was reminiscent of his earlier encounter with the toothy tiger cat in the Century community. Under ordinary circumstances, One who had recently attained certification would undoubtedly be a one-star martial artist, perhaps even lacking any martial arts techniques. Had it been anyone else facing the toothy tiger cat at that moment, they would surely have met their demise. However, Chen Fan had already reached the status of a 3-star martial artist then. Chapter 76, Zhang Qing's Gift, Sweet Moments. There exists a saying, as long as one runs swiftly enough, the knife shall never catch up. Chen Fan profoundly resonated with this notion. Swiftly enough. Henceforth, he needed to exert even greater effort. Chen Fan clenched his fist. Despite his current circumstances appearing markedly improved compared to before, in certain respects, they seemed unchanged. Survival remained a challenge he could not evade. Previously, he had dropped out of school and struggled at the societal bottom, where the challenge of survival was merely to meet basic needs. Now, as a martial artist with ample financial resources, he was no longer grappling to make ends meet. Yet he faced the looming threat of unidentified assassins. The challenge of survival persisted. In fact, it had intensified during his struggles at the societal nadir. Chen Fan had been solitary and had not yet succumbed to despair. Now, with his golden opportunity and a girlfriend, he naturally cherished his life even more. Strength. Only strength held significance. Chen Fan's gaze was resolute. I shall rest for another day in the base city tomorrow, attend to some pressing matters, and venture out of the city the day after. Although it may be somewhat perilous, remaining confined within the city is not a viable solution. Concerning safety, the captain mentioned today that they would dispatch someone to escort me to the wilderness. If it comes to that, I shall have to trouble them. He contemplated. For Chen Fan, stagnation in strength represented the gravest risk. Even a brief period of inactivity was intolerable. Having just returned from 0612 today, he planned to visit Wanxing Pavilion tomorrow to process the materials from his original spatial ring. Furthermore, he was the first-place victor of this elite martial artist competition. Along with the prize money and the rank of second lieutenant, he also had the privilege to select martial arts techniques from the Jiang and Bay City's martial arts library. Were it not for these two matters, Chen Fan might have departed the city tomorrow. Greetings, I would like to reserve a room. Certainly. Please present your martial artist badge. The front desk attendant wore a courteous smile. Chen Fan handed over his martial artist badge. Before long, he was assigned room 77077. Chen Fan swiped his room card and entered. Having recently attained the rank of second lieutenant, he discovered that the cost for the same room was now merely half of what it had been previously. One must acknowledge that the Alliance's support for the military is commendable. After taking a shower, Chen Fan emerged, towel in hand, when suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Zhang Qing. A smile crept across his face. Hello, Zhang Qing. Upon hearing Chen Fan's voice, Zhang Qing felt as though she had just savored honey. She sweetly replied, Chen Fan, where are you now? In the martial artist building. I have just checked in. Oh. May I inquire about your room number? I am on my way to find you. I bear delightful news. Approximately 10 minutes later, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Chen Fan opened it, revealing Zhang Qing, radiant and full of life. Upon her sight of him, Zhang Qing immediately extended her arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Chen Fan chuckled. You are becoming bolder. Shouldn't you be attending class at Jiang and Martial University at this hour? Class pales in comparison to your presence, she replied. So, tell me, do you miss me? Zhang Qing playfully entwined her flawless legs around his waist, a grin illuminating her face. I do, indeed, he responded. Now we are conversing, she said with a sense of satisfaction. The two of them lingered in their embrace, momentarily lost in their affection. Chen Fan finally broke the silence. What brings you out here so late at night? I want, Zhang Qing replied with a single word. Chen Fan was taken aback. As if a vehicle had just sped past him. He chuckled helplessly. Zhang Qing, I suddenly realize I misjudged you. I always perceived you as a quiet and reserved girl, yet it appears you possess quite the audacious side. I wasn't inquiring if you desired something. Rather, I was curious about your presence here at this hour. Of course, I came for business, Zhang Qing teased. What sort of business? I am the business. Her response caught him off guard, nearly causing him to falter. Zhang Qing laughed heartily. All right, I shall cease my teasing. I genuinely have something important to discuss, and it is indeed good news. As she spoke, Zhang Qing produced an exquisite little gift box from her spatial ring. Open it and see. This is a special gift I prepared for you, she said, handing the gift box to Chen Fan. Why the sudden gesture of gifting? Chen Fan was pleasantly astonished, experiencing a delightful blend of wonder and joy. His concerns did not lie with the gift itself, but rather with the sentiment of being cherished. I purchased this for you because of my fondness for you. Zhang Qing radiated, her enchanting eyes transforming into crescent moons. A surge of emotion enveloped Chen Fan. The act of acquiring something simply out of affection for another is indeed commendable. Reflecting on this, Chen Fan delicately opened the gift box. Within, he discovered a pendant, roughly the size of a thumb, artfully crafted. It took the shape of a plump doll, entirely gilded, giving the impression of being made of gold. Yet it was noticeably light. Chen Fan's appraisal skills were modest, rendering him unable to ascertain its true worth. Nevertheless, he inquired, is it costly? Although my girlfriend possesses considerable wealth, I cannot accept excessively lavish gifts, as it would feel akin to subsisting off you. Zhongqing chuckled. Are you unaware of my nature? Fear not, it is not expensive. I acquired it while wandering through the night market with Duo after dinner today. Observe, I possess one as well. Zhongqing produced a pendant identical to Chen Fan's from her attire. Allow me to adorn you with this. Inside the gift box lay a red string. Zhongqing threaded the pendant onto it and gently placed it around Chen Fan's neck, earnestly advising, this is the inaugural gift I bestow upon you, and it carries profound significance. You must promise me to never remove it, regardless of the situation, even while bathing. I shall verify. Noticing Zhongqing's earnest demeanor, Chen Fan consented. Very well. A radiant smile blossomed on Zhongqing's face as she cradled Chen Fan's cheeks with her delicate hands, her fragrant forehead resting against his, so obedient. In an instant, she gasped in surprise as Chen Fan abruptly lifted her into his arms. Her persistent teasing had reached a tipping point. Endurance was no longer an option. Shall we attend to the matter at hand? The night swiftly passed, and perhaps owing to their vigorous activities the previous evening, Chen Fan and Zhongqing did not awaken until after 9 o'clock. Zhongqing appeared to have pressing matters to attend to. She quickly refreshed herself, planted a kiss on Chen Fan, and hurriedly departed. Chen Fan tidied up and proceeded to check out. Indeed, he was checking out. He had occupied this room for merely a day, yet now he possessed a villa. After completing 2 tasks today, he intended to visit the villa to assess what items were lacking and procure any necessary additions. After breakfast, Chen Fan ascended to the 4th floor of the warrior building. The elite warrior competition had concluded just a day prior, and the commotion ignited by Chen Fan was still escalating. His legendary exploits during the competition had become the talk of the town, celebrated not only for his achievements, but also in his everyday life. He had garnered widespread admiration. For instance, had Chen Fan been consistently selling materials at Wansheng Pavilion? Brothers, rally behind me. Upon arriving at Wansheng Pavilion, Chen Fan discovered it bustling with activity. The shop was teeming with patrons, and the cacophony of voices resonated throughout. Old gal, are you selling materials at Wansheng Pavilion too? Indeed, from now on. I only recognize Wansheng Pavilion. Right. In this regard, we are just like Chen Fan. Wansheng Pavilion had been in operation for over a decade and had never witnessed such a crowd. This had undoubtedly overwhelmed and delighted Du Chuanru. Chapter 77. Hoping for a wealthy lady to see through my pretenses in addition to the throngs inside the shop, many were gathered outside as well. Some young individuals had seemingly transformed this place into a popular check-in spot. One by one, they posed for photographs, either in groups or individually, with the entrance and sign of Wansheng Pavilion as their backdrop. Hey, handsome, are you here to take photos too? Could you help us snap a group picture first? I shall return the favor in due course. As Chen Fan contemplated the throngs of people, a spirited voice resonated from behind him. Certainly, it was a trifling task. Chen Fan had no justification to refuse. He turned and accepted the phone from the young lady's hand. Upon catching sight of Chen Fan's visage, the girl emitted an exhilarated squeal. Not only at Wansheng Pavilion, but the 3rd Primary Martial Arts Academy was also hosting a grand event today. Traditionally, the junior martial arts academies in the Jiangnan Bay City prioritized the allocation of training resources and equipment to the 1st Junior Martial Arts Academy, followed closely by the 2nd Junior Martial Arts Academy. The 3rd Junior Academy often received only the remnants that the other 2 had discarded. Over the years, the resources and equipment at the 3rd Academy had deteriorated significantly, rendering any comparison with the 1st and 2nd Academies nearly impossible. In light of this predicament, Yao Fu had made numerous visits to the Education Bureau, yet the results had been scant. Frustration was palpable upon his countenance and within his heart. Just yesterday, he unexpectedly received a call from a leader at the Education Bureau. Given the current plight of the 3rd Academy, they would be replacing and augmenting resources and equipment. Furthermore, it was a special approval. The delivery was slated for tomorrow. As fortune would have it, the materials arrived this very morning. Yao Fu beamed, and the entire faculty and student body erupted in jubilation. No one was oblivious to the fact that the Education Bureau's sudden alacrity in providing resources and advanced equipment was hardly an act of benevolence. What could be the underlying reason for this? It was indeed Chen Fan. At the 6th abattoir, within the confines of the slaughterhouse, Security Captain Zhou Song animatedly recounted the events that had transpired. A throng of reporters, armed with microphones, accompanied by several camera operators, stood beside him. I assure you, I do not exaggerate. That colossal chicken with a giant beak was truly immense. Zhou Song gestured emphatically, stating, Yet Brother Chen remained undaunted, seizing the enormous chicken with his bare hands and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Come, everyone, observe closely. It is evident that this floor has been mended. That is where Brother Chen struck. In Century Community, Wang Shanru was attired more formally today than he had been on his wedding day. He conveyed to the reporters, "Little Fan is a commendable child, exceedingly kind. Even in times of financial constraint, he still treated me to drinks. Behold, this is the bottle he purchased for me." He continued, "Well, now only the bottle remains. I have already consumed the drink. Yet this bottle holds profound significance. I shall treasure it." Suwen cast his phone aside in exasperation. Despite having just attained the rank of a 9-star warrior today, he was still vexed. Everywhere he turned, be it amongst martial artists in the news or on social media, there was Chen Fan. The prevalence was overwhelming. To have been born in the same era as Chen Fan felt like a misfortune. Basking in his radiance left Su when feeling nearly invisible. Reflecting on his previous haughty remarks, he longed to chastise himself. Everything had been turned on its head. At the tender age of 18, he had already achieved the rank of 9-star warrior. Were it not for Chen Fan, he would undoubtedly have been the one basking in the limelight. Yet now, under Chen Fan's brilliance, he felt as though he were fading into obscurity. Of course, that was not the source of his greatest irritation. What truly vexed him was the fact that Chen Fan's girlfriend was none other than the young lady from the esteemed Zhong family. How bitterly envious he felt. Although he was currently enjoying a contented life, he recognized that whether it was the ponytailed school beauty or the two new girls, they were merely attempting to ascend the social ladder through him. In contrast, Chen Fan had genuinely formed a connection with a woman of wealth. Ah, how he yearned for a wealthy woman who could see through his facade, enabling him to dispense with all pretense. Even if she were older, slightly sagging, or more relaxed in demeanor, he would gladly accept her. Chen Fan had stirred quite a commotion at Wansheng Pavilion, and he found himself unaccustomed to the sensation of being the focal point of attention. Upon encountering Du Chuanru, he exchanged a few brief words, handed over the materials as was customary, and hastily departed. His next intention was to visit the martial arts library in Jiangnan Bay City. However, just as he was about to exit the warrior building, he received a call from Xue Jigang. "Hello, Brother Xue," he answered. "Chen, where are you at this moment?" Xue Jigang's robust voice resonated through the line. "I remain at the warrior building." "Splendid. Proceed to the 79th floor. Your documentation for joining the Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team has been finalized. I have just returned and brought along your lieutenant's insignia," Xue Jigang conveyed. "Thank you, Brother Xue. I shall arrive shortly," Chen Fan replied. After concluding the call, he re-entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 79th floor. The 78th and 79th floors served as recreational areas for warriors, distinguished solely by their offerings. One provided coffee, while the other offered tea. Upon reaching the 79th floor, Chen Fan was embraced by the soothing melodies that filled the air. In the inviting booths, clusters of warriors engaged in subdued conversations. Spotting Chen Fan, Xue Jigang waved cheerfully. Chen Fan smiled and approached him. "Brother Xue," he greeted, bending down to draw out a chair. At that moment, the small pendant gifted to him by Zhang Qing slipped from beneath his attire. Just as Xue Jigang was about to welcome Chen Fan, he caught sight of the golden pendant, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Chen, Brother Chen, did you acquire this?" Xue Jigang inquired, suppressing the tremor within his heart. "Brother Xue, are you referring to this pendant?" "No, it was a gift from my girlfriend yesterday," Chen Fan replied with a smile, a touch of joy illuminating his features. Xue Jigang's eyes widened. "Indeed. So it was gifted by Miss Zhong. It must possess considerable value," he remarked. "She mentioned she purchased it at the night market. So it shouldn't be costly. Why, Brother Xue, do you fancy it? I can assist you in locating the night market so you may acquire one as well." Chen Fan offered cheerfully. "The night market? It appears Brother Chen remains blissfully unaware of the reality, poor lad, still in a state of ignorance. A night market? Who in the world sells such precious items there?" Xue Jigang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Forget the purchase. I merely wish for a fleeting glimpse. May I capture a photograph?" "Of course, that is not an issue," Chen Fan said, preparing to remove it. Xue Jigang quickly intervened. "No need to take it off. Simply wear it for the photograph. It is a gift from your girlfriend, and it may bring you good fortune, thus it ought not to be removed." Chen Fan looked astonished. "Brother Xue, I did not anticipate you to grasp this." My girlfriend echoed the same sentiment, insisting that I should not remove it. Upon hearing this, Xue Jigang nearly spewed his tea as he sipped it. "I must apologize. The tea is simply too hot, indeed excessively so." Following a brief exchange, Xue Jigang entrusted the military insignia to Chen Fan. As Chen Fan was en route to the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City, he did not linger and soon took his leave of Xue Jigang. Once Chen Fan departed, Xue Jigang promptly retrieved his phone and accessed the group chat for the Tianyao C-Level Special Operations Team. It appears this newcomer, Chen Fan, has yet to join the group. Chapter 78. So good, yet so extravagant the group chat was currently silent. Shui Jigang shared the photo he had just captured, and it was as if a formidable bomb had been detonated in a serene lake. No way, am I hallucinating? Old Shui, what on earth is happening? A golden stand-in puppet? Stand-in puppets are categorized into 3 tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. Typically, we encounter bronze ones at auctions. Silver and gold are virtually unheard of. Old Shui, have you struck gold? No, winning the lottery would not suffice. Silver and gold stand-in puppets cannot simply be acquired with money. They require a powerful backing. Old Shui, do enlighten us. You are torturing me with suspense. If Old Shui possesses such connections, I would immediately recognize him as my elder brother. On the 79th floor, Shui Jigang remained seated, observing the explosive reaction to his revelation, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. You all overestimate me. I cannot even manage a bronze stand-in puppet, let alone a gold one. Whose is this then? Did you pilfer the image from the internet? Surely, you cannot be that bored. Precisely. Hey. That is rather insulting. Do you truly believe I am that idol? Allow me to clarify. This golden stand-in puppet belongs to one of us in Tianyao. Shui Jigang purposefully kept them in suspense. Who? The most connected and financially capable among us is the captain. Yet he has not managed to acquire even a bronze stand-in puppet over the years. At that moment, LV Wenxing sent a shocked emoji. It cannot be Brother Chen. Can it? Haha. Old LV, your intuition is sharp. It is indeed Brother Chen's. No way. Impossible. I see it now. Chen Fan must have utilized his girlfriend's connections. But wow, she truly delivered, arranging for a golden one. I had previously believed that had Chen Fan inquired, Miss Zhong might have graciously procured for him a bronze figurine, a gesture of considerable generosity. What are your thoughts? Not only did Brother Chen refrain from asking, but the poor fellow remains blissfully unaware. He confided in me that it was a gift from his girlfriend, asserting its modest price and claiming she purchased it at the night market. He even offered to assist me in locating the night market, suggesting I could procure one myself if I wished. At that moment, I nearly choked on my tea. Is that truly the case? Considering Miss Zhong's esteemed position, she must be cognizant of the assassination attempts directed at Chen Fan. She likely took the initiative to present him with a substitute puppet without his prompting. She even told a benevolent fib, fearing he might refuse the gift. My goodness, what a considerate girlfriend. I find myself envious. I would gladly trade 30 years of old Shui's solitary existence for such a delightful romance. Shui Jigang? Why me? Old Shui, Miss Zhang's intentions are genuine. You haven't inadvertently revealed anything, have you? I have yet to experience it, yet my desire is fervent. Refrain from uttering a word. Chen Fan is in dire need of this. Should he uncover the truth, he may very well return it. After all, the youth are often preoccupied with their pride. That is indeed logical. Enough said. My heart is laden with envy for Brother Chen, who is fortunate to have such an extraordinary girlfriend, a companion so remarkable, yet so lavish. Following his parting with Shui Jigang, Chen Fan proceeded to the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City. The repository was in close proximity to the martial artist tower. If the martial artist tower stood as a sword thrusting into the heavens, then the Jiangnan Bay City's martial arts repository, with its grand circular dome, resembled a formidable turtle shell resting upon the earth. These two iconic structures were merely 4 intersections apart, complementing one another splendidly. A mere 4 intersections. For Chen Fan, it was a brisk journey. Before long, he arrived. It was an immense edifice, comparable in size to dozens of sports arenas. Although it did not ascend as high as the martial artist tower, its magnificence and splendor left a lasting impression. He had come here today. The previous day, Chen Fan had taken the opportunity to familiarize himself with it on the martial artist's home platform. The Jiangnan Bay City's martial arts repository served as a crucial foundation of the city. The security levels were exceedingly stringent. In addition to 3 station legions, 9 special operations teams offered further protection. Among them, many were awakened beings. Of course, that was merely the surface. Rumors had long persisted regarding a super-existence beyond the pulse-gathering realm residing here. Chen Fan was merely at the pulse-condensation realm. Above that lay the pulse-gathering realm, a super-existence transcending the pulse-gathering realm. He dared not dwell upon it. Greetings. Please deposit your personal belongings. No items beyond clothing are permitted within. The exterior of the colossal circular dome structure was encircled by a wide wall, with a singular large iron gate guarded by vigilant soldiers. This marked the initial checkpoint for entering the martial arts repository. Chen Fan placed all his possessions into his spatial ring and subsequently surrendered it. A soldier retrieved a storage bag to secure it, while another soldier scanned Chen Fan's entire physique with a device to ensure adherence to regulations before saluting and granting him entry. Chen Fan crossed the threshold. The martial arts repository was vast, partitioned into numerous zones, each boasting multiple entrances. Being his inaugural visit and unfamiliar with the layout, Chen Fan casually selected an entrance. To genuinely enter, he needed to navigate through another checkpoint. Kindly scan your martial artist badge. At the entrance, soldiers stood at the ready. Chen Fan complied. With a beep, his information illuminated the screen. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18. Awakened. Yes realm. Pulse condensation realm rank. 2nd Lieutenant. Affiliated with the Tianyao Sea-Level Special Operations Team. Entry qualification. One-time source of acquisition. First place in the Jiangnan Bay City Elite Martial Artist Competition. Military special privileges. Martial skills 30. Maximum per volume 30. Chen Fan was astounded. This was the first instance he had encountered such a detailed information list. The other particulars were not particularly surprising. What stood out was the final entry, the military special privilege of martial skills 30. This revelation left Chen Fan pleasantly taken aback. Brother Xue had once mentioned that the military would confer certain privileges based on each awakened individual's strengths. The martial skill 30 is my privilege, I presume, allowing me to select a singular martial skill and receive up to 30 copies of the same technique. On that night following the conclusion of the Elite Martial Artist Competition, while conversing outside the 0612 base, Chen Fan gleaned insights from Lu Wencheng. Previously, Brother Xue had bestowed upon him a local-level martial skill, the 100 Calamities Blade. He had solicited Brother Xue to assist him in duplicating several copies. While Brother Xue had promptly delivered them, it necessitated a significant amount of paperwork thereafter. Martial skills are invaluable strategic resources, and safeguarding them is of paramount importance. This is splendid. With this privilege, I can circumvent a considerable amount of inconvenience in the future. Qualification verification successful. 2nd Lieutenant Chen Fan. Greetings. Kindly await a moment. Designated personnel will attend to you. The soldier's voice was resolute and commanding. Upon witnessing Chen Fan's information, he offered a standard military salute. Chapter 79. World Order. Invisibility Technique. Although Chen Fan held the rank of 2nd Lieutenant, strictly speaking, he had never served in the military. Faced with this scenario, he could only mimic the salute in return. This situation subtly underscored the distinction between non-commissioned officers and commissioned officers. Non-commissioned officers do not have designated personnel to attend to them. Only officers do. Before long, a voice echoed, 2nd Lieutenant Chen Fan, I am Lu Yan, and I shall be responsible for your reception. Please. A lady officer approached. Appearing to be in her 20s, her figure poised and upright, with short hair, exuding a vibrant and competent demeanor. Chen Fan followed her inside. Upon entering, the first impression was one of vastness. It was approximately 10 stories high, with walls adorned with bookshelves brimming with martial skills, densely packed. This was merely one section of the martial skill library at Jiangnan Bay City, known as the Comprehensive Zone. 2nd Lieutenant Chen. The martial skill library is divided into various areas, such as offensive martial skills, with sections for blades, swords, firearms, hammers, and so forth, as well as defensive and movement techniques, each further divided into numerous subsections. Additionally, there are distinctions between celestial and earth-level skills. Alongside the comprehensive zone we are currently in, which encompasses thousands of smaller areas. You may briefly outline your needs, and I shall guide you there, Lu Yan stated. This was something Chen Fan had contemplated previously. In conversations with the captain and Brother Xue, he suddenly felt that he lacked reliable means of self-preservation, regardless of whether it was blade techniques, physical defenses, or speed. Chen Fan had already surpassed his current realm. Therefore, during this visit to the martial skill library, he prioritized selecting life-preserving martial skills. Lu Yan responded. Life-preserving. Defense? Movement? Is there anything related to mental defense? Although he had previously discussed this matter with Lu Gu, he felt compelled to inquire further. Lu Yan shook her head. The mental domain secret arts are not available in the martial skill library of Jiangnan Bay City. However, they can be found in Yinjing Bay City. Unfortunately, your clearance is insufficient, she replied candidly. After a brief pause, she continued. It is now universally acknowledged within the alliance that the mental domain possesses boundless potential. Nations are currently investing substantial resources to master the techniques that unlock this reservoir of human capability, thereby enhancing their influence within the alliance. The alliance is not a monolithic entity. For instance, consider the Sakura Nation's Ninja Bay City. Each year, there are thousands of infiltration and theft incidents targeting our Xian Nation's mental secret arts, necessitating an increase in the corresponding clearance. Chen Fan grasped this concept. The alliance, formerly known as the Global Human Coexistence and Development Alliance, encompasses not only the 8 major base cities of Xian Nation, but also those of the Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, and many others. As Lu Yan had pointed out, the alliance is not a unified front. The power struggles between great nations have endured throughout history. Chen Fan did not linger on this topic. He then inquired, the primary areas of combat, defense, and movement are easily understood. What does this comprehensive zone entail? Does it encompass everything? If there are such meticulous divisions, why not allocate them to their respective areas instead of establishing a comprehensive zone? Lu Yen smiled, a rare occurrence. Our base city annually uncovers numerous martial skill manuals from secret realms, yet not all can be identified or deciphered. If they cannot be interpreted, and we do not even know their nature, how can we classify them? Thus, the existence of this comprehensive zone emerged. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan nodded in comprehension. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, numerous ancient secret realms had re-emerged. He had encountered these in his studies, which formed a significant aspect of cultural scholarship. The Xia nation boasts an ancient and illustrious civilization, replete with numerous secret realms, inciting envy among other nations within the alliance. Chen Fan nonchalantly selected a book from the shelf. The text was inscribed in pictographs, chaotic and disordered. After perusing a few pages, it appeared akin to celestial script, prompting him to return it to its place. Am I permitted to choose books from here? Chen Fan inquired suddenly. You may, but I would not recommend it. Even experts struggle to decipher them, rendering any attempt to take them home futile, Lu Yen kindly advised, emphasizing the rarity of the opportunity to access the martial skill library in Jiangnan Base City. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. However, his mind was preoccupied with his own considerations. At present, in the realm of blade techniques, he possessed blade energy and the power of heaven and earth. For defense, he wielded steel tempering, and for speed, he had divine movement. All of these surpassed his current mastery. Whether he chose to pursue additional blade techniques, defense, or speed, he did not anticipate any remarkable revelations. Conversely, the undeciphered tomes held boundless possibilities. Their potential upper limits were considerably higher, yet their foundational limits were also lower. It felt akin to the thrill of unearthing a concealed treasure. As for the inability to grasp the content, that was of little consequence. Chen Fan did not require personal understanding. The primary concern was whether the system could acknowledge it. On one hand, it presented the excitement of a hidden discovery. On the other, it allowed for the testing of his extraordinary capabilities. With resolute determination, Chen Fan closed his eyes and randomly selected a book from the shelf. This one. Lu Yen, at a loss for words, rubbed her forehead. Had this decision been made in such haste? Did her prior cautionary counsel go unheeded? Are you certain? Certainly. With a resigned sigh, Lu Yen chose to withhold further remarks and commenced the standard procedures. The original manuscript could not be removed. Instead, the martial skill library would generate a copy. However, owing to Chen Fan's privileges, a total of 30 copies were ultimately produced. Chen Fan affixed his signature to several confidentiality agreements, and each printed volume bore a tracking code. Upon the completion of these formalities, he successfully exited the martial skill library with the tomes in hand. Lu Yen accompanied Chen Fan to the library's exit, her head shaking as she observed his departing figure. Chen Fan then proceeded to the outermost iron gate checkpoint. Following a thorough scanning inspection, it was confirmed that he carried no extraneous items. A soldier retrieved Chen Fan's storage bag and returned it to him, revealing his spatial ring within. After reattaching the pendant gifted to him by Zhang Qing, Chen Fan eagerly made his way towards the martial artist's tower. This tower boasts dedicated quiet rooms for cultivation, charged by the hour at a steep rate. However, as an officer, Chen Fan was entitled to 100 hours of complimentary usage each month. Before long, in a secluded chamber, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, facing the 30 unfamiliar tomes before him. With a hint of trepidation, he placed his hands upon the books, uncertain if the system would recognize them. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Invisibility technique 30 detected. Would you like to learn it? Chen Fan experienced an exhilarating surge of excitement. Indeed, the technique had the capacity to recognize individuals. The concept of invisibility captivated him. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly selected a tome detailing a method of self-preservation. Vivid images of invisibility techniques from various films surged into his consciousness. The potential applications of such a skill extended beyond mere survival to include assassination, intelligence gathering, and espionage. In countless ways, the possibilities seemed boundless. Chen Fan could hardly contain his enthusiasm. The desire to learn was overwhelming. As was his custom, he closed his eyes, and a torrent of memories began to flow forth. Chapter 80. The Gift from the Immortal, Chen Fan's Grave Injury. This cascade of memories commenced from the moment of Chen Fan's birth. From his unsteady first steps to his tentative first words, he gradually began to grasp the essence of this new world. Although it unfolded against the backdrop of an ancient feudal dynasty, it diverged from the martial or high fantasy realms of yore. In this world, it appeared that immortals truly existed. Numerous legends circulated within society about these celestial beings, claiming they were untouched by the mundane world, often retreating to secluded valleys in pursuit of eternal life. As the years passed, Chen Fan transitioned from infancy to childhood, his fascination with the tales of immortals deepening. However, these beings remained distant and ethereal. The path to immortality seemed as elusive as the legends themselves. Fortunately, he hailed from a prestigious family in a grand city, enjoying a life of luxury and comfort from a young age. As time sped by, Chen Fan reached the age for formal education. His family engaged a tutor to impart literacy skills, and the script, pictographic in nature, closely resembled the ancient texts he had once encountered in the martial arts library of Jiangnan Bay City, identical in every regard. Years later, Chen Fan began assisting his father in managing the family enterprises, gaining a deeper understanding of the world around him. The existence of immortals was no mere fantasy. They indeed existed, albeit the chasm between the mortal and the immortal was insurmountable for ordinary individuals. Soon, the day of Chen Fan's joyous union arrived. His bride hailed from another esteemed family within the city, and the wedding was celebrated with great pomp, enveloping the city in festivity. During the banquet, a man clad in white, radiating an otherworldly grace, entered the hall, with a wine gourd at his waist. He moved with an air of carefree nonchalance and expressed his desire to partake in the celebratory wine. As a gracious host, Chen Fan invited him to take a seat. After the feast, as guests began to depart, this man lingered, shaking his empty wine gourd, seeking to fill it once more. This audacity did not sit well with the servants. However, Chen Fan, raised with proper decorum, remained unperturbed, instructing a servant to fetch more wine. It was merely a gourd of wine, after all, not a matter of grave consequence. Yet, the servant returned hastily, bearing an odd report. The small gourd seemed to be an abyss, as even a barrel of wine could not fill it. The man burst into laughter, seizing the gourd. Young Master Chen possesses commendable character. As today marks your joyous occasion, having tasted your celebratory wine, I must offer a token in return. He presented a bound volume before Chen Fan. Here is a minor technique. May it bring you and your bride everlasting happiness. With that, he soared into the air, vanishing into the heavens, leaving all in awe. The gift from the immortal was cherished by Chen Fan. From that moment onward, he devoted himself tirelessly to studying the technique known as the art of invisibility. Seasons changed, years slipped by, and from youthful vigor, he transitioned into middle age. Graying at the temples, after exhausting much of his life, he finally managed to cultivate the art of invisibility to a minor accomplishment. Though the immortal remained elusive, even this modest success elevated Chen Fan to extraordinary status, enabling his family's enterprises to thrive across several nearby cities. In the quiet chamber of the martial artist's tower, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. Unlike the tranquility of previous awakenings, his brow was furrowed, as if burdened by immense anguish. Indeed, he appeared pale, suffering from a splitting headache, as if his mind were on the brink of explosion. A wave of utter fatigue washed over him like a relentless tide, leaving him disoriented and nearly faint. Previously, when utilizing his unique abilities to deduce techniques, he had never encountered such a predicament. A wave of apprehension washed over him. The level of the art of invisibility was evidently too high, far exceeding the limits of his mental capacity. And this was merely a minor accomplishment. Gratefully, there were only 30 volumes. Had there been more, or had he pursued it further, it could have cost him his life. With trembling arms, he supported himself on the ground, recognizing this incident as a cautionary bell. The level of a technique does not always correlate with its merit. One must act within their capacity. From another perspective, he could also infer the terrifying level of the art of invisibility. Chen Fan had long grasped the nuances of his abilities. The higher the level of the martial arts secret technique, the more volumes required for cultivation. Previously, for the earth-level technique, the 100 Calamities blade, 50 volumes sufficed to transform it into a force of nature. Now, with the art of invisibility, merely 30 volumes had led to a minor accomplishment. How many would be necessary for mastery? In pursuit of perfection, one must strive to elevate their technique to unparalleled heights. The realm of the art of invisibility transcends the limits of imagination. Even the seemingly minor techniques spoken of by the immortals are, without a doubt, formidable. I once acted recklessly out of ignorance. However, I shall no longer indulge in such impulsiveness. A lingering sense of dread enveloped Chen Fan as he summoned the strength to retrieve his phone and dialed Yang Ku's number. Yang Ku, endowed with the gift of accelerated healing, was the assistance Chen Fan urgently required. "Hello, Brother Yang," he uttered weakly as the call connected. Upon hearing the frailty in Chen Fan's voice, Yang Ku's concern surged. "Chen Fan, what has transpired? You sound utterly weak. Have you encountered peril? Please disclose your location. I shall inform the captain, and we will arrive post-haste. Brother Yang, there is no need to trouble the captain. I find myself in the tranquil chamber 0932 of the martial artist tower. I am not in immediate danger. Rather, I have encountered a complication during my cultivation and require your aid, Chen Fan hastily explained. I understand. I shall be there shortly, Yang Ku replied, a sigh of relief escaping him as he had feared for Chen Fan's safety given the considerable challenges he faced. Yang Ku arrived swiftly. Upon reaching Chen Fan, he discovered him on the ground, pale yet still conscious, having succumbed to exhaustion. Startled, Yang Ku immediately enveloped Chen Fan in a radiant light. 1 minute turned into 10, then an hour, and eventually 2 hours elapsed. Gradually, color returned to Chen Fan's visage, and his spirit improved slightly. Although he still endured a severe headache and a foggy mind, Yang Ku's expression grew solemn. Chen Fan, how did you sustain such grave injuries during your cultivation? Your mental energy is utterly depleted, and it appears to have adversely affected your very soul. This is not a condition that can be remedied swiftly. I shall treat you daily for the next month in hopes of preventing any lasting repercussions. Brother Yang, is it truly that grave? Chen Fan's countenance reflected his concern. Yang Ku nodded gravely. Indeed, it is exceedingly serious. What exactly transpired? With a heavy sigh, Chen Fan recounted the unfortunate truth. Today, I ventured to the martial arts library in Jiangnan-Bay City, where I selected an ancient tome from the comprehensive section. Drawing upon my inherent talent for martial arts, I endeavored to cultivate it forcefully, only to discover that the ancient text far surpassed my capabilities, leading me to this dire state. Chapter 81, Essence of Flora. Zhang Qing rescues her husband. Upon hearing Chen Fan's account, Yang Ku's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses?" The opportunity to access the martial arts library in Jiangnan-Bay City is a rare privilege, and you actually chose from the comprehensive section? How utterly reckless. The texts in that area remain undeciphered. How could you even contemplate selecting them? Engaging in forced cultivation, regardless of your innate talent, is a futile endeavor. You have no inkling of the perilous depths within. Thankfully, you ceased your attempts in time. Otherwise, you could have lost your very life. Yang Ku was both incensed and somewhat apprehensive. Indeed, Brother Yang, your admonition is well-founded, Chen Fan sighed, acknowledging his recklessness. Perceiving that his tone had been somewhat severe, Yang Ku placed a reassuring hand on Chen Fan's shoulder, his demeanor softening slightly. Brother Chen Fan, please do not take offense at my earlier harshness. I recognize that your current accomplishments stem from greater effort than most. However, cultivation must be approached with caution. One must never gamble with their life. I understand that Brother Yang only has my best interests at heart, Chen Fan expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Come, allow me to assist you in resting. Injuries to the soul necessitate a period of proper recuperation, Yang Ku said, supporting Chen Fan as he rose. Had it not been for this incident, Chen Fan had intended to visit the villa, but now that was no longer a priority. He secured a room in the martial artist tower and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Yang Ku quietly closed the door behind him and stepped out. After much contemplation, he resolved to inform the captain of the situation. Is it truly that grave? Upon receiving the news, Guo Lu felt a weight settle in his heart. He promptly instructed Yang Ku, for the next month, do not concern yourself with anything else. Devote all your efforts to treating Chen Fan. We must ensure there are no lingering effects that could hinder his future. Understood, Captain, Yang Ku replied. Word of Chen Fan's injury rapidly circulated within the Tianyao Special Operations Team. Upon hearing the news, Shui Jigang, El Wensheng, Lin Taizhan, and Fang Ru all arrived. However, Chen Fan remained asleep, and Yang Ku did not permit them to enter. My dear Brother Chen, why did you choose the comprehensive area of all places? Though Brother Chen's decision was misguided this time, I increasingly sense his extraordinary potential. The comprehensive area, with its undeciphered texts, is no trivial matter, yet he managed to cultivate. Indeed, it is remarkable, but the fact that the texts remain undecoded signifies perilous depths. This incident nearly cost him his life. Old Yang, with Brother Chen in such a fragile state, it is our responsibility to ensure his safety. I will take the day shift, while you can take over at night. El Wensheng offered. Agreed, Yang Ku replied. No need for shifts. You all may leave. I will remain here to keep watch, came Fang Ru's voice. Ultimately, Fang Ru decided to stay while the others returned for the time being. She gently pushed open the door and entered. No sooner had she settled onto the sofa than Chen Fan's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Zhong Qing. At that moment, Chen Fan was still in a deep slumber. Fang Ru answered the call. Hello, Miss Zhong. Zhong Qing had initially called Chen Fan with delight, but was taken aback by the feminine voice on the line. Who are you? Why do you have Chen Fan's phone? Despite receiving a privileged education, Zhong Qing's voice betrayed her rising agitation. Miss Zhong, please do not misunderstand. I'm Fang Ru from the Tianyao Sea-Level Special Operations Team. Today, Chen Fan. Fang Ru explained the situation in detail. What? Chen Fan is injured? In the wilderness, Zhongqing's eyes overflowed with tears upon receiving the distressing news. Indeed, after a hasty farewell to Chen Fan, she had ventured into the wild. Despite their mutual acknowledgement of their relationship, Zhongqing was acutely conscious of the chasm that existed between them. Even with her remarkable progress following her awakening, achieving the rank of 2-star martial artist on the day of certification, ascending to 3 stars the very next day, and currently standing at 5 stars, Chen Fan remained in a league entirely his own. Fiercely determined, Zhongqing did not wish to be a mere adornment or a burden to Chen Fan. Her love for him ran deep, and she longed for a partnership reminiscent of their past, one where they could support each other through trials. Thus, she devoted herself to rigorous training. After laboring throughout the day and yearning for Chen Fan, she made the call, only to learn of his injury. In that instant, Zhongqing's heart raced with urgency. She hastened back from the 0431 marker to Jiangnan Bay City. Along the way, she encountered iron-tailed scorpions obstructing her path, but with swift precision, she dispatched them effortlessly. Approximately an hour later, Zhongqing arrived, breathless, at Chen Fan's bedside. His complexion had slightly improved since the onset of his injury, yet it remained pallid. Tears cascaded down Zhongqing's cheeks as she felt a profound pang of sorrow. "Sister Fengru, please allow me to care for Chen Fan," she implored. The term sister took Fengru by surprise, given Zhongqing's esteemed lineage. "Very well, I shall reserve a nearby room. Call for me if you require anything." Fengru replied as she departed, leaving Chen Fan and Zhongqing in solitude. Chen Fan remained ensconced in a deep slumber. The morning had held such promise. Yet now he lay in such a lamentable state. Zhongqing's tears shimmered as she cradled Chen Fan in her arms, closing her eyes. In the next moment, motes of luminous energy began to coalesce around Chen Fan, summoning the essence of the surrounding flora and fauna. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. The range expanded, drawing life from all directions, akin to an ocean absorbing tributaries. The room transformed into a vibrant sanctuary, the previously imperceptible essence of the plants now manifesting in exaggerated abundance. The radiant energy merged with Chen Fan's body, infusing warmth that alleviated the tension in his brow. In the Tianyao Special Operations Team group chat, Fengru apprised everyone of the situation, informing them of Miss Zhong's arrival, thus allowing L. Wensheng to forego his shift. Miss Zhong truly cares for Chen Fan. Normally, a wealthy heiress would not be inclined to embrace such a role. Indeed, her feelings for Chen Fan are unmistakable. Sigh, if only Miss Zhong were also an awakened one. It's not prejudice. It's merely that Chen Fan possesses extraordinary talent. The disparity in their martial prowess will only widen, leaving them with dwindling time together. Yes, that is indeed a troubling factor. Had Miss Zhong been awakened, they could have soared together, achieving perfect harmony. Yet, where in this world can such ideal circumstances be found? Beauty, noble lineage, and enlightenment all intertwined. Is that not fortune enough for Brother Chen? Even if he possesses it all, what significance does it hold? I would willingly barter 30 years of my existence. Very well, Fengru, let us put an end to this discourse. Why must I always be the subject? It is indeed you. What of it? Old Shui interjected with a facepalm emoji. Forget I inquired. Chapter 82. The Uproar of the 77th Floor. Yang Ku's astonishment as night enveloped the world. Another fleeting evening passed. On the morrow, Fengru awoke in the adjoining chamber, utterly astounded. What is transpiring here? Fengru surveyed her surroundings with disbelief. The previous night had unfolded with such normalcy. Yet now, the entire room was engulfed in lush greenery. The ceiling, the chandelier, the bed, the floor, and even the door were adorned with vibrant foliage. The space thrummed with life. The air suffused with freshness. She stood in awe, taking a moment to comprehend the spectacle. To her astonishment, the origin of this rampant growth was a diminutive potted plant by the window. Had a single little pot flourished overnight to such an extent? Had she truly been so oblivious? Had she slumbered so profoundly? At that instant, Fengru discerned a commotion outside her chamber. She opened the door and ventured into the hallway, discovering many others, like herself, who had emerged to investigate. The corridor was even more opulent than the rooms themselves. What transpired last night? I have no idea. I have been plagued by severe insomnia, yet last night I enjoyed an extraordinary slumber. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "What a bountiful essence of flora! This is the essence extracted from plants, a rare elixir of life. Do not squander it, everyone. Take a breath and rejuvenate." He was an awakened individual with a botanical affinity. His awakened ability accelerated growth and heightened his perception of plant essence, though he lacked the power to manipulate it. Essence of flora? An extracted elixir of life from plants? No wonder it feels so invigorating. I must inhale it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Please, slow down. I can hardly breathe. Hey, second cease your slumber and make your way to the warrior's tower, the 77th floor. What? Put on pants? What pants? If you tarry, you'll miss out. Wife, hasten over. There is free essence of flora. Before Feng Ru. The contours of her bosom undulated as she inhaled deeply. This was a rare opportunity, one that should not be overlooked. In another chamber, Chen Fan gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was the exquisite visage of Zhong Qing, who sat cradling herself in her arms. Thus, the night elapsed. Chen Fan observed the remnants of tears upon Zhong Qing's long eyelashes, clearly indicating her sorrow. Why did this foolish girl venture here? I was in such a profound slumber yesterday that I remained utterly oblivious. Wait, my condition. Chen Fan nearly gasped in astonishment. He distinctly recalled that his state had been grave, as if he were teetering on the edge of death. Even after Brother Yang's ministrations, he had only experienced a modicum of relief. Brother Yang had indicated that his injuries were severe, necessitating daily treatment for a month, with no assurances against lingering effects. Yet now, Chen Fan felt remarkably revitalized, as if he were in the prime of his life. Full of vigor, his mind sharp and clear, warmth enveloping him. Clarity illuminating his thoughts. Am I healed? Chen Fan could scarcely contain his elation. At that moment, he noticed the lush greenery that nearly filled the entire room. Beginning to piece together the circumstances, Chen Fan gazed at Zhong Qing with a hint of emotion, lifting his head to bestow a gentle kiss upon her delicate lips. Zhong Qing awoke in astonishment, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Chen Fan, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you better? I feel fantastic, Zhong Qing. Thank you. Chen Fan replied, cradling her face with sincerity in his voice. Come now, no need for formalities. I am your girlfriend, she responded, equally delighted by his recovery. Indeed, all was well. Chen Fan recognized that his comrades had been profoundly concerned for his well-being. Now that he had regained his health, he intended to reassure them and convey his gratitude. What? You're healed? Yangku could scarcely fathom the reality before him. Having assessed Chen Fan's condition just the previous day, he was acutely aware of its severity. The prospect of a complete recovery within a mere night seemed utterly implausible. To heal within a month without any lingering effects would be nothing short of miraculous. He hurried to the warrior's tower without hesitation. Upon reaching Chen Fan's floor, he was taken aback by the corridor, which was adorned with climbing vines. The air was imbued with the potent essence of flora, and naturally, many had gathered to inhale its revitalizing aroma. In that moment, Yang Ke suddenly comprehended, if anything could hasten Chen Fan's recovery, it would undoubtedly be the essence of flora, a quintessential emblem of vitality. Such treasures, however, are exceedingly rare. Could it be that our dear Chen has been graced with such fortune? That a powerful awakened individual, capable of manipulating plant essence, resides on his floor? And this remarkable individual just so happened to bless the world yesterday. What an extraordinary coincidence. Moments later, upon entering Chen Fan's room, Yang Ku was rendered speechless. The space was overflowing with flowers and foliage, leaving little room to maneuver. The richness of the essence had created a misty aura. As he inhaled deeply, he felt his spirit rejuvenated, almost quivering with joy. Yang Ku stood in reverence. Now, the truth dawned upon him. It was no mere happenstance. The esteemed Miss Zhong Qing, Chen Fan's girlfriend, was indeed the powerful awakened individual he had surmised. Such a formidable botanical adept. Yang Ke trembled. As this revelation spread throughout the elite combat team, Shui Jigang, Lu Wenqing, and others were equally astonished and elated. They marveled at the fact that Zhong Qing was an awakened individual, and a remarkably potent one at that, capable of manipulating the essence of flora. This was an extraordinary ability. Their elation stemmed from the hope of Chen Fan's recovery, while simultaneously, they could not help but ponder the remarkable turn of events. Indeed, it seemed as though fortune had smiled upon Chen Fan. In the room, Chen Fan and Zhong Qing gazed at one another, their eyes reflecting the depths of their souls, both smiling in silent understanding. As for Yang Ku, he had long since departed, unwilling to intrude upon their intimate moment. Next time, you mustn't act so recklessly. What if it leaves you with lasting injuries? You should think of yourself, but also consider me. I am still so young. What would I do if something were to happen to you? Zhong Qing, embodying the essence of a devoted spouse, tenderly adjusted Chen Fan's attire while offering gentle admonishments. Chen Fan smiled, caressing her face with tenderness. If it comes to that, you may simply seek another. I shall not. In this lifetime, I am irrevocably bound to you. Zhong Qing's unwavering determination was undeniably charming. Chen Fan replied, I truly did not foresee the repercussions would be so grave. Having learned this lesson, I shall exercise greater caution henceforth. Moreover, you must prioritize your safety in the wilderness. Zhong Qing had already recounted her past wilderness encounters to Chen Fan. Rest assured. Do you believe I am alone? My father and brother have dispatched numerous individuals to assist me. As for you, the ferocious beasts and nefarious creatures are targeting Chen Fan. You are among their objectives. Given your prowess in combat, you must venture outside. What course of action will you take? Do you require my aid? Zhong Qing inquired. Their proximity had fostered a profound understanding between them. Chapter 83. The Fierce Wife. Claiming territory no need, Chen Fan replied, shaking his head. Let us not overlook the fact that I am now a member of the Tianyao Special Forces. Zhong Qing acknowledged this point. Indeed, Tianyao is a C-grade Special Forces unit. A formidable force. With their backing, circumstances will undoubtedly improve. Yes, the captain and brother Shui have shown me considerable kindness, Chen Fan nodded. Then I shall prepare some small tokens of appreciation for them, Zhong Qing mused, tilting her head thoughtfully. She had effortlessly embraced the role of Chen Fan's devoted partner. Chen Fan chuckled, slightly exasperated. There is truly no need for that. How can there not be? Even if not for gratitude. I must cultivate a good rapport with my boyfriend's comrades to ensure they look after my dear Fan, Zhong Qing asserted, wrapping her delicate arms around Chen Fan's neck. Her long legs playfully entwined around his waist as she laughed. Fan, that diminutive name. Are you challenging me? Chen Fan feigned a fierce glare. Ah. Zhong Qing let out a playful squeal. And then, the playful commotion continued. What? A formidable botanical awakened individual has manifested on the 77th floor of the Warrior's Tower? Free essence of flora, brothers, charge. Leave some for me. Do not approach. I am nearly suffocating. I am literally off the ground, pressed against the wall. Is it easy for me to battle for a mere whiff of essence? Be content, for I am on the 76th floor. The 77th is simply beyond my reach. Stop pushing. The individual adjacent to us has been compressed beyond recognition. Sister, isn't this exhilarating? To be frank, I find myself slightly breathless. Wait, is this something I can perceive without a fee? This is not a kindergarten bus. I yearn to disembark. I must escape. Ah. The essence of the flora appears to have intensified. Indeed. Hurry, absorb it, breathe it in. The fierce rivalry between Chen Fan and Zhong Qing persisted until noon, ultimately culminating in Zhong Qing's capitulation. After all, Zhong Qing was merely a 5-star martial artist. Whereas Chen Fan belonged to a higher realm, their physical capabilities were not even comparable. Chen Fan, I shall catch up to you. Next time. It will be you who pleads for mercy. Zhong Qing's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a ripe apple, yet her words remained resolutely defiant. We shall see when you manage to catch up. Chen Fan laughed heartily, brimming with a sense of achievement. After a brief respite, they both refreshed themselves and donned their attire. Let us take our leave. Zhong Qing intertwined her arm with Chen Fan's. Now, there are so many individuals outside. What is there to fear? Can my girlfriend not step out into the world? Zhong Qing chuckled playfully. What are you pondering? I meant that we cannot navigate through the throngs. Although the room was soundproof, the clamor outside was overwhelming. One could hear cries of being pressed against the walls. Yet, judging by the cacophony, Chen Fan would believe anything, even that someone had been pushed to the point of pregnancy. Zhong Qing, however, remained unfazed by the multitude. Her boyfriend was exceptionally gifted, and countless individuals had their gaze fixed upon him. Thus, she seized every opportunity to assert her claim. Zhong Qing flung open the door. In an instant, a dozen individuals tumbled inside. Fortunately, Chen Fan acted swiftly, pulling Zhong Qing back a few paces. The newcomers, initially perplexed, soon experienced a moment of enlightenment. What a rich essence of plants. It is almost perceivable to the naked eye. Goodness, this is the source. Breathe it in, breathe it in. Those at the back, do not push. This is the chamber of that plant-based awakened one. Disturb them, and you shall face dire repercussions. Wait, is that Chen Fan? And the young lady from the Zhong family? Zhong Qing had consistently upheld an unassuming demeanor. The Zhong family's discretion was unparalleled. The world outside was only acquainted with the eldest son and their daughter of noble stature, yet the particulars remained elusive. Merely 2 days prior, when she embraced Chen Fan at the city gate, the ever-inquisitive online community uncovered her identity as the daughter of the Zhong family. The room gradually filled with onlookers, who cast glances at Chen Fan and then at Zhong Qing, their hearts laden with regret. We did not intend to intrude, they thought. Zhong Qing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. With a mere gesture, the verdant foliage along the corridor withdrew like a receding tide. The pervasive essence of nature dissipated entirely, restoring everything to its former state. Those who had been unexpectedly ushered into the room stood in stunned silence, while the uninformed crowd outside continued to shout and clamor. What is happening? Why has it vanished? Where has my essence of plants gone? I was just about to enter sage mode. With a stern expression, Zhong Qing took Chen Fan's hand and stepped out of the room. The crowd before her gradually retreated. Whether due to her status as the Zhong family's daughter or her formidable prowess as a plant-based awakened individual, she radiated an undeniable air of authority. In stark contrast, Chen Fan appeared almost as a sheltered consort, shielded by his formidable wife. The corridor, bustling with people, fell into an unexpected silence. It was not until Zhongqing and Chen Fan entered the elevator that a wave of astonished gasps erupted, akin to a roaring tsunami. "Oh my, Miss Zhong, how could you have yielded so swiftly? Her girlfriend prowess is unparalleled. I yearn for a partner of such caliber. Goodness, Zhongqing is a plant-type awakened one. How fortunate is Chen Fan. While we nearly suffocated for a mere whiff of that essence, they can inhale it freely, wherever they desire. I suspect you jest, yet I possess evidence. With beauty that enchants, a noble lineage, a plant-type awakening, and a guardian spirit. How utterly perfect. What must one do to win a girlfriend of such caliber? Dethrone Chen Fan, seize Zhongqing. Charge, charge. Protect our beloved Geizhai. I am an ardent supporter of the Fanqing couple. I shall defend against any detractors to the bitter end. I wish to join. I am wholeheartedly invested in this couple." Soon, an overwhelming torrent of reports inundated the internet. Shockingly, the daughter of the Zhong family, Zhongqing, emerged as a formidable plant-type awakened individual, overshadowing others as the rising champion of the elite martial artist competition. Investigating the connection between Zhongqing and Chen Fan revealed classified information. The 3,622nd descendant of Zhou Yi. May your ancestral graves exude green smoke, and may you find a partner akin to Zhongqing. As they departed, Chen Fan accompanied Zhongqing to the entrance of the martial artist building, where she hesitantly bid him farewell. Chen Fan reciprocated her gesture with a warm smile. Once Zhongqing had left, he returned to the martial artist building and proceeded to the quiet room. The previous day, Chen Fan's physical condition had been dismal. Although he had attained a rudimentary mastery of the invisibility technique, he had yet to put it to the test in reality. With such an advanced level of invisibility, even at a nascent stage, it should prove formidable in the real world, he mused. In the next moment, his figure dissolved into thin air. The quiet room stood vacant. Yet, in truth, Chen Fan remained seated, cross-legged in the same position. Chapter 84. Supreme Invisibility, the Pinnacle of Excellence. After all, celestial techniques are indeed celestial. His garments. The spatial ring upon his hand, and the pendant around his neck vanished along with him, a spectacle far more extraordinary than the floating garments often depicted in films. Elge, a mentalist, possessed the ability to unveil every detail with his mental prowess. Chen Fan contemplated whether he could perceive him while he was invisible. He promptly contacted El Wenqing. "Hello, Brother Chen." El Wenqing answered without delay. "Elge, are you presently occupied?" Chen Fan inquired. "Not at all. Is there something you require?" "Brother Chen." "Indeed. I have a modest request for your assistance. I am still in the quiet room 0932 from yesterday." "Very well. I shall come right over." El Wenqing was already at the martial artist building and arrived expeditiously. "What brings you here, Brother Chen?" El Wenqing asked upon entering. "Elge, take a look at me." Chen Fan replied. El Wenqing appeared perplexed, uncertain. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" He scrutinized Chen Fan from head to toe. Suddenly, as he examined him, Chen Fan seemed to evaporate before his very eyes. The unexpected spectacle caused El Wenqing's heart to race. "Brother Chen, what is occurring? Are you still there?" Simultaneously, his mental energy permeated the tranquil room. El Wenqing's expression transformed. He could indeed discern that Chen Fan had entirely vanished from his sight. Had he been relocated? El Wenqing pondered within. "Elge, can your mental energy detect my presence?" A voice unexpectedly resonated from the very spot where Chen Fan had just been. El Wenqing was taken aback. "Brother Chen, you are still there?" "Indeed. My heavens, what is transpiring? I cannot perceive you at all with my mental energy." "Have you awakened again? An ability of invisibility?" "No. I have encountered awakened individuals capable of becoming invisible. They merely shroud their bodies while their garments remain visible." "That is simply astonishing," El Wenqing remarked with profound incredulity. Chen Fan chuckled as he revealed himself. Even El's mental perception could not detect him. The effect surpassed his expectations. He elucidated, "Yesterday, I visited the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City and selected an ancient text from the comprehensive area. I was fortunate. It contained a technique for invisibility. After my training, I have attained this state." You have mastered it? Weren't you grievously injured because of this yesterday?" El Wenqing exclaimed in astonishment. "It was indeed due to that injury, yet I managed to master it," Chen Fan replied. El Wenqing was momentarily astounded. He had presumed that with such a serious injury, training would yield no fruitful results. Unexpectedly, despite being wounded, he had still succeeded. Is that even feasible?" El Wenqing shook his head in disbelief. "Brother Chen, your trials have not been in vain." "Do not say that, Elge. I nearly lost my life." Chen Fan responded with a wry smile. "Indeed, this technique of invisibility is a hard-won treasure. It echoes the age-old adage, fortune favors the bold. I perceive that your capabilities are extraordinary. With them, your operational realm will expand tremendously, Wenqing remarked. Not without a hint of envy. Chen Fan noted, the purpose of my invitation was to assess the efficacy of this invisibility technique. Very well, let us proceed. Wenqing replied. The two continued to explore various scenarios, such as sprinting while cloaked in invisibility. Typically, a person in rapid motion would generate airflow, easily detectable by a mentalist's keen perception. Yet, Chen Fan, while shrouded in invisibility, emitted no airflow whatsoever. Moreover, wielding a weapon, his garments adhered closely to his form. If a single article were to vanish, it might be comprehensible. However, the 2-meter-long blade, surely that could not also become invisible. To their astonishment, it did. Wenqing gasped in admiration. After taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment, he exclaimed, Brother Chen, this technique of invisibility is extraordinary, infinitely superior to that of awakened individuals with similar talents. In the face of peril, should you render yourself invisible, who could possibly detect your presence? Moreover, the applications of such techniques are extensive, ranging from assassination to intelligence gathering and beyond. Chen Fan found himself rather pleased. Smiling as he remarked, Indeed, it is impressive, yet still inadequate. Go, your reliance on mental power for reconnaissance leaves much to be desired. Should you unleash a large-scale, indiscriminate assault, I would undoubtedly meet my demise. Wenqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Chen Fan, bearing the weight of decades of training in the art of invisibility, possessed a profound understanding of the technique. He recognized that achieving mere proficiency rendered one undetectable, while further mastery led to a formless state, ultimately culminating in an extraordinary state of non-existence. It was solely at this formless level that one could successfully evade indiscriminate attacks. The perfect state, however, was even more remarkable. Chen Fan comprehended that the zenith of invisibility resided within this realm, yet the specifics eluded him. Brother Chen, having mastered this invisibility technique, you undoubtedly possess the key to its secrets, Wenqing proposed. You might consider submitting it to the state, at the very least. Such an act would earn you a second-class merit, redeemable for valuable military rewards. Alternatively, you could opt to sell it. Certain families and factions would undoubtedly covet such a powerful technique. This invisibility art is formidable, with a potential value of no less than 1 billion. After contemplating the situation, Wenqing chuckled. Of course, you could also retain it as a cherished family heirloom. However, Go, Chen Fan interjected. When I procured this ancient text from the martial arts repository in Jiangnan Bay City, I signed numerous confidentiality agreements. Am I still permitted to sell it? Certainly, Wenqing assured him. Any undeciphered ancient text rightfully belongs to the one who deciphers it. Furthermore, you are not selling the ancient text itself, thereby not violating any confidentiality agreements. Chen Fan paused, reflecting on this revelation. It made perfect sense. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he exclaimed, 1 billion? Go. Does this imply that I could acquire a substitute puppet? Wenqing's lips twitched. This naive youth still harbored ambitions for the substitute puppet. It is unwise to bring that along, particularly not the golden one. Ahem, theoretically, it is feasible, but one should not act hastily. Reflect upon it. There have been no recent announcements regarding auctions. Moreover, with your newfound capacity for invisibility, your chances of survival have markedly enhanced. While a substitute puppet has its advantages, it is not without flaws. A series of consecutive slayings or a mere capture could still culminate in demise. I am convinced that your invisibility presents a wider array of operational opportunities, Wenqing expressed earnestly. Indeed, Go, you are correct. However, should I manage to amalgamate invisibility with a substitute puppet, it would yield an even greater advantage, a dual layer of protection. Go. You are aware that my present circumstances are rather precarious, Chen Fan sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Wenqing's demeanor shifted intriguingly. He nearly exclaimed that he had already fused invisibility with a substitute puppet. Furthermore, it was an extraordinarily potent invisibility paired with a golden substitute puppet, truly of the highest caliber. Chapter 85, A Sense of Urgency, Lu Tao's Killing Intent. By the way, Brother Chen, speaking of which, I possess some news to impart, Wenqing suddenly declared. Yes? What news do you have, Go? Chen Fan inquired, listening intently. Although you had provided the clues. The major base cities have been fervently purging lurking ferocious beasts and monsters. Just yesterday, within Jiangnan Bay City, a 7-meridian awakened individual was assassinated in the heart of the city. Wenqing's expression grew grave. Chen Fan's heart raced. A formidable 7-meridian individual, possessing special abilities, was slain within the city. If even a 7-meridian individual could be dispatched, how much simpler would it be for someone of my 1-meridian caliber? The threat loomed ever closer. And Chen Fan's sense of urgency deepened, accompanied by a palpable feeling of crisis. Wenqing spoke with gravity. Although the motives behind the ferocious beast's assassination attempt on you remain unclear, their audacity suggests that this matter holds great significance for them. You, too, are among their intended targets. Therefore, exercise the utmost caution. Chen Fan nodded with solemnity. Furthermore, I shall safeguard the secret of your ability to become invisible. The fewer who are aware of this advantage, the more secure you shall be, preventing the ferocious beasts from singling you out. As I previously mentioned, in the event of widespread indiscriminate attacks. He continued, the military is already contemplating the consolidation of all individuals named Chen Fan for unified protection, a measure that may be enacted within the next few days. Thank you, El Go. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. Chen Fan expressed his gratitude. Once El Wensheng departed, Chen Fan found himself alone in the tranquil room. He sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation, his brow knitted with worry. After a period of reflection, he concluded, ultimately, it all revolves around strength. Chen Fan exhaled a sigh. If he could swiftly augment his power, he could stay one step ahead of any assassination attempts. With sufficient strength, the number of those capable of endangering his life would diminish significantly. Leave the city. Chen Fan's gaze hardened with resolve. Despite it being only 3 in the afternoon, he felt an intensified sense of urgency and peril. He was unwilling to delay even for a moment. Moreover, he was no longer the inexperienced warrior who felt compelled to return to the city by sundown, having participated in the elite warrior tournament. Spending a night outdoors had become as routine as the dawn's light. With determination, Chen Fan exited the warrior building, still cloaked in invisibility. Given the dire circumstances, it was entirely possible that unseen eyes were observing him from the shadows. Safety is paramount, prudence is wise. Maintaining his invisibility, he proceeded toward the city gates. The city gate buzzed with activity as martial artists began returning from the wilderness at this hour. Chen Fan stepped beyond the city limits. Wretched woman, truly a wretched woman. Filthy harlot, so eager to offer herself. What does that boy possess that I lack? Wherein lies my inferiority compared to him? Within the grand manor of the castle, the resounding echoes of Lu Tao's furious roars permeated the expansive chamber. The air was thick with the essence of spring. Lu Tao was consumed by unspeakable matters. The fervor in his gaze was frenzied, grotesque, and tinged with a hint of distortion. Zhongqing was a crucial component in his elaborate scheme. The identity of Zhong's son-in-law held paramount significance for him. His longing for Zhongqing was unwavering, and he had long considered her his sole possession. At that moment, the internet was flooded with reports of Zhongqing and Chen Fan exiting a room hand in hand. This revelation ignited a fierce rage within Lu Tao, causing him to grit his teeth in resentment. He grasped a whip and lashed out violently. The cries of the woman beneath him grew increasingly pitiful, saturated with agony. Yet, Lu Tao exhibited no inclination to relent. Instead, he escalated his assault until the woman convulsed and succumbed to unconsciousness. This marked the 9th such incident. Sir, Tian Kuei has arrived, came the respectful voice of a female secretary from outside the room. Understood. 10 minutes later, in the reception hall, Lu Tao entered, clad in an exquisite suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and with his hair meticulously styled, his hands tucked into his pockets. Master Lu, Tian Kuei, who had been waiting, promptly rose and bowed respectfully. Tian Kuei appeared to be in his 40s, a formidable presence at the 5th Pulse realm. With a rugged visage and towering stature nearing 6'3", exuding an unspoken aura of intimidation. He was a trained assassin, honed by the Lu family, having engaged in numerous illicit endeavors over the years. Go kill someone for me. Lu Tao seated himself at the head of the table. With a subtle gesture of his eyes, a secretary, elegantly attired for the workplace, promptly understood and handed a file folder to Tian Kuei. Tian Kuei opened it and cast a brief glance inside, his expression remaining composed. Chen Fan? Though he may have attracted some notice, when juxtaposed with those he had encountered over the years, he was but an ordinary figure. After all, he was merely a lowly individual within the 1st Pulse realm. Ensure that the matter is handled with utmost discretion, and bear in mind that he possesses a replacement puppet. Upon the successful completion of the task, that diminutive artifact shall serve as your reward. Should you falter, you are well aware of the consequences. A frigid glimmer danced in Lu Tao's eyes. Rest assured, master. I comprehend, Tian Kuei responded, bowing before exiting, a palpable thrill coursing through him. Failure? Such a notion had never even crossed his mind. Soon, he would undoubtedly acquire the replacement puppet. It was an inevitability. Lu Tao idly toyed with the delicate hand of his secretary, a trace of icy murderous intent curling his lips. With his prowess, the matter of Zhongqing bestowing a replacement puppet upon Chen Fan had certainly not eluded his attention. It was clear that Zhongqing held Chen Fan in high esteem. Yet, Chen Fan, blissfully unaware of the looming danger, dared to encroach upon his woman. Given Lu Tao's temperament, he would assuredly not permit Chen Fan to remain unscathed. Especially now that Zhong Qing had awakened, Lu Tao's resolve intensified. Not to mention a mere Chen Fan. At this juncture, he was a formidable force, capable of vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. In his pursuit of Zhong Qing, he would eliminate any barriers in his path. Master, Chen Fan currently occupies the spotlight. Eliminating him may present certain complications, the female secretary remarked coolly. What complications could possibly arise? At present, ferocious beasts are indiscriminately targeting anyone named Chen Fan across significant bases. Should he meet his demise, those creatures would conveniently shoulder the blame. Tian Kuei is an assassin covertly nurtured by the Lu family, with no discernible ties to us. Even in the unlikely event of failure, it would not implicate us, would it? Lu Tao smiled cunningly, his large hand having shifted to the secretary's firm, rounded thigh. Your brilliance is unparalleled, he murmured. As Chen Fan departed from the city, he swiftly made his way toward the designated marker 0612. This was a familiar locale where he intended to engage in combat today and spend the night, pondering a higher marker the following day. At present, Chen Fan's speed was remarkable, reaching 560 per hour. Within half an hour, he arrived at marker 0612. Having previously resided there for a span of 20 days, his return evoked a sense of nostalgia, despite the fact that he had only been away for 3 days. A venomous fire spider prowled within its domain. With a swift motion, a blood arrow erupted from its vital spot. Gripped by terror, the venomous fire spider roared and struggled, but this only hastened its demise. With a resounding crash, its massive body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The venomous fire spider perished with unblinking eyes, oblivious to the identity of its slayer. Ding. Slain first-level beast venomous fire spider, vitality 200, the long-awaited voice resonated, providing Chen Fan with a sense of reassurance. Previously, the webs of the venomous fire spider had caused him considerable strife. Their last encounter had been a brutal battle. Yet now, the venomous fire spider had not even the opportunity to unleash its web. It was akin to slicing through vegetables, a testament to the terrifying power of the invisibility technique. Of course, this was merely one of its many facets. Chen Fan retrieved the beast's core and turned to examine his status panel. Name, Chen Fan. Age, 18 realm. First pulse realm vitality, 697,201 million martial techniques. Swift wind / perfection. Layered wave blade, perfection. Floating light and shadow, perfection. Diamond body, perfection. 100 calamities blade, perfection. Transcendent abilities. Invisibility, earth and sky power, divine movement, steel forged, blade force. Chen Fan observed slight alterations on the panel compared to before. Earth and sky power, divine movement, steel forged, and blade force, which had previously been categorized under martial techniques in parentheses, were now distinctly classified under a new category labeled transcendent, more precisely delineating these abilities. Chen Fan speculated that this transformation was likely connected to the invisibility technique, which had not existed prior to its acquisition. Next, his gaze lingered upon his vitality. At the conclusion of the Elite Warrior competition, his vitality had stood at 692,000. During these days, although he had not engaged in slaying, the time spent with Zhong Qing had greatly benefited him. Nourished by the essence of nature, his vitality increased from 692,000 to 697,000. Coupled with the recent defeat of the first-level venomous fire spider, which added 200 vitality, he now stood at precisely 697,200. To condense a second spiritual vein, a total of 1 million vitality is required. I still need over 300,000. Over 300,000 indeed. 7 days? No, 5 days. I shall endeavor to break through within 5 days. Amidst a profound sense of urgency, Chen Fan pushed himself to the utmost limit. The next moment, he darted toward his next quarry. Ding, slain 9th level ferocious beast. Ding, slain 1st level beast. Ding, slain 1st level beast. The system's notifications rang incessantly. To Chen Fan, this was the most exquisite symphony in existence. He was now firmly convinced of one truth. As long as he advanced swiftly enough, assassination would always remain a step behind. Only by growing increasingly powerful would the threats against him diminish. Strength was the solitary path forward. Kill, 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 kill. As time swiftly elapsed, night descended, with twinkling stars embellishing the sky and the haunting howls of ferocious beasts resonating from all directions. Within the ruins of a collapsed high-rise, Chen Fan partook in a modest meal. Following his recent participation in the Elite Warrior Tournament, the city of 0612 seemed even more desolate than before, with remnants of shattered walls strewn about. Even while consuming his food, he found that his ability to remain invisible was undiminished, a realization that filled him with a measure of astonishment. The efficacy of the invisibility technique brought him a sense of joy. Having satiated his hunger and thirst, Chen Fan turned his attention to the display panel, noting his vitality, 730, 300 out of a possible 1,000,000. His vitality had increased by over 30,000. A commendable feat in times past. Whenever he indulged in food, he would instinctively reach for his phone or warrior badge to peruse forums or catch up on current events. However, he refrained from such actions now, as the glow of the screen could betray his position. Furthermore, the enigmatic abilities of the beasts might encompass the capacity to intercept wireless signals for tracking purposes. After all, humanity had harnessed mobile tracking capabilities centuries ago. Thus, to remain concealed, he must do so with utmost thoroughness. His phone and warrior badge were both powered off and stored within the warrior tower. Continuing his relentless combat, Chen Fan felled beast after beast, each caught off guard and suffering devastating blows aimed at their vital points. A single strike was sufficient to claim their lives, rendering this endeavor infinitely easier than battling against a horde of ferocious creatures. Enveloped in darkness, Chen Fan possessed no discernible sense of time, simply continuing his slaughter. Before long, a faint light emerged on the eastern horizon, leaving Chen Fan astounded. Was dawn approaching? It was then that he sought a refuge to repose. Upon awakening, he cast a glance at the sun's position, estimating the hour to be around 10 in the morning, and resumed his slaughter. Thus, days melted into one another, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. At Jiangnan Bay City, as predicted by LV Wencheng, the military had activated a protective mechanism for Chen Fan the following day, gathering individuals together and providing layered protection. Although the motives behind the beast's actions remained shrouded in mystery, one fact was indisputable: thwarting their endeavors was undoubtedly the right course of action. The military treated this matter with the utmost gravity. The security level of the shelter was second only to the martial arts repository of Jiangnan Bay City, underscoring its paramount importance. Are all the Chen Fans in Jiangnan Bay City accounted for? An officer inquired while perusing a voluminous list at the shelter. The soldier shook his head, replying, "The Chen Fan from Shiji community, who is the champion of this year's Elite Warrior Tournament, has yet to arrive. Have we been unable to establish contact with him? No. Both his phone and warrior badge are powered off. Isn't he part of the Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team? Attempt to reach out to his squad. We have already contacted them. The Tianyao members are also searching for him. How peculiar. Where could he have gone? Surely he wouldn't abandon the city during such perilous times. Captain, do you think he might have? Refrain from speaking nonsense. Report this situation immediately." Understood. Meanwhile, Tian Kuei was equally troubled. What began as a straightforward task had unexpectedly dragged on until now. He had been alternating between guarding the Shiji community and the warrior tower for days. Yet he had not caught even a glimpse of Chen Fan, as if he had evaporated into thin air. I wonder where he has taken my substitute puppet. Tian Kuei mused bitterly. Given his current precarious situation, he surely would not venture outside the city unless he was somewhat mentally impaired. During these days, another individual shared a similar trajectory as Tian Kuei, a middle-aged man clad in a white training outfit, sporting a goatee. Due to their similar movements, Tian Kuei and the man with the goatee frequently crossed paths. Today, Tian Kuei deliberately cast an extra glance at the man, pondering, could the young master have dispatched someone else alongside me? Just a mere warrior of insignificant magnitude? Surely not. Or perhaps the authorities are vigilantly monitoring any suspicious individuals who might attempt to assassinate Chen Fan. A palpable sense of unease enveloped Tian Kuei, compelling him to seek an opportunity to discern the other party's true intentions. The man with the goatee had also noted Tian Kuei's scrutiny, particularly as Tian Kuei's lingering gaze today heightened his awareness. Have I been unmasked? Have humans discovered my presence? This individual must be affiliated with the human authorities, entrusted with the protection of Chen Fan. Merely a trifling human of 5 magnitudes. At this moment, one cannot help but commend the sagacity of the Demon King. He entrusted me directly with this matter. Otherwise, it would indeed prove challenging to navigate. Yet, for the time being, I shall refrain from taking action, remaining still while observing the situation as it unfolds. Lu Jian, Hong Kong, and Wang Jin had just completed their shifts at noon. Old Lu. Is there still no response from Xiao Fan's phone? Wang Jin inquired, and Lu Jian shook his head, stating, no, it remains unreachable. Hong Kong added, Xiao Fan's phone is powered off, having made numerous attempts to connect. Initially, the trio was in high spirits, celebrating Lu Jian's recent breakthrough into the realm of warriors. They had intended to extend an invitation to Chen Fan to join in their festivities. However, as Chen Fan's phone went unanswered, the military's protective measures concerning him revealed the ongoing assassination attempts against him. Lu Jian and the others became aware of this unsettling news, their concern growing as Chen Fan's phone remained silent. On the 79th floor of the Warrior Tower, in a secluded booth, LV Wencheng sipped tea in solitude. Recently, The captain and old Shui had been searching for Chen Fan, voicing their worries for his safety and engaging in various speculations. Typically, he would listen without contributing. Not due to reluctance, but from a fear of losing his composure. My apologies, Captain, teammates. I too harbor concerns for Chen Fan's safety. Fortunately, he was the one privy to the information. Had it been old Shui, with his loose tongue, the details would have leaked long ago. Such thoughts weighed heavily upon LV Wenqing. Undoubtedly, the individual most concerned for Chen Fan was Zhong Qing. Yet, during his absence, she remained remarkably composed. For he had sent her a message prior to his departure, "Do not worry about me." Although she remained unaware of Chen Fan's whereabouts during these days. Her love for him fostered an unwavering trust. In his absence, she devoted herself to rigorous training, aspiring to fight alongside him in the near future. In a mere 7 days, Zhong Qing ascended from a 5-star warrior to an 8-star warrior, her rapid progress rivaling Chen Fan's earlier achievements. News of Chen Fan's disappearance swiftly spread, igniting considerable discussion online. Chen Fan has established so many legends. It is only natural that the military would take extraordinary measures to protect him, asserted one commentator. I disagree. The military has already established a shelter with sufficient security. Thus, there is no need for additional protective measures for Chen Fan, countered another. Could it be that the Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team is concealing Chen Fan? I heard that Tianyao members are also searching for him. What about the young lady from the Zhong family? Could she be entangled in this affair? Perhaps he has already met his demise. Silence your prattling tongue. Indeed, it is wise to disregard the nonsensical utterances of the foolish. Observing the online discourse, Lu Tao allowed himself a smirk of satisfaction, convinced he was the sole possessor of the truth. Chen Fan had not merely vanished, he had succumbed to death. This was a ruse he had meticulously orchestrated, for the Death Warriors were primarily engaged in nefarious, covert operations to evade association in the event of exposure. The ties between the Lu family and the assassins remained scant and discreet. In recent days, Lu Tao had abstained from reaching out to Tian Kuei to inquire about the progress of their undertaking. Nevertheless, the answers he sought had already surfaced online. Tian Kuei's efforts continued to instill confidence. Lu Tao pondered, his hands clasped behind his head as he swayed leisurely in his office chair. The Demon King was profoundly invested in the eradication of Chen Fan, closely monitoring the unfolding situation. Presently, all 8 principal base cities in Xia country had united to safeguard Chen Fan, significantly hindering the progression of the mission. Reports indicated that the security level surrounding Chen Fan's location was exceedingly elevated. Even if all hidden forces within the 8 major base cities were mobilized, there remained at best a 30% chance of success. A mere 30%. For the typically circumspect Demon King, anything less than a 120% assurance would dissuade it from acting imprudently. Furthermore, there was another piece of intelligence. One Chen Fan had gone missing. This particular individual stood vividly in the Demon King's recollection as the victor of the elite martial artist competition recently held in Jiangnan Base City. The Demon King had commanded a citywide pursuit for him, yet failed to eliminate him. In its cautious disposition, the Demon King had now dispatched the demon generals concealed within Jiangnan Base City. The formidable beasts correspond to the human blood realm, the demon beasts to the pulse condensation realm, and the demon generals epitomize the pinnacle existence of the spirit gathering realm. To vanquish a mere blood realm Chen Fan, it resorted to deploying demon generals. One cannot help but admire the Demon King's prudence. However, this Chen Fan has vanished, and even the official authorities of Jiangnan Base City are in search of him. The Demon King is perplexed. Where could this Chen Fan have possibly fled? It is believed that amidst such relentless assassination attempts, any Chen Fan possessing even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from venturing beyond the city's confines. Nonetheless, the Demon King remains ever vigilant, having decreed that all fierce beasts, and even demon generals maintain a state of alertness. Should they encounter Chen Fan in the wilderness, they are to report immediately and endeavor to eliminate him. At the 0631 marker, 2 second-tier demon beasts crossed paths, one a wolf demon, the other a jackal demon. Abba, Abba, Abba. Have you seen Chen Fan? Abba. No, have you? Abba. Neither have I. Abba, Bab. Hey, weren't you at the human-designated 0612 marker? How did you end up at 0631? Abba. Don't mention it. There's a great terror at 0612. Abba, what happened? Abba. Lately, many fierce beasts and demon beasts have inexplicably bled out and perished. It's terrifying. Abba. It must be the work of human awakeners, spiritual masters capable of killing from a distance, or stealthy martial artists. Abba. No, a demon general has consulted the ancestral true vision and found nothing. It is the unknown that is truly dreadful. Abba. How frightening can it be? I'm not scared. In the next instant, blood erupted from the vital point of the jackal demon, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Abba. The wolf demon felt an icy chill permeate its being, nearly soiling itself as it shrieked and fled. However, moments later, it felt a sharp blade slice through its neck. The wolf demon's expression froze, eyes wide with horror and dread. True terror had indeed descended upon it. This was its final thought in life. Ping. Slain second-tier demon beast. Purple cloud blue sun jackal. Blood essence 300. Ping. The vanquished second-tier demon beast, the purple cloud blue sun wolf, yielded a blood essence of 300. With such similar nomenclature, it is little wonder that the saying wolves and jackals conspire together resonates. Chen Fan mused, skillfully gathering the demon cores. Presently, on his status panel, Realm, 2 Pulse Realm, Blood Essence, 1, 262, 301, 500, 000. Having been a mere 30,000 Blood Essence short of the 2 Pulse Realm, Chen Fan had aspired to achieve a breakthrough within 5 days. In truth, he accomplished this feat in a mere 4. Following the condensation of his second spiritual pulse, 3 additional days elapsed, elevating his blood essence to 1, 262, 300. For Chen Fan, now firmly established in the 2-pulse realm, vanquishing second-tier demon beasts presents no formidable challenge. Even in confrontations with third-tier demon beasts, he harbors over 80% confidence in his ability to triumph. Cloaked in invisibility, Chen Fan successfully executed an ambush on a 4th-tier demon beast, the fire-eyed sacred heavenly leopard. Throughout these days of relentless slaughter, Chen Fan has experienced both fulfillment and vindication. His sense of fulfillment arises from his rapid enhancement of power, and as for his vindication, you wish to assassinate me? Then I shall reciprocate in kind. What could be more just? Come forth. Let us engage in mutual harm. Chapter 88. The Stirring of Demon Beasts, Shadows of War. Unjustly marked for assassination. Chen Fan has existed in a perpetual state of trepidation. Even a clay figurine harbors a semblance of resentment. You seek to assassinate me? Then I shall reciprocate the favor. An eye for an eye. Chen Fan is not one to endure in silence. This is not the only grievance he harbors. He recalls an incident during the elite martial artist competition, when a 9-star martial artist, pursued by a throng of beasts, selflessly shielded others from danger. Although he does not know the individual's name, Chen Fan distinctly remembers the face. Furthermore, there is Su Wan, who ascended over him to gain prominence and has likely nurtured resentment after being struck. This grudge has been sealed. Had their encounter not taken place in the duel hall, it would not have culminated in a mere beating. One can only surmise that the rule of law has spared him. Chen Fan's greatest apprehension lies in enemies plotting against him, particularly since Su Wen is an awakener with a remarkable growth rate. Moreover, Su Wen's previous actions indicate he is far from a virtuous character. Such individuals are often petty, insidious, incapable of anything. Even if Chen Fan remains unafraid, he must remain vigilant against Su when targeting those dear to him, such as Uncle Lu and others. When the opportunity presents itself, he must eradicate the roots of this threat, nipping it in the bud. In addition to these concerns, there are Chen Jian and Miao Tzuelian. From the moment they consumed their parents' compensation and compelled him to withdraw from school, they ceased to be his uncle and aunt. Previously, Chen Fan lacked the means to take action. Now, he is resolute in reclaiming that money. Although he possesses several hundred million and is not in dire need of that sum, it represents his parents' hard-earned money. Its value transcends mere currency. Even if he were to offer it to dogs, he would never permit those two to benefit from it. Chen Fan has always adhered to benevolence towards others. Yet he is no naive fool without boundaries. Those who have wronged him, those who have provoked him, are all meticulously recorded in his ledger. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In Jiangnan Bay City, the military's unified protection of Chen Fan has yielded remarkable results. In recent days, no casualties involving Chen Fan have occurred. The only drawback is that the champion of the elite martial artist competition, Chen Fan, remains unaccounted for. His whereabouts have become a mystery. It has been nearly half a month. With each passing day, Chen Fan's chances of survival grow increasingly slender. This reality is apparent to all. Rumors circulating online even suggest that Chen Fan has perished. Many express their regret. What a promising champion he was in the elite martial artist competition. Such extraordinary talent, now seemingly lost. In recent days, members of the Tianyao Special Forces team, including Guo Lu, Xue Jigang, Lin Taizhan, Yang Ku, and Feng Ru, have encountered one another devoid of the previous lightheartedness and laughter. Each bore a solemn expression. Although their time with Chen Fan was brief, they had genuinely embraced him as one of their own. Considering him a true comrade, the uncertainty surrounding his fate cast a pall over their spirits, rendering joy unattainable. During their meetings, they deliberately refrained from mentioning Chen Fan, fearing that it would further darken the atmosphere. Yet, as 2 weeks elapsed without any news of him, they were compelled to confront a grim reality. The likelihood of his survival was diminishing. Wenqing observed his captain and teammates, grappling with unspoken words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Despite his restraint, doubt began to gnaw at him. Was his silence justified? The captain and old Shui were evidently troubled for Chen Fan, while he concealed his thoughts. Perhaps, he pondered, he was in error, or perhaps not. Meanwhile, Suwen reveled in his triumph, delighting in the dual joy of his recent achievements. The first was his ascension to the first realm, accomplished in just over a month since the martial examination. His swift progress was unparalleled, save for Chen Fan, of course. Yet, such a comparison felt trivial now. The prospect of Chen Fan's demise liberated Suwen from any sense of rivalry. Soon, he would radiate the brightest among his peers, earning admiration, accolades, and the affection of enchanting women. A knock at the door disrupted his reverie. Upon opening it, he was met by an exquisite woman, not the ponytailed school beauty, but a tall, alluring mature lady clad in a fitted leather skirt and adorned with framed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Since his breakthrough, he had garnered the attention of numerous admirers, and this woman was no exception. Her every movement entranced Suwen, igniting a fervent desire within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced her, and thus commenced a passionate encounter. In the course of half a month, time felt neither long nor short. Speculation regarding Chen Fan had waned online, as though the matter had settled into silence. The public's attention had shifted to a pressing concern: the unusual activities of wild beasts in the wilderness. Initially, only a small faction of beasts from Sector 0612 began to mobilize towards 0631, but soon the situation escalated. The 0612 sector appeared desolate, while the beasts gathering at the 0631 marker commenced their advance towards the nearby 0632 and 0633 points, crafting a disordered, yet seemingly strategic pattern of movement. The sheer magnitude of this mobilization was alarming, with each marker harboring millions of beasts, totaling over 5 million. Such a disturbance swiftly captured the attention of the military in Jiangnan Bay City. Senior officials, including Suwen, convened urgent discussions to devise a response. The online discourse reflected a blend of bewilderment and concern regarding the beast's peculiar behavior. What has provoked these creatures? Are they strategizing like soldiers? This sensation resembles an impending tempest. The magnitude of this mobilization undeniably portends a foreboding consequence. It evokes memories of the monstrous siege from over 2 decades past, which left a trail of devastation. The recollection of that siege lingers in the minds of many, instilling an indelible dread. Yet, paradoxically, the more one fears a phenomenon, the nearer it may draw. The military has deployed 3 special operations units to assess the situation at the 0612 marker, in anticipation of a potential beast assault. Jiangnan Bay City has entered a heightened state of alert, rallying its citizens for battle. Amidst the escalating tension, the beasts at various markers have grown increasingly agitated. An 8th-level beast roared in fury, clutching a 6th-level beast. "Why are you fleeing?" it demanded. I witnessed others retreating, so I followed. At that moment, a 5th-level beast rushed by, pausing to issue a dire warning. "A great terror approaches. We must escape." Initially dismissive, the 8th-level beast was taken aback as the 5th-level beast suddenly began to bleed profusely, leaving it in a state of shock. A chill swept through the 8th-level beast as it comprehended the gravity of the situation. The terror was indeed real and lurking nearby. With a panicked scream, it fled faster than ever, abandoning a bewildered Chen Fan. Am I truly that fearsome? I am merely at the 3rd realm, he pondered, recognizing that what truly instilled terror in them was not himself, but the unknown. Meanwhile, a congregation of beasts exchanged frantic warnings about the looming dread. "It's a blood alert, a great terror. Indeed, it is chilling." They recounted the failed endeavors of 2 powerful beast generals to uncover the source of their fear, suggesting that the threat exceeded their understanding. How could a mere human awaken elude such scrutiny? It must be something far more sinister. Abba, 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 baba. Indeed, it is a monstrous entity. I have heard this beast possesses 3 eyes, 6 arms, and towers dozens of meters high, consuming souls. Abba, 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 baba. Nonsense. I concur on the 3 eyes, but it evidently has 12 arms and stands 100 meters tall. Axaba. For heaven's sake, cease your chatter. Let us flee. 3 days later, at the Jiangnan Bay City military headquarters, one of the 3 special operations teams dispatched to investigate the intelligence at the 0631 mark returned first. "What?" Suwen exclaimed in shock. "The ferocious beasts are not mobilizing. They are fleeing?" He could scarcely believe his ears. "Report, sir. It appears it is indeed true." The captain of the reporting special operations team seemed somewhat hesitant. This was not his fault. The reality diverged significantly from the norm, leaving him utterly perplexed. He continued, "Sir, Our team comprises an awakened individual capable of comprehending the language of beasts. From the discourse of the ferocious creatures, we have gathered this information. Suen contemplated this revelation. At that moment, another report came in. Yet another special operations team had returned from their intelligence mission. Shortly thereafter, a third special operations team also reported back. Their accounts were remarkably consistent. They were not mobilizing. Rather, they were in retreat. Suen inhaled deeply at this juncture. He had no alternative but to accept the astonishing truth. Nevertheless, he was profoundly unsettled. After all, who wields such extraordinary power as to scatter over 5 million ferocious beasts in every direction? After a significant pause, he remarked, "As long as it is not a mass mobilization of the ferocious beasts, it is acceptable." Suen exhaled a slight sigh of relief. The chaotic flight of the ferocious beasts, from a military commander's perspective, was indeed a welcome sight. In retrospect, what was initially perceived as fear had unexpectedly transformed into a delightful surprise. The three special operations teams detailed their intelligence. Blood warning, great terror, 2 ancestral beasts. Undetectable even by true sight and supersensory perception, whispers spoke of a monster, one with 12 arms. Initially, Suen dismissed the concept of a monster. Monsters were mere fables, akin to immortals among mortals. Even among humanity, there exists a propensity to attribute the unexplainable to the realms of the mystical. This may be an innate instinct. One must investigate the registered awakened abilities to discern which can elude the true sight and heightened perception of the beast generals, subsequently cross-referencing with blood. A cautionary note, the abilities of awakened individuals are strikingly varied. I surmise it is highly probable that one among us possesses such a capability. Immediately dispatch 10 C-grade special operations teams to surveil the movements of the beast hordes at markers 0612, 0631, and others, while remaining poised for support at all times. Furthermore, rescind the first-level combat readiness status within the city. The crisis has been averted, Suen stated with composure. As the military commander, he maintained his poise and rationality. Understood. This news swiftly disseminated, invigorating the entire populace. Joyous celebrations erupted. Woo-woo, I was filled with trepidation. What commenced as fear unexpectedly transformed into elation. This turn of events took me by surprise. A monster? The ferocious beasts are indeed cunning. Had you experienced that terror, you might have pondered even further. Ha. The Great One is truly formidable, driving over 5 million ferocious beasts into retreat. If only I could accomplish such a feat, I would boast of it for eternity. Do not speak of 5 million. A friend of mine once pursued 500 ferocious beasts and has been regaling us with tales for over a decade. My ears are nearly worn out. The next time he boasts before me, I shall present this, and he will surely be rendered speechless. I wonder what ability the Great One awakened. Invisibility? Why would you presume that? First, we must dismiss the notion of invisibility. For an awakened individual's stealth cannot elude the true sight of beast generals or their heightened perception. Telepathy would prove ineffective as well. Heightened perception can detect mental energy. Everyone, take heed, a blood warning. Could the Great One's talent be linked to blood? Online, voices resonated with passionate discourse, each participant imparting their reflections. Chapter 90. The scope has diminished. At this juncture, the Tianyao C-grade Special Operations team was assembling with urgency. They had just received directives to proceed to the 0631 mark for a critical mission. Guo Lu, Elwenqing, Shui Jigang, Lin Taizhan, Yang Ke, and Fang Ru swiftly convened. Additionally, the other 7 available members of Tianyao were hastily summoned. Soon, all were present. Guo Lu's gaze traversed the assembly, landing on Shui Jigang, Lin Taizhan, Yang Ke, and Fang Ru. Let us set aside past matters, he proclaimed with conviction. We are departing the city for a mission, thus each of you must remain vigilant. Guo Lu's voice resonated with authority. Perhaps, by the time we accomplish our mission and return, Chen Fan will also be back. As he uttered these words, a sigh escaped him, a testament to his own disbelief. It had been nearly 20 days without news. Although Guo Lu hesitated to confront the truth, the reality was inescapable. The likelihood of Chen Fan's survival had diminished to nearly nothing. Upon the mention of Chen Fan's name, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Shui Jigang, Lin Taizhan, Yang Ke, and Fang Ru all bore expressions of profound sorrow. Even the 7 new comrades who had never encountered Chen Fan could not suppress their deep exhalations. A new teammate, and yet, sigh. In recent days, the Tianyao team had consciously avoided the subject of Chen Fan, fearing the atmosphere would become somber and uncomfortable. Reflecting on it now, their previous apprehensions were not without merit. Indeed, Guo Lu felt a sense of helplessness. He recognized that everyone had been deliberately sidestepping the topic of Chen Fan. However, mere evasion was not a remedy. The circumstances surrounding Chen Fan had nearly reached a resolution. It was time for them to confront the truth. This oppressive silence bore heavily on Elwinching, as he observed his teammates grappling with their concealed grief, which only exacerbated his own feelings of guilt. At last, Captain, I can no longer contain myself. Elwinching abruptly stepped forward and declared. Guolu's brow furrowed. Even if you cannot contain it, you must endure. The mission takes precedence. We shall discuss avenging Chen Fan upon our return. Elwinching countered. Captain, you have misunderstood. Misunderstood? How can that be? You stated you could no longer hold it in. Does that not imply an inability to restrain your yearning for vengeance on behalf of Chen Fan? Old El, you have always held the broader perspective in high regard. Do not allow yourself to be bewildered at this moment. Guolu admonished sternly. Elwinching felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Captain, you have genuinely misinterpreted my intentions. It is not that I am unable to suppress my yearning for retribution. Rather, I possess a secret that can no longer remain concealed. A secret? Guolu was momentarily taken aback. What secret could be so urgent that you must divulge it? Shueji Gang, Lin Taizhan, Yang Ku, Feng Ru, and the other 7 turned their attention to Elwinching. This secret pertains to Brother Chen, Elwinching replied. Related to Brother Chen? Shueji Gang expressed surprise. Pray tell us swiftly. Lin Taizhan urged, while Guolu, Yang Ku, and Feng Ru eagerly awaited Elwinching's disclosure. Brother Chen has been missing for nearly 20 days, Elwinching stated. I am aware that you are all immensely concerned, and given the elapsed time, you may even fear that misfortune has befallen him. Shueji Gang and the others instinctively nodded, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Old Lu, why are you mentioning this now? Could it truly be otherwise? Shueji Gang exclaimed in astonishment. Guolu and the others eagerly focused on Elwinching. Of course not. Brother Chen possesses extraordinary abilities. He is likely faring quite well at this moment, Elwinching assured them. Really? You are not deceiving us, are you? This cannot be a benevolent fabrication, yet I genuinely wish to believe it, came the collective response. Me too, me too. Old Lu, what exactly do you know? Please do not keep us in suspense. We are all anxious. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became charged with anticipation. Elwinching raised his hand, urging everyone to regain their composure. Do you all recall the last occasion when Brother Chen acquired an ancient manuscript from the martial arts repository in the Jiangnan base city? He sustained grave injuries while attempting to cultivate from that text, he continued. Shueji Gang and the others nodded, particularly Yang Ku, who was most cognizant of the circumstances. At that time, Chen Fan had endured injuries that imperiled his very essence, and the situation was dire. Had it not been for the remarkable skills of the young lady from the Zhong family, Chen Fan would likely still be in recovery, Elwinching elaborated. You may find it difficult to believe, but despite his severe injuries, Brother Chen has indeed mastered that ancient text, which concerns an invisibility technique. Mastered it? He fully deciphered it? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Previously, they had believed that, given Brother Chen's awakening in the realm of martial arts, he might have intermittently deciphered fragments of the ancient text. Such piecemeal interpretations would inevitably be riddled with errors and omissions. The discipline of martial arts is exceedingly rigorous. Even the slightest miscalculation can lead to catastrophic consequences. It was entirely conceivable that Brother Chen had incurred injuries from recklessly practicing flawed material. Yet now, Lu Wenxing asserted that Chen Fan had achieved mastery, leaving them utterly astounded. Mastery implies a complete and accurate comprehension of the ancient text's contents, and this revelation only intensified their astonishment. The endeavor of deciphering ancient texts is typically entrusted to specialized experts, those who are the foremost authorities in the field of ancient text research. The texts excavated from secret realms are initially processed by these scholars. Should they fail to decipher the texts, they are subsequently relegated to the martial arts repository of the Jiangnan base city. Do not let your astonishment overwhelm you just yet, Lu Wenxing interjected, for there is even more astonishing news forthcoming. As Lu Wenxing spoke with mounting excitement, he continued. Although Brother Chen paid a considerable price to decipher the ancient text, such as the injuries he sustained last time, what I am about to reveal transcends that. The crux of the matter lies in the invisibility technique that Brother Chen has mastered. Yang Ku remarked, we are familiar with invisibility techniques. They are somewhat akin to the abilities possessed by awakeners with stealth talents. Thus, if Brother Chen is indeed a dual awakener, joined with this stealth-like aptitude, does that not equate him to a triple awakener? Feng Ru was equally astonished. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenxing adopted an air of profundity and shook his head. That is a limited perspective. Brother Chen's invisibility technique surpasses those of stealth awakeners to such an extent that it would be an understatement to say he outclasses them by several streets. My mental probing cannot detect it. His attire becomes invisible, even the weapon in his hand is concealed, and he moves without creating the slightest whisper of airflow. Shueji Gang was left dumbfounded. Guolu was astonished. Lin Taizhan exclaimed in shock. Feng Ru was rendered speechless. Is there truly such a miraculous invisibility technique in existence? Old Lu, If this is indeed the case, your assertion regarding several streets is still rather modest. One might easily claim it extends for thousands of miles. It is no surprise that we could not locate Brother Chen. If he possesses such remarkable invisibility, it would be extraordinary to find him. Very well, old Lu. You have remained reticent thus far. Now you divulge this information, causing us unnecessary anxiety. Brothers, how ought we to penalize him? As he uttered these words, Shui Jigang and Lin Taizan drew closer, feigning threatening expressions. Chapter 91, The Wheel of Fate Turns, Who Evades the Heavens? Lu Wenqing protested dramatically. I undertook all this for Brother Chen's safety. Take it easy. Ah, that hurts. Old Shui, old Lin, I shall remember this. After a moment, Guo Lu intervened to curtail their playful banter. At this juncture, Lu Wenqing bore an expression of profound grievance, reminiscent of a wronged bride. The others were all smiling. This was the first time they had laughed so heartily in days. Old Lu, having heard all this, we feel considerably more at ease. Nonetheless, one pressing question remains. Where is Chen Fan now? Guo Lu articulated the query that weighed most heavily on his mind. Shui Jigang, Yang Ke, and the others shared this concern, all directing their gazes towards Lu Wenqing, awaiting his response. However, this time Lu Wenqing shook his head. I do not know. The last time I encountered Brother Chen, he did not mention it. However, I suspect Brother Chen must have departed the city. I had already informed him about the unified protection for Chen Fan, and if he were merely seeking safety, he would not need to go to such lengths. He could have simply sought refuge in a shelter. Furthermore, considering Brother Chen's aptitude for combat, Guo Lu and the others could not help but nod in agreement. That is logical. Indeed, if Brother Chen was solely in search of safety, the most prudent choice would have been the official shelter. Yet he opted against it. And with his prowess in battle, he would encounter greater opportunities in the wilderness. Old Lu's analysis was sound. Brother Chen is most likely outside the city. Outside the city? At that moment, Yang Ke suddenly recalled the enigmatic figure who roamed the wild, orchestrating the movement of over 5 million ferocious beasts. He inexplicably associated Chen Fan with that mysterious persona. Hey, Captain, do you think that elusive figure in the wild could be Chen Fan? Guo Lu was taken aback. And Shui Jigang, Lin Taizan, Feng Ru, and the others instinctively found it difficult to believe. Lu Wenqing responded, I had contemplated that as well, but it seems implausible, so I ultimately dismissed that theory. Consider this, when Brother Chen departed, he was merely at the first meridian realm, even if he were to advance rapidly. Transitioning from the first meridian realm to the second meridian realm in under 20 days would be quite extraordinary. Let us not even broach the subject of reaching the third meridian realm. That would indeed be a remarkable feat. The third meridian realm would not incite such a commotion, especially amidst over 5 million ferocious beasts, among which countless 8th and 9th level beasts dwell. Furthermore, while Brother Chen can evade my mental probing, whether he can elude the true vision of the beast generals and the supersensory abilities of the heavenly-eared bat remains uncertain. Lu Wenqing's analysis was meticulous, and upon hearing this, Guo Lu and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the enigmatic figure must be someone else. Agreed. Agreed. I concur. Captain, enough discussion. Let us set forth. Perhaps we may encounter Brother Chen in the wilderness. Indeed, we should certainly familiarize ourselves with Brother Chen Fan when the opportunity arises. Guo Lu replied. Very well, let us depart. Marking point 0631, a 5th level ferocious beast, the sky-covering death mosquito, erupted forth in a sudden spray of blood, catching all by surprise. Blood jetted high into the air, and the surrounding ferocious beasts were gripped by sheer terror. Each emitted a shriek of horror, their hearts racing with fear, and they scattered in every direction. At that moment, what they dreaded most was bloodshed, which symbolized profound terror, an inescapable shadow in their hearts. Ding, slaying a 5th level ferocious beast. The sky-covering death mosquito grants 600 vitality points. The system notification resonated in Chen Fan's ears. He glanced at the interface. Vitality, 3, 131, 503, 500, 000. Indeed, in less than 20 days, specifically 17 days, Chen Fan's vitality surged from an initial 690, 000 to the current 3, 131, 500. The threshold for the first meridian realm is 500, 000 vitality. The second meridian realm stands at 1, 000, 000. The third meridian realm at 1, 500, 000. The fourth meridian realm at 2, 000, 000. The fifth meridian realm at 2, 500, 000. And the sixth meridian realm at 3, 000, 000. With a vitality of 3, 131, 500. Chen Fan has ascended to the status of a formidable powerhouse within the 6th meridian realm. Initially, Chen Fan broke through one realm every 4 days on average. As he conquered increasingly formidable beasts, he accrued even greater vitality. In the meridian condensation realm, the difference between each realm is a fixed 500,000, which expedited Chen Fan's progress. Eventually, he began to surpass one realm every 3 days. Now, Chen Fan stands at the 6th meridian realm. Thus far, his most illustrious achievement is the assassination of an 8th-level beast. I have been away for nearly 20 days. I find myself missing Zhongqing. Moreover, I ponder how matters stand in the city at present. I shall persevere a little longer. I will return once I achieve a breakthrough to the 9th meridian realm. Chen Fan mused. The 9th meridian realm appears distant, yet for him, it is merely a matter of approximately 10 days. Chen Fan is quite content with his progress during this period. He merely wonders if he has managed to outpace the assassins. Additionally, Tian Yao is brimming with talent, all of whom are powerhouses of the 9th meridian realm. He cannot afford to lag behind. He must hasten to catch up with them first. After acquiring the beast core, Chen Fan charged forth once more. Time swiftly elapsed, daylight faded rapidly, and night enveloped the earth once more. Chen Fan concluded another day of pursuit. Previously, during the Elite Warrior Tournament, all the ferocious beasts of the city were hunting Chen Fan alone. Now, the roles had reversed, and Chen Fan was the hunter. It is indeed an amusing thought. The cycle of heaven is just. Who can elude its grasp? Chen Fan could not suppress a chuckle as he sought refuge atop a towering edifice, opting to rest there for the night. While pursuing the ferocious beasts during the day, he observed several new developments. Human special operations teams had arrived at the location designated as 0631. Throughout the day, he had encountered multiple special operation units, all identifiable by the insignias adorning their combat uniforms, which indicated they were Class C special operation teams. These teams are already regarded as a formidable force among humanity. For instance, Tian Yao, alongside Chen Fan, comprised members all of the 9th meridian realm, all awakened, a truly remarkable feat however. Tian Yao could only be considered mid-tier among Class C special operation teams, as some elite Class C teams boast extraordinary beings of the spirit-gathering realm. With numerous Class C teams dispatched from Jiang and Base City, one might ponder the mission they are undertaking. Chen Fan refrained from revealing his presence, on one hand, for reasons of safety, and on the other, due to his unfamiliarity with them. Cradling his blade, he crouched in a secluded corner, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Captain, we've confirmed. This location is secure. Let us camp here for the night." "Very well, Lao Yang, Fangru, stay close." Chen Fan's heart raced as he stood abruptly. Was that the voice of Brother Lu and the captain? Had they also come to 0631? As he spoke, Guo Lu and the others entered the forsaken building, eliciting a surge of surprise within Chen Fan. Instinctively, he almost dispelled his invisibility, revealing himself. However, after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. During his encounters with other special operation teams throughout the day, he had maintained his concealment for safety as he was unfamiliar with them. Now, faced with his own team, familiarity was assured. Yet, an additional layer of apprehension enveloped him. He had stirred quite a commotion around 0631 and the adjacent mark points. It remained uncertain how many beasts were now on his trail. If he were to expose himself at this juncture, he risked attracting the beast's attention. Would the beast remain indifferent? His safety was not the sole concern. It could endanger his comrades and Tian Yao as well. This eventuality was one that Chen Fan fervently wished to evade. "I shall remain in concealment. Yet, staying hidden shall not preclude me from extending my greetings to Captain Shui Gu and Brother Lu," he mused. The Tian Yao Class C Special Operations Team often embarks on outdoor missions, embracing hardships as a matter of course. After swiftly tidying their surroundings, they formed a circle, engaging in conversation and laughter as they shared their provisions. The atmosphere was most agreeable. Amidst the raucous banter, suddenly, Captain Guo Lu's expression faltered. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings. "Did anyone hear that?" It sounded as though someone called for me. At this juncture, Shui Jigang appeared, equally startled. "Captain, you heard it too?" "I thought it was merely my imagination." "I heard it as well." Yes, the voice bore a certain familiarity, akin to Fangru, lost in contemplation, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in exhilaration. Chen Fan, is that you?" Perhaps due to their rugged dispositions, the men, including Shui Jigang, Lu Wenqing, and Yang Ku, had only vaguely perceived someone calling the captain but had paid little heed to the voice. Now, upon hearing Fangru's tentative inquiry, they were all taken aback. "Chen, little brother, what a serendipitous encounter." Thus, Fang Jia, it is I. A voice emerged seemingly from the ether. "Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chen, little brother, it is truly you. What a remarkable coincidence. Ha ha, we have finally located you. Chen Fan, you have caused us considerable worry." Guo Lu, Shui Jigang, Lu Wenqiang, Yang Ku, and Fang Ru all became animated. The other 7 also smiled. Chen little brother, now that we have reunited, do not conceal yourself, reveal your presence. It has been far too long, we have missed you. Shui Jigang chuckled heartily. Chen Fan expressed his concerns. Upon hearing this, Shui Jigang and the others comprehended. Guo Lu nodded. Indeed, Chen Fan is correct, prudence is paramount. We have received word that 2 ancestral beasts are approaching to investigate. The others nodded in agreement. Chen little brother, where are you? May I reach out to you? Fang Ru inquired with curiosity. Following the direction of Chen Fan's voice, she reached out and touched what felt like 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Ah, I can feel you. She exclaimed, both thrilled and intrigued, unable to resist the temptation to explore further. Hey, Fang Jia, you mustn't venture any lower, Chen Fan suddenly interjected. Even the typically carefree Fang Ru felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, while Guo Lu, Lu Wencheng, and the others erupted into laughter. After a moment of spirited banter, Guo Lu introduced Chen Fan to the other 7 teammates. Chen Fan commenced his self-introduction. Hello, Chen Fan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Feng Bin, an awakened of the 9th Meridian Realm. My awakened talent is Phantasmagoria. The speaker was a man in his 30s, possessing sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. As he spoke, his corporeal form began to visibly wane before their eyes. In mere seconds, what was once a perfectly ordinary individual now resembled a mere faint silhouette. Guo Lu elaborated. Feng Bin's phasing possesses unique characteristics. In this state, he can not only traverse through walls but also become impervious to physical attacks. You may test it out. Impervious to physical attacks? Chen Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Chen Fan, there is no need for concern. Feel free to strike me, Feng Bin encouraged. Very well. Then I shall not hold back, Brother Feng, Chen Fan declared with determination as he swung his blade. What transpired next was nothing short of extraordinary. The long knife passed effortlessly through Feng Bin's phantasmal form, inflicting not a trace of harm. Bewildered, Chen Fan reached out his hand, which also seamlessly penetrated Feng Bin's body. The phasing rendered him as if he truly did not exist. Chen Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. This ability to be immune to physical attacks was remarkably formidable. Hello. Brother Chen Fan, I am Lu Tianrui, an awakened of the 9 Meridian Realm. My awakened talent is to grow stronger when struck. A chubby man with a face adorned with bruises hesitantly spoke. What? Chen Fan instinctively questioned, unsure if he had misheard. Growing stronger from being hit. His expression became rather peculiar. This talent was indeed bizarre. While it was advantageous to gain strength, the method of achieving it appeared rather inhumane. Greetings, Brother Lu. Chen Fan responded with politeness. Following this, the introductions continued. Hello, Chen Fan. I am. Hello, Chen Fan. The remaining 5 individuals introduced themselves, and thus, they became acquainted. Brother Chen, the last time we met, you were at the 1 Meridian Realm. Now, 17 days have elapsed. What progress have you made? Are you at the 2 Meridian Realm, or perhaps even the 3 Meridian Realm? At that moment, El Wensheng could not suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Guo Lu, Shui Jigang, Yang Ku, Fang Ru, and Feng Bin all turned their gazes toward Chen Fan. Although they perceived nothing, by their estimations, even with an extraordinary talent for slaughter, it would be a stretch for Chen Fan to advance to the 3 Meridian Realm in such a brief period. However, Chen Fan did not conceal his progress. I am currently at the 6 Meridian Realm. As these words fell, a collective gasp resonated in the room. Guo Lu, Yang Ku, and the others exchanged astonished glances, their expressions betraying shock and disbelief. We had presumed that you had reached your limit at the 3 Meridian Realm, yet here you are, astonishingly surpassing that. I had felt somewhat proud of my journey until I encountered Brother Chen Fan. I am utterly amazed. This is monstrous. Why must I endure this? I am still but a child. Old Shui, your child has matured a bit too swiftly. Your stubble is already showing. Go away. Haha. Brother Chen Fan. With your current 6 Meridian Realm and your phasing ability, a stealthy attack would render even a level 9 behemoth defenseless, Fang Ru remarked. A glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Chapter 93. Is Chen Fan the mysterious big shot? Under ordinary circumstances, executing a covert strike against an adversary of a superior rank is plausible. However, surpassing 2 levels becomes exceedingly unlikely, while transcending 3 levels is utterly inconceivable. She had initially contemplated mentioning a level 7 behemoth, but, recalling Chen Fan's recent advancement, she boldly amended it to a level 9 behemoth. Convinced that he could no longer evade harm. I have attempted. I cannot vanquish a level 9 behemoth, only inflict severe injuries upon it. Yet, a level 8 behemoth lies within my capabilities. Chen Fan, unaware of the gravity of her statement, responded earnestly. Fang Ru, Guo Lu, Shui Jigang. Everyone. 1,000 unspoken words coalesced into a singular thought. Please, behave like a human. By the way, Captain, I encountered several sea-level special forces teams throughout the day. Is there a significant mission necessitating the mobilization of so many sea-level teams in Jiangnan Bay City? Chen Fan inquired. Indeed, there is a substantial mission, Guo Lu replied after inhaling deeply. A mysterious figure has been sighted near the 0631 marker, orchestrating the movement of over 5 million ferocious beasts. The military has dispatched us to monitor the movements of the beast horde and stand ready to provide assistance. Wait, Chen Fan, have you been at 0631? Have you encountered that enigmatic figure, herding ferocious beasts? Chen Fan was taken aback. Isn't that precisely what I am doing? 5 million. Chen Fan had always perceived a multitude of beasts before him, comprehending that their numbers could be immense, yet he had not anticipated such an overwhelming quantity. As for the mysterious figure, Chen Fan chuckled. Captain, there is no enigmatic figure. If you refer to the one herding ferocious beasts, that might be me. You. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Chen Fan nodded. Brother Chen, are you serious? You cannot be jesting. Shui Jigang found it hard to fathom. Even if you are not at the anticipated 3-meridian realm, even as a 9-meridian realm, you can slay level 8 beasts and pose a threat to level 9 beasts. But there are over 5 million ferocious beasts. Not to mention, among them are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of level 9 beasts. With such a multitude of level 9 beasts, how could you possibly create such a commotion? Guo Lu, Yang Ke, and the others found the situation utterly incomprehensible. Chen Fan smiled and remarked, Brother Shui, you are mistaken. They harbor no fear of a mere 6-meridian realm. Even a gathering spirit realm would not elicit such trepidation and clamor. What they genuinely dread is the unknown, the sheer terror of uncertainty. Upon hearing Chen Fan's elucidation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Brother Chen, are you implying that the elusive figure they fear is not a formidable entity, but rather the very essence of elusiveness itself? It is indeed plausible. The unknown is the most formidable adversary. I comprehend now. Is this the veracity? Previously, military intelligence had indicated that among the ferocious beasts, there existed a creature with 12 arms, towering 100 meters, solely consuming souls. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, you possess a remarkable talent. I never anticipated you would incite such a commotion. You would not believe it. Due to the mass migration of ferocious beasts, our Jiangnan Bay City has entered a level 1 combat readiness state. Now the truth had been unveiled. The long-rumored elusive figure had emerged, revealing itself to be a comrade from their squad. This revelation left everyone both exhilarated and invigorated. Level 1 combat readiness. Chen Fan found himself momentarily stunned. In the vibrant city of Jiangnan Base, lights flickered like stars scattered across the night sky. Within a quaint restaurant opposite the Century District, Tian Kue slurped his noodles, his gaze intermittently drifting toward the entrance of the Century District. An escalating sense of agitation enveloped him. A task that should have been straightforward had dragged on for a week, and now, 3 additional days had slipped by. He remained in the dark regarding the whereabouts of that infernal Chen Fan and his substitute puppet. The small eatery was sparsely attended, with only 2 patrons present. In addition to Tian Kue, there was a man sporting a goatee. This humble restaurant, situated directly across from the entrance of the Century District, served as an ideal vantage point for observation. Aside from their time spent at the martial artist building, they frequently convened here. Over the course of 17 days, their paths had crossed daily, yet not a single word had been exchanged. Nevertheless, one fact was indisputable. They both harbored intentions concerning Chen Fan. Ironically, they had both come with the intent to end his life, yet each believed the other was there to safeguard him. Initially, Tian Kue contemplated testing the man with the goatee, but after a moment of reflection, he chose to refrain. Regardless of the man's intentions, should he dare to interfere, both would meet their demise. After all, eliminating one was tantamount to eliminating 2. The man with the goatee shared similar sentiments. Though his impatience grew as he awaited Chen Fan, a ravenous desire stirred within him. He yearned for human flesh. His gaze inescapably settled upon the portly man voraciously consuming noodles. With his bowl and chopsticks in hand, the man with the goatee approached Tian Kue's table. Tian Kue frowned, a sense of annoyance bubbling within him. I did not seek your company, yet you come to me uninvited? He mused. With a jovial smile, the man with the goatee took a seat. Brother, are you here to protect Chen Fan? Tian Kue could not suppress a scoff of derision at this inquiry. Testing him, did he truly consider Tian Kue a simpleton? Would he boldly confess to his murderous intentions? With a calm demeanor, Tian Kue nodded and replied, Are you as well? He anticipated a conclusive affirmation from the gentleman sporting a goatee. To his astonishment, the reply was, No, I am here to eliminate Chen Fan. Tian Kue's eyes widened in disbelief. The response took him completely by surprise. In the ensuing moment, he was confronted by a gaping maw, a truly cavernous mouth brimming with jagged teeth. He possessed no means of defense, nor any opportunity to utter a cry, as he was consumed whole. The abruptness of the encounter left no space for sound or disturbance. The gentleman with the goatee nonchalantly resumed his seat. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor and chef of the restaurant emerged from the kitchen, bearing a plate of food. Oh, where did they vanish? There remains a dish yet to be served. He shook his head and retreated back into the kitchen. When he reappeared, there was still only one patron present in the establishment, the man with the goatee, who, after a hearty belch, was delicately extracting remnants from his teeth with a toothpick. Brother, is your dental hygiene truly that inadequate? Are you getting noodles lodged between your teeth? The man with the goatee was a familiar visage in the establishment, often engaging in light-hearted banter with the owner, who chuckled as they conversed. Old friend, my teeth are not as formidable as they once were, the man with the goatee replied with casual indifference. Formidable? Who describes teeth as formidable? It felt somewhat peculiar. Just then, another patron arrived, and the owner, seemingly indifferent to his choice of words, retreated to the kitchen to occupy himself. Chapter 94. The steady beast king in the blink of an eye. The dawn of a new day arrived. At the 0631 marker, the morning birds serenaded the air. Chen Fan awoke, and at that moment, Guolu along with other members of the Tianyao team were busy preparing their equipment. Captain, I am departing, Chen Fan greeted. Very well, Guolu replied. Exercise caution. We shall remain stationed here tonight, so ensure your return. It is advantageous to have one another's support during periods of rest. Chen Fan nodded, and soon his presence dissipated from the vicinity. He must have set off. Although he encountered his teammates, Chen Fan harbored no intention of collaborating with them. After all, Tianyao was on a mission, necessitating their readiness to assist the enigmatic figure while simultaneously monitoring the movements of the beast horde. This mysterious big shot possessed extraordinary stealth capabilities and appeared to require no assistance. Yesterday, Guolu had opted to temporarily redirect their mission focus toward observing the beast horde's movements. Furthermore, Chen Fan excelled in solitary endeavors. Being in the company of his teammates would only compromise his position. Chen, my brother, has truly astonished us time and again, Suji Gang exclaimed following Chen Fan's departure. Hearing this, Lu Wencheng responded with a smile. Old Shui, brace yourself. This is merely the beginning. There may be even more surprises in store. Guolu, Lin Taishan, Feng Ru, and Feng Bin all nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly. Day surrendered to night. And before long, 3 days had elapsed in rapid succession. During this period, Chen Fan engaged in fierce battles each day. Returning to the old meeting place with his teammates by night, his days were filled with activity, yet profoundly satisfying. Previously, Chen Fan resided within the 6th pulse realm, possessing vitality of 3, 131, 500 out of 3, 500, 000. Now his vitality had surged to 3, 532, 600 out of 4, 000, marking his ascendance into the 7th pulse realm. As a 7th pulse realm warrior, Chen Fan once again shattered his previous records. In his invisible state, he could inflict severe injuries upon level 9 beasts. Now, slaying them had become second nature. Even without invisibility, he was confident in his ability to vanquish level 8 beasts. Having attained the 7th pulse realm, the 9th pulse realm loomed tantalizingly close. Just a little longer, and once I reach the 9th pulse realm, I can return to see Zhongqing, he mused, longing for her after such a prolonged separation. However, Chen Fan was a strategist. He had previously resolved to attain the 9th pulse realm before returning, and he would adhere to that resolution. His girlfriend was significant, yet so was his strength. After all, he was still racing against imminent assassination attempts. Moreover, while Tianyao and the others had begun to grasp the reality behind the mysterious big shot, Guolu had yet to relay this intelligence to the higher-ups, serving as a precaution for Chen Fan's safety. At present, the extent of the Beast clan's infiltration into Jiangnan Bay City remained uncertain, and they were still entrenched in the wilderness. Even if he were to report it, such disclosure would have to wait until their return. In the aftermath of the resurgence of spiritual energy, the world underwent a profound transformation. The landscape expanded exponentially compared to before. Mountains now loomed more majestically than ever. Over 1,000 kilometers from the 0631 marker lay a dense forest, where ancient trees soared skyward, perpetually enveloped in a mystical haze. Notably, this haze was not mere fog, but rather spiritual energy, so concentrated that it nearly liquefied into mist, a rare phenomenon indeed. This deep mountainous region housed a vast cave within its tallest peak. Inside, a beast king, resembling a pig with a white, exposed belly, paced restlessly. Known as the grizzled-maned beast king, he was famed for his steadfastness. Previously, he had dispatched the second-tier ferocious beast, the toothed tiger cat, to assassinate Chen Fan in the Shurji community. During the elite martial artist competition, he had mobilized all ferocious beasts at the 0612 marker to encircle and annihilate Chen Fan. It was evident that he was currently in a foul mood, and justifiably so. His attempts to eliminate Chen Fan in Jiangnan Bay City had encountered significant setbacks, and now a mysterious figure was pursuing his 5 million subjects, inciting chaos and unrest. A demon? The grizzled maned beast king derided such rumors. Only the gullible would entertain such notions. Demons were mythical entities, legendary in nature, drawing from the wisdom contained in ancient scriptures, or rather, from a vivid dream filled with tales of such beings. He recalled the 18th lesson. Whenever legendary beings were mentioned, they often proved to be real. Nonetheless, even if demons were indeed a reality, their power would be exceedingly formidable, unlikely to manifest within his domain. He was not indulging in baseless conjecture. His reasoning was sound. The 12th lesson from the scriptures taught that the disparity in strength within a confined territory is rarely overstated. Otherwise, the very fabric of the narrative's martial system would unravel. Thus, the grizzled maned beast king was convinced that while demons may exist in this world, the entity wreaking havoc in his realm was certainly not one of them. Most likely, it was a uniquely gifted awakener among humanity. In its own territory, how could it permit others to act with impunity? Consequently, the fierce and resolute beast king dispatched 2 demon generals, the spirit-patterned skyhawk and the heavenly, ear-divine bat, to investigate. Previous intelligence gathered by the beast king indicated that those who had fallen were all ferocious beasts and demonic creatures. It was deduced that the enigmatic figure could not surpass the pulse condensation realm. Thus, sending forth 2 fifth-tier demon generals seemed a prudent course of action. However, even the true sight of the spirit-patterned skyhawk and the heightened perception of the heavenly, ear-divine bat could not uncover any trace of the adversary. The beast king was taken aback. The opponent possessed extraordinary capabilities. Should it not be reasonable to augment the defenses of my lair tenfold? Consequently, the entire mountainous expanse, both above and below, was fortified with layers of defenses, as impregnable as a fortress. Under ordinary circumstances, as a beast king of equal stature to the human denizens of the spirit sea realm, a domain superior to the pulse-gathering realm, such a transcendent entity would not be compelled to regard a mere pulse condensation realm with concern. Nevertheless, the beast king remained vigilant. The 36th verse of the scripture cautions, "Never underestimate your adversary. Some fated souls do not adhere to reason." Days unfolded in relative serenity. Yet, that individual persisted in wreaking havoc within its territory, obstinately refusing to depart. This left the beast king feeling somewhat stifled. Does it truly believe I am powerless against it? I find myself reluctant to reveal my treasures. The beast king quivered with indignation, its large, pig-like ears twitching. After a moment of reflection, it could not endure this humiliation. Until this disconcerting element was eliminated, it would not find peace in slumber. Clenching its teeth, it departed from its lair and journeyed to the back mountain. The back mountain was expansive, yet it bore no trees, not even a blade of grass, standing in stark contrast to the verdant peaks that obscured the sky. Here, there was but a single vine, sprawling in all directions and enveloping the entire back mountain like an ambitious tiger. Upon sensing the beast king's arrival, the vine seemed almost sentient, extending a tendril to gently coil around the beast king, its leaves quivering as if expressing a joyful sentiment. Chapter 95. The Extraordinary Qin Yao Vine. This is the Qin Yao Vine, a rare and remarkable creation of heaven and earth, which many years ago, the beast king risked its life to seize from a hidden realm. The perils encountered were manifold. Even now, when the beast king reflects upon it, a shiver of fear courses through its being. This extraordinary creation has attained a semblance of sentience, and its growth knows no bounds. Provided one can nurture it, in the future, it could potentially yield not only a beast king, but even a beast saint or a beast deity. In anyone's hands, it would be a formidable asset, immensely precious. At that time, many beast kings and immensely powerful entities from the human spirit sea realm vied for it. Back then, it was not yet a beast king, merely a 9th-tier demon general. In such circumstances, it was truly inadequate. However, through its prudence and cunning, nay, through its steadfastness and exceptional intellect, it ultimately managed to stealthily acquire the seed of the Qin Yao vine. After returning, it nurtured it in secrecy for many years, resulting in the current Qin Yao vine, which the beast king cherished deeply. If not for the lack of alternatives, it would be loath to employ the Qin Yao vine. It even contemplated taking matters into its own hands. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. Firstly, risking itself was not in accordance with its cautious nature. Secondly, although it was a retrogressive beast king, its regressive capabilities lay in other aspects. In terms of investigation and search, it was outmatched by the true sight of the spirit-patterned skyhawk and the supersensory perception of the heavenly, ear-divine bat. If it could not even locate the adversary, any effort would be futile. Thus, it reluctantly resolved to utilize the Qin Yao vine. Having trained its forces for 1,000 days, the time had come to deploy them. Although the Qing Yao vine currently stood at the 9th-tier demon beast realm, it was utterly invincible among those beneath the demon general rank. Moreover, it possessed considerable deceptive capabilities. When employed judiciously, it could serve as a formidable surprise assault. The Beast King tenderly caressed the tendrils encircling it and murmured for a time. The Qing Yao vine appeared to comprehend. The vines swiftly retracted and converged. In mere moments, only a spherical mass woven from a single vine remained, approximately the size of a basketball. The sphere did not linger but rolled away with haste. The Beast King observed the direction in which the Qing Yao vine departed. Its gaze deep and piercing. It had imparted a lethal command to the Qing Yao vine. With its extensive knowledge of scripture, it could surmise that the individual known as 0631, possessing such extraordinary talent, likely shared the same fate as Chen Fan, the champion of the previous Elite Warrior tournament, who had also been a fated child. There must be profound secrets and opportunities surrounding him. If captured and interrogated, it could perhaps transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yet, who could it be? It was the cautiously celebrated Beast King. What could possibly be gained? This would undoubtedly serve as a quintessential example of a villain from the annals of lore. No, it must be addressed with urgency to avert any protracted complications. Should he meet his demise at the hands of my humble vine, he would find ample reason to take pride in his fate. In the Jiangnan-based city, the days slipped by, and the discourse surrounding Chen Fan had entirely dissipated online. Neither the Chen Fan at the resettlement site nor the long-missing champion of the Elite Warrior tournament garnered any attention. Life at the resettlement site remained remarkably tranquil, with scant mention of the topic. As for Chen Fan, the champion of the Elite Warrior tournament, he had been absent for 20 days, and it was nearly universally accepted that he had perished. Now, emerging in Chen Fan's stead as the new sensation was a young man with a broad visage and a countenance dotted with acne. Upon examining the photographs, it was none other than Su Wan. Su Wan, having ascended to the Pulse realm at the tender age of 18, was sensational news. Furthermore, he possessed an inherent flamboyance and reveled in showcasing his prowess. With Chen Fan's brilliance no longer casting a shadow over him, he abruptly became the most sought-after star in the digital realm, basking in the spotlight. Su Wan was immeasurably elated. Moreover, he now indulged in a lifestyle far more extravagant than before. Each day, he led his companions in excavating tunnels, finding joy in their labor until they were utterly spent, often pushing themselves to the brink of retching before halting. The tunnels they unearthed varied each day, and Su Wan felt an overwhelming impulse to exclaim one word: exhilaration. However, as the adage suggests, fame often begets troubles, and while Su Wan currently reveled in glory, the internet possesses an enduring memory. Some individuals unearthed his prior provocation of Chen Fan, followed by his humiliating defeat at the latter's hands. This left Su Wan feeling quite nauseated. Indeed, one ought not to reopen old wounds. It must be the narrow-minded critics at play. This situation severely tarnished his illustrious reputation, which he could not permit to diminish. Consequently, Su Wan penned a brief essay. In essence, he asserted that it was not he who instigated Chen Fan. Rather, it was Chen Fan who harbored envy and opportunistically clung to his success. Concerning the duel, he claimed it was Chen Fan's treachery that caused him to lower his guard. In recent times, he had transformed his sorrow and indignation into strength, biding his time. He was no longer the six-star warrior of yore. Simultaneously, he expressed profound regret over Chen Fan's demise. He proclaimed, "If you possess the capability, return to life and witness how I would torment you, to alleviate my pent-up resentment," followed by a torrent of additional boasts. It must be noted that Su Wan perfectly embodied the sentiment. Those devoid of shame are invincible. Since Chen Fan was already deceased, what significance did justice or truth hold? What I speak is the truth. As for torturing Chen Fan, he is already gone. I am merely exhibiting. I am merely boasting. What of it? Could he genuinely resurrect? Su Wan's essay was so emphatic that it managed to deceive a number of unsuspecting spectators. Then, he was beaten. The next time he appeared in public, it was to issue a public apology, an apology to Chen Fan. At this moment, he bore the marks of a brutal beating. His already unappealing visage rendered even less so, yet, oddly enough, he appeared somewhat more tolerable than before. Whether his apology bore any sincerity is a matter to be set aside for the moment. The media's attention was firmly fixed upon Su Wan's battered face, incessantly probing him for the source of his injuries. Su Wan remained tight-lipped, his small eyes reflecting palpable fear, clearly indicating that his assailant was someone beyond his capacity to confront. This predicament piqued the curiosity of netizens, who began to speculate wildly. Who could Su Wan possibly fear? Perhaps someone coming to Chen Fan's defense? The Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team, undeniably, a comrade of Chen Fan. Yet, this does not align. The entire Tianyao C-Class Special Operations Team has recently been dispatched on a mission. Who else could it be? Might it be the young lady of the Zhong family? How could we have overlooked such a pivotal figure? The young lady of the Zhong family harbors profound affection for Chen Fan. She would never permit anyone to defame him. Enough with the speculation. I am the president of the Fanqing CP Alliance, and it was Zhong Qing who imparted a lesson to Su Wan. What? I initially perceived this as a detective narrative, but it has abruptly transformed into a romantic saga. This cold and unyielding love is thrust before me. What does unwavering love resemble? This is it. Despite the chasm between Zhong Qing and Chen Fan, she continues to love and safeguard him. I am so profoundly moved that tears well in my eyes. I find my faith in love rekindled. Heaven cannot be so merciless. I would willingly sacrifice 3 centimeters of my own height for Chen Fan's return. Me too. I would gladly offer to reduce my 36 E to AD as a supplication for their reunion. And then there's me, utterly inconspicuous, who can only commence by donating 10 billion to demonstrate my sincerity. Is this an extravagant exhibition of Versailles? Chapter 96. Du Chang's Dream at Jiangnan Martial University. In the male dormitory, Du Chang's stirred from his slumber. Previously, he had taken to napping during lectures, but recently, his inclination for sleep had escalated alarmingly. Initially, he would doze intermittently throughout the day, but now he found himself slumbering for an entire day and night, and eventually, even 2 days and nights had become the norm. Du Chang's began to suspect he might be afflicted with a grave ailment. He had visited the hospital, only to be informed that his health was remarkably robust. What then? Could he possibly do? If he felt drowsy, he simply surrendered to the allure of slumber. He entirely ceased attending classes, choosing instead to indulge in prolonged, uninterrupted naps within the confines of his dormitory. An age-old adage asserts that riding a horse or being carried in a sedan chair pales in comparison to the bliss of sleep. He pondered who had first uttered such a sentiment. Du Chang's experienced a compelling desire to expel a piece of ancient phlegm dating back to 1982. There exists a limit to all things. Excessive sleep was genuinely draining, not the weariness that stems from prolonged repose, but rather from the vividness of his dreams. He envisioned a plethora of bizarre and fantastical images. While most remained nebulous, some dreams were strikingly clear and alarmingly authentic. Upon awakening, he felt disoriented, as if ensnared in a temporal dislocation, struggling to discern between the realms of his dreams and reality. As he propped himself up in bed and shook his heavy head, the dormitory door creaked open. A tall, slender boy entered, San, Du Chang's deskmate and roommate. Upon noticing Du Chang's awake, San was taken aback. Well? The sun must have risen in the west today. Duze, you actually roused yourself. He used to exert considerable effort to awaken him for meals. Setting down 2 takeout boxes on the table, he added, what will it be? Do you still require my assistance in feeding you? Come now, partake in your meal. Recently, Du Chang's excessive slumbering had raised San's concerns regarding his mealtime habits. Get lost. If I leave you unattended for 2 days, do you forget who is in charge? Du Chang's retorted, though perplexed, he inquired, San, did you not return home? Return home? When did I ever express such an intention? San replied, bewildered. He had never indicated any plans to return home. Du Chang's pressed further. Did not your father call upon you while hunting ferocious beasts in the wild, injuring his left leg and requiring your care? You clearly went back. San was left utterly astonished, then irritably retorted, Pfft, cease your nonsensical chatter. Duze, it seems you may be losing your sanity from all that slumber. Du Chang's slapped his forehead, realizing there might indeed be some merit to the statement. The disorientation was profoundly strong, blurring the boundaries between dream and reality. My sincerest apologies. San, I meant no disrespect. I may truly be a tad befuddled. No worries, considering our bond. Should you address me as father, I might just find it in my heart to forgive you, San replied, feigning generosity. Leave me be, Du Chang's shot back, prompting San to erupt into laughter. Very well, wash your hands and let us dine. Indeed, I find myself quite famished. In the center of their dormitory stood a table, and soon Du Chang's and San settled down to share a meal. Although they had only been at Jiangnan Martial University for a mere 2 months since advancing from the Junior Martial Arts Academy, their camaraderie had blossomed remarkably. As they feasted, laughter and stories flowed freely, with San animatedly recounting recent amusing escapades at Jiangnan Martial University. Suddenly, San's phone rang. Hello, father? What? You were injured while hunting ferocious beasts? Your left leg. All right, I shall return immediately. The shocking revelation left San momentarily speechless. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck him, a surge of disbelief coursing through him as he gazed at Du Chang's with wide eyes. Du Chang's mirrored his astonishment. San's father had sustained injuries in the wild, his left leg requiring urgent attention. The uncanny parallels were undeniable. Du Chang's, already disoriented from his excessive slumber, now found himself utterly bewildered. Was this a dream or reality? Was it mere coincidence? If so, it was an extraordinary one, with every detail aligning flawlessly. Had his dreams infiltrated reality? Or had reality reflected his dreams? Asan stammered. Duze, surely your words are divinely inspired? Du Changze shook his head, uncertain of how to respond, remaining silent for a protracted moment before finally voicing, it is not my words that are blessed, it must be the dream. Perhaps I glimpsed a scene from reality, a fleeting vision of the future. Whoa, impressive. Duze, you've been ensconced in such deep slumber for an extended period. It is rather unusual. You wouldn't happen to be awakening, would you? My father once imparted to me that those on the brink of awakening often display peculiar behaviors. Your health examination revealed no abnormalities. Du Changze experienced an abrupt surge of enlightenment. An awakener, blessed by the heavens, endowed with innate abilities, is truly remarkable. Yet, he was not even a martial artist and had never dared to envision such an awakening. Nevertheless, following Asan's analysis, a flicker of hope appeared to emerge. He could scarcely restrain his exhilaration. An awakener. Oh my goodness. Duze, do tell me, what else did you perceive in your dreams? Asan was equally elated. Should his close friend transform into an awakener, it would undoubtedly reflect favorably upon him as well. At the very least, it would bestow him with some grounds for boasting. Du Changze contemplated for a moment before responding. I have experienced many dreams, yet most dissipate from memory upon awakening. There are two particularly vivid dreams, one of your return home. The other pertains to Fan Ge. Although I did not observe Fan Ge's form in my dream, for reasons inexplicable, I am convinced it was he. Fan Ge? Your classmate from Sanchu, Chen Fan? Indeed. Did you not envision a future scene? How could you dream of him? There are whispers circulating online that he has already departed this world. Is it conceivable that he yet lives? That may indeed be the case. There has been no definitive news thus far. Aze, what did you dream concerning Chen Fan? Asan inquired. Du Changze recollected it was in the wilderness, where Fan Ge was engaged in combat. However, shortly thereafter, vines emerged, an abundance of vines, entangling Fan Ge's feet. The vines moved with astonishing swiftness, poised to engulf him. This is grave. If the events I witnessed in the dream hold any truth, Fan Ge is in peril. I must reach out to him. Du Changze swiftly retrieved his phone. Yet when he dialed, the response indicated that the device was turned off. This left Du Changze in a state of agitation. Right. I shall contact Zhongqing. She may have the means to reach Fan Ge. He promptly dialed Zhongqing. Zhongqing, can you connect with Fan Ge at this moment? Upon establishing the connection, he inquired directly. Zhongqing shook her head. Changze, I cannot reach him either. What troubles you? Is there an urgent matter you wish to discuss?